That's your decision? Between the columns, I really want to split your head and see what is inside. Hideki Uzumaki laughed angrily as he looked at the ninjas that kept emerging around him. I'm sorry Hideki, I have to do this for the sake of the entire ninja world. The questioned Senju pillar smiled bitterly. Do you think you can beat me by virtue of numbers? Uzumaki Hideki sneered. It was difficult for him to say so much to him in order to change the unrealistic thoughts between the 1,000 hand pillars. This person was really stubborn. Since crossing to the Uzumaki family and awakening the heavenly dragon body, Uzumaki Hideki has not been dealing with the 1,000 hand pillars of the Alliance family. The two are of the same generation, and they are both talented, and their relationship is comparable to that of brothers after long-term relationship. As the war became more intense, Uzumaki Hideki's Tenryu body matured, and no one in the ninja world could hurt his body anymore. And he is a reaper on the battlefield, a nightmare for all ninjas in other countries. Hideki Uzumaki was also known as the Konoha Onai by the Great Powers. It is more famous than the prestige of Uchiha and Senjutsu at the same time. No one can hurt Konoha's ghosts and gods, and all the enemies of the ghosts and gods have turned into nutrients for the earth. Madara, do you also approve of the inter-column approach? Just give over the tailed beasts we collected. Hideki Uzumaki's biggest surprise is Uchiha Madara. Originally Uchiha Madara was supposed to kill the shadows of the other 4 countries at the 5 cage talks with him, but now, he was standing beside the 1,000 hand pillar. Without waiting for Uchiha to respond, Senjukuma spoke again. Hideki, give up what you want to do now. Mito is waiting for you to go home. It's good that the Senju pillar doesn't mention it, and when he talks about Uzumaki Mito, Hideki's anger rises. He initially crossed into the Uzumaki clan, and because he did not inherit the red hair of the family, he was initially thought by everyone to have no chakra. But in fact, the heavenly dragon bloodline he obtained was too strong, directly covering the body of the immortal of the Vortex clan. What his heavenly dragon bloodline brought him was not only a power that was not much stronger than the Dragon Slayer demon guide, Yingqiu had a real dragon physique. Although the mana has all been replaced with chakra, the characteristics of Tenryu who can get power from air have not changed. As long as he breathes he can become stronger, as long as he absorbs the air he can restore chakra. As the Uzumaki gradually emerged, the Uzumaki family suspected that the immortal body of the Uzumaki Hideki had changed, obtained more powerful energy, and began to cultivate the Uzumaki Hideki. And he has always been with him from beginning to end, and the one who cares for him is Uzumaki Mito like his own sister. In order not to let Mito turn into a human pillar force, Hideki developed a large sealing array 9 dragon seal that could trap the tailed beast in one place, but once the tailed beast was sealed in, they could not borrow the power of the tailed beast. But what Uzumaki Hideki didn't expect was that before he opened the sealing array, Senjukuma actually sealed the 9 tails into Mito's body with his own hands using the sealing technique learned from the Uzumaki clan. With the physique of the Uzumaki clan, suppressing the 9 tails is naturally not a problem, but Pillar doesn't know if he didn't think about it at all, or if he was too confident in himself. Even if Mito became the target of everyone, he didn't care. But Hideki Uzumaki kept this matter in mind. No matter what you say, I'm going to personally solve a few of them here today. Hideki Uzumaki's gaze slowly swept over the 4 shadows who stood guardedly. His purpose is to eliminate the shadows of other countries in one fell swoop, suppress the major powers with absolute strength, and realize a power system with Konoha as the absolute center, so as to achieve long-term stable peace. Only fear can suppress people's fighting spirit. Hideki, I know you have a heart for the village, but the illusion of peace brought by killing is not real peace. I believe that as long as you are willing to let go of your obsession and work together, the true peace we are looking forward to will come soon. 1,000-hand pillar persuaded. It's funny, the tailed beasts are called war machines, and you divide them out and exchange them for a promise that doesn't have any binding force, really thinking that peace can be ushered in? You are really childishly cute, thinking that everyone is as naive as you. Uzumaki Hideki scoffed, dismissing the peace in Senjukuma's mouth. I won't let you turn Konoha into a stupid and deceitful village in the eyes of all countries. Since you have united countries to deal with your brothers, then I don't need to be polite. With a wave of his hand, a stream of air quickly rose into the air, forming the appearance of a roaring dragon in the air. The dragon condensed by the wind is lifelike, each delicate scale is the size of a palm, even the pattern on it can be seen clearly, the spread wings look powerful, and there is a wind blade shooting out at the position of the dragon's mouth and nose, which looks like it is swallowing dragon breath. It is the appearance of the dragon Grandin, but compared to Grandin's gentle appearance, this dragon is full of killing aura. The dragon swam in the sky for a while, suddenly found a direction, and quickly swooped down. The ninja coalition army below suddenly made a mess. Flash away. It's a dragon. How can there be such a powerful ninjutsu? Is this still human? However, the mighty dragon completely dissipated into the air before it landed, and the residual wind pressure rolled up a cloud of dust, as if mocking the fuss of the ninja coalition. Some ninjas suddenly reacted. It's a signal. The ghosts and gods are gathering people, let's go on. Up, you're going to be on quickly. Can't wait any longer, it's even more difficult to deal with when his people come. The ninja coalition, which had been silent for a moment, stirred again. Some ninjas shouted, but no one dared to really step forward. In the understanding of these ninjas, there is actually no concept of such a creature as a dragon, and in their eyes, the dragon is the symbol of Uzumaki Hideki. The dragon is Uzumaki Hideki. And Uzumaki Hideki saw these in his eyes, and there was another sneer. This is the helper you found? I didn't even have the courage to step forward, and gathered as an audience to see how a few shadows died? Helpless between the 1,000 hand pillars, the Konoha ghost god carved an indelible impression in everyone's hearts. At this time, there was a sudden unusual movement in the rear of the ninja alliance. Keenly catching the smell of blood coming from the air, Uzumaki Hideki evoked a bloodthirsty laugh. Is it coming? At the same time, an old but breathy voice sounded. You actually want to summon helpers, Konoha ghost god is just like that. Uzumaki Hideki looked towards the person who spoke, with long dark gray hair and a long beard. It was the original Tokage, Shai-He. Hee, what you said is really interesting. As long as you are allowed to find someone, I can't have a few subordinates? There is really no need to gather his subordinates. Uzumaki Hideki can achieve his goal alone, but he wants to use the strongest power to let everyone see clearly that his Uzumaki clan is the strongest and insurmountable. And now it's just an appetizer. Even if you let your men come down to save you, your end will not change today. Shii's expression was slightly hideous. You robbed me of the 5 tails, I don't plan to just forget it. When you say that, I remembered that there really seemed to be a shadow from some country coming with a group of ninjas on the side of Gu. It's just that the strength is not enough, and I can only return empty-handed. Uzumaki Hideki only remembered it when he really did, and then nodded thoughtfully. He was even more angry when he heard this, and quickly formed a seal and attacked Tadao to long gun. Uzumaki nimbly dodged the sharp earth spurs that emerged from under his feet, and spun around and kicked the solid earth spurs. Hey, it's this trick again, you haven't made much progress after so long. Shii's face turned the color of pig's liver, and he threw another Tuliang Dango on top of Uzumaki Hideki's head. The huge rock that was turned out from under the ground smashed straight into the head of the Whirlpool Hideki. I couldn't beat you before, and not necessarily now. The Whirlpool Yingshu wrapped its fist around the wind dun chakra and went straight to the huge stone, directly shattered, and reached out and another wind dun swept the rubble towards the stone river. Earth escape earth flow wall. Shii quickly built an earthen wall to block the returning ninjutsu. What is there to say to him, Shai-He, let's go together. Uzumaki Hideki easily flashed the heavy punch of the original Thunder Shadow AI. Thunder Shadow. The momentum is even more sufficient, that is, this fist thunder is loud, rain is small. AI's body jumped with thunder and lightning, which is exactly what he is best at, the armor of thunder. The armor of thunder dun concentrates thunder chakra throughout the body, can activate the flesh and can use the thunder instantaneous body, greatly increasing the speed and power. But even this did not touch a single cold hair of the Uzumaki Hideki. I'll use my fists to make you pay for what happened to Haroshima. The earth is cracked and the earth is turned. A huge crack spread out from under Shii's palm, and the ninjas who were a little closer jumped away, and the ground collapsed into the bottomless crack. But the crack stopped abruptly when it came to the foot of the whirlpool tree. His control over chakra is already strong. Shii gasped. Just now, Uzumaki Hideki injected his chakra into the ground to hinder Shai-He's ninjutsu, which is also Uzumaki's masterpiece, playing the opponent's ninjutsu between the palms. This is also the absolute control of its own energy attached to the heavenly dragon body. Ninjutsu and chakra can still be controlled by Hideki Uzumaki. Even if I stand here and let you fight, you can't even fight. Uzumaki Hideki scoffed. People who do not measure themselves always have a lost confidence. Change me. AI took over Shai-He's main offensive position and increased the amount of thunder chakra. The flickering thunder and lightning on his body became more dense, and when his feet moved, a large area of ground suddenly collapsed, and AI instantly appeared in front of Uzumaki Yingshu. Who do you think you're up against? Uzumaki Hideki did not dodge this time, standing quietly in place and watching the original thunder shadow suddenly appear in front of him, and his outstretched fist touched his body. Rumble. Sting. Instead, the moment the first thunder shadow made contact, he jumped back and held his bleeding hand with his other hand, which was injured by the wind escape chakra covered by the Uzumaki Hideki on the surface of his body, and his thunder shadow armor could not be completely blocked, and there were thousands of small wounds in an instant. Abominable. What the hell is this guy's body made of? Don't be too arrogant. The original water shadow White Lotus looked at Uzumaki Yingshu without moving at all, as if playing with them, and spoke grimly. Uzumaki Hideki saw that the other party spoke, and immediately smiled and turned to look at him. I remember that the water shadow was also on Qing's Hima at that time. How is the injury on the face still hurt? On Qing Island, it was these 3 people who fought hard to grab the land. The ending, of course, is that Uzumaki Hideki wins, and neither Hakurin nor Aitley can defeat him. And by Lien's left eye also left a scar caused by the wind blade. Hakurin couldn't help but unleash ninjutsu with the original Tokage anymore. Earth Dragon Bomb. Water Escape Hard Vortex Water Blade. After the water javelin touched the earth bomb spit out of the earth dragon's mouth, it suddenly exploded and turned into a waterspout, carrying rock fragments towards the whirlpool English tree. The original Thunder Shadow also regrouped the situation and released his own Lay Dun to join it. The waterspout carries the power of this thunder and lightning, and the power is not the same. Naive, do you think that joint ninjutsu is useful? Uzumaki Hideki gathered a wind chakra on his right hand and swung it towards the waterspout. The wind escapes the great tornado. I saw that the fist-sized wind vortex swelled at the moment of ejection, turning into a real tornado, directly meeting the joint ninjutsu. Generally speaking, it must have been the joint ninjutsu that gathered the power of the three people to have the absolute upper hand, straight through the large tornado to attack the body of Uzumaki Hideki. But in fact, the large tornado absorbed a large amount of air under Hideki's control, and directly swept the waterspout mixed with gravel and lightning into the hurricane, and at this time, with devastating power, it rushed straight to the three shadows who released ninjutsu. Abominable. 2 Shu 2 Loose City Wall. Muta Tree Boundary Wall. Sand Waterfall Layer. The original Tokage, Senjutsu, and the original Wind Shadow simultaneously unleashed defensive ninjutsu, and the large tornado was blocked by the sand wall after tearing the earthen wall and crushing the wall formed by the branches. Even Lord Tokage, they can't stop Uzumaki Hideki with their cooperation. How to fight this battle? Uzumaki Hideki's ninjutsu is too perverted. Is this really ninjutsu? How can there be such a powerful wind escape? What attribute ninjutsu? Who knows? Don't talk about ninjutsu. Even if you attack him, you won't be hurt at all. Damn, how the hell is this going to fight? The ninjas who looked at the center of the battlefield nervously couldn't help but whisper. And it is not surprising that Hideki Uzumaki is completely unstressed in the face of the attacks of the three shadows, and it is not surprising that Hideki Uzumaki's ability has exceeded the scope of ordinary ninjas. Just a drop of cold sweat dripped from the forehead between the 1,000-hand pillars. When did this guy form so many beams with people? It turns out that the previous reporting of the task situation has been streamlined. Senjikuma has a past affection for Uzumaki Hideki, and although he has set up layers of arrangements to seal him, he still regards him as a member of Konoha and his good friend in his heart. Uchiha Madara on the edge of the 1,000-hand pillar looked at the actions of the three shadows and snorted coldly. The difference is too far. Between the columns, do you really think these people can be useful? We just need to consume his strength as much as possible, and finally seal him with a large array. Uzumaki Hideki will absorb chakra in the air. Even if it is consumed, it can be quickly replenished, and we can't stop him at all. 1,000-hand pillar frowned. Is your illusion really unable to work against him? I also said before, the wind chakra around his body is too weird. Once he is hit by the illusion, it will instantly disturb the chakra in his body to lift the illusion, and I don't know how to do it. Even the illusion of writing wheel eyes can be cracked. Uchiha clenched his fists fiercely. I hope that the plan behind can go smoothly, and the coalition forces can smoothly open the formation to lure him over. 1,000-hand pillar also sighed. When the birth of the tree realm opens, I will meet it outside to ensure that the plan can be successful. The two were on the edge of the central battlefield, and their communication was not overheard by a third person. Just use these little ninjutsu that don't go into the flow. Are you underestimating me too much, or am I looking up to you? Uzumaki said. 5 shadows hindered by Hideki's special ninjutsu characteristics did not dare to release the powerful ninjutsu. No one knew where the limit of Uzumaki Hideki was. If it was returned, all the ninjas around would suffer. Irritated by Yingshu, the most temperamental original Lei Ying AI rose up a denser arc to re-attack, and the first Earth Shadow and the first Water Shadow also began to imprint. This time, both Tsuchikage and Water Shadow used more powerful ninjutsu, but it still can't break the perverted defense of Uzumaki Hideki. And Hideki Uzumaki can always return the ninjutsu they release to themselves. Especially the Water Shadow. Compared to the Earth Thorn Earth Wall of the Earth Shadow, the Water Dun is easier to be used by the Whirlpool Yingshu in turn, and the White Lotus hit several times and wanted to vomit blood. Not self-sufficient. Uchiha, who was blocked by the pillars, sneered. Even he and Zujian did not have a complete grasp of restraining Uzumaki Hideki. These people whose strength was far inferior to theirs, where did they have the confidence to fight hard with Uzumaki Hideki? Madara, when everyone who knows Hideki gathers, our plan begins. Senjikuma frowned and said worriedly as he looked at Uzumaki Hideki's smooth appearance, he must be sealed in one fell swoop, otherwise with Hideki's ability, there will definitely be no second chance. Uchiha narrowed his eyes slightly. I know, I will contain him, but you have to remember that I, Uchiha, am not completely in favor of your ideas. Everything is for the Uchiha family. 1,000-hand pillar smiled bitterly and nodded. That's enough. Over there was action again in the original Thunder Shadow and Earth Shadow. Uzumaki glanced sideways at the ninja coalition who was staring at him in horror, standing motionless in place. AI's fist continued to enlarge in front of Uzumaki Hideki's eyes, while an Earth Dragon followed. However, when Thunder Shadow was about to approach the vortex tree, a snow-white figure descended from the sky and swung the bone blade in his hand to meet Thunder Shadow's fist. It's just that the all-out blow of the thunder shadow is not so easy to catch. At first pair, the person retreated one after another, and then suddenly climbed on the body with dense spell marks. The whole person's skin darkened, and then blocked the attack of the thunder shadow. And the earth dragon emitted by the earth shadow was directly shattered by another person with orange hair and also covered with spell marks. Too slow. Uzumaki Hideki evoked a wanton smile. I'm very sorry, my lord, the entry point we chose doesn't seem to be very good, and the obstacles are a bit big. Kagaya Shiraba, who was holding a bone knife, knelt down on one knee towards Hideki Uzumaki. The spell mark on his body quietly receded, revealing a beautiful face. But the obstacles in this direction have been cleared. The orange-haired Yui Kwan also knelt on one knee, and the spell mark on his body quietly disappeared. Patriarch. The Whirlpool clan, but by the orders of the clan elders. Yayoi Uzumaki with short red hair saluted respectfully. The Kagaya, Hakai, and Uzumaki clans tore through the encirclement of the Ninja Alliance and rushed directly to the center. Not to mention the Uzumaki clan, Kagaya, and Haji are completely born races for fighting, and after being subdued by Uzumaki Hideki, their abilities can be greatly developed. The Yui clan has an immortal body called the Spell Seal, and the body will passively absorb the surrounding natural energy all the time, and when it reaches the critical value, it will be furious, and it will not be able to control itself in the process of soaring power. However, the Yui family has a family secret technique, which can limit the absorption of natural energy, always keep it within a safe range, and if necessary, it can also lift the secret art and directly turn it into a war machine. Under the improvement of the secret art by Uzumaki Hideki, the Yui family can control the spell pattern to a certain extent with the help of the secret technique, depending on the individual's cultivation. And Yui Kwan, the leader of the Yui clan, has been able to completely spell the seal without losing his mind, and his strength bursts out very terrifying. And the Kagaya clan itself is very powerful. After Uzumaki Hideki studied the special spell immortal mode of the Haji family, with a small amount of flesh and blood of the Hakea clan, the Kagaya clan can also temporarily absorb natural energy and use the spell immortal mode. And under the addition of Uzumaki Hideki's wind ninjutsu, it is even more invincible. In addition to absorbing power from the air to fight and improve himself, Draco also has its own dragon magic that can be used for healing and assistance. When Hideki was studying a wide range of wind escape attack ninjutsu, he accidentally relied on Tenrya's control of wind dun and also drummed up an unprecedented auxiliary ninjutsu, which has always been regarded as a thorn in the side of all countries. Imagine that when two teams of the same number go against each other, but one team has an extremely terrible bonus, the result of the war is very obvious. Then since the personnel are here, let's officially start. Hideki Uzumaki clapped his hands. Not good. He's going to use that technique, Hokage, it's too late if he doesn't do it. The original Lei Ying suddenly shouted. The land issues between Union Village and Konoha Village are tense, they have the most battles, and they are the ones who understand the power of this auxiliary ninjutsu the most. Hideki Uzumaki with this auxiliary ninjutsu, with less victory, the battle is not once or twice. The action begins. The birth of the Mewtwo Tree Realm. Senjukuma obviously realized the seriousness of the problem, and after confirming that the main forces under Uzumaki Hideki were coming, he immediately sent a signal. Large expanses of trees grew wildly from the land at an unreasonable rate, trying to separate Uzumaki Hideki from his men. The wind is galloping. The power of the wind and the steel wrist. The power of the wind and armor. But Hideki Uzumaki's movements are faster. He uses all Muji ninjutsu, and he claps his hands not to pretend, but to pull the air quickly for this large-scale ninjutsu. Before the birth of the tree realm rushed over, the Uzumaki Yingshu suddenly lost blessings to everyone on his side, and the armor formed by the wind rose on everyone's body. Vortex Hideki and a lineage, whether it is speed, strength, or defense, have been greatly improved at this time, and Uzumaki Yingshu himself took the punch of the wind chakra to meet the rapidly growing trees, and directly twisted the trees in front of him into powder. Wind Escape Heavenly Dragon Wing Slash. Two giant wind blades crossed and slashed towards the surrounding woods, but after extending hundreds of meters away, they gradually became smaller and finally disappeared. Has the tree realm birth and the wood dragon art merged? It seems that there are also some brains between the columns. Moreover, the range of this tree realm birth seems to be quite large, and it is obvious that there is blood between the 1,000 hand pillars. Uzumaki Hideki turned to look at Uchiha and Shikage, who approached the birth of the tree realm. Why, just a few of you to deal with me. Hideki Uzumaki noticed something was wrong. The most important thing is that the 1,000 hand pillar actually did not come in. Could it be that pillar wants to control the battlefield outside, as a shadow to fight the ninja below? Do you want to face? Uzumaki Hideki really didn't expect that the 1,000 hand pillar would make such a tactical arrangement. But the strength of his subordinates, Uzumaki Hideki, knows that the patriarchs of the two families have a strength that is not weaker than the 4 shadows of other countries. Even if it is fought with the 1,000 hand pillar, it is not without the power of a battle. Uchiha fanned the Uchiha group in his hand to the ground, attracting Hideki Uzumaki's attention. I can't control these people, but I've wanted to fight you with all my strength for a long time. Since the two formed an alliance with the family, they have rarely competed, let alone fought with all their might. While fighting together, Uchiha also regarded Hideki Uzumaki as the opponent he most wanted to defeat. Uchiha, don't forget, this time it was Konoha who asked for our help, you be respectful. The first generation of Tokage saw that Uchiha didn't put them in his eyes at all, and he was immediately angry. Hideki Uzumaki raised his eyebrows and looked at the few people who began to fight infighting. Request? Ridius, which of you is not bent on making Uzumaki Hideki disappear into this world, without the power of Konoha, just by you? You! Seeing that his side was about to fight, the first generation of Wind and Shadow fierce fighting hurriedly hit the circle. Well, since everyone is now on the united front, they are unanimously facing the enemy. Uzumaki Hideki looked at Fierce Do, who had been alone at this time, and suddenly spoke. You seem to have said that you want the land of Konoha. Without waiting for Lidu's reaction, Uzumaki Hideki quickly catapulted over, and he only had time to punch Lidu, who had only had time to seal himself with one hand and put a layer of sand shield on his mouth, spitting out blood. The sand shield instantly disintegrated, and Lidu's chest was also blown out of a fine wound by the wind chakra. You actually sneak attack. The original Lei Ying AI attacked and shouted at the same time. Do you remember being a ninja? Uzumaki scoffed. AI stopped talking, continued to speak with his fists, and the original Wind Shadow Fierce Do, who had opened the distance, immediately formed a seal to support. Lao Tzu is not interested in living with you, let's fight quickly. Beyond the birth of the tree realm. While keeping an eye on the situation inside the woods, Senjukuma commanded the Ninja Alliance against the Kagaya clan and the Haji clan. When the forest is destroyed, the Thousand Hand Pillar needs to be immediately entered into chakra to make up for it, which also makes him unable to get rid of himself to assist the battlefield. Uzumaki Hideki inside apparently discovered his intentions, and when he fought with Uchiha and Shikage, he destroyed the trees with full firepower. And the Thousand Hand Pillars must fill the loophole of the birth of the tree realm to contain the whirlpool Yingshu, and for a while, Rao is known as the most chakra, and he is also a little overwhelmed. Kagaya and the Haji clan are all elites in the group. In addition to their own blood succession limit and immortal body, they also have the wind ninjutsu bonus of Uzumaki Hideki, and ordinary attacks cannot reach them at all. On the one hand, Mori White Bone pierced the ninja coalition army into a sieve, and on the other hand, the violent Iron Fist directly beat people into a ball of flesh and blood. It is a real battlefield meat grinder. The blood succession realm ninja of the other country hurriedly stepped forward to resist and block the crazy attacks of the two families. The Thousand Hand Pillars saw that the Ninja Alliance army was losing and retreating, and a large number of deaths and injuries had been made. The other party's strength is much stronger than expected, and his plan will be ruined if he goes on like this. His original intention was to let the coalition army consume the power of the Kagaya clan and the Haji clan, and then seal it in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, he still underestimated the strength of the two races that had been transformed by the Uzumaki Yingshu. He needs enough manpower to contain Uzumaki Hideki from behind. All retreat. Use ninjutsu to contain and prepare to open the formation. The sound of chakra injected between the Thousand Hand Pillars echoed on the battlefield. At this time, the Whirlpool family was divided into two groups in the center of the battlefield, facing each other. Uzumaki, are you going to betray the patriarch and betray the clan? Uzumaki Yayoi yelled at an Uzumaki clan elder whose hair was already gray. Uzumaki Yingshu is no longer the patriarch of the Vortex clan, and last night, the Uzumaki clan has changed owners. Change of owners? To whom? The young man laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha, just by you. You are also worthy of comparing with the patriarch. If it weren't for the previous patriarch expelling you from the clan earlier, people with evil intentions like you would have been cut down long ago. Uzumaki became angry. Shut up, the old man is letting him. Uzumaki Yayoi, you can think clearly, now return to the return and return. Uzumaki Yayoi ignored him and continued to say himself, I remember you also said that you would never step into the Uzumaki family again. Why, have you forgotten? Yayoi Uzumaki. Now I am the leader of the Vortex clan, you don't toast or eat and punish wine. Uzumaki Yayoi glanced at him with disdain, and instead stared resentfully at the Senju pillar in the distance. Or have you finally found someone to back up and unite outsiders to deal with our own people? The whirlpool in his heart suddenly shouted, it's useless to talk more, do it. Most of the elites standing behind Uzumaki are old school elites, who are proficient in various ancient sealing techniques, but they are against the younger generation who have been trained by Uzumaki Hideki, who are more flexible in battle, and they are also able to use many of Uzumaki Hideki's own ninjutsu and sealing techniques. Coupled with the large number of people standing on the side of Uzumaki Hideki, Uzumaki was pressed and beaten for a while. All retreat. Use ninjutsu to contain and prepare to open the formation. Uzumaki suddenly laughed viciously after hearing the voice between the Thousand Hand Pillars. Wait, it's only me who will have the last laugh. Uzumaki directs the ninjas of the Uzumaki clan who are in their own line to go to the positions set up around them. Uzumaki Yayoi had an ominous premonition. Now that the clan elder was gone, he must lead the clan elder so that the clan elder had no worries. Let's keep up. See what the hell they're going to do. Uzumaki Hideki's veins scattered, but they were forced back into place by the various ninjutsu of the Ninja Alliance. The other party does not seek to hurt them, but only forces them to retreat. Abominable, human seed tactics. Uzumaki Yayoi gritted his teeth. It seems that we also need to change our tactics. At this time, the Kagaya group and the Yui family, who had been fighting on both sides, also gathered at this time. Kagaya Shiraba, the leader of the Kagaya clan, approached Yayoi Uzumaki and said, "Our two families cover you and break through their defenses." Yui Kwan, the patriarch of the Yui clan, nodded. "Those old things seem to be about to open some sealing array. We must quickly stop it, and we can't let them affect Lord Yingshu's plan." Uzumaki Yayoi nodded solemnly. "I understand. You must not let Uzumaki open the sealing array, please." The two masters, the three clans set out at the same time, opened the way by the most defensive Hakea clan, followed by the Kagaya clan with explosive combat effectiveness, and the Uzumaki clan continued to use various large-scale ninjutsu to respond from the side without consuming chakra, and quickly advanced against the ninjutsu of the Ninja Alliance. Cut straight to the whirlpool that is being laid out. During the birth of the Tree Realm, Uzumaki Hideki fought with Uchiha Madara, who released a third form, a half-body Susanoo wearing the armor of the Urtenga dog, relying only on the strength of his physical body. The other four shadows on the side used spells to harass from time to time. Get in the way. Susanoo single-handedly shot out the original Thunder Shadow that was also attacking Uzumaki Hideki, and the other three arms simultaneously swung their curved longswords towards Uzumaki Hideki. Uzumaki Hideki took advantage of his small size, stepped directly on the ground, passed through the gap of the long sword, and quickly shot towards the very center of Susanoo, where Uchiha was located. With one punch, Susanoo's armor actually cracked. The chakra of the Uzumaki Hideki quickly invades. Fire is lost. Uchiha reacted extremely quickly, seeing that Susanoo was about to disintegrate, and jumping away quickly was a fire. In order to injure Uzumaki Hideki, Uchiha used a huge range of fire to extinguish it, and a large area of flame rushed towards Uzumaki Hideki. Uzumaki Hideki did not hesitate. A large tornado wind escape to meet the fire extinguished, under the control of Uzumaki Hideki, directly swept the fire of Uchiha spots, quickly destroying the surrounding trees. Seeing Uchiha gritted his teeth. "Uchiha Madara, what are you doing?" Beaten away by Uchiha, who should be an ally, the original Thunder Cage almost vomited blood. After pulling himself out of the branches, he questioned Uchiha. Since it is a cooperative relationship, shouldn't the head of the Uchiha family consider the issue of cooperation? The original Water Shadow White Lotus used a large waterfall technique to extinguish the flames that swept around. Uchiha didn't mean to cooperate with them at all, and it was difficult for them to intervene in the fight between the two. Cooperation? Just don't get in the way. Uchiha replied coldly and recast Susanoo. But this time it's complete. The huge body of the complete body Susanoo directly broke through the dense forest set up between the 1,000 hand pillars, and fluttered the huge wings behind him and soared into the air. Before the canopy was closed again, the Uzumaki Ying tree released the wind escape small whirlwind technique under his feet, carrying his body to break through the encirclement of the tree realm. Naruto I was sealed for 60 years. Chapter 007 MTL Books. Uzumaki Hideki and Uchiha face off directly above the tree realm that stretches for several kilometers. Someone from the Ninja Alliance noticed that Uzumaki Hideki had broken through the tree realm and was immediately shaken. "It's Uzumaki Hideki, how did he get out? Didn't you say that you can control the ghosts and gods?" "Sachikage-sama, what's wrong with them? Damn, is this the end of it?" Uzumaki Hideki immediately seized the opportunity to scrape a piece of flesh of the Ninja Alliance, and saw that he was about to arrive in front of Uzumaki Yuma. Suddenly, Senjukuma jumped out of nowhere, replacing Senjukuma to command the Ninja Alliance. The big drink temporarily stabilized the military heart. Hideki glanced in the direction of the Ninja Alliance, and his own subordinates cooperated, directly inserted into the formation of the Ninja Alliance, obviously having the upper hand. The art of New Dun Nuren. At this time, the 1,000-hand pillar felt that the two had gone out of the range of the tree realm, and also released the wooden man to carry him directly to the position where the two confronted. And Uchiha formed an outflanking trend. Although size does not mean strength. "You all come out with something so big that it looks like I'm weak." Uzumaki Hideki tilted his head, feeling that if he fought a war, he couldn't lose in formation. Now a ninjutsu is made. Wind Dragon. A huge wind dragon appeared in response. This wind dragon is not as beautiful as it was used as a signal before, and even its facial features are very blurry. But the shape of the wind dragon is more solid, sharp dragon claws, whip-like dragon tail, plus dragon wings that turn into giant wind blades. Others can even clearly see the dense wind blades that rub and collide with each other to produce sparks. The lethality of this ninjutsu can be seen from the appearance. The 1,000-hand pillar looked at the wind dragon seriously, another ninjutsu that had never been seen before. And the whirlpool Yingshu has not stopped, and in the blink of an eye, an equally large wind dragon appeared on the battlefield. Two disembodied wind dragons came to Kito and Susanoo respectively. The absolute control of the Tenryu's body over its own abilities is perfectly embodied in the wind escape ninjutsu, and as long as Uzumaki Hideki wants to, he can release the imaginary wind escape ninjutsu. You're such a genius, Senju sighed. If I could, I really don't want to be your enemy. What's the use of talking about this now, let's fight. It was not Uzumaki Hideki but Uchiha who responded to the pillars, who took the lead in controlling Susanoo to meet the wind dragon. The thousand-hand pillar followed closely and faced another wind dragon. For a while, the branches flew together, and the fire was everywhere. And Uzumaki Hideki calmly took a few deep breaths of air in place, and the chakra that came out of the tree realm was mixed in the air and was eaten by Hideki. It didn't stop until the chakra consumed just now was replenished. And the four shadows who had just fought against Hideki Uzumaki also returned to the main battlefield at this time, watching the most powerful three in the ninja world fight from a distance. This guy actually has the upper hand over Uchiha and Senju. The original Lei Ying stared and his face was ugly. It's not just the upper hand, it's clearly at ease. He frowned deeply. When you fought us just now, you didn't even have all the strength. The mood of the original wind and water shadows is also not very wonderful. After using a few wooden ninjutsu to consume the wind dragon's chakra, the thousand-hand pillar used the wood dragon technique to absorb the entire wind dragon and came to the front of Uzumaki Hideki. Uzumaki Hideki didn't wait for him to say a cannon, and directly attacked with his fist. The thousand-hand pillar has the ability to heal without seals, and Uzumaki Hideki's wind chakra will heal quickly after scratching him. And after Uzumaki Hideki injected his extremely destructive wind chakra into the wound between the thousand-hand pillars, it would also be absorbed by his wooden dun. Hey, your blood is really troublesome. Uzumaki Hideki and Senju punched each other, jumping away in time before the opponent's wooden dun wrapped up. The wood dragon art will absorb chakra, and even Uzumaki Hideki should be treated with care. Each other. The expression between the thousand-hand pillars was very serious. The art of singing in fire dragon Yan. Uzumaki Hideki felt the rapidly approaching heat, and immediately injected more power into the chakra armor on his body. The wind blade burst open, and the dragon heads that rolled for flame condensation dissipated in the distant air. It's really not to be taken lightly. Uzumaki raised his hand to meet the cyan scimitar swung by completely Susanoo with both arms. At the same time, he turned his head and spat out a wind escape between the thousand-hand pillars. Wind escape heavenly dragon roar. The wind that was transformed by the roar of the heavenly dragon formed a tornado and shot out. The thousand-hand pillar used the ranking technique to form a huge face to resist. At this time, the attacks of Susanoo's other two arms also followed, and Uzumaki Hideki controlled the wind swirl under his feet to dodge. Susanoo's attack is not enough to break through Uzumaki Hideki's defenses, but once entangled in four hands, he loses the initiative in battle. Does this man have long eyes behind his back? The original water shadow White Lotus gritted her teeth and looked at the battle in the distance. Uzumaki Hideki seems to be able to sense our actions. The first generation Wind Shadow Fierce Doe recalled the battle just now and frowned. He doesn't have much intersection with Hideki Uzumaki, and what is known about him is mostly limited to rumors of ninjas in the village. Therefore, to deal with Uzumaki Hideki, use ninjutsu that cannot be dodged, or large-scale ninjutsu, but the possibility of being captured and returned by Uzumaki Hideki is also very great. As for physical skills, there is no second person with a heavenly resilience like the thousand-hand pillars, and the armor of the original Thunder Shadow is more inclined to strengthen attack power and speed, and it is not effective against the perverted physical strength of Uzumaki Hideki, but his fists are all wounds cut by the wind blade. Damn, if you can exhaust his chakra. Lei Ying's face was gloomy, and he suddenly heard Tying say excitedly, "Look! The sealing array has been activated." At the same time, Uzumaki Hideki also suddenly felt an unusual energy fluctuation, and judging from the information coming from the air, this fluctuation was still somewhat familiar. 9 dragons sealing array. The tailed beasts have all been captured and controlled. What do you have to do now to open the 9 dragon seal? Hideki Uzumaki looked at his subordinates in the battlefield and suddenly had a bad premonition. Before Senju and Uchiha caught up again, a wind wall was cast to block them. Uchiha Madara went straight through with a complete body and Sanu defense, followed by Senju. But their movements were also half a beat slower, and Uzumaki Hideki took advantage of this time to see several casting points of the sealing formation. They are all old guys from the Uzumaki clan, and there is also a figure who should not be here. Uzumaki you? This guy is not dead yet. Uzumaki Hideki roared. Pillar really found a good helper for himself. Uzumaki Hideki had long felt that this guy was going to do something bad, but he didn't expect that the previous generation patriarch Nian would just expel the clan after the brotherhood and his bad deeds, and wouldn't let anyone pursue it. With a wave of his hand, Uzumaki Hideki condensed the eagle falcon formed by 3 wind blades. From the beak to the spread wings to the tip of the tail, it is very sharp. The eagle falcon was in the air, paused for a moment and galloped in the direction of the whirlpool. There was no time to stop the thousand-hand pillar behind him, so he could only re-entangle Izuku Hideki. Hideki, this is your last chance. It's too late for you to stop. Uzumaki Hideki crushed the branches that reached out with the wind. Thousand-hand pillars, don't you think it's ridiculous for you to say this now? Let's not say that it is impossible for me to accept your idea. You think that the four shadows of other countries are so easy to talk to. Senju once again cast the Wood Dragon technique, and with Uchiha's attack, he wanted to control Uzumaki Hideki. No matter what method I use, I will convince Shikage. So, the words between the thousand-hand pillars were interrupted by Uzumaki Hideki. Different ways do not conspire against each other. On the main battlefield, the Wind Falcon was blocked by the four shadows who had been paying attention to the situation on this side. But apparently Uzumaki Hideki expected it. The three Wind Falcons scattered in front of the blocked barrier and exploded together, and the four shadows did not have time to release a large defensive ninjutsu, and they did not completely protect themselves from the wind blades that attacked from all directions, not to mention, and also implicated a large ninja alliance. And the wind blade that attacked the whirlpool was blocked by 1,000 hands. Uzumaki Hideki. Looking at the heavily killed and wounded subordinates on the battlefield, the four shadows itched their teeth with hatred. But they also managed to cover the opening of the Great Sealing Array. The edge of the large array was quickly raised by the white transparent enchantment wall. The enchantment wall of the Nine Dragon Seal is guided by the energy of the caster, and after formation, it will automatically absorb natural energy to replenish itself, and does not require the caster to continuously supply chakra. When the caster controls the formation of the enchantment, he can extend the enchantment wall out of Chakra's arm and grab the tailed beast that needs to be sealed. The chakra consumed by the Great Sealing Array was extremely terrifying, and it could only be opened by the combined efforts of the people of the Vortex clan. The people in the clan who know this seal will never betray it. Where did you learn this old thing in the whirlpool? This seal was created by Hideki Uzumaki based on the secret technique of the Haji family, but it is now being used against himself by traitors within the clan. Creatures trapped inside the enchantment array will continue to absorb their own power, and will not be able to escape unless someone lifts the seal outside. The enchantment array had already enveloped most of the Kagaya Haji clan who were blocked inside, as well as some ninja alliances who had no time to retreat. According to the principle of the Wind Dragon and Wind Falcon, Uzumaki Hideki quickly used the wind to create two huge wind snakes to entangle the chasing thousand-hand pillars. How can he still have so many chakras? Just now, he had obviously been forced to have no time to replenish his energy. Uchiha manipulated Susanoo to cut off the nimble wind snake. It shows that his immortal body is actually strong to this extent, and there are so many chakras that can be stored. The wooden dragon between the thousand-hand pillars was entangled in the wind snake and turned into pieces, and had to use other wooden done to weaken the wind snake's energy first. Since the Nine Dragon Seal has been activated, even if he is Uzumaki Hideki, it is impossible to escape. Uzumaki Hideki's strength is too strong, he can't fight it alone, and he has to rely on the power between the pillars. It's better to be careful, after all, he is the creator of the Nine Dragon Seal, maybe there is some way to get out. Senju and Uchiha destroyed the wind snake at the same time. No matter what, he must be history here today. If Uzumaki Hideki heard their conversation, he would be very surprised. Both of them actually knew very well about the Nine Dragon Seal of the core of the Uzumaki clan. Then the identity of this person who revealed the information of the Nine Dragon Seal is intriguing. While the two were fighting with the wind snake, Uzumaki Hideki controlled the small whirlwind and quickly rushed to the nearest casting point, which was where Uzumaki Yuma was. At the same time, he took a deep breath and replenished some of the consumed chakra. The consumption of fighting chakra with the two of the thousand-hand pillars is not small, especially the wood dragon art is extremely entangled. Rubbed off a lot of chakra of the whirlpool Hideki. And the total amount of chakra between the thousand-hand pillars is not at all inferior to the whirlpool family, which is very perverted. That wooden dragon was caught in all kinds of wooden escapes, which made people unpreventable, and broke one after another. This is to change to anyone who is not Uzumaki Hideki, who has long been sucked dry. Uzumaki Hideki used the freshly absorbed energy to condense the wind chakra in his hand while moving. It took a little time for chakra to take shape, condensing into the shape of an arrow. The arrow looks very unpretentious and there is nothing special about it. It's just that it looks more like an entity than other winds. Wind Escape Sky Armor Arrow. The arrow broke through the air, and the speed was very fast, but the four shadows, who had been paying attention to the movements of Uzumaki Hideki, still made preparations in advance, and layers of defense appeared in front of Uzumaki. However, this was an arrow that Uzumaki Hideki had spent a lot of time concentrating energy. The sharp arrows directly broke through all kinds of defensive ninjutsu and rushed straight towards the whirlpool. However, it also deviated slightly from the direction due to the blocking of various attributes. Just when Uzumaki and the four shadows breathed a sigh of relief, the sky armor fell at the feet of Uzumaki Yuma, directly smash a huge pit in the ground. Senjutsu, however, knew that none of Uzumaki Hideki's ninjutsu would be as ordinary as it seemed. Immediately shouted, "Be prepared." But not everyone can use Muji ninjutsu like Hideki Uzumaki, and they can't even react in such a little time. I saw that the energy that erupted at the bottom of the pit did not dissipate, and after being compressed into a ball, it suddenly exploded, like squeezing out countless wind chakra fine needles and shooting out around. Although the wind needle has a small attack range, it is faster than the wind blade and has a strong piercing ability. In the case of dense minute hands, it is almost certain to die. The whirlpool that supported the enchantment and was powerless to defend was instantly stabbed in several key places, and he directly swallowed. The 9-dragon seal suddenly missed a corner, and it was discovered by the people of other formations that the amount of chakra injection could be supplemented. At the same time, the position is adjusted to form a stable formation. But the Uzumaki Yingshu vein, who was trapped in the formation, grabbed this gap and jumped out a few, but was forced back by the 4 shadows who were originally protecting the edge of the whirlpool. All 4 shadows have different degrees of wounds on their bodies. What the fuck is this weird ninjutsu? The original Thunder Shadow was the closest, and the armor of thunder on his body was not used for defense in the end, and AI once again suffered from the Vortex Yingshu Wind Chakra. Uzumaki Hideki's Wind Escape contains a lot of changes, like hiding another ninjutsu and one ninjutsu, which makes people unpreventable. I don't know how I did it, although he had received a punch from Uzumaki Hideki before. The original Wind Shadow and Uzumaki Hideki had no grudge before, and their tone at this time was with a trace of admiration. No matter how powerful he is, we will leave him here today. AI re-injected chakra into the armor of thunder and greeted Uzumaki Hideki. And Uzumaki Hideki's expression froze after seeing the change in the enchantment. The timely adjustment of the connection realm could be done, and their understanding of the Mirage 9 Dragon Seal was beyond Uzumaki Hideki's imagination. Suddenly thought of the woman who was like a sister. Uzumaki Hideki shook his head. How is it possible? When Uzumaki Hideki wanted to continue attacking the Uzumaki clan who maintained the formation, Uchiha and Senjuku quietly arrived. Hideki Uzumaki ignored the attacks of Senju and Uchiha behind him. With his arms wrapped around more wind chakra, he rushed towards the 4 shadows. The chaotic wind blade was extremely destructive but uncontrollable, and the cutting sound of metal clashing on Uzumaki Hideki's own body actually sounded. Kito's fist and Susanoo's curved sword hit Uzumaki Hideki at the same time, instead speeding up his forward charge. Immediately, his whole person was wrapped in a wind whirlpool, and he flew towards the 4 shadows. The 1,000-hand pillar immediately summoned the 5-fold Rashomon and blocked in front of the 4 shadows. At this moment, the enchantment wall of the 9-dragon seal suddenly trembled, and the color of the enchantment did not know when it had deepened a lot and was not so transparent. And this is also a sign that the 9-dragon seal has completely formed. Uzumaki Hideki dodged the arms that extended out of the enchantment wall, and the wind chakra wrapped around his arms turned into 2 wind vortexes and rushed out. Directly bypassed the 4 shadows behind the 5-fold Rashomon attack summoned between the 1,000-hand pillars. The 1,000 hands quickly sealed the seal, and successively laid several layers of defensive ninjutsu in front of the 4 shadows. Uzumaki Hideki, I won't let you get away with it. Senjima has been commanding the ninja coalition against the Kagaya clan and the Haji clan, which are terrifying in battle. Despite heavy casualties, the goal was achieved. This battle can not only seal the Uzumaki Hideki that threatens the dominance of the Senju clan, but also weaken the military strength of various countries, which is simply too cost-effective. And Senjima has long secretly evacuated most of Konoha's elites and preserved their strength. 1,000 hands, don't think I don't know what your calculations are, but you are doomed to fail. The Senju family, who will only be left with Tsunade in the future, is the best evidence. Seeing that he could not stop the wind of the Uzumaki Hideki, Senju did not hesitate to use the Flying Thunder God technique to evacuate. 2 wind tornadoes wrapped the 4 shadows that were fully prepared for defense. After chakra dispersed, 4 shadows were revealed that were not mortally wounded. Ha 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 ha. Uzumaki Hideki, have you exhausted chakra? Such a weak ninjutsu has been used. After a few battles, the original Thunder Shadow in hand-to-hand combat was the most embarrassed one, and he couldn't help but laugh at this time. The other 3 shadows also breathed a sigh of relief. Hee hee, you'll know later. Uzumaki Hideki was hindered by the Senju pillar and Uchiha spot, and finally could not escape more and more white translucent tentacles, and was pulled little by little towards the 9-dragon seal. Together with his subordinates, he was sealed, absorbed all the energy, and fell into a deep sleep. They were accompanied by the corpses of countless ninja coalition troops. Not good. But looking at Uzumaki Hideki's malicious smile, he suddenly had a sense of foreboding, and quickly rushed to the side of the 4 shadows. But it did not catch up with the abnormality. Under the gaze of the thousands of pairs of eyes remaining on the battlefield, the first generation of Lei Ying AI, the first generation of Water Shadow White Lotus, the first generation of Earth Shadow Shai He and the first generation of Wind and Shadow fiercely fighted, and the expressions of the 4 became fierce at the same time. Many wounds suddenly appeared on their skin, as if they had been cut from their bodies by sharp weapons, and blood continued to ooze out. The wounds became denser and denser, and before everyone could react, the four shadows had turned into four bloody people, and several of them struggled violently, each casting ninjutsu to get rid of the strange and inexplicable situation, but it was of no use. The thousand-hand pillar wanted to entangle them with the wooden dragon technique, but it was too late, and the four shadows were directly cut by the wind blade from the inside out, exploding and dying. The terrifying and eerie sight became a lingering nightmare for the surviving ninja coalition, and the name of Hideki Uzumaki was also deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Becomes synonymous with demons. Each attack of Hideki Uzumaki leaves two chakras in the body of the four shadows. A very strong and sharp wind chakra full of destructive power will soon be detected and eliminated by the four shadows. And another imperceptible wind chakra, although also destructive, but because of the small amount in essence dormant in the veins, with the accumulation of the vortex Yingsha chakra, it grew stronger and stronger, and finally in the last blow was injected with sufficient power to pull this they burst out. Thousand Hands stood beside the Thousand Hands pillar. His expression was not melancholy, but he was admiring. He is really a well-deserved genius. Senjukuma nodded approvingly. The same genius who created various ninjutsu, Senjukuma actually had a feeling of sympathy for Uzumaki Hideki, and somewhat agreed with the other party's idea of unifying the ninja world and allowing Konoha to stand at the top. But he chose to fulfill his big brother's ideals and eliminate possible threats for him. The Thousand Hands will not let the Vortex clan press on the head of the Thousand Hands clan. Senjukuma looked at Hideki Uzumaki in the enchantment, sighed deeply and said to Uchiha, if Hideki could accept our ideas, wouldn't it be necessary to develop to this point? As I said, I'm just for the Uchiha family. Between the columns, I hope you won't let me down. Uchiha coldly dropped a sentence and left. Instead of being busy dealing with various affairs, Uchiha and Hideki Uzumaki spend more time fighting together. It is impossible to say that there is no feeling that Uzumaki Hideki is sealed. At this time, his heart couldn't help but recall Hideki Uzumaki and what he said, you will regret it. Senju saw that Uchiha was so unkind to Senju Pillar and wanted to attack, and was pressed by Senju Pillar. It's okay, Kuruma, Madara is like that. The Thousand Hand Pillar took one last look at the 9 dragons sealing array and wanted to leave, but he was held down by the shoulder by a thousand hands. Big brother, have you forgotten something? Senjukuma looked at the miserable death of the Ninja Alliance and the four shadows who fell into death-like silence, and instantly collapsed his shoulders. In the First Ninja World War, the participants included elite ninjas from the 5 major powers. It was also the first and only cooperation between the major powers, and the 5 great powers face only one enemy, a man who was called the Ninja World Oni at that time. He single-handedly crushed the battlefield and killed 4 shadow-level masters in front of everyone. Finally, it was sealed by the sealing technique of his own creation. His name is Hideki Uzumaki. History of the Outer Ninja Realm during the Third Shinobi War. The ghosts and gods of the ninja world are sealed in Miyurahara along with their subordinates. Ninjas from all over the world combined to perform ninjutsu to cover the entire enchantment, and Miyurahara became Mount Miura. Great power geography. It is rumored that the original Hokage and the then ninja ghost fought for a daughter. The original Hokage was defeated, so he gathered the strongest forces of the 5 major powers to seal the ghosts and gods of the ninja world, and finally returned with beauty. Ninja World gossiped. Senju Tsunade threw the book in his hand aside irritably. Not caring about the shouts of the owner behind him, he strode out of the bookstore. She left Shizun in the hotel to go out on her own, and she didn't expect to see these things. What a mess, right like this, it's kinda take it out and sell it. Tsunade angrily threw his fist into the air, frightening the children next to him and immediately running away. Tsunade also found that he was overreacting, and strode over to the izakaya on the side and ordered a bottle of sake. Only now she lost her drinking nature, poured the wine with a small wine cup, and drank it one by one. Uzumaki Hideki, what about the 3 clans under your hand? All of them were eaten by you. What competition for a daughter? Read too many messy novels, right? As the daughter of everyone, Senju Tsunade held a scolding in her stomach, and the words that came out of her mouth were still very thin. He slammed the wine cup in his hand on the table, so frightened that the store manager thought that he was coming to smash the field. This is the closest town to MT Miura, and it was also a coincidence that Tsunade and Shizun drifted here. After finally saying that the store manager left, Tsunade sighed deeply and remembered what Orochimaru had said to her. Uzumaki Hideki is Konoha's strongest. The first and second generations personally buried Konoha's chance to become the strongest, but none of this has anything to do with me. I'm very interested in his self-created ninjutsu, hehe. I heard that it has exceeded the scope of ninjutsu, but unfortunately there are no relevant records left now, which is really curious. What is ninjutsu, which is more mysterious than the second generation? Orochimaru seemed to know what information Tsunade had about Uzumaki Hideki, and always thought of digging up news from her and spying on the secret techniques used by the ghosts. Even Zilla came to her all day long, and the days of that time were really not peaceful. Tsunade, who thought like this, showed a warm smile, but quickly disappeared and changed back to a fierce look. It's different now. Tsunade finally drank the wine from the bottle and walked towards the Miura mountain. After the First Shinobi World War, Hideki Uzumaki's heroic deeds were handed down, and the statements were exaggerated one by one. All kinds of wild histories are how cruel and how to write, and in the end, what cannibalism of human flesh and the like comes out. In short, a big villain. Maybe now I can calmly see how Uzumaki Hideki is actually alone, because of her grandparents' words. If it hadn't been for hearing his grandfather Senju admit it himself, Tsunade would never have believed that such a ghost would be friends with a benevolent grandfather. And what was handed over to her was not the secret scroll of the Uzumaki Hideki that the Great Snake Pill imagined, but the method of lifting the Phantom Dragon's sealing array, and the words that grandparents want to transmit. But even if it is sealed in the formation, it has already turned into white bones after such a long time, right? Senju Tsunade, who walked in front of Miura-san, was stunned. She didn't actually release the idea of Uzumaki Hideki, but she still came here unconsciously. Perhaps she is also very curious in her heart about what kind of person this ghost is, obviously with different ideas, but she has such a good relationship with her grandparents. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, then suddenly smashed a swift punch towards the mountain. As if that wasn't enough, Senju Tsunade looked at the mountain that had collapsed into a huge pit but was still tight, and moved his wrist. Anyway, the 9-dragon seal is not so easy to break. A punch that gathered all his strength and Miura-san came into close contact. Suddenly, the whole mountain shook, and then from the place where Tsunade fell his fist, the entire mountain began to collapse from bottom to top. The white translucent enchantment buried deep in the mountain is revealed. When Tsunade saw the scene inside, his whole person froze. On the large area of white bones and armor fragments, there was a man wearing Warring States period armor. Uzumaki Hideki. Senju Tsunade didn't doubt who this person was at all. The man looked as if he was just asleep. Tsunade gasped. No wonder grandfather and grandmother want to leave the technique of unsealing the seal. It's really not dead, Tsunade-sama. The silent shouts quickly approached, rushing with billowing dust. It also made Tsunade temporarily stop his chaotic thoughts. Tsunade-sama. Shizun held the guinea pig back and forth and looked at Tsunade and the exposed 9-dragon seal, and was relieved to see that the seal had not yet been unlocked. Ha ha ha, what's wrong, Shizun? Are you worried that I will unlock the seal of Uzumaki Hideki? Tsunade laughed and patted Shizun's shoulder. Shizun felt the strength on his shoulders, and habitually steadied his lower plate, and the smile on his face stiffened slightly. You really look like you want to unlock the seal, right? The mountains are all smashed open. But he said, no, how could it be? Tsunade-sama will definitely focus on the overall situation, the big picture. Now, without 4 generations, Sarutobi teacher Kanaha really needs a leader. Tsunade-sama, I didn't mean that. Shizun wants to cry. Shizun, you should know, Uzumaki Hideki is not a murderous devil like other village legends. Tsunade paused. Although it does kill many people, Shizun listened silently. She could already hear what Tsunade meant. After so many years of guarding this alone is arguably the biggest secret of the ninja world. As his horizons continue to broaden and his age continues to increase in the process of traveling, I am afraid that both pressure and curiosity have now reached a critical point. Shizun silently deletes the remarks about age in his mind. Counting up, this seal is almost 60 years old, right? Maybe it will be invalid soon. After a long speech, Tsunade didn't know whether to convince Shizun or himself. I believe that lifting the seal must be more beneficial than harmful. Perhaps by the time they get here, the end is already preordained. Tsunade approached the enchantment and quickly formed a large seal. 9-dragon seal unsealed. The enchantment wall of the 9-dragon seal suddenly rippled and dissipated in the air. Uzumaki moved his fingers and found himself in a very strange state. The body was heavier than ever, and it was difficult to lift a finger. But he could clearly feel the huge energy contained in his body. Tsunade and Shizun nervously stared at the movements of the people inside. I felt the air around me suddenly flow rapidly, rushing towards the person in the enchantment. I don't know how long it took to stop. Uzumaki Hideki finally lifted his eyelids, sat up and furrowed his eyebrows fiercely. The overdraft is too bad. Can it only be restored to this level for the time being? He is now a person who has been hungry for a long time, and can only eat little by little to slowly make up for the lost strength. Or, find a different way. Surrounded by the white bones of his subordinates and enemies who had fought together, a trace of anger flashed in Hideki Uzumaki's eyes. From the moment the lockdown was lifted, he had already decided on his future course. He wants to put the entire ninja world under his control in another way. I looked at Tsunade and Shizun, who were on guard not far away. It's already this time. It should be after the Third Ninja World War, but after his battle against the 5 great powers, it should be the 4th Ninja World War. I don't know if the 4th generation is still alive. However, it is imperative to replenish your physical strength. Is there anything to eat? Hideki Uzumaki looked at the 2 women and asked. Tsunade and Shizun suddenly looked at each other when they heard this. They had already made up 100 kinds of murderous reactions after the ninja realm ghosts and gods were unsealed, and they really didn't expect it to be so grounded. Tsunade was a person who had experienced several wars in the end, and reacted quickly. Please come with us, my lord. The whirlpool of the Uzumaki tree armor that stood up disintegrated into several pieces and fell to the ground. Hideki Uzumaki. Fortunately, the intimate clothing is numb. Tsunade led Hideki Uzumaki to the town where they were staying. The heart is full of entanglements, what to do after that? Just keep offering? Bring it back to Konoha? People don't necessarily want to. You said that this secret has been held in your heart for so many years, why didn't you control it at this time and let people out? Tsunade's eyes unconsciously glanced at Uzumaki Hideki. I saw that the great god used a mini whirlpool like wind to roll up the fish in the clear stream water in the high-speed movement, and then used the wind blade to scrape off the scales to make sashimi. Even his hand was sent directly into his mouth with the wind. Tsunade suddenly felt skeptical. Was she misunderstanding about ninjutsu? Is ninjutsu such a living thing? Imagine silent to confirm if you are wrong, and see that the other party also looks like a ghost. Tsunade rubbed his temples. If he had been curious about Uzumaki Hideki's big snake pill, he didn't know how he would feel when he saw the scene. However, her nervousness has also decreased a lot. Hideki Uzumaki follows Tsunade and Shizen to a yakiniku restaurant in town. Tsunade showed a good upbringing and did not disturb Uzumaki Hideki's eating. After Uzumaki Hideki was full of wine, he began a formal exchange with Tsunade. Satisfied. Who is Hokage now? Tsunade knew that this person was not as harmless as he appeared, and he acted very carefully. It's the 3 generations of ape flying sun's laughter. What about the 4th generation? Not surprisingly, I learned that 4 generations had died. Hideki Uzumaki asked some more questions about the 3 clans under him. The Kagaya clan and the Haji clan went into seclusion, and Tsunade did not know the specific situation. And the Uzumaki clan, after the end of one station, the whole clan moved to the Vortex village established by the Vortex country itself, and then disappeared. Tsunade replied apprehensively, wondering if Uzumaki Hideki's skimming over the Senju family and the seal was intentional or unintentional. The table in front of Uzumaki Hideki was already covered with cracks. He made so many foreshadows, how the 4 shadows are extinguished, how the plot has not changed at all. Fall into the shade? That's a clever one. Uzumaki Hideki had a very scary conjecture. Hideki Uzumaki gritted his teeth and asked the last question, the First Ninja World War, how did it end in the end? Tsunade looked at Hideki Uzumaki suspiciously. Uzumaki Hideki said word by word, how did the 1,000 Hand Pillars deal with those countries that have lost their shadows? Tsunade was startled by Hideki Uzumaki's aura, and stumbled and said, Grandfather, he give the tailed beasts to the villages, and then help them revive, help? Mainly in economic terms, Uzumaki Hideki couldn't listen. What kind of brain between the 1,000 Hand Pillars, such a good opportunity to unify the ninja realm, actually licked his face to send resources to others? What does this make others think of Konoha? Isn't this where anyone can step on a foot and dig a piece of meat down? What to eat between the 1,000 hands? Let the pillars do this. If Uzumaki Hideki knew, this would have stopped the idea of Pillar wanting to lease out his rich land, and he didn't know what to be angry about. If you can get it back, there will be a ghost. But now, Konoha has nothing to do with him. It's not completely absent, you can mix it up and make it more down. I had been trying to find an opportunity to ask Hideki Uzumaki if she could go back to Konoha with her, only to be startled by the movement of the table, and then enveloped by Hideki Uzumaki's low air pressure, and then I heard it. Well, thanks for the hospitality. Tsunade saw Hideki Uzumaki get up and leave, and he shot up in excitement. Under Uzumaki Hideki, the poor table that did not fall apart suddenly turned into a pile of perishable garbage on the ground. For a while, the whole restaurant went quiet. Tsunade saw Hideki Uzumaki turn his head and look coldly, and cold sweat suddenly fell. What did she just do? Tsunade coughed dryly, his tone slowing to the slightest. What are adults going to do next? In the end, he still didn't say the words to ask Uzumaki Hideki to return to Konoha. The glance at Hideki Uzumaki just now made Tsunade understand that if she really said it, she would probably get herself killed. I didn't think about it. Uzumaki Hideki's expression suddenly changed, and he said with a smile, but you reminded me. But Tsunade was even more nervous. Hideki Uzumaki reached out and patted Tsunade's shoulder. We'll see you again. Say goodbye and turn away. After Uzumaki Hideki left, Tsunade and Shizen seemed to be drained of strength and slumped into their seats. I was so naive that I thought he would return to Konoha. Shizen smiled bitterly and said, according to the original Hokage-sama, that adult really cares about Konoha and has done a lot for Konoha, but after being sealed for so long, that adult's thoughts about Konoha have already changed. After all, it is also an adult sealed by Konoha himself. Just now, I clearly felt her killing intent on me, but for some reason I didn't make a move in the end. Tsunade exhaled a turbid breath, but that last sentence, how do I feel as if I am saying, the next time we meet, you will be dead. Shizen suddenly remembered something. Tsunade-sama, when that adult touched you just now, the restaurant was not a good place to talk, and the two quickly returned to the hotel. After closing the door, Tsunade directly ripped open his clothes, revealing his white shoulders. This is, Shizun leaned in to take a closer look. Tsunade's shoulder had a cyan mark the size of a thumb, which looked like an animal they had never seen before. I didn't feel anything when he left his mark. Tsunade furrowed his eyebrows. Tsunade-sama, do you know about this mark? Shizun asked worriedly. Tsunade shook his head. The ninjutsu sealing techniques used by Uzumaki Hideki were all self-created or transformed, and very few were handed down in later generations. Then what to do? Shizun really panicked this time, crying as if Tsunade was about to ascend to heaven in the next second. Tsunade patted her head slightly harder. Didn't he say he would meet again? Then at least until then, I'll be fine. Tsunade smiled comfortingly. Let's take advantage of this time to study this fresh sample. Yes. Seeing Shizun regain his energy, Tsunade turned around and smiled and sighed softly. What kind of monster did I unleash? It looks like it's time to go back to Konoha. The place where Mount Miura is located is the country of Yu, a not small country between the land of thunder and the land of fire. It is a bit far from the Vortex country where the Uzumaki clan is located, and you need to pass through the east side of the fire country. Although decades have passed, the topography and distribution of villages are still similar. Uzumaki Hideki found the border of the land of fire from memory, and the former residents of the Hakea clan and the Kagaya clan was not surprised to see that what was supposed to be a village had turned into an overgrown wilderness. Half of the old rubble that has been buried can be faintly seen. Have they all evacuated? Uzumaki Hideki turned around without mercy. There were no obvious traces of battle. He knew that the two clans should have evacuated safely. On the way to the country of whirlpools, you will pass through Konoha, and Uzumaki Hideki is a must-see. In fact, what Tsunade wanted to say he also knew. It was nothing more than to let him go back to develop the village where talents withered after the death of the fourth generation. But after gathering the 5 great powers among the Thousand Hands pillar to seal him, in what capacity did Tsunade want to plead with him to return to Konoha? It's a bit too arrogant. Just now, he restrained himself from continuing to ask how the Thousand Hand pillars handled after World War I, that is, he couldn't control himself and directly destroyed people. Tsunade's identity can be a useful pawn here. Being sealed like this, although it was only a moment for him, it also gave him a new idea of dominating the ninja world. It's good that Tsunade didn't say the request in the end, otherwise even for her sake, Hideki Uzumaki would directly give her a not very pleasant way to die. Uzumaki Hideki sneered. The spell mark was enough for her to eat a pot. Hideki Uzumaki felt that he would never understand the brain circuits of the Senju family in his life. Oh, except for the Senju is a little normal. But there is no way that he has to listen to the brain-dead brother, the so-called brother control. Hokage is famous for all kinds of brothers and brothers control. Think about what those people have done. It's a pain in the brain. Now, he was going to see how Konoha had developed after doing so much foreshadowing. In the end, it is a place that I built by myself, and I still don't die if I don't see it with my own eyes. Konoha Hidden Village. Hokage office. What you said is true. Ape Flying Sun's expression was very serious. He was released by my own hands. While Uzumaki Hideki was detouring, Tsunade and Shizun had already returned to Konoha as quickly as possible to report the situation to the 3 generations. Sarutobi took a deep breath of his pipe. I didn't expect that when you returned to the village for the first time in so many years, you brought back such news. Tsunade smiled bitterly. It's that I'm too impulsive. No, even if you do this, someone will definitely do it, as long as he is not dead. What does he mean? Mayo continued to ask. Not clear, but I don't think he's going to be on Konoha's side. Tsunade shook his head. No matter what, we have to prepare first, and I will send a few more patrols to patrol inside and outside the village during this time. The entire medical class is at your disposal, the instruments are the latest. For the time being, you can concentrate on studying that spell seal. Tsunade responded and rushed to the area of the medical class with a quiet wind, causing a burst of exclamation. After Tsunade left, Sarutobi placed his pipe on the table. So, it's time for a meeting of advisors. At this time, Uzumaki Hideki had already taken advantage of the wind and directly crossed the wall and entered Konoha Hidden Village from the rear. Settle firmly on a rooftop. Konoha. What a piece for too long. Uzumaki Hideki's big action was stunned that it was not discovered by the patrols passing by later. The villagers also only think that he is a ninja who returned from a mission. Although his movements are very fast, such defensive strength was fatal during the Warring States period. You can easily pinch it to death with one hand. Uzumaki Hideki squeezed a few words out from between his teeth. Suddenly, a familiar figure with blonde hair appeared in the field of vision. Uzumaki Hideki calmed his mood, collected his breath, and secretly followed. Little Naruto carried a small iron bucket filled with paint. So young, he should still be attending ninja school, Hideki Uzumaki thought. Already knew what Naruto wanted to do. At a speed that surprised Hideki Uzumaki, little Naruto quickly left traces of art on one of Konoha's streets. various memes, unrestrained lines, and altered store names. Uzumaki Hideki also saw a lot of red paint. Villagers who noticed something was wrong came out of their shops, looked at the remodeled shops, and scolded to find the culprit. Naruto finished his masterpiece, stood on a huge billboard, and shouted, "Naruto Uzumaki is here." Before the villagers could react, they quickly fled the scene, shouting, "I will definitely become a Hokage in the future." Hideki Uzumaki couldn't help but be handsome. What a cute and naughty child. I was about to follow when I heard the conversation of the villagers and stopped. What a joke. Dead boy, you give me back. Damn this guy again, can't stand it, make a mess here again. That guy doesn't have parents, we can't even file a complaint. Uzumaki Hideki's fingers twitched. What to do, who will compensate? Even if you want to complain, it's still, right? Ah, that thing, yes, son of Taboo. It's annoying. Why keep him? For a while, the villagers all looked in the direction where little Naruto left with malicious eyes. Boom, bang, squeak. What's going on? Ah, my shop. Oh my god. What's going on? In just an instant, some of the shops on this street were directly broken into two sections as if they had been cut by some sharp blade, and some turned into broken wood chips like they had been blown by a tornado. The whole street suddenly fell into chaos. Villagers who care about their shops do not notice that an alley on the corner is already a mess, and the floor and the concrete walls on the side are covered with the marks of sharp blades, which looks very hideous. Uzumaki Hideki was almost angry, and you can imagine what kind of life Naruto Uzumaki lived. The people of his Whirlpool clan are so easy to bully? Uzumaki Hideki almost killed the people on this street, but finally held back. It's too cheap for them to die just like that. The trauma of the heart is the most terrible, and it is incredible that Naruto can be so sunny all the time in the original world. Giving only physical harm is too childish. Everything Konoha does, it has to pay a heavy price. And condone things to develop into such 3 generations, regardless of whether he is for the sake of the village and does not do something bad himself, do not do it. Uzumaki Hideki will make him pay. Naruto's pace over there had gradually slowed down. I'm out. A boy about Naruto's age rushed out the door. Wait, you forgot this. His mother chased him out with a cloth bag. Oops, what's today's dish? The boy immediately ran back and asked excitedly, "Is there an omelet?" The child next to him, who should be his brother, hugged his mother and asked. "Yes, there are many," the mother said with a smile. Fantastic. 2 children laughed and ran away holding bentos. Be careful on the road. Mom smiled and looked at them. Yes. Naruto silently looked away. The originally clear blue eyes also darkened. Look at what? The shopkeeper in front of Naruto said in a bad tone. It turned out that after turning his face, little Naruto's gaze fell on the shelves of their house. The owner picked up Naruto's line of sight, and a mask placed on the shelf slammed it on little Naruto's head. Without sparing a hand, little Naruto was smashed and sat down on the ground. Give it to you, hurry up and disappear for me. Waving your hand as if to drive away something unclean. I'm not. Little Naruto was aggrieved and wanted to defend himself. But the owner made a gesture that he didn't want to communicate with him at all. As soon as Uzumaki Hideki rushed over, he saw such a scene, and he couldn't help it anymore. A wind escape swept Naruto and himself into another street. The owner of the mask shop just now only felt that a strong wind blew in front of him, and Naruto disappeared? What's going on? After only a moment of confusion, the owner walked into his shop without care. After a few steps, he suddenly felt a little pain in his forehead. It was exactly where the mask had just hit Naruto. Shhhhhhh. The pain slowly spread, and like 1,000 needles pricked in the head, it swept through the entire head, and it was still spreading to the limbs. Help! The owner clutched his head in pain and fell to the side of the shelf. After a while, there was no breath. Blood dripping from the skin all over the body stained the masks on the shelves. Oh, I didn't hold back. Uzumaki thought indifferently. After Naruto was swept away by Uzumaki Hideki, he first looked around in amazement at the completely changed surroundings. It's a familiar street. Then he looked warily at Hideki Uzumaki, who was adjusting his facial expression. Who are you? Who am I? Uzumaki Hideki paused to think for a moment. Do you have amnesia? Uzumaki Hideki looked amusefully at Naruto Uzumaki, who was watching him carefully. Are you worried about him? I feel a lot better all of a sudden. No, I'm just thinking about how to explain it to you. Naruto Uzumaki looked like he was listening. Should be counted as. Uzumaki Hideki furrowed his eyebrows in confusion. Your grandfather. Naruto blinked and looked closely at Hideki Uzumaki. Uzumaki Hideki let him look. After Naruto was quiet for a while, he jumped away at once, crossed his waist and shouted, "You lied." Uzumaki thought to himself that this reaction was not right. How did I lie? Grandpa is like 3 generations of grandfathers. You look like this, how could it be? Uzumaki Hideki was speechless for a while, comparing himself with Ape-Face Sun, and suddenly there was a bad cold. Cough, in terms of generation, I am a grandfather, but I am relatively young. Uzumaki Hideki saw that Naruto wanted to grasp the terrier and immediately changed the subject. Do you have any favorite restaurants? I will treat you. Naruto suddenly jumped 3 feet tall. I like Ichiraku ramen. Ah, sure enough. Hideki Uzumaki thought. But is it really good for 3 generations of children? How do you teach them to just walk away with strangers? Hideki Uzumaki realized that the path of cultivation of his juniors could be very tortuous. Led by Naruto, the two came to Ichiraku ramen. Hideki Uzumaki noticed Uncle Ichiraku's attitude towards Naruto. Very friendly and warm-hearted. Relax a little, see that the life from the junior is not completely shady. While eating noodles, Hideki asked about the school as if unintentionally. I don't know if it's because Hideki Uzumaki invited him to eat ramen. The most mentioned are Irika-sensei and Uchiha Suzuki, and Sakura is just a passing one. Uzumaki nodded in satisfaction. Do you want to visit our family's shinobi village? Our family. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes widened. By the way, I forgot to tell you. Uzumaki Hideki motioned for Naruto to come over. My name is Hideki Uzumaki, Vortex. Sure enough, it's Grandpa. Naruto smiled widely. You better call me brother. Hideki Uzumaki recalled the old face of the 3 generations in his impression, and twitched the corner of his mouth and said, just. Uzumaki Hideki converged his expression. His Whirlpool family, I'm afraid. But even if the foundation of the Vortex clan has been destroyed, there must still be people of the Whirlpool clan scattered everywhere. There are certainly more than a few people who are scattered to other places like Uzumaki Jushina and Uzumaki Incense. As long as he is there, the Uzumaki clan will once again stand at the peak of the ninja world. Coming back to his senses, he looked at Naruto with tears in his eyes and looked straight at himself. I don't know how long I've been staring. Uzumaki Hideki was taken aback. What's wrong? Naruto Uzumaki still stared at him stunned brother, although he also knew that he could not trust strangers. The intimacy that emerged in his bones was irresistible. I have a brother. Naruto suddenly jumped up with joy. Uzumaki rubbed his head, seeing how he wanted to get close but didn't dare, and gave Naruto a hard hug. Boss, 2 more bowls of tonkotsu ramen and 1 more char siu. Uncle Ichiraku on the other end of the table kept looking at them with a smile while wiping his plates. Howler, Naruto's house. Don't you really need to talk to the 3rd generation of grandfathers? Naruto went out of the village for the first time, excitedly packing his things. Hideki Uzumaki was left outside the door by Naruto, presumably because he didn't want his newly recognized relatives to see the miserable situation after the wind in his room. In fact, there is nothing to take away except some ninja tools and medicines. It's just that it's okay to go back to your hometown. Uzumaki Hideki glanced meaningfully at Konoha Street. A shadow doppelganger went to the village wall to investigate, disappeared on his own, and sent back information. The Konoha guard suddenly increased its defenses, and there were more patrols patrolling both inside and outside the village. Has Tsunade returned? It looks like 3 generations have already taken action. Hideki Uzumaki thought, then let his name start spreading from Konoha. With Naruto, who couldn't hide his excitement, Uzumaki Hideki walked brightly towards the gate of Konoha. Stop, what are you? The 2 Konoha ninjas guarding the door stopped in front of Hideki Uzumaki. Before Hideki Uzumaki could react, Naruto jumped out first. Mizuki-sensei. We just want to get out of the village. The ninja looked at Naruto Uzumaki and continued to face Hideki Uzumaki guardedly, trying to take away the 9 Tails Pillar Force. Say, which country did you send from? Uzumaki Hideki finally recognized it when he heard Naruto shout like this, and this turned out to be Mizuki, who would seduce Naruto to steal the Book of Seals in the future. Why don't you stay at the ninja school and run here to guard the door? Naruto suddenly quieted down when he saw Mizuki's eyes like looking at objects. Uzumaki sensed something was wrong with Naruto and rubbed his head to reassure him, signaling him to back away. You don't deserve to know my name yet. Mizuki was instantly enraged, and directly attacked Uzumaki Hideki, and his companions on the side told him that he could not hear it. No matter who you are, don't think about leaving here today. Uzumaki Hideki looked at him coldly, and casually released a few wind ninjutsu. Mizuki was still very careful at first, seeing that this seemingly powerful ninjutsu actually did not hurt. I greeted it with confidence. Aoba of the mountain city who was guarding the door together could see that this person was clearly hanging Mizuki to play. I don't know what the purpose is to deliberately use these ninjutsu with heavy thunder and rain. Quietly go to the duty room to send a signal to the 3 generations. Uzumaki Hideki noticed Yamashiro Aoba's movements and hooked the corner of his mouth. The close Konoha patrol noticed the movement on this side and quickly gathered. The fastest team. After arriving, they immediately united to attack Uzumaki Hideki together. The wind escapes the great tornado. The tornado released by Uzumaki Hideki seemed to have life, and it moved, engulfing the patrols that were dodging everywhere. And Uzumaki Hideki wrapped around the wind chakra's fist and deeply imprinted on Mizuki's abdomen, knocking him out. After the large tornado had swept up all the houses around Konoha's gate before dissipating, the patrol members were covered with tiny wounds, which should have been scratched by the debris of the house, and it didn't seem to be a big deal. Aoba Yamashiro calmly analyzed. Uzumaki Hideki sensed the pleasure of pushing the blocks and immediately hit the idea on a more remote house. Another big tornado passed. Earth escape earth flow wall. Several layers of earth walls appeared in front of the tornado, killing off the wind of the large tornado. It's finally here. Tsunade is also here. Sarutobi was not in the mood to investigate why Hideki Uzumaki, who was sealed in the first battle, seemed to know himself. I am the third generation Hokage ape Hibiki. Uzumaki Hideki, what are you doing in Konoha? The name of Hideki Uzumaki suddenly sounded in the minds of everyone around. Mizuki, who was back on his feet, and the patrol closed their mouths in shock when they heard the name Sanshiro uttered. This is the ninja world ghost god during World War I, Hideki Uzumaki? Several members of the patrol looked at each other, feeling that they were the aftermath of the disaster, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. It's hard for the third generation of Hokage to personally come to greet you, but it's a pity that I'm leaving now. But there is no intention to move under the feet. That's not Konoha's hospitality, it's better to stay and have a cup of tea. Uzumaki Hideki sneered, not planning to continue to rip off. If you want to keep me, then you can try. Wind escape dragon wing slash. The two crossed wind blades rushed towards the ape flying sun slash with great momentum. Konoha's side has been on guard, and as soon as Uzumaki Hideki made a move, it was layers of defensive ninjutsu in front of the three generations. The wind blade and the earthen wall connected and cut through without stopping. What kind of ninjutsu is this? How come I've never seen it before? How can this wind escape have such great power? No, I can't stop it. Run away with fire. Restraining the wind with fire and rushing the wind blade back. I don't know which ninja shouted. The three generations didn't have time to stop it, and the patrol used fire ninjutsu together to face the wind. Under everyone's shocked gaze, it was not the wind that fueled the fire, but the wind blade rolled up the flames and struck towards Konoha. Fortunately, the power of this wind blade was almost consumed, and after being involved in the flames, it had no more momentum, and was blocked by the three generations with the earth flow wall. The busy Konoha ninja finally solved the wind blade. Uzumaki Hideki. It's terrible, a single ninjutsu allowed the Konoha ninja to see the strength of the Konoha ghost god back then. Turn your head and look. In front of the gate, there is still the shadow of Uzumaki Hideki. The third generation glanced at Naruto Uzumaki, who didn't know what he was thinking, and sighed slightly relieved. Knowing that Uzumaki Hideki couldn't just go like that, let the Konoha ninja keep on guard. Naruto, come here. Naruto Uzumaki raised his head and looked at Grandpa Naruto, who occasionally came to give him living expenses and took him to the river at night to catch fish to eat. 3 generations of grandfathers, why did you catch your brother? Brother? The 3 generations frowned when they heard this. He's not your brother. Hideki Uzumaki is a traitor to Konoha during the Sengoku period. Naruto, don't be fooled by him. There was a sudden laughter in the air, and no joy or anger could be heard. Traitor? Is that how people see me now? The tense nerves of the Konoha ninjas were almost broken. There, a ninja shouted pointing to Konoha's high wall. Uzumaki Hideki didn't know when he reached the high ground. Although the current ninja is not as strong as before, he has less than 1/10 of his strength. Cutting their ninjutsu is the same as cutting tofu. But maybe what secret technique has been tossed out after so many years? Be careful. After staying in the seal for so many years, Uzumaki Hideki is really afraid that these brain wrecks will make some kind of moth. Adults, we won't be unfavorable to adults, why don't you sit down and talk? Tsunade finally spoke. There's nothing to talk about with you. Uzumaki Hideki took a breath of air. Wind escape double tornado. The 2 tornadoes, which had almost filled all of Uzumaki Hideki's current chakra, rushed to the village in an overwhelming manner. Don't let the tornado roll into the residential area. Send a signal to all the ninjas in the village. Ape Fei-Ri knew at a glance that this wind escape could not be solved easily. The ninjutsu of the ghost god is famous and cannot be judged by common sense. Just now, even if he was known as the ninjutsu professor, the 3 generations of Hokage, who were proficient in the ninjutsu of the 5 chakra attributes, could not see through the wind of Uzumaki Hideki why it was unreasonably powerful. Now it is only possible to rely on the tactics of the Sea of People. And Hideki Uzumaki himself stepped on the wind and came down in a small whirlwind and picked up Naruto. Sarutobi Hinata and Tsunade stopped in front of them again. Naruto, you have to think clearly, if you go with him now, you will be removed from Konoha. Naruto's eyes widened suddenly. Even Tsunade was surprised. Sensei, this. Uzumaki Hideki looked at Naruto who couldn't believe it. You are really amazing, forcing a child to make such a decision. Sarutobi looked at Uzumaki Hideki with a serious face. Konoha can't bear such a loss. Uzumaki Hideki sneered, you let the people of the entire village treat him like this. Why do you expect him to take out his heart and lungs on Konoha in the future? Why do you think that I will not kill you? Ape Fei's eyes flickered. Indeed, my life is already in your hands, but I believe that you have not moved. There should be some other intentions. Even allowing him to communicate with Naruto meant that Hideki Uzumaki might respect Naruto's decision. Although it is still Uzumaki Hideki who is most likely to take people away, as Hokage, he must not fail to act. No matter what Hideki Uzumaki wants to do, for the sake of the village, he must do everything he can to try to keep people behind. Sarutobi turned to Naruto and slowed his tone. Naruto, you are a good boy, the people in the village will understand you, come back with me, okay? Uzumaki Hideki also looked at Naruto at this time, and unexpectedly did not stop the persuasion of Sarutobi Hinata. He also wanted to know what Naruto thought, a little curious about his options. As a qualified parent, it is still necessary to pay attention to the physical and mental health of your child. Although the ending is destined for Naruto to be taken away by him, but it is also very important to pay attention to the psychological problems of your own descendants. Under everyone's gaze, Naruto Uzumaki reached out and gently grabbed the corner of Hideki Uzumaki's clothes. Ape Fei's face suddenly became ugly. The meaning of this action is already very clear. Naruto, you need to think clearly. Don't you want to be a Hokage? After being removed from the village, there is no chance. Little Naruto trembled. Uzumaki patted his back encouragingly. Little Naruto took a deep breath and looked directly into Sarutobi's eyes. Third-generation grandfather, I am very grateful to you and Irika-sensei for taking care of me and letting me know that I am not alone, but Naruto glanced at Hideki Uzumaki quietly, thinking that he was not noticed by anyone. Brother is alone, and I don't believe that my brother is the heinous bad guy you say. Naruto suddenly raised his voice and shouted breathlessly. The Nine Tails gave him an ostracized childhood while allowing him to keenly capture people's malice. Under the cold eyes of the villagers, his heart is actually much more mature than his peers, and he is not as fearless as he deliberately appears. Naruto could feel that Hideki Uzumaki didn't have a trace of negative feelings for him, more pure than everyone's feelings. Even above Irika-sensei, Naruto thought of Irika-sensei with some sadness. The three people around were stunned by Naruto's words, but it was not because he shouted out to believe in Uzumaki Hideki, but that, because Uzumaki Hideki was a person. Uzumaki Hideki looked at this with a complicated expression, and Naruto was a little apprehensive after saying this. The loud words behind were obviously to hide his panic. Why is this kid so painful? Are the villagers of Konoha blind to be so indifferent to this child? Uzumaki Hideki didn't want to care what happened to Konoha, so he rubbed Naruto into his arms fiercely and drove away with the little whirlwind technique. This time, neither Sarutobi nor Tsunade stopped it. Ape Fei slumped his shoulders, looking like an old dragon clock. Am I doing it wrong? Tsunade sighed. The teacher is only here to protect him from being targeted by ninjas from other countries. Ape Fei shook his head. No matter what, let's solve this mess first. However, when the ape flew to the edge of a tornado whose power was no longer so exaggerated, he saw several corpses with unrecognizable faces, covered in blood. Tsunade immediately went to check on the condition of several people, but these people were already dead and could not die anymore, and shook their heads helplessly under the gaze of Sarutobi Hinata. 3 generations were furious. What's going on? A ninja on the side said with a palpitation. I don't know what happened just now. When they were resisting the wind, the entire 2nd patrol team and Mizuki suddenly all died violently. The 2nd patrol team and Mizuki are the ones who have fought Hideki Uzumaki head-on. Ape Fei Chopper immediately understood what was going on, and said fiercely word by word, Uzumaki Hideki, the next meeting may be the moment of life and death. And here, Hideki Uzumaki took Naruto and went directly to the country of Whirlpool. Out of Konoha village, Naruto stayed a little dejected on the small whirlwind. Uzumaki Hideki rubbed his head, feeling that this movement became more and more smooth. People who are good to you will not forget you so easily, and we will come back when there is a chance. Naruto nodded reluctantly. Thinking of something, I suddenly lifted my spirits. Naruto recalled what he saw after his prank. Every time after the prank, he didn't actually go far, he would always hide on the side and watch the reaction of the villagers. Even if they wouldn't say anything nice, he wouldn't know what was going on with those forbidden sons. But this is also the only intersection between him and the villagers. But after this prank, it was different. Naruto didn't run too far as usual, and the villagers didn't chase after them as usual. Naruto listened to the complaints and slanderous words of the villagers for granted. Was interrupted. The wind blowing from nowhere destroyed the shops of the villagers, and Naruto quickly ran away. This is no small matter. If the villagers think he did it, they don't know how many layers of skin they will be peeled of. But Naruto thought about the gust of wind as if she was angry for him. Naruto shook his head. How could it be? Where would anyone do such a thing for him? Even Irika-sensei would only lecture him after his prank. When I see him alone, I invite him to eat ramen. Just like that, Naruto was also very satisfied. But when Uzumaki Hideki appeared in front of him, his mind changed. Is he really his own relative? That gust of wind, did he do it? It's him. Are you angry with yourself? During the confrontation with the third grandfather, Naruto heard Hideki Uzumaki's words to defend himself. Feel the intimate movement. Maybe this question doesn't need to be asked. So can he be a little more greedy? Naruto asked. Brother is people from the warring states period. Uzumaki Hideki sighed and nodded. It seems that people are now all old monsters. It's an old monster indeed, he. Naruto received a hand knife. The mind of a child is very active and does not drill into one thing for long. No, Naruto's attention didn't take long to be drawn to the wind vortex beneath his feet. It's amazing, I've never seen anyone stand on the wind. Hideki Uzumaki smiled. You've only seen a few ninjutsu. Think for a moment, this is actually similar to a bird flapping its wings to fly, as long as there is enough strength to do it. Can I too? Naruto jumped. Uzumaki Hideki's ninjutsu was created on the basis of the absolute control of the Tenrya body over its own power, and it belongs to his ninjutsu alone, and I am afraid that no one can achieve the same effect. But since Naruto can perfect the Kaze Spiral Shuriken, which has not been perfected for 4 generations, he may really be able to achieve an effect close to him. It is probably impossible to achieve the same level, as long as the things in his body do not stir up. Uzumaki nodded, and Naruto immediately cheered. Great, but to do that, it takes very hard training, Naruto replied repeatedly. Uzumaki pressed his palm against the gossip seal on Naruto's stomach. Then let's fix this guy in your stomach first. Uzumaki Hideki's powerful chakra instantly invaded Naruto's body, causing a violent reaction from the 9 tails. In the blink of an eye, Hideki Uzumaki had arrived in Naruto's spiritual world. Naruto's spirit world was darkly lit and was a huge walkway that was straight and spacious. It was as if Naruto's straightforward and frank heart. Uzumaki walked straight to the huge cage where the 9 tails were kept. Before he got closer, he heard the roar of the 9 tails. Impossible. How is that guy not dead yet? Although the 9 tails were sealed between the 1,000 hand pillars, Uzumaki Hideki did not lack strength in the process. Or rather, it was Hideki Uzumaki who broke the will of the 9 tails to make him finally sealed. The 9 tails had never seen anyone who resisted the tailed beast Jade with a hard body, and was only slightly injured. I haven't seen anyone who chakra recovers faster than him. The total amount and resilience of the 9 tails' own chakra, as well as the resilience of his body, are very strong. One man and one tailed beast have been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. The 9 tails hadn't even seen where the limits of Uzumaki Hideki were. The flesh and blood were constantly cut by the wind of the whirlpool and regrown, which was an unprecedented dilemma for him. Those 3 long days were his nightmare. Although there is no wind escape between the 1,000 hand pillars and the riding wilai of Uchiha spot, Uzumaki Hideki is a deep psychological shadow of the 9 tails. Ha! The 9 tails was fried by Hideki Uzumaki laughingly. What are you laughing at? Uzumaki Hideki ignored the 9 tails and approached the little Naruto with a confused look. This is your spiritual world, this is the tailed beast sealed in your body. In my body. Naruto looked at the giant fox with 9 tails. Suddenly understood why the people of Konoha treated themselves so much. Because of myself. It is what the 3rd generation of grandfathers said, the 9-tailed demon fox who persecuted the village. Hideki Uzumaki knew from the sight of Naruto's expression that this guy was beginning to question himself. Knocked on his head. You are not the 9 tails, you and he are symbiotes. Your mother is my clan Uzumaki Jishine, and the previous 9-tailed human pillar force. The human pillar force is the person who has the tailed beast sealed in his body like you. When she was about to give birth, someone moved and released the 9 tails to control him and attack the village. Your father, the 4th generation of Hokage Wei Fang Shuman in Konoha, died to seal the 9 tails, and your parents protected you at the last moment of their lives. What Hideki Uzumaki said was a bit informative, and Naruto was stunned to hear it. Uzumaki Hideki waited for him to digest and talk to the 9 tails. So quiet, is it reflecting on being controlled by the Sharingan twice? Once before the Uchiha family joined Konoha, the 9 tails were controlled by Uchiha and fought with Hideki Uzumaki between Senjuju, and as a result, the 2 fought on their own, and the 9 tails, who had regained consciousness, were thrown to Hideki Uzumaki to deal with. There was a big battle on both sides for 3 days and 3 nights. Even the 9 tails have always suspected that this Uzumaki Hideki has a brain problem, and he has to wait for the fight over there to finish before he keeps hanging himself. Another time, according to the plot, Obito controlled the 9 tails to attack Konoha when Naruto was born. The 9 tails was poked into the sore spot, and suddenly the dragon teeth grinned. What are you doing here? Uzumaki Hideki smiled. Come and borrow your power to use it. After saying that, without waiting for the 9 tails to react, his hand pressed into the cage. Without warning, the chakra in the body of the 9 tails turned into red bubbles and began to pour towards the Uzumaki Hideki continuously. The 9 tails wanted to take back the chakra that was madly away from him, but could not do anything. This uncontrolled feeling made him rush into the cage in a violent manner. Quiet, won't suck you dry. When the 9 tails heard this, they tried their best to restrain their anger and lay down. I originally wanted to put my butt against Uzumaki Hideki, but in the end, I lay my head out on my paws, obediently like a pet fox. Uzumaki Hideki only absorbed half of the chakra of the 9 tails now. Let his strength recover by 1%. Excess, after the heavenly dragon body fell into a saturated state again, it was temporarily stored in the body. Uzumaki Hideki thought, according to this progress, after absorbing the 9-tailed beasts, the strength can be fully restored. Hideki Uzumaki looked at the 9 tails, who dared to be angry and did not dare to speak. When I absorbed your power through the seal just now, I seem to see a little fame. The 9 tails shook his ears. Although your souls are entangled, they are not fused, and it is not impossible to separate. The 9 tails croaked his teeth, and his deep voice resounded in the seal. This is ninjutsu about the soul, like a ghoul that seals half of my strength, but it costs my life. Uzumaki Hideki glanced at him with disdain. Don't you know how much the strength of the current ninja has been cut, and it will cost your life to deal with you in the Wave Fang Shuman? The 9 tails said that he was speechless. Uzumaki continued, however, after coming out, you can only do things for me. The 9 tails said dangerously, are you trying to imprison me in disguise? Uzumaki Hideki narrowed his eyes, more dangerous than him, do you think you can escape my palm? No 9-tailed seconds. It is clear that this person's current strength is far less than that of the Warring States period. On the other hand, he just can't get up a little confrontational. Probably the psychological shadow. What is shown is only the last dignity of the tailed beast. But his dignity is such a thing, in the eyes of Uzumaki Hideki, it is simply a child's petty trouble. The 9 tails felt that since meeting this man, his tailed beast career had become a cup. It is not enough to be sealed, and it will be caught out to work. Uzumaki Hideki stopped looking at the 9 tails, who was thinking about life, and turned his head to see Naruto's eyes shining at him. Figured it out. Naruto nodded. It turns out that the 4th generation on Hokage Rock is my father. He is not a forbidden son of others. He just has a little more stuff in his body. Uzumaki coughed lightly to hide his smile. You haven't scribbled on your dad's face. Out of Naruto's spiritual world, Uzumaki Hideki continued to drive a small whirlwind towards the country of Uzumaki. While telling Naruto about his glorious achievements during the Sengoku period, he complained that the current ninja is too watery. Naruto listened enthusiastically, and suddenly became very interested in the history of the ninja world that he had disliked at school before. At the same time, there are some concerns. Can I become that strong? Originally, you inherited the physique of our Uzumaki clan, plus the power that the 9 tails brought you. Even if he left, he would still remain in your body. Your total amount of chakra and resilience, including the body's resilience, is probably one of the best in the past. Probably only Nito and Jushin, who are also human pillars, can compare. Of course, this is with the exclusion of Uzumaki Hideki. After all, his heavenly dragon body had devoured the existence of the immortal body bloodline. As Uzumaki Hideki and Naruto hurried, Konoha finally blocked those 2 terrifying wind tornadoes. Further losses were prevented. What a huge chakra this man is. Ghosts. It was terrible. It took so much strength to block one of his ninjutsu. No, this ninjutsu must have cost him all his chakra. Even if he consumes all the chakra, then his ability to control ninjutsu is too strong. Ninjutsu is the upper limit of ability according to the level. This is not a secret art but just a wind escape. Wind ninjutsu like this. SS class. It's terrible, and the 3rd generation received news from the patrol that in the area that was not hit by the tornado, a street was completely destroyed, and a villager was violently killed, and the death was miserable, similar to the patrol that died tragically just now. Apparently from the hand of Hideki Uzumaki. They actually let such a big hidden danger stay in the village for so long without discovering it. Looking at the Konoha ninja who was visibly shaken, he sighed deeply. Uzumaki Hideki definitely did not recover his peak strength, so it was already difficult to deal with. And the dark part with the mask behind him said, send a message to Danzo and let Jen be ready at any time. After a pause, Sarutobi continued, spread the news to the great powers. Uzumaki Hideki, back. No matter what the repercussions of the news coming from Konoha may be. Hideki Uzumaki and Naruto came to the village of Uzumaki and fell silent for a while. As he expected, all parts of Whirlpool Village had been dilapidated and abandoned for a long time, and it was obvious that they had experienced a big war. The Vortex Village disappeared, and the remaining Vortex people were also scattered everywhere. The elite of the Uzumaki clan was sealed with him, and Uzumaki died a tragic death at his hands. The remaining elders apparently failed to lead the Vortex clan to regain their strength. According to Tsunade's cryptic words, I am afraid that after the end of World War I, the Vortex clan has already been surrounded and suppressed by various major powers. Naruto was a little overwhelmed when he saw Uzumaki Hideki's gloomy expression. He couldn't empathize, but he wanted to comfort someone who should now have nothing. Brother, we're there anyway. In fact, Uzumaki Hideki has thought of many arrangements in a very short time. Uzumaki Hideki smiled, you are right, this place is where the Uzumaki family gets back on their feet. Reach out, a stream of air quickly rises into the air. It was the wind ninjutsu that he used during World War I and was used as a signal. The dragon resembled the dragon Grandin, and the scales were still as delicate as in the past. At this time, the dragon faded its killing chi and took to the air with the momentum of the world. In the air, there was a roar like a real dragon. The ghosts and gods who were invincible during the Warring States period are back. It was a creature that Naruto had never seen before. This is the dragon? Uzumaki nodded. It's my logo. Naruto looked excitedly at the dragon churning in the sky, so handsome. The dragon in the sky didn't last long before dissipating. The old site of Whirlpool Village welcomed unexpected guests. A quick-reaching, burly ninja sped through the forest to Hideki Uzumaki. My lord, excuse me, are you Hideki-sama Uzumaki? Uzumaki Hideki saw the orange hair standing on the other side and vaguely guessed his identity. Are you people from the Haji family? The man suddenly fell to one knee. Yes, my lord, you are finally back. I am the elder of the Haji clan, and the Haji clan welcomes the return of the adults. Uzumaki Hideki's eyes fluctuated slightly. What is the situation of the Yui clan now? The ninja knew that Hideki Uzumaki wanted to know what was going on after he was sealed, and he said it all. Back to my lord, the Haji clan moved after the First World War, but fortunately, although most of the elites followed the adults to the battlefield, there were not a few powerful ninjas in the clan, and they did not encounter too many difficulties. Fortunately, with the protection of Miyama Mountain, he has been recuperating until now. Uzumaki Hideki was a little surprised. They and Miyama Mountain are not related. How can Miyama Mountain help? The man continued, the situation of the Kagaya clan is roughly the same, all within the enchantment of Mount Myoku, but since the adult left, our two clans have rarely communicated, especially recently that they have completely lost contact. Saying that, the elder frowned. It is very likely that something has changed. Uzumaki Hideki is clear, within the enchantment of the Holy Land, it is naturally not a problem of external enemies, it should be something wrong within the Kagaya clan. Which forces were the Vortex clan exterminated? The ninja of the Haji clan showed a somewhat unspeakable expression. I'm very sorry, my lord, that this has happened to our two races. Uzumaki Hideki waved his hand. It's okay, after the Uzumaki clan split, you should have guessed such a result. That Whirlpool is indeed stupid, colluding with the pillars to think that he can be the boss, but as a result, he did not even plan the future of the clan. Hajiba continued, shortly after the death of the original Hokage, several great powers united to attack the Vortex country, although the second Hokage cooperated with our clan and the Kagaya clan to strangle all those who came to attack and save some of the Uzumaki clan. Wait, you said the second generation Hokage, Senjukuma? Hideki Uzumaki felt a little incredible. The ninja replied, yes, although the two clans also thought it was strange at the time, the second generation Hokage did help us a lot, but we got the news a little late and failed to rescue more people. What about the rescued people? The ninja of the Heiji clan glanced at Uzumaki Hideki carefully because the leading Uzumaki patriarch at the time refused to hand over people to our two clans, and under the secret control of the second generation Hokage, they scattered people to various countries. Uzumaki Yingsha knew it. This elder was afraid that he would wake up and settle accounts with them, hid in other countries, and took all the clansmen as cover. Did they just think that in this way they could write off what they did? His idea of dominating the ninja world would not change, but after being sealed, he also knew that it was not enough to get rid of the leader. At the same time, he also found a bottleneck in his own strength. He now has a new plan. Little Naruto listened to the clouds on the side, and only summed up the general meaning. Their family was defeated by many people united, and the second generation Hokage helped them. You go back to the clan and send someone to investigate the situation of the Kagaya clan. As for Uzumaki Hideki himself, he was very interested in this suddenly born Myoki mountain. Entering the Miyama mountain enchantment required a special seal, and Yuya naturally told them without concealment. It's just that no matter how much information they don't know, the toads of Myoku Mountain only allowed them to live within the enchantment, and the two clans had tried to explore but were completely unable to find the true location of Myoku Mountain. Hideki Uzumaki led Naruto through the enchantment and began a carpet search. The wind is blowing. A breeze centered on the whirlpool Hideki and swept outward. This is Uzumaki Hideki's self-created reconnaissance ninjutsu, and you can collect information within the corresponding range according to the amount of chakra used. Brother, what is Miyama Mountain? Is it so difficult to find? Naruto wondered. Miyama Mountain is a place of inheritance, and it is inhabited by very powerful toads, and if we go in, we are likely to get very powerful power. Naruto was immediately excited. During the Warring States period, Uzumaki Hideki did not think of going to the three holy places to see. Even they had already found the specific location of the wet bone forest, but after learning the fairy art of slugs between the 1,000 hand pillars and bringing back the news, the wet bone forest seemed to have evaporated from the world, and there was no trace of it again. It's really weird. Now it seems that this enchantment that is far beyond the current level of ninjutsu is at work. Uzumaki Hideki expanded his reconnaissance range as he moved, and finally felt an unusual vibration in the air. The little whirlwind quickly brought the two to the place, surrounded by dense trees, and there was nothing special. Uzumaki Hideki tried with ninjutsu again, but he couldn't even feel the vibration. What kind of weird enchantment is this? Uzumaki Hideki wondered, could it be that the ninjutsu of the era of the six immortals were so perverted? Hideki Uzumaki deeply felt that his study of ninjutsu was not enough, pressed his hand on Naruto's forehead and spoke to the nine tails inside him. Fox, do you know the specific information of the three holy places? The voice of the nine tails came, they were passed down before I was born, how could I know? Uzumaki Hideki was too lazy to correct his tone and also made a difficulty. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the space in front of them, and a toad with an adult's forearm height appeared out of thin air. Ah, there is! What a big toad! Naruto was startled and pointed at the toad and barked. The toad didn't know where to escape a paper fan and slapped Naruto on the head fiercely. Call Fukazaku immortal. Uzumaki Hideki raised his eyebrows. The Fukazaku immortal took the initiative to appear. Are we already allowed to enter Miyama Mountain? Fukazaku hugged his arms and stood on Naruto's head with a majestic look. Don't be happy too early. This is only the first level of trials. Without waiting for Uzumaki Hideki to continue asking, Fukazaku suddenly pulled out a scroll from under his cloak and spread it out. I need a little blood from you. Uzumaki Hideki and Naruto cooperated and dripped blood onto that scroll. After a few seals, the scenery in front of them changed. A Big Mac was pressing over his head. Outside, Hajiba returned to the clan and brought back the news about Uzumaki Hideki, and the clan was excited. A middle-aged man frowned and asked, Elder, yeah, those clansmen who broke away. I haven't told the adults yet, but as far as they are concerned, it won't have any effect on us. The middle-aged man nodded and sent a small team to check on the Kagaya station. While organizing the clansmen to prepare for migration, their days of escape have finally come to an end. At this time, the news of Uzumaki Hideki's breaking of the seal spread rapidly from the Fire Nation under the condition of deliberately fueling the wave. A village in the land of fire. How is that possible? It's been decades. It should have turned to ashes a long time ago. But no, I heard that someone went to Miura Mountain to see it, and the mountain collapsed somehow, revealing a white bone. I said, how could anyone live so long? Someone must have seen the grave and was scared to spread rumors. Also, it's not clear whether Uzumaki Hideki is in Miura Mountain. Didn't Lao Wang still say that it was in Hainachuan before? Not far from them, a man with golden eyes took in their conversation. The news will not come out of nowhere, you go to Miura Mountain to check it out. The white-haired boy on the side got Ling, his eyes flashed a ray of light, and quickly left. Suchinoku Iwahide village. Uzumaki Hideki unsealed? Where did you hear the rumors? I heard that it was from the merchants of the land of fire. Think too much. If the ghost god is really alive, he will definitely kill all sides as soon as he comes out, then it will be our turn to talk here. It seems to make sense. Anyway, it's not our turn to worry, no one can break the defense of our village. Villages in the land of the wind. I heard that Uzumaki Hideki has been resurrected. The person who spoke was slapped on the shoulder by his companion next to him. Who is resurrected? What does it matter to you? Hurry up and mend the windbreak, otherwise let's eat sand together. Oh, Cloud Hidden Village in the land of thunder. The fourth generation of Thunder's shadow pulled out the letterhead on the eagle's foot. After glancing at the text on it, he slapped his own table smashed hard. Good to go. The land of thunder can finally be shamed. Nozomi, who handed in the report later, was taken aback. Lord Lei Ying, what happened? You came just in time. Lei Ying threw the letterhead in his hand to him. Nozomi looked very serious after reading it. This is the news from Konoha Hidden Village, it can't be wrong. That person is really alive. Lei Ying spoke, let Samui Squad and Yujido come. Lord Thunder's shadow. Needless to say, go quickly. The major powers reacted differently. Hideki Uzumaki has always been a talking point after tea in the eyes of the common people, and a huge threat in the eyes of the ninjas in the various ninja villages. Without having time to think about it, Hideki Uzumaki carried Naruto's collar and jumped directly onto the giant Mac. Surrounded by huge brightly colored and weird plants, he really couldn't get off his feet. Where is the brat who dares to stand on the head of my toad Wenta? Uzumaki Hideki looked at the behemoth at his feet. With a pipe in his mouth, he looks like a gangster boss, but it's not Toad Wenta. We were brought in by the Fukazaku immortals. Hideki Uzumaki replied. Came to practice immortal arts? Toad Wenta's eyes glanced upwards. Uzumaki Hideki seems to have come to your boss to ask questions, but before you can figure out their enchantment and power system, it is not necessary to stay for a while. If you can learn immortal arts, it will be a bonus. Exactly, please advise me in the next time. Toad Wentei squinted his eyes, good to say, now I will tell you that the toad's head cannot be stepped on. Toad Buntai shook his head too hard, and Uzumaki Hideki didn't stay much, and he threw a small whirlwind with Naruto and jumped away. Closing the distance, Naruto was so shocked to see such a big toad that his jaw almost dropped. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Toad Wentei has never seen a wind escape without a physical body that can hold people up. Uzumaki Hideki smiled, this is my self-created wind ninjutsu. Interesting, said Toad Bunta, suddenly drawing the short knife at his waist and attacking them. That is a short knife for Toad Wenta, and for people, it is a five-finger mountain. Uzumaki Hideki controlled the small whirlwind to take Naruto into the distance, and it could be seen that Toad Bunta didn't use much force. He didn't even wrap the wind escape chakra armor, and slammed the Toad Wenta's knife with his body. Toad Bunta, what's going on with this kid? How can a human body be so strong? Hideki Uzumaki, this feels, the body of the heavenly dragon has been strengthened? Uzumaki Hideki clearly felt that he should be in a weak period, but the strength of his body was stronger than ever. He even felt that the skin on his body was real dragon scales. Now he won't suffer any harm even if he hard connects 10-tailed beast Jade. Could it be because in the seal, the cells of the body have allowed the heavenly dragon bloodline to evolve and further develop the power of the heavenly dragon bloodline under the condition of extreme lack of nutrients? Uzumaki Hideki's eyes flickered, and he gave up the idea of using the wind to fight, and only relied on the strength of his flesh to fight with Toad Buntai. Toad Buntai originally didn't care about receiving a few punches and kicks from Uzumaki Hideki, and after the opponent's movements were more fluid, he had to block it with a knife. It's like being violently hit by some behemoth. Although his skin is soft, he will also hurt, okay. Naruto was stunned to see his eldest brother and a huge toad fighting hand-to-hand, and he didn't even fall behind. Looking down at his small body, he felt that he still had a lot of room for development. Wait, what are the two over there doing? Don't stop yet. Toad Fumita heard the female voice that suddenly appeared, and with his own pliable frog palm, he caught Uzumaki Hideki's fist to remove his strength, and stood upright. Hideki Uzumaki also cooperated and did not continue to attack. Then he saw the same paper fan as Fukazaku banging Bunta's head. Uzumaki Hideki instantly understood that this toad, which was similar to Fukazaku, should be his wife Shima. He is also the parent of the Miyama Mountain Toad Trio, Toad Wentai Toad Jian Toad Hiroshi. Uzumaki Hideki couldn't help but compare the height difference between Bunta and Sesame. How was this son born? I suddenly remembered that toads are oviparous, probably Toad Wentai was also a little guy before. Sesame jumped off Bunta's head and came to Uzumaki Hideki. You, the one who touched the enchantment of Miyama Mountain just now? Uzumaki Hideki thought that it should be the unusual air fluctuations before, and nodded. Follow me, the big toad immortal wants to see you. The boss of Miyama Mountain took the initiative to find himself, and Uzumaki Yingsha naturally would not miss this opportunity, waved his hand, and beckoned the little whirlwind over. Naruto couldn't wait to jump off the ground, and when his feet stepped on these brightly colored turf, his feet felt quite novel. It's like stepping on a flexible leather band, as if it has been held up a little. But Naruto's attention was completely out of here, and he grabbed Uzumaki Hideki's arm and flipped it over and over to take a closer look. Brother, just now you caught the big toad's knife with your arm. Yes, right. My eyes almost glowed, and I wrote so much that I wanted to learn these big words. Cough, when you cultivate to a certain extent in the future, you should be able to do this. The physical strength of normal people should not reach this level, but it is not ruled out that some external forces can be borrowed to achieve similar effects. Uzumaki Hideki did not intend to discourage the young man's cultivation enthusiasm. I will definitely practice well. Naruto is full of yearning for future cultivation, and he followed his eldest brother out to such a magical place and such a big toad, and he can also learn powerful ninjutsu. The friends of the ninja school know that they can't be envious to death. Shima jumped on the head of a toad called Toadken. Toad Wentai stuffed a pipe in his mouth and said, "Boy, let's continue to talk when we have the opportunity in the future." Uzumaki Hideki smiled, "Yes, but the boy or something. Maybe I'm older than you." In the confusion of Toad Bunta, Shima beckoned Hideki Uzumaki and Naruto to come to Toad's head together, and Toadken led them to the residence of the Great Toad Immortal. The Great Toad Immortal has allowed the two of you to live here temporarily, so I'll talk about the precautions first. Sesame faces Uzumaki Hideki as they stand. Most of the plants in Miyama Mountain are non-toxic, but it is not ruled out that a small amount is still dangerous. If you are recruited, find a nearby toad for help as soon as possible. And the big mountain to the west is better not to go, Naruto asked curiously, why can't you go? Shima smiled and said, you can see it when you look at it. Uzumaki Hideki was also a little curious and took Naruto to the air in a small whirlwind. Look to the west where there is a big mountain. Shima was able to observe Uzumaki Hideki's ninjutsu up close, but he couldn't see what the principle was. Suddenly in his heart, he marked Uzumaki Hideki with a dangerous mark. For thoughtful races, the unknown is often classified as dangerous. Why is the shape of this mountain so strange? Naruto looked at the dark gray mountain in the distance and fell into doubt. And Uzumaki Hideki noticed that something was wrong at a glance, continued to rise, and couldn't help but exclaim, it's a big toad. The thing that originally looked like a mountain was just the head of a giant toad, and the toad was in an extremely deep rift, only the head was exposed to the ground, and the body hidden in the rift did not know how big it was. Naruto's eyes widened, and he finally saw the outline of the toad. Wow, this is really toad? Such a big toad was completely beyond his awareness. This place is truly amazing. After they came down, Shima said, "That's the Iwasu big toad, Iwasu immortal, the biggest toad in our Myoko mountain. He usually sleeps most of the time. You have to be careful not to be accidentally eaten by him." Along the way, they saw a lot of toads. Hideki Uzumaki had a hunch that life here would be very interesting. Otain Village. Lord Orochimaru, there are indeed traces of the existence of the seal on the side of Mount Miura. The inside of the mountain should have been hollow, but now it has been destroyed, and there are a large number of bones inside. Orochimaru smiled dangerously. Tsunade finally can't help it? It is not easy for her temper to endure until now. Orochimaru threw a note to Junmaru. Look at this. Above is the news from the undercover pocket of Yin Yin Village. After Junmaru quickly scanned it, he knelt down on one knee, but by the orders of Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru handed him a scroll. The person is definitely no longer in Konoha. You have some relationship with him. Just go to the country of Vortex and wait. He is likely to go there. As soon as he sees the person, he will immediately send a signal. Yes, Konoha Village, Ninja School. You said Naruto Uzumaki left Konoha? That crane tail, it's best to go. Suzuki-kun. This is a bento I made, please accept it. Uchiha Suzuki coldly ignored the hospitality of the girl next to him. I remember in my heart what I saw that day. The one who did not waver in the face of a group of ninja sieges. A single ninjutsu could make Konoha ninjas anxious. Damn, why wasn't he who was taken away? He needs to gain more power to kill the man. Naruto Uzumaki, Hideki Uzumaki. That crane tail actually has such a background. And Naruto Uzumaki, who has a strong background, is currently staring at a group of tadpoles and small milk frogs in the nursery of Myoki Mountain. The deepest part of Myoko Mountain are several core areas protected by toads. These include the nursery where Naruto stayed temporarily, and the temple where Hideki Uzumaki is now located, where the Great Toad Immortal lives. Big Toad Immortal, is it really okay? Shima looked at the Big Toad Immortal with some worry. They didn't know about Uzumaki Hideki. Would something happen if he let him be with the Big Toad Immortal so rashly? The Big Toad Immortal said slowly, "It's okay, let's go out." Uzumaki Hideki watched Shima step by step and walk out of the temple gate, a little stoic. Your people love you. The Big Toad Immortal opened his cloudy frog eyes and looked at Uzumaki Yingshu. Your people are also very loyal to you. Uzumaki Hideki's expression instantly turned cold. Are you mocking me? During World War I, the Uzumaki clan was divided and turned against each other. The Big Toad Immortal closed his eyes again. Not really. Your clan has never regretted following you from beginning to end, and even many people are still staying here in isolation and waiting for you when they know that you can't come back. Isn't this still loyal? Uzumaki Hideki narrowed his eyes. Understand that Toad Pill counts both the Haji clan and the Kagaya clan as his own people. Indeed, he was surprised to know that the Hakea clan and the Kagaya clan were still waiting for him. After all, after such a long time, normal people must have become white bones long ago. But they firmly believe that Uzumaki Hideki will return. Uzumaki Hideki also captured a message. You mean, both races are divided? The Big Toad Fairy was silent. Seeing that the other party was not going to answer, Uzumaki Hideki continued, since you know so much, then you must also know my goal. You don't care? The Big Toad Immortal smiled. Our clan does prefer peace, but it is also independent of the ninja world. Uzumaki raised his eyebrows, and heard Toad Pill continue. I can feel that you are not a murderous person, and the reaction of your clan has said a lot. Toad Pill, you don't have to talk so much. What is your purpose? The Big Toad Immortal also did not care that Uzumaki Hideki called him by his name, and said, Miyama Mountain can provide you with support, and at the same time, I hope that you will help us restore the immortal arts and charms of the ancient period. Uzumaki Hideki's eyes lit up. How powerful was something from the ancient times that even the current Miyama Mountain could not restore? If he really recovers, won't he be able to use it at will? That sounds like something to my advantage. The Big Toad Immortal smiled and said, so I think you should agree. Hideki Uzumaki thought for a moment and asked tentatively, in your dreams, how am I? The Big Toad Immortal looked calm, and it was not surprising that Uzumaki Hideki knew his abilities without touching himself at all. Uzumaki Hideki was clear. It seemed that this Toad Pill knew more about himself than he thought. That's why I asked him for help in such a way that was only beneficial to him. And letting himself stay in Miyama Mountain is not because he touched the enchantment of Miyama Mountain. I am afraid that in the prophecy, I see that he can help them restore ancient spells and immortal arts. Also, otherwise he would have been released into the wet bone forest according to his carpet search in the past. I won't stay here all the time. I need a way to get in and out of Myoko Mountain at will. Write your name on the psychic scroll of Myoko Mountain, and the toads can summon you directly back at any time with reverse psychic magic. Or you use this seal. The Big Toad Immortal slowly compared a complex series of handprints. You can come in when you come to the edge of the enchantment. Deal. At the same time, a ship from the Land of Thunder was rapidly approaching the Land of Whirlpools. Lord Thunder's shadow, you can already see the country of vortexes. Good, full speed ahead. The pale blonde-haired Nozomi said with some concern, Lord Thunder Shadow, after all, this is the territory of the Vortex country, will it be inappropriate for us to rush in? Since the destruction of Vortex Village, the country of Whirlpool has become a place where no one dares to approach. Nozomi, you think too much. Lei Ying hugged his chest and said without care. Hideki Uzumaki is a legendary ninja after all. Instead of worrying about that, it's almost docked, and the investigation work will be handed over to you. Yes, Nozomi took a deep breath and made a seal, holding the last seal gesture, sensing the situation in the village of Whirlpool close to the sea. No one? Nozomi expanded his perception. Over there are ninjas approaching the village of Whirlpool in the woods to the southwest. How is the strength? Lei Ying moved his wrist. 2 upper shinobi, 1 elite upper shinobi. Lei Ying furrowed his eyebrows. Uzumaki Hideki is not there? Then lure him out with these juniors. Doc. Yes. Deep in the forest southwest of the country of Whirlpools, the deepest part of the Myoki Mountain enchantment, Hideki Uzumaki and Naruto Uzumaki signed their daimyo on the psychic scroll of Mount Myoki one after another. Hideki Uzumaki couldn't bear to look directly at the bohemian signature of the previous person. Uzumaki Hideki pointed to the signature between his name and Jiraiya and said to Naruto, "This is your father's name." Naruto Uzumaki, River. Right. Then, Uzumaki Hideki, it's the way Feng Shui Gate. However, this word is indeed difficult to distinguish. If you don't know what this person's name is, you can't really see it from the signature alone. Fukazaku withdrew the psychic scroll and looked at Uzumaki Hideki. Although this kid has a huge chakra, it is still a little early to cultivate immortal arts. At least he must have a very strong control over chakra first. Uzumaki Hideki nodded. I also think so. His talent is good, but he can't pull out seedlings to help grow. After a pause, but I still have some things to deal with outside. Can I ask you to take care of him for a few days first? Fukazaku and Shima looked at each other. This is no problem. We have a lot of experience in parenting. Naruto Uzumaki suddenly exploded. I'm not a child anymore. Shima looked kind. Only children say that. Uzumaki Hideki opened his mouth to interrupt Naruto, who was still about to say something. I'll be back soon, and then take him out to do general chakra cultivation first. Fukazaku nodded. The most basic chakra use method. We can also guide some. You are the distinguished guests of Miyama Mountain ordered down by the Great Toad Immortal. We will definitely not snub. Then please. At this time, Uzumaki Hideki, who was thinking about things outside, forgot that the recipe of toads is different from that of humans. Whirlpool Village. The elite of Union Village and 3 ninjas from the Haji clan who came to scout were confronting. Where is Hideki Uzumaki? Lei Ying stomped his foot violently, and the ground suddenly cracked. The leading elite Shangnan said, "What are you? Why should we tell you?" Find death. Lei Ying's body flashed with electric light, and he wanted to step forward. Lord Thunder Shadow, it's still up to us here. Samui, who had blonde hair and a fiery figure, tried to stop Thunder Shadow from going into battle himself. Have you found fault with your head? Can you retreat? Lei Ying instantly entered the Lei Dun chakra mode, covered with the armor of Lei Dun all over his body, and rushed towards the elite of the Yui clan who had just opened his mouth without stopping. The elite of the Yui clan reacted dissatisfied, and also instantly unlocked the secret seal and entered the spell seal mode. He was blasted back a few steps by Lei Ying's punch before he could stop. Oh? It's quite forbidden. Although AI Gang did not use his full strength, his strength and speed under the blessing of the Thunder Dun armor should not be underestimated. Lei Ying narrowed his eyes. You are from the Yui clan. That elite Shang couldn't help but answer, and when he saw Lei Ying's iconic Lei Dun chakra armor, he said, I wonder why Lei Ying came to this desolate ruin. Knowingly asked. Lei Yingge knew that this person would not say if he was killed, that it would really be killed. Heavy torrent. The Lei Dun chakra on Lei Ying's arm burst out, and a movement of his feet instantly appeared in front of the elite Shangnan of the Yui clan. The elbow with the extremely destructive thunder chakra slammed into the shield armor that grew after the spell was sealed. The elite Shangnan of that feathered clan was directly hit by this elbow and flew out, almost unable to maintain the spell immortal mode. The other 2 ninjas of the Haji clan immediately wanted to step forward to help, but were blocked by the 2 Yuji and Samui squads. Nozomi shouted at this time, Lord Thunder Cage, there is a ninja approaching quickly in the southwest direction. Kagaya-kun Mario, who originally just wanted to wait and see, walked out directly after being discovered. Where did this hairy child come from? My name is Kagaya-kun Mari. After Junmuro introduced himself politely, he jumped onto the roof of a fairly complete house and watched them quietly. People from the Kagaya clan. Lei Ying didn't give that elite Shangnan a chance to continue to ask, and punched him heavier, directly knocking him out of spell mode. Kagaya-kun Mari looked at the battlefield on both sides and felt the need to report the situation here. He took out the scroll of the large snake pill from his arms. A seal was formed, and a ninja snake used to transmit messages was channeled from the scroll, and a message was transmitted to Orochimaru. Lei Ying chased after the victory, and instantly arrived in front of the elite ninja, who lost the ninja of the Haji clan who had lost the spell pattern strengthening. If he took this punch, he would definitely die on the spot. But at the moment before Thunder Shadow's fist hit the ninja, a cyan halo suddenly rose from the ninja's body, and his speed suddenly increased, and he actually dodged Thunder Shadow's inevitable punch. At the same time, the same changes occurred along with the two already scarred upper shinobi who fought with the elite of Union Village. The three quickly stepped back, broke away from the battlefield, and knelt down on one knee behind the ninja standing outside the village of Whirlpool. His expression could not hide his excitement. The psychic snake's eyes imprinted the figure of this person, and it disappeared into a white smoke with a bang. Are you the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow? Uzumaki Hideki looked at the already dilapidated Whirlpool village, and in their fight, a good piece of land was gone. Asked dangerously. The thunder and lightning on AI's body crackled. You are Uzumaki Hideki. Uzumaki Hideki snorted coldly and swung out a wind blade. Now I'm asking you questions. With the blessing of the armor of thunder, AI dodged the huge wind blade extremely quickly. Shot towards the whirlpool. Lord, the ninja of the Haji clan behind him suddenly got up and wanted to take Lei Ying's move. It doesn't hurt. Uzumaki Hideki stretched out his hand to restrain AI's iron fist. The speed is good, but compared to the original Thunder Shadow, your total number of chakras is too much worse. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow increased chakras release, splashed electric flowers on his fist, and said, "It's not your era anymore, old guy, hurry up and go into the soil for peace." Uzumaki Hideki sensed that the chakra of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow had a tendency to erode his body, but he was unable to break through the defenses of his heavenly dragon body. It's a little clever, but it doesn't work at all. With the wind chakra in his hand, he swept towards the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows. The fourth generation of Lei Ying did not perceive well, and also released chakra instantly, and then bounced it off himself. Feng Dun and Thunder Dun chakra lost their follow-up support, and after colliding together, they dissipated together in the air. The wind is blowing. Uzumaki Hideki stomped his foot lightly, and the slight airflow under his feet suddenly turned into a sharp blade and flew around. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadows dodged again. With his outstanding speed, he grappled with Uzumaki Hideki. Uzumaki Hideki, however, turned his attention to Junmaro on the roof. Without waiting for him to speak, Junmaro had already jumped off the roof and knelt on one knee. Kagaya Junmaro, I have seen an adult. Uzumaki Hideki unleashed a large wind towards Thunder Shadow. You represent the Kagaya clan, or the Great Snake Pill, one of Konoha's three shinobi. Junmaru's hand supporting the ground trembled. It's Lord Orochimaru. It seems that a line of Kagaya people has been exiled, and I don't know what kind of explanation I will get later. Those four generations of Thunder Shadows attacked again. The attack power was insufficient, the speed was quite fast, it was really annoying. Uzumaki Hideki couldn't help him when he saw a large wind escape, so he simply used psychic techniques and summoned Toadbuntai. He always felt like he was bullying children. Although his own strength has also weakened a lot. Oh, my turn to play so soon? After Toadbuntai came out, he took a good look at Uzumaki Yingshu. I can't see that you have actually lived for so long. Uzumaki Hideki suspected that he had probably specifically asked the Big Toad Immortal, and learned that he was in the era he was in, and he couldn't help but be a little handsome. Let you come out and breathe the air, and this will be left to you. The fourth generation of Lei Ying saw that Uzumaki Hideki did not put himself in his eyes at all, and was angry, while channeling a huge turtle to meet Toadbuntai. He himself attacked again with great momentum. Hey, originally I didn't think you were a direct perpetrator, so I was too lazy to think about you. Since you are in such a hurry to send to death, I will fulfill you. Before the words fell, Uzumaki Hideki's body was wrapped with the wind escape chakra armor, and he met the fist of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow head-on. AI knew that he had no advantage in fighting hard in strength, and instantly went to Uzumaki Hideki's back to punch again. As if there were eyes behind the whirlpool Yingshu, the chakra armor suddenly rose in momentum, separating a large area of wind blades and directly scraping the four generations of Thunder Shadows all over the body. The ninjas of the Land of Thunder immediately rushed over together to protect the Thunder Shadow, and the two Yuji had already turned into half-adult tailed beasts, and they croaked their teeth at Uzumaki Hideki on all fours. Whoever sends it to the door, don't give it for nothing. The two Yamujin opened their mouths, and a tailed beast jade gradually condensed in front of her mouth. Uzumaki Hideki deliberately tested the strength of his heavenly dragon body, removed all defenses and did not dodge. In front of everyone's eyes, the tailed beast jade, which was powerful enough to easily destroy several mountains or an entire ninja village, directly hit Uzumaki Hideki's chest. Uzumaki Hideki almost flew backwards with that powerful impact, quickly grabbed the ground with his feet, stabilized his figure, and was pushed out tens of meters away by the impact of the tailed beast jade. The clothes on the upper body turned into powder, but there was no injury on the body. The power of the real tailed beast jade is still a lot worse. The eyes of the onlookers on the side were straight. Junmaru's eyes sparkled. Is this the power of Lord Uzumaki Hideki? 8 Sai sister, I seem to be blinded. I saw a person hard catch the tailed beast jade of the two sisters, Samui. I saw it too. Let's just say that this trip should not come. How can such a monster fight, Karui? Is this still human? 4th generation Thunder Shadow, damn, didn't you put me in your eyes at all before? She saw the 4th generation of Lei Ying Qingjian burst out, and was about to rush forward again, and suddenly shouted, Samui, prepare to retreat. Taking advantage of the time when the vortex Yingshu was pushed away by the tailed beast jade, he directly ran to the ship with the 4th generation of Thunder Shadows. The 4th generation of Lei Ying struggled a few times and finally cleared up a little, shouting, Yujito, come back. Uzumaki Hideki saw their movements. If you want to run, it's not so easy. A large number of wind chakra condensed on his hand, and he was suddenly blocked by the two Yuji people. If you want to break for your companions, I'm afraid you can't do it yet. Wind escape sky armor. The two Yujito also spit out a tailed beast jade at the same time, straight to meet the wind dunjutsu of Uzumaki Hideki. Originally, the energy of the tailed beast jade still prevailed, but as soon as the two concentrated forces came into contact, an exceptionally strong explosion was produced in the middle of the two, and for a while, the entire site of the vortex hidden village was involved and turned into a big pit. Uzumaki Hideki couldn't help but sigh in his heart that yin and yang were still powerful, and he didn't know if he could learn it in Nima Mountain. Then looked at the completely disappeared vortex village and twitched the corners of his mouth. Speeding through the smoke from the explosion, Uzumaki saw that the ship of the Land of Thunder had sailed far away. It seems that some ninjutsu was used to speed up the march. The two-tailed human pillar force is galloping across the sea, chasing the ships. Uzumaki Hideki jumped on top of the toad Fumita, who calmly stepped on the turtle shell and smoked a pipe. Let's go recycle Neo. Hold on. Toadwin was too orderly, and his feet exerted force, and his huge body jumped directly to the sea where the two Yuji people were. Stopped steadily on the sea. The falling wind brought up layers of waves and rolled up the two Yujito. The tailed beast turned Yuji turned over in the air and landed on the sea again, realizing that it would be difficult to be good today. Looking back at the ship of the Land of Thunder, this distance is still relatively dangerous. Fire rat jade. The two wooden men opened their mouths and spat out a large area of rat-like flames, scattered into a large number of fire tracking bombs, and rushed towards Toad Bunta and Uzumaki Hideki respectively. And she didn't look at the effect of her blow, and immediately turned around and condensed a tailed beast jade towards the ship of the Thunder Country. The beast jade rushed straight into the ocean at a certain distance from the ship, bringing out a deep trench. And the ships of the Land of Thunder instantly traveled far away with the strong wind generated by the tailed beast jade. Uzumaki Hideki deliberately let Thunder Shadow go, leaving it to the wooden man's actions. It's just that the two Yujito's control over the power of the tailed beast is beyond his expectations, and may become a very useful pawn. You helped them escape, but they didn't come back to meet you, Uzumaki said as if unintentionally. The bonds of our Union village are not something that you demon can understand. Now I have nothing to worry about. As soon as the words fell, the black and red-tailed beast chakra coat on the two wooden people suddenly turned into dark blue and black intertwined flames on the two tails. The body grew and changed to the tailed beastification mode of the complete body in a blink of an eye, turning into a behemoth that was not much different from the two-tailed body. Uzumaki Hideki touched his nose, and the image of this big devil was really deeply rooted in people's hearts. I thought that these two Yuji people were indeed too conceited. No wonder they would be killed by the undead duo in Union Village's own territory. Uzumaki Hideki shook his head, raised his eyebrows and spoke, Airway, are you sure you want to go against me? The behemoth suddenly shook, and the flames on its body fell a few wisps as if it had melted. Brigade again, the two Yujito shouted. Barely stabilized the completely tailed animalized form. Brigade again, what's going on? Yujito asked in his heart. That man, it's so terrible, woo-woo. Yujito was shocked to feel the fear from the bottom of his heart and refused to fight this man. Is Uzumaki Hideki really that strong? Yukito muttered. When he captured me in the past, he was not very old, but he was already very difficult. Obviously, there is no powerful attack, but it is very difficult, and it can't be killed, chasing me for days and nights, and exhausting my chakra abruptly. It's so hard. Yulu recalled the maddening past, frantically scratching the wall in the spiritual world of the two Yuji, one by one. It also opened the nightmare of being captive by humans, although because of his gentle nature, he got along well with several people, but in the end, there was no freedom. And the source of all this is Uzumaki Hideki. The two Yujito gasped, his chakra is actually comparable to the tailed beast. Not really, he seems to have some special way to quickly restore chakra, really, more troublesome than the 9 llamas. Uzumaki Hideki was already sitting coiled on top of Toad Bunta's head, and from the information coming from the air, he could tell that a man and a beast on the opposite side were engaged in a battle between heaven and man. The two-tailed chakra was restless, and Uzumaki Hideki seemed to see through the shell of the two completely tailed beasts of the two wooden people, and saw the cat that was crazy when he was chased and beaten. At that time, he had not been able to fuse the wind blade well into the ninjutsu of ordinary Feng Duan, and the wind escape was not as aggressive as it is now, and it took a lot of effort to catch the second tail. Have you come to a conclusion? As soon as Uzumaki Hideki's words fell, the second tail was hesitant, and actually subconsciously withdrew his chakra. The two Yuji reluctantly fell to the surface of the sea. Uzumaki Hideki patted Toad Bunta's head. Let's go. Toad Buntai jumped back to the edge of the big pit with Uzumaki Hideki, and returned to Miyama Mountain in the smoke of psychic contact. The two Yujito hesitated for a while between escaping and obeying, and the ninja ghost god was too famous, but obediently followed the shore. Such an unobtrusive way to arrest people is no one except Uzumaki Hideki. Lord, a group of ninjas of the Hakata clan rushed out of the woods. The big movement just now alarmed the station of the Yui clan. The leading elder Yui saw that there was nothing to do, so he reported to Uzumaki Hideki, "Sir, the Yui clan is already preparing for migration, and the craftsmen in the clan are on standby, and they can come out at any time to rebuild the village." Uzumaki Hideki was satisfied with their preparation. Right here, those elders are also quite good at choosing a place, backed by mountains and water. It is a good place. Seeing the two Yujito walking over with a tangled look, Uzumaki Hideki gestured to Yuji and Junmaru. "These two are at your disposal." Yes, the two Yuji and Kagaya-kun Mario were assigned jobs without any human rights, and did not dare to say a word. Yukito secretly plans to find an opportunity to escape while Hideki Uzumaki is away. Uzumaki Hideki couldn't guess what she was thinking, and with a flick on the foreheads of the two Yujito, her eyes lost their brilliance. Uzumaki Hideki looked towards the woods to the northwest. After watching the play for so long, it's time to come out and show up, right? When he saw Jiraiya, Uzumaki Hideki was a little surprised. He thought it should be the big snake pill. Was it news from the toad? Uzumaki was right. God knows how broken his heart was when he saw the daimyo of Uzumaki Hideki on the psychic scroll of Mount Myoki after learning that Konoha village was attacked by Hideki Uzumaki. Thousands of miles after following the trail of the Whirlpool Yingshu to the Whirlpool village, and then saw that this person directly beat the Thunder Shadow away, and the two-tailed man Zilai listened to the deployment of the Whirlpool Yingshu without temper. What kind of person is this? Jiraiya originally thought of fighting to the death to collect a little intelligence for the village to go back, but even Myoki Mountain was on the side of Uzumaki Hideki. How else to fight this? He was thankful that the toad he channeled did not rebel on the spot. This disparity in strength is too great, and he also intends to retreat first and consider the long term. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by Uzumaki Hideki. He obviously didn't see what detection ninjutsu Uzumaki used. How did he crack his hidden art? After thinking about it, he decided to sell a stupid thing. Haha, I passed by chance and saw a very powerful scene. Uzumaki Yingshu's interest suddenly decreased, and after a few more explanations with Hajii, he asked Toad to summon himself to Miyama Mountain, and it was Toad Bunta who channeled him. Zi Lai also had a stunned expression, and he also used the same method to go to Miyama Mountain, but through Shenzuo Immortal. When he saw Naruto jumping alive, his unexpected colleagues also sighed with relief. He would occasionally glance at Naruto when he returned to the village, and of course he recognized it at a glance. Naruto's father had a connection to Myoki-san, and it was only natural that he was allowed to make a contract with Myoki-san. However, Uzumaki Hideki's name was also on the psychic scroll, which made him puzzled. Even if this person can contract, it should be a matter of the Warring States period. What is the matter of inserting a foot now? When Naruto saw Jiraiya, he jumped up excitedly. There are actually people here. He was slapped the head by a deep folding fan. Naruto was practicing the most basic three-body technique of ninja under the supervision of Fukazaku. In the words of Uzumaki Hideki, the foundation must be laid, especially if Naruto wants to reach the realm of his kind of magic. He is more convenient to use because of the assistance of the Tenrya body, but in theory, ordinary people are not completely unable to do it, but it requires more refined chakra control and understanding of energy. Naruto can't do micro because of too much chakra, which is precisely a fatal place. Now that Uzumaki Hideki absorbed half of the Nine Tails chakra through the seal and seriously warned the Nine Tails strictly controlled his power and did not affect Naruto, and even mentioned a word or two when bored, which was an opportunity for Naruto. Jiraiya got closer to Naruto and made sure that he was not harmed before completely letting go. Ask Fukazaku. Shenzuo Immortal, what the hell is going on? Why is Naruto here? I was brought here by Xiao Yingshu and lived here temporarily. Since I also heard the name of Xiao Yingshu, I couldn't help but shiver, calling the demon head Xiao Yingshu. Shake your head and quickly cut to the chase. Why is Uzumaki Hideki on the psychic scroll of Myoki Mountain? Fukazaku glanced at him strangely. Xiao Yingshu is a guest of Miyama Mountain, and there is nothing wrong with signing a contract, right? Zilai also cried with a sad face. I didn't mean that. Why did Hideki Uzumaki suddenly become the guest of Myoki Mountain? Fukazaku shook his head. You have to ask the Big Toad Immortal about this. Speaking of which, like you, Shima doesn't seem to like Xiao Yingshu very much, obviously a good boy. I also thought to myself that you might have misunderstood the word good boy. Saying goodbye to Fukazaku and Naruto, Jiraiya walked towards the residence of the Great Toad Immortal, a temple deep in Mount Myoki, under Naruto's regretful eyes. Sighed slightly. He is very bad at dealing with the Big Toad Immortal, he always pretends to be confused, but you can't do anything with him yet. But now he desperately needed to know why Uzumaki Hideki was suddenly tied to Mount Myoki, whether it would have any adverse effects on Konoha or even the toads of Mount Myoki, and it would be better if he could get some more prophecies from the Great Toad Immortal. Whirlpool Village. The large pit caused by Uzumaki Hideki and the two wooden people has been filled with earth by the people of the Yui clan. The original dilapidated house was all turned into underground nourishment under the powerful destructive power of the spell pattern. The busy orange-haired figure is also interspersed with some white-haired figures, as well as a beige-haired human pillar force. The white figure was the people of the Kagaya clan who came later. The number is far less than that of the Haji clan, but it does exist, not just Junmuro alone. The whole village is gradually recovering from scratch. The belated Great Snake Pill saw such a scene. I couldn't help but excitedly stretched out my long tongue and licked my lips. There are actually so many bloodlines of the Hakea clan and the Kagaya clan, they're all good experimental subjects, the Great Toad Immortal. I didn't mean that. Jiraiya pondered the wording with a sweaty head. After all, Hideki Uzumaki is someone who once threatened the survival of the entire ninja world, and I was just worried that he would not be bad for Myoki Mountain. The old god of the Big Toad Immortal was sitting on the ground on his throne with the word immortal written on it, his hands casually resting on the armrest, and slowly spoke. Nihama Mountain will protect their own people, but it's too late for him to do something. Big Toad Immortal, don't you really see any relevant prophecies? Uzumaki Hideki's intention to come to Nihama Mountain must not be simple. The Big Toad Immortal continued to say slowly. Nihama Mountain will be more powerful, but what if this one of his own is a dangerous person? Zai also felt that he was really going crazy, and the Big Toad Immortal kept answering what he asked, which made him feel a very terrible generation gap. Excuse me, you, keep resting, Jiraiya floated out, and Uzumaki Hideki walked out from behind the pillar behind the Big Toad Fairy. You look like this old fool. The Big Toad Immortal returned to normal after speaking in a second, and touched his chin. When you are old, you always have to have some fun for yourself. In fact, the two sentences that Uzumaki Hideki heard Toad Pill said did have some connotations. Jiraiya also suspects that he will be unfavorable to Myoki Mountain, and Toad Maru says that Myoki Mountain will protect his own people. This Miyama Mountain includes both these Toad Pills inside, and I'm afraid it also includes Uzumaki Hideki. And when it comes to the intention of Uzumaki Hideki to come to Miyama Mountain, he really wants to restore the ancient immortal talisman seal. Looking at Toad Pill's confident appearance, it can really be cracked, and Miyama Mountain will become more powerful. And Myoki Mountain will also be the backing of his Uzumaki Hideki. Uzumaki Hideki shook his head, not knowing whether the old fox was speaking to Jiraiya or to him. By the way, since this person has been sent to the door, can't little Naruto directly worship the teacher? He has always liked to be a dispenser, so his subordinates are very intimate. Uzumaki Hideki looked at Toad Maru pretending to be asleep, gave him a disdainful look and left. This is an old and disrespectful guy. Over there, the ship of the Land of Thunder returned to the Land of Thunder after breaking a human pillar force, and the Thunder Shadow was covered in injuries. The human pillar force fell into the hands of the ghosts and gods of the ninja world, and there was only one end, that is, death. Nozomi, who was excellent in medical ninjutsu with his companions, could not completely repair the wounds on Thunder Shadow's body that were scratched by Uzumaki Hideki's wind blade. Even though Union Village tried hard to cover up the facts, Renzhuli and Lei Ying were both stormy figures. Union Village sent an elite team to fight Uzumaki Yingshu, but the news of returning home with heavy losses spread all over the place. Isn't it just one who died, you say? But the one that folded is a humanoid weapon, and discerning people can see that Lei Ying does not run by his own strength. Although this is indeed a little miserable for Ichimura no Kage, the ghosts and gods of the Warring States period did not disdain to make a move on other little minions. For a while, the ninja villages of all major countries strengthened their vigilance, for fear that the ancestor would come to the door if he was unhappy, or leave the two tails directly in the village and wreak havoc. That may be a joke for Hideki Uzumaki, but not for them. And after sensing that Uzumaki Hideki seemed to be interested in the human pillar force, for a while, the situation of the people in each village was even more delicate. Zuli, who had been excluded, was forced directly outside the village. Even Zuli, who originally got along well with the village, received attention to varying degrees, and was isolated from the center of power in order to protect the secrets of the village. Thunder Shadow Office. The fourth generation of Lei Ying listened to the report of his subordinates, and angrily smashed a table again, which made Derui's flesh hurt. He temporarily handled affairs for Lei Ying when the fourth generation of Lei Ying was out, and deeply understood the value of the furniture destroyed every day in Union Village. Can't the Land of Earth hold back so quickly? After learning what happened to Union Village, there were also four-tailed and five-tailed Union Village, and they immediately had the intention of taking advantage of the fire and robbery. The third generation of Earth Shadow and the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow are very stubborn people, and there is only a sea area between the land of Thunder and the country of Earth, and there have been no disputes over the years. That group of fools who only dare to shrink in their own village, since they want to do something, let them see the power of Thunder. Darui, strengthen the border guards, be ready to teach them a little lesson. Yes, after the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow roared, he said to his righteous brother, the eight-tailed man Zuliki Rabbi who was standing on the side, you have been staying near the Thunder Shadow building recently, and you don't have to go back to Yunli Gorge or go around to give concerts. If that guy really chases after him, don't think about leaving again. Kiribi made a few gestures with both hands. I know, brothers join forces, Uzumaki Hideki entered here, just fall here. Dutch, bastard. At this time, everyone in Union Village decided not to mention the two Yuji people who gave up their last chance to escape in order to break them off. What's the matter with me? Uzumaki Hideki withdrew the hand that absorbed the two Yukato chakra. This girl's ontological spirit has been completely sealed in her own spiritual world by Uzumaki Hideki. You can see and hear the outside world, but you can't control your body. I can only watch myself working as a white worker for Whirlpool Village. After Uzumaki Hideki extracted most of the two-tailed chakra, he waved his hand and asked her to rejoin the construction team. Orochimaru looked at Uzumaki Hideki's movements, and a hint of interest crossed his eyes. I want to talk about cooperation with adults. Uzumaki raised his eyebrows. Oh? Do you think I need to work with someone else? The big snake pill said adults are naturally invincible and omnipotent, but some of the current medical equipment and instrument talents I control may be useful to adults. Orochimaru looked meaningfully at the clansmen of the Kagaya clan. The Kagaya clan, the more powerful the ninjas, the more deeply troubled by the diseases brought by the blood succession limit, and often die young. Uzumaki Hideki had invented a very complex and detailed sealing technique that could prevent their bone disease from worsening, but it would also limit their strength growth, which was not a complete solution. Uzumaki Hideki looked at the end of his line of sight and smiled maliciously. If you think this is enough to enter my eyes, then you are very wrong. The big snake pill immediately replied, of course, it's more than that. Speaking of which, this is just a request from one of my very good medical ninjas, who has been studying Junmaro's illness for a long time and knows it very well. It's just that there are not enough cases, so there is no result. I am also very satisfied with his ability. Hideki Uzumaki immediately thought of going around and ruling out his undercover career in several camps, and his ability as a medical ninja and the benevolent responsibility of a healer are indeed impossible to ignore. Orochimaru continued. Oto Shinobu Village's current intelligence network is very large, and if adults need information, we can provide it at any time. The intelligence network is indeed what Uzumaki Hideki needs now, and his subordinates have been closed for too long. It's just that what he values most is the great snake pill study of various secret techniques, and if he makes good use of it, he may be able to achieve unexpected results. Uzumaki Hideki waved his hand. There is no need to say so much. As long as you can fulfill my requirements, I don't mind cooperating with you. What is your purpose? Orochimaru licked his tongue excitedly. I want a little flesh and blood of adults and ninjutsu to do research. Hearing this, Uzumaki Hideki's momentum exploded, and even the big snake pill who had experienced several ninja world battles and saw countless deaths couldn't help but tremble. Finally felt the most intuitive power of the Uzumaki Hideki. The big snake pill heart said, I'm afraid I can't be good today. Oh? Your ambition is not small. Orochimaru heard Uzumaki Hideki's voice and secretly froze, ready to escape at any time. Oden Village, I remember coming right between the land of thunder and the land of fire. Then you should first bring a tailed beast of the earth country to the meeting ceremony. There is also information about the Xiao organization. Uzumaki Hideki retracted his momentum. The big snake pill shrank his pupils. Is this promised? The information of the organization was only a convenient thing for him, who was once a member of the organization. Orochimaru made a balance between offending the land of earth and obtaining valuable research materials. Hideki Uzumaki has been sealed for so many years and can still jump alive, and at the same time, the sealed ninja has already turned into white bones, and his body is very likely to have the secret of immortality that he wants to get. He still has a lot of ninjutsu secrets to study, and he also has to explore the truth of the world. Hideki Uzumaki's strange ninjutsu is not one of the goals he has always been eager to study. Orochimaru's eyes were full of fanaticism, and the measured result was one-sided. At the same time, Kanaha, frowning at a large test tube and a bunch of spell patterns, Tsunade suddenly felt the chakra surging uncontrollably in his body. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the yin seal? Wrong. It was the spell mark left by Hideki Uzumaki that finally came into play at this time. Tsunade's chakra began to frantically swarm towards the spell seal. Shizuki, who had just pushed the door in, saw Tsunade's face grow old at a speed visible to the naked eye. Quickly repelled all Kanaha's medical ninjas. Helplessly, he asked, Tsunade-sama, how are you? Tsunade said weakly, it's okay. Can't die. After a few breaths, her chakra was actually absorbed by that spell seal. Even chakra, which she stored in the yin seal, was not spared. only the energy left for survival. As long as his life is not hindered, chakra can condense again, but this spell is too terrifying. Her huge chakra disappeared without a trace at once. I don't know if it was saved in the spell seal or dissipated directly. If the time of the spell mark is really on the battlefield, the consequences are unimaginable, and their research on this spell has not been successful until now. Tsunade once again deeply regretted why she had released this monster. The sea between the land of thunder and the land of earth. The third generation of Midokage, the 2-day scale, Oniki, and the fourth generation of Leikage AI led a large number of people and horses from their respective ninja villages to face off on the warship. The martial arts faction of Union Village rubbed their hands, and the conservatives of Union Village gritted their teeth. Oniki, have you finally come out of that turtle shell of yours? AI said with high spirits. The fourth generation of Lei Ying, although Lao Ziai and I are not compatible, but he is a human pillar force belonging to my Union Village. You took people away like this, shouldn't you give us an explanation? 2 days of scales, Oniki cut straight to the point and said fiercely. It's your business that you can't control the people in your village, don't pour dirty water on others. AI will never admit that it is something he does, but he will definitely not bear the blame for what he does not do. When Oniki heard this, he exploded in anger. What is conclusive? Union Village still wants to deny it. Since you refuse to admit it, let's see the difference with your fists. Uzumaki watched with interest a good show unfolded in a few countries outside the crystal ball. Standing behind Uzumaki Hideki, he pushed his eyes. Lord Orochimaru left some evidence by the way when he captured the four tails. I don't know if it suits the wishes of adults. Uzumaki Hideki hooked the corners of his mouth. Not bad, it was simply too close to him. He originally planned to pull out the four tails and directly throw them to Union Village to make a mess. However, now the practice of the big snake pill has also achieved very good results. Uzumaki Hideki glanced at the smiling medicine master. How is your base land? Hood respectfully said, back to the adult. Thanks to the help of the adult's manpower, it has basically taken shape, so I almost moved the equipment I needed in. The efficiency of the big snake pill is indeed high. It didn't take long to capture the four-tailed manzilai, and he also packed up and threw both Yakushi and Kagaya-kun Mari in Whirlpool Village, asking if he could dig a laboratory in the mountain behind him. Uzumaki Hideki does not care. If the medicine master wants to concentrate on the case, he really needs a closed and good environment, and the mountain behind is a very good choice. As for the big snake pill, Uzumaki Hideki felt that this kind of person with a clear goal and a deep obsession was actually very easy to understand. It's just that no matter how much Orochimaru researches, he can't research the mystery of his ninjutsu, because he wouldn't understand the way the dragon body manipulated energy. Even Uzumaki Hideki himself couldn't say why. All that can be said is bloodline talent. Uzumaki Hideki looked around and looked at the Whirlpool Village, which was almost finished. The layout of the house was designed by him himself. There is no wall, and the feeling of framing itself is something that Uzumaki Hideki doesn't like. Willfully let the door of his base camp open wide, and no one objected. If there are adults, what do they need to worry about? Uzumaki thought that it was time to pick Naruto out. He recalled the scene of visiting Naruto the other day. As soon as he saw him, he hid far away, as if he had seen some flood beast. Naruto excitedly pounced on Uzumaki Hideki while shouting at Jiraiya, lustful immortals, don't go, this is my brother. Zii also wants to spit out a mouthful of old blood. How old this old monster is, let people call his brother shameless. After staying in Myoku Mountain for such a while, I also found that the toads had an unexpectedly high evaluation of Uzumaki Hideki. Especially the toad Wenta, who has always ignored his love, seems to regard the other party as a confidant. Can't this man afford to provoke him and hide? Slipped away. Jiraiya decided to observe secretly for a while for the time being, and Hideki Uzumaki's heart is that in this Myoki mountain, where there are toads everywhere and there are only toads, what did this old satyr do to make Naruto see through his essence and call out the four big words, lecherous immortal? Uzumaki Hideki was suddenly a little worried about whether this person would teach his own children badly. Without waiting for Uzumaki Hideki to ask, Naruto had already shown himself the results of his cultivation during this time. Although the balls have not been able to be rubbed out well, they are taught by a group of toads and nine tails in Jiraiya. Finally, the most basic three-body technique of ninjas can be used well. Uzumaki nodded in satisfaction. Immortal mode or wait for you to become more proficient in the use of chakra and then learn, and when the village is completely built after a while, we will move in first, and there are some clansmen who have heard the news these days. Naruto was a little excited. Is he going to have many family members soon? When Naruto really stood in front of the gate of the Vortex country, he couldn't help but marvel. What was in ruins before is now neatly packed with houses. The house closer to the middle is taller, and the house in the middle is a pointed tower. It can be seen that the house has the appearance of the Whirlpool family crest. It's spectacular to watch. Naruto followed Hideki Uzumaki around and saw a particularly prosperous commercial street. The eating, drinking, and entertainment function store has everything. Even Uzumaki Hideki was a little surprised, so quickly the vortex-hidden village became so perfect. I went into a ninja shop and looked at it, and the quality was good. Then Hideki Uzumaki harvested a bag of a large set of ninja tools stuffed over by the shop owner. Hideki Uzumaki pointed to Naruto to a few red-haired ninjas. The other party looked relaxed and saluted Uzumaki Hideki. This is someone from our family who is characterized by red hair. Probably just the two of us are exceptions. These scattered vortex people are obviously not doing well. As soon as he heard the untrue news of Uzumaki Hideki's return, he tried to return to Whirlpool Village. Listening to them, there are quite a few people like them in the Vortex clan. It seems that the Kagaya clan and the Haji clan really tried their best. Oh, maybe there is still a credit among the Thousand Hands, and it actually allowed the people of the Whirlpool clan to really survive in other countries. Hideki Uzumaki laid out a long-term task. Search for the Whirlpool people everywhere and bring them back. When Hideki Uzumaki and Naruto Uzumaki walked to the tower in the center, their hands were already full of all kinds of snacks and gadgets. Their dwellings are located on this very central tower. As soon as he put down what he was holding, a ninja came to report, and a red-haired girl came to ask for a meeting. It's just that Uzumaki Hideki didn't expect that this girl turned out to be Xiangfo's, who was still very young at this time. Dressed in rags, it was clear that the journey was not very easy. Kaira snorted and cried to Hideki Uzumaki about the reason why he was here. My mom. It's almost unsupportable. Woohoo! Their mother and daughter live in Kusanagi village, separated from the Vortex country by the entire land of fire. The ninjas of Kusanagi village found that just biting their skin would restore chakra and injuries, and they were treated as blood packs for Kusanagi village. Kazenaga's mother was already very weak due to long-term consumption, but Kusanagi village did not let her go and threatened her with Kusanagi. Adult, mom really can't do it, please save her. Let me do anything. Uzumaki Hideki raised his eyebrows. This kind of words are easy to say nonsense, it's not impossible, but in the future, you will be my person, no matter what happens, you can't betray it. Xiangfo's nodded repeatedly. Hideki Uzumaki said to the ninja who brought her in, let Hajiba take a group of people to Kusanagi village. Hideki Uzumaki suddenly thought that the land of rain seemed to be on the edge of the land of grass. Suddenly changed his mind. Forget it, I'll go there myself. Seeing that Uzumaki Hideki was alone, Xiangfo's was a little uneasy, but he didn't dare to say anything, but just strongly asked to go together. Hideki Uzumaki thought about it and agreed to her request. Sir, are you really from the Warring States period? On the small whirlwind, after the tension and excitement, Xiangfo's calmed down and carefully observed the person of Uzumaki Hideki. Uzumaki nodded and drove the small whirlwind straight in one direction. You really are as legend has it. That's the case. In Kayan village, the news about the Uzumaki Hideki herd was all some bad statements. What destroyed an entire village with his bare hands, thirsty for killing, not even sparing babies, eating human flesh and drinking human blood. But when the words came to his mouth, Xiangfo's couldn't say it, feeling that he was looking for the rhythm of death. Although her mother had told her that Uzumaki Hideki was the greatest patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, she was when she heard the news of Uzumaki Hideki. As if holding the last straw, he secretly looked for it. But the young Xiangfo still had a little fear in his heart. Uzumaki Hideki looked at her changing face and couldn't help it. What kind of person am I? I don't care. Xiangfo's was stunned when he heard this. It was such a reason. Uzumaki Hideki would not believe herself even if she said that she was good, and if she said that she was not good, she would wonder how anyone would say that she was not good. Xiangfo's pressed the doubts in his heart and decided to observe this person well when saving his mother. In a building in the land of rain, an emaciated red-haired youth and a man wearing an orange swirl mask are talking. So the news is true, Nagato said. Now that the 5 major powers have strengthened their guard because of Uzumaki Hideki, but the protection of human pillar power has been relaxed a lot, this is a good opportunity. Uchiha took the earth and his eyes under the mask flashed brightly. Nagato lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking. At this time, you won't want to give up. Obito was dissatisfied with his silence. Nagato replied, no, I firmly believe that peace can only be born in the cycle of suffering. Nagato paused, I think we need to get in touch with Hideki Uzumaki, maybe he can also be part of the plan. Obito hesitated. Uzumaki Hideki was said to be the biggest variable in the plan. Judging from the current situation, his purpose is also the tailed beast. If Uzumaki Hideki snatched a few tailed beasts first, the plan to resurrect the 10 tails and open the Eye of the Moon for infinite moon reading would be greatly hindered. Nagato was unaware of Obito's further plans. Obito said, it's okay, use pain to contact him. If he refuses to join us, he can only use some extraordinary means. Nagato nodded, suddenly getting the news from Pain. Nagato's reincarnation eyes suddenly turned to Uchiha Madara. Here it comes. Hideki Uzumaki threw the incense back to the border of the Kusanagi country, leaving her to wait. Regardless of her madness, she walked towards the neighboring rain country. This rain contains chakra, What is this called? The art of rain tiger freedom. Uzumaki Hideki separates the rain with the wind, which is almost equivalent to revealing his identity. Can anyone else use the wind to keep out the rain? Uzumaki Hideki walked to the gate of Yuin village. A group of ninjas in cloaks checked the people entering and leaving. There was also a whirlpool-like strange thing on the head of the whirlpool, and he was immediately stopped at the door. Wait. Access permits. The ninja of Yuin village was well tuned and did not ask anything superfluous. Uzumaki Hideki ignored him. You can't enter the village without permission. Give you 5 seconds to get out of here now, or we'll rule you out as an enemy. Uzumaki Hideki raised his eyebrows. It doesn't take 5 seconds, come now. This person is so arrogant, he is here to provoke at a glance. The ninja was about to storm away, but he was dragged by the ninja of Yuin village who had just come over, and said 2 words in his ear. Immediately calmed down, his attitude reversed 180 degrees and respectfully said, "Sir, please come in." This changes face faster than turning the pages of a book. Uzumaki Hideki silently withdrew the wind vortex in his hand. I think these people are too well trained, they look impartial, and their loyalty is particularly high, but they can learn from it. Uzumaki was taken all the way to a place where the surface was full of pipes and looked like an oil processing plant. "Sir, we can't go in here, you." Before the ninja's words were finished, Zionin, who had wings formed by pieces of paper on his back, landed directly in front of them. Lord Angel. Seeing this, the ninja of Yuin village saluted and quickly retreated. Xiao Nan, who was responsible for the facade of the Land of Rain, came to lead the way, and Hideki Uzumaki thought, this can also be regarded as a VIP treatment. It's just that it was Heavenly Deo Pain who appeared in front of him. "If you really want to talk to me, see me in your own body," Uzumaki Hideki said, a statement that was completely reversed by subject and object. Xiao Nan looked at Pain expressionlessly. Pain spoke, "It's worthy of Uzumaki Hideki. But it's a pity that the state of the ontology is not suitable for seeing people, so let's communicate like this." "Is that so?" Uzumaki Hideki suddenly attacked and rushed towards Tendo Pain. Heavenly Deo immediately used the Shinra heavenly sign to bounce the person away. But Uzumaki Yingshu had already prepared, and the 2 small tornadoes condensed in his hand suddenly sealed the path of the Heavenly Deo. The wind flew, a small whirlwind changed direction, and from behind pushed the Uzumaki Hideki to rush towards Tendo Pain again. Xiao Nan found that something was wrong, and a lot of pieces of paper suddenly floated out of his body, wanting to block the actions of Uzumaki Hideki. But the pieces of paper were chaotically flowing under the room, and it was difficult to control the direction, and Xiao Nan greeted him with his body. But Uzumaki Hideki and Tendo Pain were already close to the ground, and she simply didn't have time to stop them. Within 5 seconds of the Shinra Tenko cooling, Uzumaki Hideki finally broke through Pain's defenses and appeared in front of him. In an instant, a strengthened version of the 5-element seal was slapped on Heavenly Deo Pain's body. The chakras teleported by Nagato entered the 5-element seal one after another, unable to support Pain's actions. Heavenly Deo Pain suddenly turned into an ordinary corpse. Hideki Uzumaki took Konan's fist. "Your ninjutsu is not effective against me." Xiao Nan took advantage of the close proximity to throw a large number of detonation charms on Uzumaki Hideki. Then the paper pieces quickly left. Uzumaki Hideki wiped his body and quickly squeezed the detonation charm that needed a little time to detonate in his hand. Xiao Nan watched in shock. The thick kicking charm exploded in Uzumaki Hideki's hand, and he only had some damage to his sleeves. "It's so dangerous, I almost ran naked." Uzumaki Hideki's wind armor is wound increasing and not defensive. If it really allows the detonation charm to explode on his body, then Uzumaki Hideki's clothes will definitely be gone. The pieces of paper around Xiao Nan's body moved again, and they converged into a spear and were about to fly towards the Uzumaki Hideki. Uzumaki Hideki sighed and began to condense the sky armor. However, at this time, a paper butterfly suddenly flew in front of their eyes and unfolded into a piece of letterhead. When Xiao Nan saw it, he suddenly closed the offensive and said to Uzumaki Hideki, "Please here. It would be nice to be like this earlier." Uzumaki Hideki indifferently let the sky armor dissipate in the air, conveniently unsealed the Heavenly Deo Pain. To talk about things, you must first understand who is dominant. Nagato's eyelids trembled when Pain regained his senses. This person is really confident in himself. Let Konan, taking Uzumaki Hideki to the dark room he is in. At the same time, Zii also came out of Miyama Mountain and saw that there were no protective measures outside Wien village. After being puzzled for a while, he thought that he walked into the Vortex village very naturally, but he was immediately arrested. The ninja of the Kagaya clan said, "Is it Jiraiya-sama? The adult has ordered, and if the adult comes over, he will take you directly to the Vortex studio." However, a circle of Uzumaki Hideki's subordinates around him looked at each other, and finally thought that it was better to do more than less, and followed the ninja of the Kagaya clan directly in. "I also have a new understanding of the precautions of Vortex village. It seems that the people living in the periphery are relatively strong ninjas, who can fight external enemies or deal with other emergencies in the first place. But don't these people have to do tasks? I was also a little confused. He didn't believe that Uzumaki hadn't given his ninja some instructions. At this time, you should be planning how to destroy the ninja world. Moreover, this brand new Vortex village was only started to be built after Lei Ying left, and now it is so prosperous, this speed is simply unbelievable. The most confusing thing is that the Kagaya clan was just exterminated a few years ago, and there were so many people. Is it only a branch that is destroyed? And the Haji clan has long been submerged in the history of the ninja world, but now it has appeared in the village of Whirlpool. Where exactly were these people before? Even Jirei, who has been traveling around gathering intelligence, is completely confused. Although he has many connections with Miyama Mountain is either out of the protection of the bloodline of the 6 Dao immortals or out of maintaining the mystery of Miyama Mountain. There has never been any disclosure of the fact that there are actually 2 clans hidden within his enchantment. And Zi Lai also used the results to teleport himself to Miyama Mountain when he was learning psychic art at first, and then he also entered Miyama Mountain through reverse psychic art, so he perfectly missed the news of the 2 tribes. Hideki Uzumaki is too mysterious. I also feel that sooner or later I will be bald. However, he now faces an urgent problem, and he must find a way to escape the Vortex village alive. Fairy, let's hurry up and continue cultivating, right? As soon as Naruto saw the familiar figure, he jumped out of the Vortex Tower. Zi Lai was also dazed for a moment. Yes, Naruto dragged him towards the training ground outside the village. Brother said you would come in 2 days to continue teaching me. Sure enough. Wait, didn't he come to fight with the Uzumaki English trunk? He was ready to summon the esophagus of the Iwajuku Big Toad to trap Uzumaki Hideki if he couldn't beat it, and then take the opportunity to escape. Zilla also found himself more and more unable to understand this person. But since he had given himself and Naruto the opportunity to be alone outside of Mount Myoki, don't blame him for bringing Naruto back to Konoha. As for the ninja who spied on him, Zi Lai also looked around. He was not afraid. Uzumaki Hideki looked at Nagato, who already looked very thin at this time, with crippled legs and a very weak body. Hey, your chief has also worked a little too hard to make himself like this. Nagato looked at Konan. Behind Uzumaki Hideki, Konan, with a dance of paper, condensed a chair made of pieces of paper. He took the initiative to leave the room. Uzumaki Hideki didn't need to look at it to know what Xiaonan must have done on that chair to pass the message out, but he didn't mind. Uzumaki Hideki's perception ninjutsu sensed the chakra of another person in the next room and tugged at the corners of his mouth. After setting up a soundproof barrier in the room, I sat down in that chair. What are you doing here? Nagato looked at Uzumaki Hideki and spoke. Maybe I should ask you, what do you want me to do? Nagato didn't react much to the "you" in Uzumaki's mouth. We hope to cooperate with you and give the world a little stimulation. Nagato's eyes were filled with darkness. I believe that with you, our plan will be very smooth. Uzumaki Hideki played with a kunao. You also said that it was your plan, and it didn't do me any good. Nagato's gaze involuntarily fell on the Kusupreme that flew up and down. Not really, our plan is really under the absolute strength, so that the ninja world can breed peace and pain. It does not conflict with the adult's goal of dominating the ninja world. Uzumaki Hideki hooked the corner of his mouth. You mean you want to help me unify the ninja world? Nagato frowned, uncomfortable with the statement, but still said, at the end of the day, yes, that's right. Uzumaki Hideki sneered, you want so, I'm afraid the people behind you won't agree. I have a better solution. Nagato said he would like to hear about it. You came to Vortex Village to be my subordinate. It won't be long before you see the day of peace in the ninja world. Nagato had never seen someone so bluntly and so justifiably letting others be his subordinates. Without expression, he said, the adult looks quite confident in his strength. I just don't know if it will really be as powerful as the legend when I really move it. Pain Lyudeo suddenly broke through the door of the room, rushing over like a whirlpool. Hideki. Uzumaki Hideki also removed the soundproof enchantment. The other hand, which had condensed for a long time, suddenly swept towards Pain 6 Deo. If I were to think about it, you alone will not be able to exert its maximum effect. You will only make yourself weaker and weaker. Only under my hands can you bring out his maximum effect, and even resurrection of people who died long ago. Nagato was stunned when he heard this, and even Pain stopped moving. Really? Uzumaki Hideki did not give him an affirmative answer, but said, your body is too badly deficient. Take advantage of the fact that it is not yet to the point of irreparability. Go to the Vortex Hidden Village to recuperate well before you die too early. Nagato didn't listen to what Hideki Uzumaki was talking about, and stood up excitedly with a slip of pipe and a black rod behind him. One rushed and was supported by Xiao Nan, who came quickly. Xiao Nan took these words to heart. You say, can really resurrect people who have been dead for a long time? Uchiha Obito suddenly appeared in the room. How can it be true, Nagato? You are really carried away. Uzumaki glanced at him and looked at Nagato again. If you can use some of your special abilities through the golem of the outer path, you should know that a large part of the reason why you can't cast it is that your chakra is completely insufficient. Nagato's reincarnation eyes suddenly dimmed. No one can possibly afford such a huge chakra, not even you. Uzumaki Hideki hated iron and said to him, you have such a good foundation here, won't you think of some other way to disperse this consumption pattern? Nagato said, I have calculated that even the combined strength of the nine-tailed beasts cannot support the energy needed to resurrect a person who has been dead for a long time, or even far from it. If you want to bring the dead back to life, it is too against the sky, and the consumption required is not simple and affordable. This is true even for the holders of the Eye of Reincarnation, not to mention the need to fill the terrible gap of time. Uzumaki Hideki sighed and said, so you are too dead-eyed, and any technique can be studied. Nagato's heart was already a little shaken. Hideki Uzumaki's words simply opened the door to a new world for him. Uchiha Obito suddenly sneered, if the resurrection were really that simple, then there wouldn't be so many people grieving. Why hadn't he thought about resurrecting Lin? But how is this possible? Uzumaki Hideki sneered and said, is it difficult for you that is equally difficult for me? You know, I'm Uzumaki Hideki. Obito was silent, and he found that he couldn't even refute it. Xiaonan said nervously, can you really keep Nagato's current situation? Konan looked at Nagato, and Nagato could see what he thought. Nagato said, Konan, do you think what he said is credible? A moment later, Nagato asked Hideki Uzumaki, is what you really said true? Can you resurrect the dead? Nagato was actually very shaken in his heart. If Uzumaki Hideki could not only heal him, but also resurrect Yahiko, what reason could he refuse? Nagato, by doing this, you are betraying the Xiao organization. Obito smelled a hint of danger. Suddenly, Obito revealed a blood-red eye, which was a kaleidoscope blood wheel eye. Is it an illusion? Uzumaki Hideki immediately found himself no longer inside a building, but in a bloody wilderness. Uzumaki Hideki, give up your attachment, you will only bring death to yourself. Obito's voice came from the mouth of a bloody samurai with a sword in front of him. Uzumaki Yingshu immediately appeared on the surface of his body, directly blocking the illusion. Don't you dare to compete with me in a bright way, what's the point of covering up like this? Hideki Uzumaki doesn't seem to think that Obito is the style of a manly husband. The samurai held up his katana and quickly stabbed Hideki Uzumaki in the neck. But this image has disappeared in Uzumaki Hideki's eyes, and in its place Obito throws kunao at him. It's useless, Uzumaki Hideki sneered. His furious wind chakra could easily gush out. Boom! Wind escape, big breakthrough. The furious wind chakra swept the entire room like a dragon swinging its tail. Not good. Xiao Nan immediately picked up Nagato, hid in a corner, and protected it with a paper shield so that he was not injured by the wind. When the wind passed, the paper shield was also blown off several layers. Looking at the soil again, he was swept out of the room by the wind in an instant, fell to the ground, and was embarrassed. Damn, Count you ruthless. Obito no longer hesitated, knowing that he could no longer please today, turned around and ran. A coward who is frustrated and wants to pass on his pain to others, Uzumaki Hideki said secretly in his heart, not intending to chase deeply. Looking back at Nagato and Konan, Xiao Nan had already put away the paper shield and supported the factory door back to his previous seat. Say, what do you want to get? Nagato knew that Hideki Uzumaki must have some plan to help him. I need Xiao to be my subordinate. Uzumaki Hideki did not have a trace of taboo and said, if these words came out of someone else's mouth, Nagato would definitely laugh, but from Uzumaki Hideki's mouth, Nagato did not dare not pay attention. But before that, it is necessary to go to the country of grass to bring back those displaced clansmen. Uzumaki Hideki said with a meaningful smile, whether you admit it or not, your red hair and huge chakra and vitality, you have indeed inherited the bloodline of my Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Hideki still has half a sentence to say, sooner or later you will have to return to the family. Nagato frowned and did not respond. Uzumaki Hideki didn't wait for him to react, and continued, at the same time, Yuin village can also expand its territory. The land of grass. It was once a glorious country, but it was destroyed once at my hands, and since they have the audacity to provoke me again, then completely disappear from this map. It's just, Uzumaki Hideki glanced at Nagato, I gave you a meeting gift. Nagato said non-committally, I agree to cooperate with you, but when your idea is realized, please return show. After all, it is Yahiko's show, and I hope that its future will return to its original appearance. Nagato can let Xiao be temporarily controlled by Hideki Uzumaki, but not for long. After all, it is Xiao who belongs to him, Konan and Yahiko, and it is a dream place. No problem, Uzumaki said. If the organization plays its value, then there is no need to continue to use it. What matters is the people in it. Are there still few people willing to follow Hideki Uzumaki? This time go to Kayan village, first take away the people of the Vortex clan, and then, officially start the harvesting ceremony, Uzumaki Hideki said with cruelty and madness. It seems to have returned to the Warring States period, and the ghosts and gods who galloped through the ninja world showed a maniacal smile. A moment later, there were only 2 people left in this room. Nagato said, Uzumaki Hideki is really like a tiger and wolf. The look in his eyes is very intimidating. Konan, I haven't seen such a look in other ninjas. Walk on the land of grass. Uzumaki Hideki and Pain have arrived in the territory of the land of grass. There are 6 of them in total, all corpses, controlled by Nagato from a distance. Uzumaki turned back to Pain and said, if you can surrender without a fight, of course, it is best. Although Uzumaki Hideki is ferocious, he is not unreasonable. Pain said, it is impossible to recover a country without the means of war. Pain, who fought in the scene, clearly saw that only war can make people awaken. In fact, there are many ways to make people succumb from the heart. Saying this, Uzumaki Hideki did not feel the slightest feeling when he looked at the bloody village. Nagato, whose body was in the land of rain, heard this, but thought thoughtfully. Soon, Kayan village was littered with corpses. The only civilians who are alive are the powerless chickens. Hide in a safe place and shiver. And the leader of the country of grass has also changed in a short period of time. From today onwards, everything here will be handed over to Yuyan village to manage, Uzumaki Hideki said in a cold voice. Immediately afterwards, she left Kusanagi village with Kaka and her mother, Hideki Uzumaki, and Pain, the training ground outside the Vortex village. I thought I could fight with Hideki Uzumaki, but now he was forced to lead Naruto to the training ground. Since I also understood that Uzumaki Hideki was not only powerful in ninjutsu, but also deep enough. Sensing that a pair of beast-like fierce eyes were staring at this side, he also snorted. Could it be that Uzumaki Hideki also sent some ferocious beast to target me? However, after facing a pair of eyes, Jiraiya also knew what was staring at him. 4 tails. Let the 4 tails stare at themselves, they can also think too highly of themselves, right? Or do I have a reason why I have to train Naruto here? Jiraiya was also guessing Uzumaki's intention to do so. On the opposite side, the 4 tails have 2 eyes like dead fish eyes. Damn it, why should I do such a boring errand? Shio asked himself why he was listening to Hideki Uzumaki. If it weren't for Uzumaki Hideki being too powerful, I wouldn't have to be subject to him at all. However, Shio is still very clear about the reason why he is in pain, and that is because he can't beat Hideki Uzumaki. After all, the lewd thief of Uzumaki Hideki is really terrifying. Naruto also discovered the existence of the 4 tails. 1, 2, 3, 4. Naruto counted the number of tails of the 4 tails. Wow, you have 4 tails, it should be 4 tails, compared to the 9 tails in my body, it is somewhat similar. Naruto saw the 4 tails as if he had seen an acquaintance, and he didn't mean to be afraid at all. Why do I feel a familiar feeling from him? Is it because of the 9 llamas? Shio felt strange to Naruto. No, not because of that, but he really gives me a sense of intimacy. Seeing Naruto and Shio's rapid acquaintance, 3 question marks suddenly appeared above Jiraiya's head. When did this kid meet Shio? No, the other party is obviously 4-tailed, is it so easy to approach? Jiraiya also tried to get close to Shio, but in exchange for Shio's angry glare, Jiraiya only saw the illusion that Naruto and the 4-tail should not be as friendly as they seemed. Okay Naruto, let's get into the subject. Jiraiya coughed and said, Lustful Immortal, are you trying to teach me a new ninjutsu? Naruto suddenly got down from the head of the 4 tails. Ahem, ninjutsu or something, it depends on your talent. Jiraiya looked present and said, First of all, let me teach you how to do chakra nature changes. While Uzumaki Hideki and Pain were still in the territory of the land of grass, an old man ran towards them. Is it an enemy? There is no amnesty for killing. Pain was about to kill the old man. However, seeing the old man's appearance of having no chicken power, his steps were very calm, and Uzumaki Hideki stopped Pain in his heart. Let's see what he wants to say first. Killing people requires a reason, and if you kill everyone, you won't become a light pole commander. For good people, Uzumaki Hideki will give them a chance to live. Submit to his rule. It's just that I don't know if this old man is a good citizen or not. The old man quickly came to Uzumaki Hideki in Pain. After bowing down, the old man said with trepidation, Please don't kill again, if this continues, our Kayan village will be finished. Uzumaki Hideki raised his eyebrows interestingly, they all stopped, this old man came to say this, which made him want to do it even more. Is it the grass shadow of Kayan village? Pain said indifferently, Damn it. Uzumaki Hideki said deliberately, It's just a bad old man, there is no need, if you don't kill him, you can still buy people's hearts. The old man trembled and said, I am Kusanagi, and please raise your noble hands. But before the old man could finish speaking, a bitterwu appeared from the old man's sleeve, heading straight for the whirlpool Yingshu. You are the main messenger, as long as I kill you, everything can be over. The old man rampantly pierced Kuwu towards the body of Uzumaki Hideki, but Kuwu could not enter half a point. That Kuwu penetrated the defenseless wind armor, but it still did not cause any damage to Uzumaki Hideki's body. The kunao tip stopped on the skin of the whirlpool Hideki, and could not enter a single point again. Kusanagi looked horrified. How can it be? Trembling, he took a few steps back. You are a monster. Uzumaki Hideki sneered, cold as the devil. I thought there would be some interesting tricks, it really disappointed me. Poof. The old man didn't know why. Obviously the kunao that pierced Uzumaki Hideki's body, but in the opposite direction, penetrated his arm and pierced his chest. If he had a choice, he would rather actually be a courtier. Leading the dumbfounded Kaka and her mother, Hideki Uzumaki returns to Yuin village. Inside the building where Nagato and Kominami are located, Uzumaki Hideki entered with a red-haired woman and girl. Is this the woman you are looking for? Red hair, indeed a whirlpool. Nagato already knew the woman through pain. This girl is children who came to Vortex village for help. Uzumaki Hideki smiled and glanced at Xiangfos, who had the bloody aura of the half-human just now. You have already sold yourself to me. When the red-haired woman heard this, she subconsciously hugged Xiangfos. The Vortex family has a special physique, tenacious vitality, huge chakra, extremely strong sealing techniques and strong perception ability. However, the ability to recover injuries in chakra by biting the skin like the mother and daughter of Xiangfos is not available to every clan. It can be said that it is a universal blood pack. Nagato immediately realized that this woman of the Uzumaki clan should be of great use to Uzumaki Hideki. Is it to reproduce? Now that there are not many whirlpool families, there is one more hope for one more woman. Nagato didn't think much about it anymore, and asked instead, you said you would bring me back to Uzumaki village for treatment? Uzumaki Hideki laughed and said, of course, don't you believe me? Nagato swallowed a mouthful of spit and said, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just that I have this injury. What method do you want to use to heal me? In fact, Nagato really didn't believe in Uzumaki Hideki, unless Uzumaki Hideki really had the ability to heal him. The surface of the whirlpool tree appeared windy, and there was a phantom shadow of a dragon. Konan, immediately protecting Nagato behind him, thinking that Uzumaki Hideki wanted to show his true intentions. Uzumaki Hideki smiled and said, just with all the shadows besieging me, I'm fine, just with the tailed beast, I can easily handle it in front of me. At this moment, Uzumaki Hideki showed an incomparable domineering. Indeed, with such a powerful existence as you, it is difficult to say that there will be no secret art. Nagato was completely convinced. If Uzumaki Hideki really had any intentions, with his skills, there was no need to deceive at all. Although Nagato trusted Hideki Uzumaki, Konan, who always had a pimple in his heart, the feeling that Uzumaki Hideki gave him was too dangerous. Although she had an intuition that this person would not hurt them or deceive them, she was still not at ease after all. In order to prevent Uzumaki Hideki from changing his mind halfway, Konan's resolute companionship with Nagato, and in the land of rain, only Nagato and Konan's doppelganger remained. The two doppelgangers stand on the terrace of the steel building covered with pipes, watching the continuous rain in the land of rain. Nagato's doppelganger suddenly turned around and asked Konan, if Uzumaki Hideki deceived us, will you regret going with me? A smile appeared on Xiao Nan's face. I won't regret it, even if I die, I will die with you and Yahiko. Hearing this, Nagato's doppelganger couldn't help but fall into memories. It was when they were young, and Jirei, one of the three ninjas, also taught them ninjutsu. At that time, the three of them swore to heaven that they would not seek the same life, but seek the same death. It's just that Yahiko has broken his oath. Or maybe it's the two of them who really break their oath. Since Nagato left Yuin village, he had to unplug the tube on his body to maintain vital signs, although it was not fatal, but this sudden change did not know if it would have any effect on Nagato, who was now in poor health. Uzumaki Hideki thought about it, using the Tenryu healing magic transformation healing technique on him along the way. Although this healing technique cannot completely cure Nagato, who has a serious physical deficit, it can replace those tubes to maintain Nagato's physical condition. If the current situation does not deteriorate, as long as Uzumaki Hideki does not withdraw his healing technique, he can always maintain the state. On the way, Xionin couldn't help but ask, Nagato, is it really okay? Nagato reassured her, it's really okay, this feeling, it's like the body's time is forbidden. Xiao Nan relaxed a little. Vortex Country. Looking at Naruto, who had a look of high or low, and maybe wanted to give up, of course, Jiraiya, who was already worried, did not have a good face. Naruto, if you do this again, I won't teach you new ninjutsu. Zilla was also angry. You lecherous immortal, you don't really want to teach me ninjutsu, let me play with what ball? This lecherous immortal didn't pay him at all, why did his brother let him come? Zilai also really taught Naruto, but he was trapped here by the lower set, and he was very aggrieved. Naruto, this smelly boy, always disliked him as much as his dear brother Union, and he was almost angry with him. This training daily is a chicken flying dog jumping every day. Jiraiya couldn't help but give Naruto a middle finger. Naruto directly threw the water ball on Jiraiya's head with a pop. Suddenly, the water balloon burst, and the water ran down the silvery white hair pulley. Jiraiya was angry and threw his wet hair at Naruto's face. Soon, the two had scuffled together. Shio, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, yawned. It's boring. Suddenly, the four tails were alert, and their eyes looked in one direction. It was a jungle and nothing was seen. Is it an illusion? The four tails continued to bow their heads and yawn. What? The four tails appeared in the Vortex village. The fourth generation of Lei Ying slapped his palm heavily on the seat and stood up. There was anger on his face. The country of whirlpools is so daring. You actually dare to hide the four tails. Aren't you afraid of causing a war in the ninja world? But Hideki Uzumaki sits in the country of Vortex, which is really difficult. Thinking of that terrifying Vortex Yingshu, the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow was also a little empty. No, you can't act rashly. Let's see what the country of Earth says. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow immediately met with the third generation of Taing, located on a hidden island. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow immediately informed the three generations of Tokage that the four tails were Uzumaki Hideki's scheme. Even if we know that the other party is cheating, then we must go over and snatch the four tails, not only to prevent the other party from thinking that we are afraid, but also if we really snatch the four tails, isn't it better? The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow encouraged the third generation of Tu Ying. Then, let's form an alliance. The deadline is after successfully bringing back the four tails. As for the distribution of the four tails, I'll wait until it's successful. However, judging from the actions of Uzumaki Hideki, he must have snatched other tailed beasts, so don't worry about the distribution problem. During the dialogue, the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow and the third generation of Tu Ying chose to form an alliance. In this way, they have a better chance of capturing the four tails. But I still have to say that if you get the four tails, you must give priority to our country of Earth. 3 generations of Tokage stubbornness has been committed again. Good, everything is at your disposal, but you are too anxious, as if it is easy to succeed. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow was displeased. It seems that I have forgotten the map of the Hokage world somewhat. Hideki Uzumaki paused and began to recall the Hokage map in his memory. The land of whirlpools is located right east of the land of fire, near the sea. The land of rain and the land of grass are also adjacent to the land of fire, which is just one whole country of fire away from the land of whirlpools. And the land of wind is just west of the land of fire, separated by several small countries. Remember the land of rain next door to the land of wind, right? Or, by the way, take a tale of human pillar power? Maybe it's useful to go back and say something. Originally, Uzumaki Hideki planned to collect all the tailed beasts. Hideki Uzumaki felt that Naruto's growth could not rely entirely on Jiraiya's teachings. After all, Naruto needed to fight Ichigo in the original plot. Uzumaki Hideki was worried that without this training, Naruto's growth would have loopholes. After all, it is the cultivation of their own potential juniors, and there should be no less. Looking at Hideki Uzumaki talking to himself, Nagato was silent. It was not once or twice that Uzumaki Hideki was talking to himself. And Hideki Uzumaki is like a narrator, saying to himself that seems to be related to what will happen later. Some of them are even very secretive. This made Nagato and Konan, who was on the side, wonder, could Hideki Uzumaki be a prophet? It is not surprising that Uzumaki Hideki can do this step, and it is impossible to do without some top-notch auxiliary abilities. Then let's go to the land of wind first, and recycle Ichigo by the way. Uzumaki Hideki's words were full of courage, as if the country of wind was actually his back garden. However, Nagato and Konan, the duo will not find it strange, because they know that Uzumaki Hideki definitely has this strength. But I can ask for 3 chapters. We used to rob the tailed beast, we only need to take it away. Don't hurt the human pillar force. After all, Iai Luo should run away as soon as he is injured, and when the time comes, he will bring an injured ferocious beast back, but it will not be so easy to handle. Without hurting the human pillar force, you can only knock the human pillar force out? Well, that's okay. Uzumaki Hideki was already a little eyebrow when he absorbed the chakra of the 9 tails. After taking the person away, I plan to study the method of extracting the tailed beast without harming the human pillar force. After all, you can't always experiment on Naruto. No one in the ninja world has been able to do this yet. They bypassed the guards directly and entered the territory of the land of wind. Ha! Have you ever felt that someone seems to have entered the door just now? A guard at the door said. Another guard said, it seems to be a gust of wind? In the land of winds, it is normal to blow any kind of wind, so they will not care. However, what they will not know is that this wind is really different from the past. After all, it was the wind escape of Uzumaki Hideki. When the wind carries Hideki Uzumaki, Nagato, and General Konan in the territory of the land of wind. Nagato said, the guards of the land of wind are really rare, there are only 2. After all, the land of the wind is a barren land, who wants to fight for a real piece of land? Uzumaki explained. It's not like that, isn't there still a tail in the land of wind? Xiao Nan said suspiciously. Uzumaki Hideki said, of all the tailed beasts, one is the best one, so it should not be prioritized. After all, the tailed beast is divided into grades and strength according to the number of tails, and there is only one tail of one tail, and the attraction is naturally very small. I'll have to investigate the location of my AI Luo first, Uzumaki said. Nagato asked, am I Iroha Ichio human pillar force? Uzumaki Hideki nodded and said again, Nagato, you use pain to find, it will be faster. Zionin, you can also look for it. Soon, only Hideki Uzumaki and Nagato were left on the field. Nagato asked, you split Konan, is there anything you want to tell me that you can only say to me? Uzumaki Hideki grinned at the corner of his mouth and said, no, I'm just curious and want to ask you alone, do you have any sincerity for Zionin? Nagato was stunned, he didn't expect Hideki Uzumaki to suddenly ask about this kind of topic. After a moment of silence, Nagato said, Konan and I have known each other since childhood, and since childhood, she and I have been like subordinates to Yahiko's eldest brother. My feelings for Xiao Nan are just to protect her as if she were a sister. It's a pity that since I became like this, it was Zionin who was protecting me, which is really bad. Uzumaki listened while barely bothering to use healing techniques to maintain Nagato's physical signs. Nagato suddenly came to his senses and asked, you asked me what I thought of Konan, did you say? Did you fancy Zionin? Uzumaki Hideki smiled. I have never seen any woman in Uzumaki Hideki, but she is not such a casual person. Hearing this, for some reason, Nagato breathed a sigh of relief. Nagato's move was seen by Hideki Uzumaki. In fact, there are still different feelings. Found the target. Nagato said. Target the kid with a love word on his forehead, right? Nagato asked. I felt the chakra of the tailed beast from him. Uzumaki Hideki nodded and said, it's good, the search is even smoother than I expected. In fact, the real purpose of capturing Ichio is mainly to experiment, not to play with Naruto. Of course, you can throw it to Naruto to play with before the experiment. The big snake pill and the pocket are currently his people, and it is not his style to let such two geniuses not be used. Throw the tailed beast to them to study. If you can figure out what to study, this may also be useful for his wind escape ninjutsu. A moment later, Pain found Xiao Nan and appeared here at the same time as Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan learns from Pain that he has found Ichio's human pillar force. The next step is to wait for Uzumaki Hideki's next instructions. This place is the edge of the village of Shein, separated from the area where a large number of people live. It seems that our Ichio child has been ostracized by his companions in the land of wind. I just don't know if this situation was before or after martial law in the 5 major countries. The whirlpool has always been short. After seeing with his own eyes the life situation of his junior Naruto Uzumaki, there are probably some connections. Some sympathize, like Naruto, became victims of human pillar power and despised by the village. Although Uzumaki Hideki's original intention was to catch me AI Luo as a guinea pig, in order to perfectly peel off the 9 tails without hurting Naruto. But if he could help these people, by the way, he didn't care. But only if they are loyal to themselves. Now I love where Luo lives, in a hut on the outskirts of Shein village. That kid is out again. A woman standing far away said in fear while protecting her child. Mom, who is he, and why is everyone afraid of him? Her child asked in confusion. The mother quickly left with the child, and the mother's last words wafted in the gridded air. He's a murderous monster, you must remember not to go near him. Iroh looked at the figure in the distance from afar. Gone. I tried to look far away, but I saw no living thing. AI Luo's face did not show any expression, and silently walked back to the house where he lived. He had been moving to this small remote house and living separately from Temari and Kankuro for a while. No child was willing to play with him before, and now he doesn't see many people at all. Every day, in addition to training, he counts the number of passers-by. Even so, counting the numbers every day does not exceed 10 fingers of a pair of hands. After Orochimaru died, no one cared if he lived or died. He carries a large gourd on his back with sand and chakra left behind by his mother. Just like his mother when she was alive, she cared for him and defended him from all kinds of injuries. Even a knife could not cut him, and self-harm could not do it. These sands were also the core of his later comprehensive defense against ninjutsu. Of course, with the tailed beast chakra, he can release evil thoughts, and the sand, like his heart, became an Asura because of the closure, and brutally killed many villagers. The villagers ostracized him, on the one hand, because he had a fierce beast in his body, a tail. On the other hand, Iroh's cruel behavior is also feared by the villagers of the land of wind. That guy is simply Shura. This is what the villagers say about him. However, his teacher, Master Marquis, did not dislike AI Luo. AI Luo was his student and taught him to grow up, so I also saw the pain in my AI Luo's heart. Suffering and then twisting, he was also a poor man. But as a qualified ninja, he will not show unnecessary emotions when teaching me arrow. When Pain and Minami appeared outside that cabin, Uzumaki was also here. The architecture of the Land of the Winds has a desert character, taking on a cylindrical shape, usually leaving a window, but because of the high wind, the window is usually closed. Since there is always some wind and sand flying in the country of the wind, the window of my Iluo's house is closed at the moment, because I can't see the crisis outside the window. Protected by sand all the time, I love Ro's own physical skills and body's ability to resist blows, even under Marky's training, has grown very limited. Because I love Luo himself in a semi-self-defeating state. And this protection of his own consciousness also made Arrow's ability to warn of danger decrease. I'll do it here, just pay attention to the surroundings and don't let others get close. Uzumaki Hideki looked at the closed doors and windows and said thoughtfully, the reason for this arrangement is that Pain's tricks are mostly targeted, and the movement is large. It's not sure that the Wind Congress will jump off the wall, and it's really hard to say what the crazy fourth generation of Wind Shadow will do if the 6 relatives don't recognize. Coupled with the situation of the human pillar force-tail beast, Pain, and they inevitably can't control the strength of their hands. Second, from this point of view, the surrounding defenses of my AI Luo are likely to be very weak, and he can take people away as quickly as possible without alerting anyone. He didn't want to expose himself so quickly that he took away a human pillar force, which was boring. Therefore, it is necessary for Pain to prevent others from approaching and let himself grab the human pillar force. Let's talk nicely first. Uzumaki Hideki looked at his surroundings. This kind of weather has a great blessing effect on my Fangdun, but it is not needed at all. After all, the other party is just a child. Uzumaki Hideki was a little worried that he was too heavy, leaving some shadow on my arrow. Although the lack of an arm and a broken leg did not make any difference. But it's not good to get along with Naruto with too many negative emotions. A small wind escape broke the doorknob, and Uzumaki Hideki opened the door and walked in. A pair of gloomy and cold-blooded eyes faced Uzumaki Hideki. This gaze is like coming from hell, and ordinary people will retreat when they see it. But this is nothing in the eyes of Uzumaki Hideki. Just a child. His eyes were even more terrifying. Are you here to kill me too? I love Luo said in a hoarse voice. You don't need to be nervous, I have no ill will towards you, I just want to take you to a very good place to live. Oh? Specially came here to take a monster away? I love the sand of Ro and move around him. Uzumaki Hideki looked at him and finally replied, well, that's true. A moment later. Boom, my love Luo's house completely exploded. But neither AI Luo nor Uzumaki Hideki did not move in place. Tentacles made up of sand stretch out in all directions, waving in the wind. Gee, such a big reaction. Uzumaki Hideki smacked his lips and said, it's really a child. I feel that I am a monster, but if others agree, I will suddenly go crazy. Upon hearing Uzumaki Hideki's response, Arrow became angry and blew up his house at the same time. Countless arms formed with sand stretched towards Uzumaki Hideki in Pain, who was standing behind. Uzumaki Hideki easily used the wind to break up the sand arm. Such a thorn, let's adjust it first and then bring it back. That Pain looked at Uzumaki Hideki, who shook his head, and he also went around to guard against the others. Uzumaki Hideki directly confronts Arrow. I have to say that you are already very good at being able to use sand so flexibly at a young age. It's not slow, but you're still too immature. You give it to me, die. I love Luo's short sentence, and I have already sentenced Uzumaki Hideki to death in my heart. It's just that he doesn't know the name of Hideki Uzumaki, but with his current withdrawn personality, even if he knows, he won't hesitate. The more powerful sand arm slapped towards the whirlpool Hideki, who still couldn't dodge, relying entirely on the wind to easily break up the sand arm. This makes me hate Luo even more. The movement on this side quickly attracted the ninjas of the Land of Wind. It's Lord I love Luo. Although AI Luo is not pleasant, after all, he is Kazeki's own son, and the ninjas who heard the movement came as soon as possible. It's just that they are easily blocked by Pain. Understanding Hideki Uzumaki's original intention, he didn't want the situation to expand, and Nagato didn't intend to exaggerate too much. For the time being, it just blocked the ninja of Sand Hidden Village from the outside and did not kill him. Look, a ninja from the village of Sand Hidden shouted, pointing to the center of the battle. My love Lo's house has been completely moved to a flat bottom. The people of Cheyenne Village clearly saw the scene of my love Luo Fai. They didn't care that someone wanted to capture my AI Luo, but only saw the scene of my AI Luo's fury. That monster, is it going to destroy the village again? They have fear and hatred on their faces. There was no need for Pain to stop him, and people did not dare to step forward. For generations of wind shadows appeared on tall buildings. Looking at the venue, the fourth generation of wind shadows said, who are these people? Next to him, a ninja said, I didn't see them before, but suddenly they appeared in the village. What are the gatekeepers doing, dozing? The fourth generation of Feng Xing asked angrily. Looking at these uninvited guests, the fourth generation of wind shadows said, it seems that they want to come and grab a tail. Sand fall. A large amount of sand rose from under the feet of Iroh, and suddenly the monstrous sand wave swept towards Uzumaki Hideki in the field and Pain, who approached him, as well as Nagato and Konan. Wind escape, big breakthrough. The whirlpool Yingsha threw out a wind escape at will, and when it was about to sweep away the sand waterfall, it turned into flying sand. Uzumaki Hideki saw the move, and consumed the will of my AI Luo. There is no consciousness at all that I am here to kidnap people. The fourth generation of Wind Shadow Luisa saw the red-haired Nagato and the dominant Uzumaki Hideki, and immediately guessed the identity of this person. Could it be that this person is Hideki Uzumaki? This is the current Wind Shadow. The two tacitly confirmed each other's identities and shot at the same time. Tendo Pain succeeds Hideki Uzumaki, and I love more pairs. According to Uzumaki Hideki's request, he did not make a heavy hand. To done sand float, wind escape great tornado. The sand and stones near the Uzumaki Hideki suddenly surged wildly and pounced on him, trying to wrap him up. At the same time, Uzumaki Hideki's feet moved, and a wind tornado centered on him began to form from under his feet, encircling him in the middle. The sandstone was suddenly swept up in the wind tornado, unable to go any further. Go! Uzumaki Hideki controlled the wind tornado and rushed straight towards Luosha. Standing still, he let the tornado pass by. The feat of the coat hunt in the wind. Under his strong control, even the clothes were not cut. Tudun Tuliu's city wall. Luosha immediately pulled up the barrier and blocked in front of him. But the barrier made of sand was directly destroyed as if it did not exist. Abominable, magnetic shield of placer gold. A golden shield brighter than the color of the sand crossed in front of Luosha while the earth flow wall was destroyed. Immediately after that, several layers of golden barriers appeared. The tornado with sand and stone connected with the shield actually made a sound like metal rubbing, but it was a little quieter. Several layers of barriers could block the wind tornado that should have been very ordinary. Oh, is this a magnetic escape? There is indeed some merit. Uzumaki smiled playfully. And the 4 generations of Wind Shadow Cold Sweat are coming down. With such a powerful wind, who else has it except Uzumaki Hideki? Luosha was immediately more sure of this person's identity. Damn, is that person Uzumaki Hideki? It's so hard to pick him up. Luosha looked at AI Luo, who was still running away in the distance. I thought, if it really endangers the village, give up this failure. The ninja on the side suddenly whispered. What's going on? Lord Wind Shadow's placer gold shield could hardly stop a wind escape. It's so weird. How can a wind escape have such great power? Quiet, we must believe that Lord Kazekage will not lose. That is, Lord Kazekage is a person who can suppress even a tail. At the same time, a small number of people began to wonder if this person was the legendary ghost and god with such a powerful wind. The movement on this side attracted Maji and Tamari and Kankuro, who were training. When they arrived, they saw Iroh abandon the target of his attack. A man with a black pillar on his face turned and rushed towards the other side, the 4th generation of Wind Shadows, and another person who had never seen him. I love Luo. Tamari was terrified, but still wanted to stop Iroh from doing something irreparable. It was blocked back by Xiao Nan's piece of paper. Wind escape big breakthrough. Tamari spat out a paper shuriken that Hurricane wanted to force Konan away. But those shurikens were only slightly distracted, and under Konan's control, they converged again and approached Tamari. Tamari, back off. Kankuro immediately operated the puppet and blocked Konan's attack. Originally, Xiao Nan didn't want to kill him, but when he saw that it was a puppet and didn't remember, he unceremoniously manipulated the paper shuriken to attack it. The puppet's body was suddenly covered with shurikens. This piece of paper is so powerful. Over there, Iroh forcibly inserted the battle between the 4th generation of Kazekage and Uzumaki Hideki. Start an indiscriminate attack. The 4th generation of Fengying was angry and corrupted. I love Luo, stop quickly, are you going to rebel? Uzumaki Hideki is enough to toss people, he doesn't have the strength to suppress Ichigo now. If he puts Ichigo into the village to make trouble, the consequences will be unimaginable. I love Luo, who has strong mood swings. Where can I still hear other people talking? Half of his body has turned into a tail. Hee, it seems that your father is really incompetent. Uzumaki Hideki said expressionlessly. It is not easy to teach their children without recognizing the 6 parents. It felt almost the same, and Uzumaki Hideki directly carried my AI Luo's collar and left. AI Luo's automatic defense wanted to block it, and it was directly dispersed by the wind armor on the arm of Uzumaki Hideki's hand. The powerful wind chakra instantly invaded my body that I love me, and he immediately obediently stopped as if he had received some order. I love Luo back to his original appearance. Nagato, Konan, let's go. The two immediately followed in the footsteps of Uzumaki Hideki. Damn, don't think about leaving like this. Magnetic waves. Hideki Uzumaki fled in one wind and forced all the ninjas who wanted to catch up with him to retreat, and disturbed the churning gold sand. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the desert. Lord Wind Shadow, do you need to send someone to follow? Marky came to the edge of the fourth generation of Wind Shadows. Luosha collected his emotions. No need, he must have returned to the country of vortexes. Luosha didn't quite understand that Uzumaki Hideki obviously had the ability to kill himself directly, but he didn't do it. What is the intention? Is it really just for Ichigo? Send someone to the village to conduct a thorough search to see if there are any hidden dangers left. After returning to the village of Uzumaki, Hideki Uzumaki asked Nagato and Konan to go to the mountain first, and he left Iroh to Naruto. Naruto and Iai Luo wide-eyed brother, who is this guy? Naruto asked, pointing to a grim-looking Iroh. Iai Luo has been sealed by Uzumaki Hideki with a sealing technique for most of the chakra. There is no freedom to manipulate sand. Only the automatic defense feature remains. Therefore, even if you want to hurt Naruto, you can't do it. He's your friend from now on, and he's a friend who can really get to know you. Hideki Uzumaki originally wanted to say this, inexplicably feeling like an arranged marriage. Change the words, you guys get to know each other first, maybe you can become friends. After speaking, he walked away without looking at the reaction of the two. I don't need friends, I love Luo Lanja grinning. Uzumaki Hideki returns to his vortex studio. Sir, just as you were leaving, Mio appeared, talked to you and left, and we tried to leave Mio unsuccessful. A ninja from the Haji clan came to report the situation. Yes, then I really want to know what topics they talked about privately, Uzumaki sneered. The four tails are able to endure, and they also know how to make small moves. Shio, you better confess honestly. What the hell did you talk to Mio? The Vajra chains were bound to the body of the four tails. Under the control of Uzumaki Hideki it is getting tighter. What Sun Wukong shows is tenacity and unyielding will. If you really want to say it, you don't have to be pickpocket and cramped. He actually didn't say anything remarkable, just complained fiercely about the Uzumaki Hideki. After a lesson, Uzumaki Hideki found that the four tails were even more tenacious than expected. Well, you can't play any mods anyway. Uzumaki Hideki didn't have time to spend here with the four tails. Drop a sentence and let his men go down to find the whereabouts of the three tails. Since he has been here, he will definitely leave traces, and there are elite-level tracking ninjas on his side. In order to prevent Shio from continuing to do sneaky things that affect his plans, Uzumaki Hideki casts a sealing spell that traps Shio in this place and makes him reflect. The other side. Jiraiya has always wanted to find the Uzumaki Hideki theory, or simply fight. After Uzumaki Hideki reappeared, he didn't look at him. Jiraiya's heart was desperate. Uzumaki Hideki threw Era at the training ground, said a few words to Naruto, and then left, not giving Jiraiya a chance at all. Damn, this guy completely treats me like air. If it weren't for the ninjas of the Kagaya clan and the Haji clan around and even the four tails staring, Jiraiya would have gone to Uzumaki Hideki theory long ago. What do you want to do by killing him and imprisoning him here? But now the four tails were taken away by Uzumaki Hideki. Zi Lei's heart hit Xiao Juju. He is not afraid of these ninja words alone. Hideki Uzumaki came all the way to the research institute inside the mountain where Uzumaki was located. Nagato and Konan's follow up again. A code was entered on the security door outside the cave, and the door opened automatically. Let's go, Nagato's body needs to be healed here. Uzumaki said and walked in first. Konan supported Nagato and followed. Kominami no longer doubted Hideki Uzumaki as he did at the beginning, and Nagato stopped doubting Hideki Uzumaki. After all, with the combat power shown by Hideki Uzumaki, there is no need to use tricks against them. Such a powerful character can already call the wind and rain, and what can be obtained from them? Moreover, if Yahiko can be resurrected, why not be used? However, they also thought a little biased. After all, Uzumaki Hideki still has some plans, otherwise he would not take the initiative to help them, which of course is rewarded. Pocket and Orochimaru are in the research room inside the cave. Seeing a new face coming to the research room, Orochimaru and Pocket's faces were surprised. This guy is. Looking at Xiao Nan, the big snake pill was a little surprised. In an instant, he could see that Nagato's body had been exhausted to a certain extent. Uzumaki Hideki said, "This is Xionin, a member of the Xiao organization." The big snake pill said in his heart, he had also been in the Xiao organization for a while, and naturally knew Xiao Nan. It's just why the people from the organization came here. His name is Nagato, and he is the leader of the Xiao organization. The big snake pill was even more surprised. He had long suspected pain, and there was someone behind them. Nagato has been hidden behind the scenes, and only Konanjian has seen him in the Xiao organization, and it is normal for Orochimaru not to know. It's just that this is a person from the Vortex clan. How can it be weak to this extent? What a rare guest, you actually invited everyone who knows here. Orochimaru's eyes flickered. Don't worry, they are not here to hunt you down, everyone will cooperate in the future. Uzumaki Hideki said clearly. Pocket dragged his eyes with one hand. This guy should have lived for a short time. Hideki Uzumaki asks Pocket to help Nagato with a physical examination. After careful examination, Pocket sighed and shook his head. It's a miracle that he has survived to this day. If it weren't for the very strong vitality of the Vortex clan, he wouldn't know how many times he died. Xiao Nan panicked in his heart and asked, "Is there any hope of Nagato recovering?" A heart clenched and waited for an answer. He looked at Xiao Nan, his face softened and said, "When I encounter other medical ninjas, I am afraid that I have returned to the sky, but I am not a quack, and the technique of Lord Orochimaru is still very sure that I can recover." Pocket is very confident. Xiao Nan's face immediately soothed, and he was a little relieved. It seems that they did not come to the wrong place. Nagato hoisted a hanging bottle to supplement nutrition. This also requires the body's ability to recover itself. This guy actually has the eye of reincarnation. As soon as they saw it, Pocket and Orochimaru were shocked by these eyes. I didn't expect anyone to really have such eyes. At the moment, he was doing treatment for Nagato, and he was a little excited after seeing Nagato's reincarnation eyes. Pocket wanted to take the opportunity to study the eye of reincarnation. And of course, Orochimaru also noticed Nagato's reincarnation eye, but he thought more. The body of the Whirlpool clan with the eye of reincarnation is too suitable for his immortal rebirth. But he had to restrain his thoughts for a while. Neither Nagato nor Hideki is easy to get along with. With the assistance of the excellent instruments of the large snake pill and the results of various experiments, 2 days later, after the treatment of the Pocket, Nagato's face was much better. I felt that my body was much lighter than before, and although it was not completely healed, it was much better. The seriousness on Nagato's face gradually disappeared. "Thank you, Pocket, for helping me during this time." "You're welcome. After all, you are a guest of Lord Hideki Uzumaki, but my lord is my current boss, and I am also doing things within my duties." Pocket suddenly had a greedy thought in his heart, taking advantage of the fact that Uzumaki, Hideki and Orochimaru were not here. "Nagato, can I ask you something?" Pocket said in a soothing tone. "What's going on?" Nagato listened. "If you can summon the Outer Path Golem, I would like to take some samples for study." Nagato sighed. When Uzumaki Hideki brought him here before, he said that there was likely to be this one, and asked him not to refuse. This man is really like God. After thinking about it, maybe it's because of the attachment to medicine, not malice, which is fine. Xiao Nan, who was looking at him worriedly, signaled that it was okay. Several people came to an empty cave. Ninja psychic technique. A huge hideous wand appeared in the cave, and the huge body almost reached the top of the cave. Fortunately, this room, which was used as a test room, was built with a lot of thought in mind, so the height is also very high. With an excited smile on his face, Pocket quickly drew a sample of the golem of the outer path with a syringe. At the same time, I also saw that the psychic technique that used the golem of the outer path seemed to have caused a considerable burden on Nagato. He put away the needle and said, "It seems that a large part of your condition is caused by the golem of the outer Dao. With your current situation, you can already take out these black rods, but they are too deep, and I can't guarantee whether they will go smoothly, and Uzumaki-sama has to do it himself." After putting away the sample, he immediately asked Uzumaki Hideki. Uzumaki Hideki is also very concerned about Nagato's physical condition, and now he is the only one who can use the innate art of reincarnation, so naturally he will not shirk. Judging by his current physical condition, there is no problem in forcibly taking it out. Shove his eyes and say. Uzumaki nodded, casting a healing spell with one hand, and without hesitation with the other, he pulled out the dense black rod behind Nagato. Xiao Nan couldn't bear to watch, but forced himself not to look away. Under Uzumaki Hideki's powerful healing technique, Nagato's state was stabilized without causing heavy bleeding, and at the moment when the black rod was pulled out, Uzumaki Hideki saw the chakra line that seemed to be substantial extending from the black rod and then completely dissipated in the air in an instant. This is the black rod used to teleport chakra to pain, and also transmits chakra to the golem of the outer path. This is what makes Nagato so weak. When you were channeling for the first time, this black rod suddenly appeared. Nagato nodded weakly. Don't use the golem in pain until you are completely healed. As long as you don't take the initiative to use it, it can no longer use the black rod to absorb your chakra. There is always a way to avoid this in the future. Uzumaki Hideki sneered, "It's just an empty shell, it's not that difficult to deal with." Nagato asked suspiciously, "What empty shell?" Uzumaki Hideki was a little surprised. He actually didn't know what was going on with Nagato's psychic spirit. Also, this eye was not originally his own, and the most important part was probably hidden. Otherwise, he would not have failed to see Uchiha's plan to take the soil. The essence of the outer path golem is that the 10 tails were extracted from Chakra's body and sealed in the moon by the 6 Dao immortals, and the 10 tails are the original appearance of the 9-tailed beasts. After removing the black rod, Uzumaki Hideki asked, "Pocket, how is Nagato's current situation?" Pocket said, "With the use of the outer path golem in pain, it is not a problem to return to the best condition. It just takes some time, as long as you can regain your original strength. Uzumaki Hideki said, Pain is also a ruthless character, and the strength of the reincarnation eye is even stronger. How can such a good subordinate Uzumaki Hideki be able to abandon? When he developed a method that could completely control the golem of the outer path to eliminate the side effects of the black rod, wouldn't it be freely used? The progress here is good. It seems that his progress in studying the art of reincarnation innate is also going to accelerate. Takashi understood what Uzumaki meant. Yes, I see. He will help Nagato recover his body even more attentively, and he has obtained a sample of the golem of the outer path from Nagato, and he is very happy. As for the research of the outer path golem, I'm afraid you alone can't do it. Let the big snake pill join in. The cold sweat of the pocket suddenly came down. Haha. Everything is hidden from the eyes of adults. I hope you don't disappoint me. Uzumaki Hideki looked at his pocket thoughtfully, then turned and left the research institute in the mountain. He wiped the cold sweat on his head and smiled bitterly. Nagato coughed twice, and Konanri immediately stepped forward to give him a good breath. Nagato, who had taken a breath, took the initiative to speak. You want to make small movements under his nose? I'm afraid it's impossible. Pocket sighed, fortunately, I just want to study. If I really have a different heart, I am afraid that I am already in a different place. Sir, the people of Taki Hidden Village ask for a meeting. Hideki Uzumaki had just walked out of the research institute when a ninja from the Kagaya clan stepped forward to report. Taki Hidden Village? Uzumaki Hideki mused, where is the seven-tailed human pillar force located? I haven't done anything yet, but I sent it myself. Let him go to the Vortex Pavilion and wait for me, Uzumaki said. The ninja of the Kagaya clan answered but still did not go down, his expression a little longing to speak. Uzumaki Hideki saw it and said, if there is anything, you may as well say it directly. The ninja bowed deeply. The person who came has red hair, redhead representing Vortex Village? That's kind of interesting. Uzumaki waved his hand for the ninja to back down and strolled towards the Uzumaki Tower by himself. Taki no Kuni is the land of waterfalls, located in the middle of the four great kingdoms, bordering the land of fire and several smaller countries. Because of the topography of the waterfall, it was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and peace has been maintained. If you don't go to the Three Treasures Hall for anything, when others come, there will always be something, or come to find something. When Uzumaki Hideki stepped into the Vortex studio, he saw a red-haired Uzumaki man standing at his desk. You are the messenger of the land of Taki? Uzumaki looked around and said, you're alone. The red-haired whirlpool man wiped the sweat from his forehead, and seeing the legendary ghost made him involuntarily nervous. Yes, my lord, I am the messenger sent by Taki Hidden Village. Judging by your appearance, it should be someone from the Vortex clan. Yes, my lord. I am from the Uzumaki Mito lineage, but a group of Uzumaki clans who moved to Taki no Kuni a long time ago, and I am a descendant of this lineage. The red-haired man explained to Hideki Uzumaki. Hideki Uzumaki's heart moved when he heard Mito's name. Sighed in my heart, it's all in the past. It seems that Taki no Kuni must have asked for me, otherwise he would not have sent my people here. Uzumaki Hideki thought thoughtfully. The voice became softer, and Uzumaki Hideki said, since it belongs to the Uzumaki clan, then find a time for you to return to the clanland. I am afraid that you will be in a bad situation if you are outside for too long. The red-haired man replied, Taki Hidden Village has always treated the Uzumaki clan very politely, treating them like relatives. And Taki no Kuni is a very peaceful country, and I came here to show goodwill to adults. With this sentence of yours, I accepted Taki no Kuni's request for help, Uzumaki said with a smile. Ha! The red-haired man was a little stunned. He clearly didn't say the purpose of coming here. Why did Uzumaki Hideki know? Could it be that he had the ability to predict the prophet? The red-haired man immediately put away his stunned expression and said, then thank the patriarch so much. It makes sense, even if they don't return to the country of Vortex for the time being, he should call Uzumaki Hideki a patriarch. He is the descendant of the Uzumaki clan, and Uzumaki Hideki is the old patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, and there is no problem. At most, Uzumaki Hideki looks younger. The red-haired man said, we, Taki no Kuni, promise that if the patriarch can treat people well, Taki no Kuni is willing to send food to Uzumaki country to settle down. This is a hot potato for me. Uzumaki thought to himself, it's just right for my needs. Uzumaki Hideki knew that Taki Hidden Village must be threatened, so he had to transfer Fu. There is also the meaning of knowing that he is destined to capture the tailed beast. It is better to be a smooth water person, and he can save Fu's life. It seems that this Taki-in village is really good, and it is very friendly to Renshuli and people of all ethnic groups. Transferring Fu to his own hands also saw his own strength, and he could definitely protect Fu's safety. As one of the female pillars, Fu has blue-green hair, and some dark skin looks more healthy, and she is a lively black beauty. Fu and Naruto are ninjas of the same stage, not much different in age, but just enough to be playmates. The most important point is that this is the tailed beast that came to the door. Uzumaki Hideki smiled and nodded. Go back and tell Takigage, Uzumaki Hideki agreed. The red-haired man smiled and heard Uzumaki Hideki continue. At the same time, the gate of Uzumaki village has always been open to you. Thank you to the elders for their love. The red-haired man's eyes moved slightly, and he respectfully retreated and left. 3 days later, Fu, dressed in a crop top, came to Whirlpool Village. According to Fu, her jumpy personality could not stay at all in the quiet Taki hidden village, and was disliked by the village chief, so she was sent here. Her goal is to come to Vortex Village to make 100 friends. Hideki Uzumaki didn't know if it was her own idea or one that Taki had instilled in her. In short, the declining Taki hidden village is too small to hold a phoenix. However, this phoenix may be a beast, or even a pheasant. Hideki Uzumaki saw Fu tossing the training ground chicken flying dog, and he was a little crying and laughing. Yuan Village once sent people to form an alliance with Taki Hidden Village, and Taki Hidden Village smelled a hint of conspiracy, so he refused on the grounds that he did not have much combat power. In fact, if you want to talk about combat power, isn't Naneo the best combat power? Of course, Taki-in Village will not expose the information of its own human pillar power, so wouldn't that be right in the other party's arms? At the same time, the Land of Thunder also sent his men to the Land of Water to form an alliance, which was also rejected. Because the country of water has gone through the era of blood mist, it takes a long time to cultivate, and it is not suitable to start a war again. The Land of Thunder knew that this was a verbal escape statement from the Land of Water, but the Land of Thunder could not force anything. Land of Water. On the water's edge, Terumi, a beautiful woman with blue-green eyes and long brown crossed hair, is stepping on a small boat with one foot. There was originally a man with a meticulous expression standing on the ship. It was Terume's subordinate, Ching. As a fifth-generation water shadow, she is also the only female shadow in the shadow so far, and she is peerless. At this time, Tsunade was still struggling with Uzumaki Hideki's spell seal. Ching, the task I taught you should be completed. She continued onto the boat. The boat sails in from the outside, but the emblem on the ship is from the Land of Water. It can be seen that this is the ship of the Land of Water on a mission outside. Watching the enchanting woman approaching him, Ching did not change at all, still acting impartially. Taking a scroll out of his arms, Ching shook it open. I saw that it was a portrait. And the owner of the portrait is none other than Hideki Uzumaki. Terumi looked at Uzumaki Hideki in the portrait and was stunned. After a long time, she smiled and said, "Interesting, is this the appearance of the legendary Uzumaki Hideki? More handsome and dashing than I thought." Ching stood on the side. Although his expression remained unchanged, he no longer knew what medicine was being sold in Zaome Gourd. Let me climb the mountains and wade through the water just to get the portrait of Uzumaki Hideki? Could it be that she is old, it's time for her life? Of course, these thoughts can only stay in his mind, and Ching does not dare to say them directly. The country of water, once the country of water, in the era of the fourth generation of Mizukage Yakura, moved towards the era of blood mist, closed to communicate with the outside world. It was later confirmed that Yakura was under the control of the Masked Man. What controls him is the kaleidoscope Sharinan, and the Masked Man who controls him is Obito. The corners of Uzumaki Hideki's mouth rose, thinking of a way to take revenge on Konoha Shinobu village, and to strike at Obito, who was secretly plotting in which corner now. Since the Sharinan comes from Konoha Shinobi village, why not come to a drinking water source? However, he didn't have much hope, and the current Wien village really couldn't provoke a behemoth. Even though this behemoth has decayed. This move is more to test the attitude of Wien village. I don't know when the country of water began to spread the news that Konoha was harboring the people who controlled Yakura. After that, Uzumaki Hideki waited for the movement of Konoha village. As expected, a few days later, a ninja from the Land of Water approached Konoha village to question. Hand over the Masked Man, or we're going to attack the village. Sinful Konoha, how long are you going to deceive the Land of Water? Then some ninjas from the mist-hidden village, known as Patriotic Water Troops, came to Konoha to shout and destroy at the same time. Although there was no major movement, a small local war began. It seems that the high level of Wien village is very stable. Uzumaki Hideki sighed. The Land of Water reacts like a mosquito. Was my plan discovered? No, Uzumaki Hideki doesn't think so. If the scam is discovered, the ninja of the mist-hidden village will not be happy. The only explanation is that the current Kirihide village knows that he can't provoke Konoha yet. That's true. Who said that the strong will not use intrigue? That's why only Nagato with a tendon thinks so. When Uzumaki Hideki domineeringly wanted to rule the world single-handedly, he was attacked by the joint blows of the 6 countries and was finally sealed. It was also because of this incident that Hideki Uzumaki realized his mistakes. Now he prefers to play with people's hearts. However, this is limited to ninjas in various countries. For Kagaya, who invaded from the outside world, this trick was useless. Even if Uzumaki Hideki has the body of the heavenly dragon, has a huge amount of chakra, and his own wind escape ninjutsu is extremely strong. But if he was allowed to fight against the 6 Dao immortals, Uzumaki Hideki was not sure that he would be able to defeat it. It may even be killed in seconds. Uzumaki Hideki felt that the power of the 6 paths was tricky. In the future, if you are against people like Atsuki Yu, Atsuki Kagaya, etc., you may not be able to please. Things out there are a bit behind. Uzumaki Hideki returns to Myoki Mountain to ask for information related to the 6 Dao immortals Onitsuki Kagaya. Among them, Uzumaki Yingsha mainly asked about the power of the 6 paths and the yin and yang escape. The toads shook their heads, not even the oldest toads knew it. Because the system of immortal art and the power of the 6 paths is not the same. He didn't want to let the whirlpool Yingsha return in vain, so the big toad immortal suggested, perhaps, you can comprehend it from the source, maybe you can find some answers? Source? The source of chakra? Uzumaki said to herself. The great toad immortal did not answer Uzumaki Hideki further, because he himself did not know further. Looking at the problem from the source is just a more effective way. Uzumaki Hideki enclosed himself inside the cave of Myoki Mountain. Since it's hard to think, let's meditate. You can always capture a hint of inspiration. Hideki Uzumaki felt as if she was meditating on the origin of the universe, a process similar to creating something out of nothing. Hard. Where did the tailed beast come from? What does yin and yang do? By the way, it was yin and yang that separated the tailed beast. A flash of spiritual light suddenly flashed in Uzumaki Hideki's mind. Uzumaki Hideki guessed that he might be able to find some ways from the yin and yang escape. According to memory, the two families representing Yin Dun and Yang Dun are the Uchiha clan and the Senja clan. Judging from their fighting style, the Uchiha clan relies on pupil jutsu, favors spiritual strength, and should have inherited yin, so the ninjutsu used is biased towards illusion. The Thousand Hands clan inherits the characteristics of Yang Dun, mainly because the physical quality is very special. Uzumaki Hideki frowned. How can this be connected? Yin, with the control of the spirit as the source, out of nothing? Yang Dun, control the energy of the living body as the source, inject the energy? Suddenly, Hideki Uzumaki's eyes opened. He seems to understand a little. The so-called yin and yang escape is the process of starting from nothing, from something to nothing. Yin and yang complement each other to achieve a balance. As for the tailed beast, Chakra, who was supposed to be stripped from the body of the 10 tails, was in a state of riot and turmoil. The role of yin and yang is to transform them into balance, and form new individuals. All attribute ninjutsu are composed of different ratios of yin power and yang force. This is equivalent to the swirling tree needing to split its ability into smaller particles again. It's like if you're used to looking at an object, but now it's very difficult to explore the mystery of the atoms that make it up. These atoms can be directly used to release the most primordial use method yin-yang, and can also be used to compose various properties. Uzumaki Hideki didn't touch the door for a long time, but he thought of an auxiliary method. If he let the power of the tailed beast fuse from scratch in his body, he may be able to discover the mystery. This is not the same as becoming a 10-tailed human pillar force to obtain the power of the 6 paths. Uzumaki Hideki wanted to figure out the rules for using this power himself, otherwise once the 10 tails left, he would no longer be able to use the power of the 6 paths. Sure enough, we still have to gather the tailed beasts as soon as possible, and when the time comes, we will fuse their power, and then we will most likely be able to comprehend the power of the 6 paths. In that case, he would not be so afraid of dealing with Kagaya Atsuki. Uzumaki Hideki didn't care that now that the tailed beast was in his hands, how Kagaya was resurrected. Kuro will always try his best to toss around. If he could really comprehend yin and yang, it would be equivalent to having the same power as the 6 Dao immortals. All ninjutsu of the 6 paths of power is based on the power of yin and the power of yang. Coupled with his heavenly dragon body, isn't it better? Uzumaki Hideki gave Xiao the first order, that is, to capture the remaining tailed beasts and send them to the country of whirlpools. Of course, because Nagato has not yet passed the dangerous period, he is still cultivating in the country of whirlpools at the moment. The task of capturing the tailed beast was given to the other members. This also includes the masked man who officially joined the Xiao organization as a Fei, Obito. Obito still refuses to give up the Xiao organization. Which green onion is Uzumaki Yingshu? Why do you want him to control the Xiao organization? Take the dirt with a croak. Konan said, Hideki Uzumaki saved Nagato, and in return, Xiao needs to be his tool for a while. In Yuin village, inside the steel building, Obito and Zionin had a dispute. Are you trying to split the organization? Xiao Nan asked with a cold face. If Xiao is your personal organization, then what's wrong with me dividing him? Obito said without backing down. The task Madara gave him was still far away, and his own goal had not yet been achieved. How could he be disturbed by Uzumaki Hideki at this time? Although Uzumaki Hideki and Madara are people of the same era, Obito cannot be provoked. But can't you hide if you can't provoke? Anyway, Xiao is his tool. He must not let Uzumaki Hideki take him. Uzumaki Hideki has long known that you will have a move. so he has already prepared me. Xiao Nan said coldly. Is it going to use the detonator against me? Obito sneered. I advise you not to use the detonation charm, otherwise you will destroy this base. That being said, Obito is not afraid of Konan's detonation charm. Even if there are thousands of detonation charms attacking him at the same time, what is the use of attacking him? After all, the kaleidoscopic chakra eye with soil can use divine power to blur himself, and the detonation charm can't hurt him at all. However, when he was triumphant, Xiao Nan suddenly hooked the corner of his mouth coldly. I know that your ability has a time limit. As long as you prepare enough detonation charms, there is no possibility of defeating you. But today, you think wrong. As soon as the words fell, a person walked in from outside. That person is Hideki Uzumaki. How is it possible? When did you appear nearby, and why didn't I notice it? The frightened Obito immediately panicked, forgetting that the other party was Uzumaki Hideki, who was known as a ghost and god. Since the last time he was completely suppressed by Uzumaki Hideki, Obito has also developed a deep fear of Uzumaki Hideki. And the illusion with soil does not work on the Whirlpool English tree. What are the chances of victory? Even the Five Shadows Alliance can't kill Uzumaki Hideki, but it is only able to seal Uzumaki Hideki, and Obito thinks that he doesn't have such great ability to compete with him. Why? Scared. So where is your courage just now? And you don't have to be responsible for saying big words. Obito takes a few steps backwards until his back touches the wall. Uzumaki Hideki sneered and approached him step by step. It is precisely because I know that your ability is more troublesome, so I came to deal with you personally. Wind escape, big breakthrough. Uzumaki Hideki casually flew past with a wind. Obito saw that the situation was not right, and did not hesitate to break down the door and escape. Sir, just let him run? Hehe, maybe he can turn over some storms in the future, and it may be beneficial to us. And the organization. What he fancy is these people inside. As long as these people are taken under him, Xiao organization or something, it is completely meaningless. As for how to collect, does he still lack the means to Whirlpool Hideki? The corner of Uzumaki Hideki's mouth hooked, and suddenly disappeared in front of Xiao Nan with a bang. This is just a shadow doppelganger. However, the Uzumaki Hideki of the body came to Myoku Mountain again at this time and continued to practice. Uzumaki Hideki asked this time how the 6 Dao Immortals used their power. The Big Toad Immortal still shook his head. However, the Big Toad Immortal said, although the power of the 6 paths is different from ours, it is also slightly related to our natural force immortal model. Immortal mode, force of nature. Uzumaki Hideki suddenly became interested. He almost forgot that Miyama Mountain still had this peerless school. The Big Toad Immortal did not hesitate, and immediately asked other toads to teach him to use the power of nature. He was guided by the Fukazaku Immortal. Uzumaki Hideki found that the way this immortal mode was turned on was somewhat similar to the way the dragon body absorbed air to replenish its own chakra. So it's easy to get started. I didn't even use the toad oil that accelerates the absorption of nature's forces. Uzumaki Hideki completely mastered the immortal mode in less than an hour. The Shinseku Immortal was amazed. Your talent is really terrible. Xiao Zile and Xiao Shuman are much slower than you learn. Uzumaki Hideki smiled and said nothing. This immortal pattern is indeed very similar to his chakra eating air to replenish himself. It's just that the immortal mode is more about absorbing the power of the earth, and it is only temporarily borrowed, and it cannot really belong to itself. And the air he ate was indeed transformed into his own chakra. After really learning the immortal mode, Uzumaki Hideki found that the previous research on the spell immortal mode of the Yui family was still too rudimentary. At this point he had a new idea. Maybe you can continue to strengthen the effect of the spell immortal mode without losing your mind. Meanwhile, the Kagaya clan and the Haji clan, who were sent out to investigate the news of the Three Tails, have the latest news. When Uzumaki returns from Mount Myoki, he learns that his men are very efficient and that Miao has been forced to the territory of Uzumaki no Kuni. The Three Tails have a similar appearance like a turtle, and a bit like a snapping turtle, with a carapace on its back with spikes. 3 hard tails on the back are waving wildly. It is said that the 3 tails were found at the bottom of the lake. When tracking the ninja to the habitat of the 3 tails, he found that the 3 tails were in a lake not far from the country of whirlpools. The clansmen of the Vortex clan were ready and bound him with the chains of the Vajraseal. The 3 tails are like turtles in an urn, firmly controlled, and even unable to move. The Uzumaki clan's Vajra sealing technique was too powerful, especially when several Uzumaki clan ninjas used the Vajra seal at the same time. They couldn't resist at all. At this time, the 3 tails had been pulled to the Vortex village without any resistance. At a glance, Uzumaki Hideki saw the 3 tails wrapped in chains into rice dumplings. It's okay to get here, stop the sealing technique, Uzumaki ordered. Except for the people who guarded the 4 tails, all the other capable ninjas of the Uzumaki clan participated in the roundup. It's just 8 ninjas of the Uzumaki clan, and this effect is also very amazing. It is also enough to see that the ninja of the Uzumaki village attach importance to the order of Hideki Uzumaki. Hearing Uzumaki Hideki's orders, he prepared to obey without hesitation, not at all worried that Mio would take the opportunity to escape. During this time of living in Whirlpool Village, they have formed a blind confidence in Uzumaki Hideki. How could their adults not even control a tiny three-tailed, fragrant phosphorus mother is among these people? At this time, he secretly looked at Hideki Uzumaki, who gave them a perfect living environment for both mother and daughter. Before she actually felt that adults would be unfavorable to them, she really shouldn't. Watch Uzumaki Hideki walk up to Mio. The small human body is in stark contrast to the huge tailed beast body. I can't help but be a little worried. I knew that it would be fine, but I was still unconsciously worried. After all, it's a tailed beast. Uzumaki Hideki seemed to feel the imperceptible worry of his subordinates, smiled, raised his hand and waved. It's just 3 tails. Tailed beasts are not ninjas. As long as the ninja fights the small one, he will come to the old, and if he fights the old one, he will come to die. Hit a small number and a large group will come. Otherwise, how could Hideki Uzumaki end up being besieged by the Ninja Alliance? However, the tailed beasts are not so united, so Uzumaki Hideki is not afraid of other tailed beasts joining forces to attack him. No, it should be said that he prefers such a thing to happen, because then he can wait for the rabbit and subdue all the tailed beasts in one go. The Uzumaki clan obeyed Uzumaki Hideki's order and immediately lifted the seal. Crash! The chains all disappeared at once, and the 3 tails had all erected spikes as Uzumaki Hideki got closer. At the moment when the seal was lifted, he chose to turn around and run away without hesitation. However, faster than his speed is the wind. It was not an ordinary wind, but the wind of the whirlpool. Wind escape great tornado. A huge wind dragon approached the 3 tails, and suddenly swept it up with lightning speed. Whoosh! The wind blade entrained in the tornado kept attacking the trapped beasts in it. This wind blade is not enough to cut through the hard shell of the 3 tails, but it can make Mio feel great pain. Mio couldn't help but let out a long snort, flicking his tail and scurrying around. But that tornado followed under the control of Uzumaki Hideki. A grim smile appeared on Uzumaki Hideki's face. You can play with me, and the strength you just gained should also be practiced. After a few breaths, Uzumaki Hideki had already entered the immortal mode of Miyama Mountain. Darker eyeshadow appears around the eyes. Abominable fellow, don't lie too much. The 3 tails were unbearable and finally went berserk, and a little farther away a water dragon emerged from the surface of the sea, counterclockwise, and hit the wind tornado of the whirlpool Hideki in a counterclockwise direction. Under the outbreak of the 3 tails, the water dragon actually rushed down the wind tornado that had consumed a lot. 2 by 2 dissipate in the air. Mio took the opportunity to spread his legs and ran towards the sea. Hee, want to escape? At the speed of a turtle, how could it escape the palm of my hand? Uzumaki Hideki was also playful at this time. Wind escape heavenly dragon armor. Uzumaki Hideki began to condense a wind arrow in his hand. In the immortal mode, the condensation speed of the wind arrow was more than doubled. Soon the wind arrow shot out and landed on the ground in front of Mio. The arrows burst open, as if spilling money in the sky, and countless small blades flew out. Boom! The blade exploded on the surface of the 3 tails, causing his body to shake constantly, and his speed plummeted. Hideki Uzumaki, I have no grievances with you, why do you target me like this? Mio was angry and annoyed. The point is that he has seen the physical qualities expressed by Uzumaki Hideki before, and Mio can't hurt him at all, and can only escape. Uzumaki Hideki is too strong, but running away is not what he is good at. That's embarrassing. Brother, what are you playing? Naruto heard the movement and took Era and Fu out of the training grounds, and came here, and he couldn't stop him. And he couldn't leave the training ground. After all, the training ground was his cell, guarded by the ninjas of the Kagaya clan and the Haji clan. Seeing Naruto running over with Ero and Fu, it seems that they have been getting along fairly well for a while. Fu and Naruto are both cheerful people with hearts and naturally get along well. Although Ai Luo still looks indifferent, he has become friends with the 2 who are familiar with him. Even, Ai Luo no longer struggles with why he was brought here. In this place, after he and Naruto had known each other for a while, he found that like Naruto, he was a poor human pillar. They all had the same sad childhood, lacking the family love that ordinary children should have. Wow, what a big turtle! Naruto opened his mouth and shouted. Really, like a turtle, Fu sighed. I Love Rose silently counted the number of these tails, which were 3. Haha, it's just right, Uzumaki said with a smile. Wind escape cage. The 5-sided wind wall suddenly flew out with the wave of Uzumaki Hideki, and quickly rushed towards the 3 tails. If you want to be conscious, stand in front of the 3 tails. Mio hit the wind wall directly with his hard shell, but he didn't expect that this wind wall was like substance, but instead Mio knocked himself over on the ground. Wow, it's really like a turtle. Naruto looked at the way the 3 tails turned over. Naruto, they naturally knew that this big guy was the same as the things in his body, but looking at the way he was ravaged by Uzumaki Hideki, he really couldn't see the majesty of the half-tailed beast. Several wind walls moved slowly, setting off huge waves. As soon as the three tails flicked their tails and turned themselves back, they were forced to the shore by the wind wall. Whoosh! The three tails shouted angrily, and the water did not want to chakra and hit the wind wall. But in immortal mode, Uzumaki Hideki's ninjutsu has received a great bonus. The ninjutsu, which was already powerful, remained motionless at this time after the three tails did everything they could. Mio still forced back to land. Back on land, the five wind walls suddenly changed their formation and turned into a real cage, completely covering the three tails, making it impossible for the three tails to break through. It's in vain, give up, Uzumaki Hideki said indifferently. Mio is still trying to scratch the tornado's wind with his claws, trying to destroy it. One day, humans, you will know that the tailed beast is not something you take at will. Mio let out a final unwilling roar after being completely trapped by Uzumaki Hideki. He has been in the wild for a long time, and naturally he is not willing to be restrained again. However, the skills are not as good as others, and in the end, they still repeat the same mistakes. Like decades ago, it was captured again by the Uzumaki Hideki. It's so humiliating. Looking at the wind wall as if conscious, forced the three tails back to the shore, and after locking up the three tails, whether it was the Kagaya clan, the Haji clan, or the Uzumaki clan, they all looked amazed. The adult's control over the wind is getting stronger and stronger. This technique of use has completely surpassed the wind escape spiral pill shuriken. Uzumaki ended up locking up the three tails on the side of the four tails and letting his men take turns guarding them. It wasn't until he found out that Mio had been caught and held next door to him that Shio opened his eyes from sleep. Since he was forced to confess, he has lost what little freedom he has left and is locked up in a small space. Brother, did you make a mistake? Didn't you hide far away? How did you get caught back in 3 or 2 days? There was an accusatory tone in the four-tailed tone. He was locked up for revealing information to the three tails, and as a result, this fool was actually arrested so simply. I already knew that he might as well stay on the edge of the training ground honestly, and occasionally go to the back mountain for a walk. If you let the Uzumaki Hideki gather all the tailed beasts, then they may be beaten back into the state of invisible chaos, and they will not be the same as they are now. At that time, there will no longer be 9 tailed beasts. But, the only one. I thought you could hide in a hidden place, but I didn't expect you to be unreliable. The more Shio thought about it, the more angry he became, and he couldn't help but keep nagging. I didn't want to do this either. I originally thought that the most dangerous place is the safest place. Who knew that the country of whirlpools actually has such a powerful tracking ninja? The four tails hated the iron and said without steel, you don't know that the Uzumaki clan's perception ninjutsu is so powerful. Mio is embarrassed. He is in the land of water isolated from the land. He didn't always think that the Uzumaki clan had long been extinct. Mio felt helpless. Perhaps, all this is fate. If you are caught, you can only blame yourself for not being good enough. After some experiments, Uzumaki Hideki found that after learning the power of nature to achieve the immortal mode in Miyama Mountain, he was indeed much stronger. His understanding of the immortal pattern took his understanding of the power of the 6 paths and the yin and yang done a step further. This is not to say that there is any direct connection, but only a certain understanding of the origin of power. Although this is not exactly the same as what the Great Toad Immortal said, in the end, Uzumaki Hideki found that the power of nature and the power of the 6 paths did not have anything in common. In the final analysis, the power of nature is the energy of the outside world, and the chakra obtained in the immortal mode does not belong to itself after all. However, the power of the 6 paths is the energy of the human body itself, and the truth that has been delved into it can even give life out of nothing. Compared with the immortal mode of the force of nature, it is still very different from the power of the 6 paths, and it cannot achieve that kind of anti-heavenly effect. Through the power of nature, the power of the 6 paths is explored, and the effect can be imagined and is small. It's just that Uzumaki Hideki hasn't figured out how this human body can burst out with a power that is even more powerful than nature. In the corner of Whirlpool Village, the 3-tailed and 4-tailed exchanges are becoming more and more frequent. The two behemoths gathered every day inside. It's not anything special. The ninja on guard should not be heard. It's not that you can't be imprisoned by cards, but that would cost more manpower. Uzumaki Hideki just made them realize that they couldn't escape his palm, so much so that they didn't mind their communication. Originally, Shio had his mark on his body, and he could find it wherever he went. At this time, they want to wear down their willpower and concentrate on doing things for themselves. How does the new sealing technique feel? Hideki Uzumaki asked. Yuiya respectfully returned, back to my lord, I feel that the restrictions are less, and the spell pattern has generally been added a level. Did you just add one? Uzumaki Hideki was a little regretful. This is already the optimal plan, and the spell seal planted for the Kagaya clan has also been changed accordingly to achieve similar results. Originally, when studying the spell seal of the Hakai family, Uzumaki Hideki had some results. But there are many limitations, and the limits are very obvious. After thoroughly learning the immortal mode, Uzumaki Hideki has a deeper understanding of the forces of nature, and new ninjutsu is at his fingertips. Uzumaki Hideki finally raised the spell immortal mode of the Hakea clan, and the spell seal transferred to the Kagaya clan to a higher level. It's time to start the next phase. Coming to the cage where the tailed beast was sealed, Uzumaki Hideki glanced at the 3 tails and the 4 tails and smiled slightly. The 3 tails and 4 tails stood still as if they were being stared at by death. "You don't have to be so nervous, I just need a part of your strength." 3-tailed and 4-tailed swallowed a mouthful of spit unconsciously. Mio said, What are you going to do?" This person was so terrifying that just standing there made their tailed beast structure feel a great threat. It's not because of the momentum released by the Uzumaki Hideki. He really just stood there quietly, but they had a psychological shadow. "You don't have to worry about that. If you can guarantee peace and security under me, I don't mind releasing you into the mountains and seas. Of course, only in the territory of the Vortex country." Uzumaki hooked the corner of his mouth, "Or where I want you to go." 3 tails and 4 tails looked at each other, which was much better than being locked up in a small cage or in the body of a human pillar force. Nodding in agreement. "Well, that's it. You know what will happen if you don't do what I say," Uzumaki Hideki said sadly, causing the 2 behemoths to snort. Under the calm eyes of the 3 tails, Uzumaki Hideki absorbed his general chakra in one breath, and absorbed half of the power of the 4 tails as he concocted. Speaking of the huge amount of chakra as large as the 9 tails, he also absorbed half of it, but the other tail beasts could only absorb half of the energy, and a small amount of chakra in equal proportion was stored in the meridians by the Vortex English tree. It seems that there is a certain pattern in this. Uzumaki Hideki was more sure of what chemical changes could occur after gathering the 9-tailed beast chakra. Satisfied, I felt that I had regained 20% of my strength. Hideki Uzumaki smiled and said, "Next, let's do another experiment." The 4 tails suddenly trembled. "Uzumaki Hideki, don't go too far, it's all said, you can't regret it. If you treat us kindly, we may still be able to become friends, but if you continue to act like this, it will only cause anger and resentment." "Ha ha ha, my Uzumaki Yingshu has always been shocking to cry ghosts and gods. How can I be afraid of the rats who are angry and resentful? Otherwise, I wouldn't have been called a ghost or god," Uzumaki said amusedly, "but this, you'll know in a moment." The right palm spread out, and after quickly collecting some natural powers, some strange runes appeared in the right hand. It's like an ancient text. At the same time, the skin of the 4 tails also appeared an identical runic imprint. It seems that the experiment was very successful. Uzumaki Hideki can see that the runes play a role in the body of the 4 tails, absorbing the surrounding natural forces to make up for its own loss, so that it can exist in the body of the 4 tails for a long time without dissipating, and the runes in his palm did not disappear. Shio was surprised to feel that the power that had just been absorbed by the Uzumaki Hideki was actually showing signs of recovery, natural energy. "Can you feel it?" Uzumaki Hideki raised his eyebrows. "It stands to reason that natural energy and chakra are different species, and the tailed beast cannot be directly used." "We haven't lived for so long," said Mio. "The speed of recovery will be accelerated in the right environment, which should also be assisted by natural energy." Uzumaki Hideki was non-committal. The tailed beast was different from humans, and it was useless for him to study it. No longer doubtful, he directly marked the 3 tails, feeling the energy right of the imprint is that I am summoning you to come as fast as possible. Mio thought, fastest? What if he runs away? Then I heard Uzumaki Hideki say, "I can know your location through the natural mark. If I don't come," the 3 tails quickly shook their tails. I know. Needless to say, Uzumaki Hideki really didn't say anything more, and removed the sealing array near the 2-tailed beasts. The 3 tails and the 4 tails looked at each other and did not dare to move. Uzumaki Hideki twitched the corner of his mouth. "You can go, don't occupy a place here." The 2-tailed beasts disappeared immediately. Uzumaki Hideki can trace the location of the daughter mark on the tailed beast through the mother mark on his hand. It is somewhat similar to the Kagura heart eye of the Uzumaki clan, and can track the movements of a specific chakra that it has locked on to within a certain range. Or more similar to the 3th-generation telescopic glasses, there is no distance limit, and specific people can be tracked. Uzumaki Hideki intends to practice for a relatively long period of time. He has not yet regained the strength of his peak moment. His previous arrangement caused some turmoil in the outside world. For example, the rigid relationship between Konoha and Mizunoku. Hideki Uzumaki said that he would take revenge on Konoha, so the spearhead at the beginning was almost directed at Konoha Shinobumura. The land of wind, the land of water, the land of thunder. The contradictions and conflicts between the shinobi village and Konoha in the major countries have the shadow of Hideki Uzumaki. So much so that Konoha is now panicked, living in panic at any time, afraid that some shinobi village will shoot an assassin. "I can't even sleep peacefully. And the tense spirit also intensified the contradictions between the people of Konoha. Small conflicts can escalate into brawls. The three generations want to control but also have more than enough energy, and Tuanzang is waiting for the right moment to replace the three generations. It was really as Uzumaki Hideki said at the beginning, it brought a strong mental pressure to Konoha. Looking at the report sent by his subordinates, his masterpiece, the corner of Uzumaki Hideki's mouth grinned. Next, it's coming to my AI Luo. AI Luo stared at Uzumaki Hideki, his indifferent eyes tended to be flat, and there was no longer the killing intent he had before. There was even some curiosity at this point. His time in Uzumaki village was full of joy, which made him think differently about Uzumaki Hideki. Uzumaki Hideki said, "Borrow the power of your tailed beast." Immediately afterwards, Uzumaki Hideki put his right hand on my arrow's head. The next moment, Uzumaki Hideki entered the inner world of my arrow, and also saw a tail that was sealed in the prison, and there was a sealing charm on the prison. Through the seal, Uzumaki Hideki extracted a tailed chakra. Uzumaki Hideki, what do you want to do? Ichio felt chakra leave him uncontrollably, and his heart was filled with anger and fright. After all, watching his chakra being absorbed in large quantities is as painful as ripping off his flesh. The tailed beast is a collection of chakra. Don't worry, I'm just taking half of your chakra. Uzumaki soothed. What, half? Don't open your mouth. Ichigo roared unwillingly. During the Warring States period, he was not captured by Uzumaki Hideki, but in the body of the human pillar force, he was not beaten. Without waiting for Shoujuru to continue his opinion, Uzumaki Hideki quickly extracted chakra and left. At this time, Yukito was still in the Vortex village, and the two-tailed whirlpool Hideki on her body was not spared, and it was extracted together. Hideki Uzumaki lifts control of Yujito. You can go, Uzumaki said with a smile. Are you serious? Yujito's brows furrowed as he stared at Uzumaki Hideki. From her initial point of view, Hideki Uzumaki was a hero, a combination of cruelty and domineering. But after observing Uzumaki for a long time, she found that Uzumaki Hideki was not exactly that kind of person. In a controlled state, the spirit can actually see the outside world. Did Uzumaki Hideki collect tailed beasts just to extract half of the chakra? For the Yuji people, this amount of chakra can be used up in a short time, and it is better to directly extract the tailed beast. Of course, once the tailed beast is withdrawn, she may die. That is to say, Uzumaki Hideki spared her from death? Yujito only felt complicated in his heart, and did not know what medicine was sold in the Uzumaki Hideki gourd, and did not know whether to love him or hate him. But seeing the thriving scene of the Uzumaki village, Yukito really can't connect Uzumaki Hideki with the ghosts and gods in his memory. Hideki Uzumaki may not be a good person. Thinking about it, Yujito stopped staying and left here at full speed. The amount absorbed by chakra has already allowed Uzumaki Hideki to recover several layers of strength, and he has more capital to go to Miyama Mountain to explore that ancient secret technique. During this time, the affairs of Vortex Village have to be handled by Nagato and several elders first, and Orochimaru must be busy with his own research. Right, call the main high-level forces of Vortex Village to him. Among them are the elders of the Nagato, Orochimaru, Hood, Kagaya, Hai and Uzumaki clans. Orochimaru smiled a little eerily and nodded. In the next period of time, I will enter Miyama Mountain for cultivation. The specific time is uncertain, and all the affairs of Whirlpool Village will be temporarily handed over to you. Miyama Mountain is a sacred place of inheritance, and at the same time, it is also a very suitable place for seclusion and cultivation. At least practice here without worrying about being disturbed by outsiders. Uzumaki Hideki packed the necessary luggage and came to Myoko Mountain, deciding to practice here for a long time. It is best to understand a secret art. The Big Toad Immortal is still more concerned about the cultivation progress of the Whirlpool Yingshu. Whirlpool Yingshu, you have already practiced and obtained the power of immortals. Have you recently comprehended the power of the 6 immortals above? As a Big Toad Immortal who has survived at the same time as the 6 Dao Immortals, he was even a close friend of the 6 Dao Immortals in the distant past, and he also admired the extraordinary power of the 6 Dao Immortals after comprehending them. It's just that because of the different power systems, the Big Toad Immortal can't give Uzumaki Hideki much help. Uzumaki Hideki nodded. I feel a little, but I don't comprehend enough. I probably need an opportunity. It was the moment when the power of the 9-tailed beasts gathered in his body. The Big Toad Immortal is very satisfied with the Whirlpool Yingshu. There is no shortage of geniuses in this world, but there is a lack of geniuses who work hard. If you eat the old book and everything, one day you will also face the situation of sitting and eating. And Uzumaki Hideki has noble qualities. Uzumaki Hideki's wind ninjutsu has never been seen before, and he is still pursuing more powerful ninjutsu. Miyama Mountain welcomes you at any time, Uzumaki Hideki. Well, since you want to have a secret realm that no one disturbs, then I will show you a direction. There is also my treasure of Miyama Mountain. The big toad fairy stretched out his hand, and the white fog in the east dispersed, revealing the sea, and there were small boats floating on the shore, and on the opposite side of the sea was an island. What a sophisticated technique! Uzumaki Yingshu could see that the Great Toad Immortal's control of the enchantment and the power of nature had been used to become supernatural, and it was worthy of being a monster that had survived until now during the 6-Dao Immortal period. If properly arranged, Uzumaki feels that he can achieve such an effect. However, the Big Toad Immortal smiled and said, "I believe you will be very interested in the things there. Although it is not complete, if you can restore the lost immortal talisman, Myoku Mountain will be your eternal companion." The Great Toad Immortal values Uzumaki Hideki very much, and when he sees this person in his dreams, he will bring earth-shaking changes to Myoku Mountain. He believes that Uzumaki Hideki definitely has the potential to be able to accomplish this difficult task. This is a task that combines the wisdom and experience of many of their older toads, and cannot be accomplished. The Great Toad Immortal believed that Uzumaki Hideki could do it. "I have placed the broken sample of the immortal talisman on the island. If you agreed, go and study it. Since there are residual charms, this one can really be tried," Uzumaki Hideki said quite confidently. Hideki Uzumaki said goodbye to the Big Toad Fairy and took a small boat towards the island. Every time Uzumaki Hideki left some distance, the fog behind him gathered. The Big Toad Immortal smiled and looked in the direction Uzumaki Hideki left. His originally forced eyes opened slightly, and the white mist could not block his wise vision in the slightest. "Uzumaki Hideki, I hope you can do it. That will be a good thing for you and Myoku Mountain. The Talisman of Immortals contains a lot of natural power inside, has the mystery of life and death, and can bring people back to life." The 6-Dao Immortals once used an immortal talisman given by the Great Toad Immortal to save his younger brother Otoki Yamura. That was the only complete immortal talisman left in Myoku Mountain, but Toad Pill doesn't regret it. If he hadn't given the talisman to Itsuki back then, the world wouldn't be like this. Even their Toad clan may cease to exist under the attack of the crazy Itsuki Kagaya. What remains on the island now is a remnant of the talisman they tried their best to restore, and even if it looks the same, it will not achieve the effect at that time. Soon, Uzumaki Hideki landed with the boat, and the mist behind him all closed. The island is surrounded by a white fog, but the white fog cannot penetrate the island, so it can be easily seen with the naked eye. There is a waterfall on the island where clear spring water pours down and splashes white on the rocks below. The whole rock is one, dark green, and there is a golden rune shining under the washing of the waterfall. When Uzumaki Hideki passed through a forest, he was immediately attracted by the golden rune. The light that emanated was so dazzling that it almost blinded his eyes. This is the immortal rune. This pompous look was too different from the immortal talisman that was plainly almost an ordinary piece of paper in his memory. Uzumaki Hideki guessed that the person who made it was probably not skilled, and the energy leaked out in this way. No wonder it was hidden in this path. This goal is also too obvious. Uzumaki Hideki walked over and entered the stream, picking up the remnants of the immortal rune. Unable to bear it, he slapped a seal on the remnant to suppress the surging energy. At this time, he saw clearly that this charm probably changed to such a color because it had been soaked in toad oil for a long time before. The rune in the inner circle above was some kind of ancient text, and he happened to know some. But the outer circle is like a ghost rune, but each rune seems to have some kind of intriguing meaning. With the help of the pouring spring, Uzumaki sits cross-legged at the source of the stream, allowing himself to enter a subtle state of integration with nature. At the same time, the remnants of the immortal rune that had been restricted from their output seemed to resonate, and a faint force of nature began to gush out. Uzumaki Hideki is quietly studying and comprehending the mystery of the immortal talisman in his hand. Whirlpool Village. After the 3 tails and 4 tails, one went to the sea area of the country of Whirlpool, and the other went to the back mountain of the Whirlpool Village. The only people guarding the training ground were a few ninjas from the Kagaya clan and the Haji clan. After secretly observing for a few days, Jiraiya also found that he seemed to be completely free, and the ninja who had been monitoring him in turn had now been transferred, most of them. Maybe it's because he behaved very well during this time, so the Vortex Village has relaxed its vigilance against him? It seems that it is still necessary to be a babysitter for a few months, Jiraiya said to himself. In a jungle 10 miles away from the village. On a large tree, the foliage on the side facing the village of Whirlpool is unusually luxuriant. A telescope stuck out of the leaves. What is the current situation of Jiraiya? At the moment he has left the training ground and fled towards the heights, presumably to the mountains. They are members of Konoha's Dark Root and are ordered to come to investigate Jiraiya's safety. Of course, Tuanzang secretly gave them a more important task, which was waiting for the opportunity to probe the secret information of Vortex Hidden Village. In order not to startle the snake, Gen only sent the most elite 5 people this time. Naruto, that kid is really, he has been pestering me to teach him new ninjutsu. Obviously he didn't learn it first. If this continues, the child will be wasted, Jiraiya said as he walked. Later, there were 2 more troublesome imps. Really, I was a white worker. While Naruto was practicing Spiral Pill, he could also probe the situation of the entire Vortex country. The terrain on the mountain is relatively high, and the view is good, and it is also certain that the whirlpool Yingshu will not let go of the mountain, and such a good place must have moved something from the hands and feet, so he decided to go directly up the mountain, starting from the top of the mountain and exploring from top to bottom. The woods in front of the back hill are lush and cover all the mysteries. It seems that this place is a forbidden place, and there is no one. After dodging a few patrolling ninjas, Jiraiya entered the valley and no longer saw any ninjas from the Uzumaki village. Further ahead is a bare cliff. Under the cliff, a dark cave appeared in view. Everything is silently hinting at Zilei, and there must be secrets of Vortex hidden village in this cave. It won't be so easy to find. Jiraiya thought it was a trap, but he had to check it again. Jiraiya approached the entrance of the cave cautiously, and finally hesitated to walk in. What if it's not a trap? Shortly after Jiraiya entered the cave entrance, a figure came out of the trees. Naruto scratched his head and looked at the pitch-black hole. The lecherous fairy disappeared at the entrance of the cave just now, presumably entering it. Naruto thought and finally entered the cave as well. The dark cave did not change because of entering two uninvited guests, and it was still black as if it was going to devour everything. Zilaiya had already grabbed a kunao in his right hand and groped forward vigilantly. In a very short time, he adapted to the darkness, and he also groped the mechanism on the cave wall very skillfully. No, not them. Nagato could feel that the breath of the visitor did not have the gloomy coldness of the big snake pill, nor was it the feeling that the pocket gave him. Who will it be? Zionin has a lot of affairs because of Kangen village and Yuyan village. He has returned to Yuyan village to deal with affairs, and Uzumaki Hideki has also gone to Myoki mountain for retreat. Who else can come here to see him? Suddenly Nagato tensed up. Could it be the one who came to kill him? If I die, there are two possibilities for the Xiao organization, disbanding or changing owners. Both situations are beneficial to Xiao's enemies. If Xiao's hostile forces took advantage of the weakness of the Vortex village to sneak in and assassinate him, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, his current physical condition was very bad, and the masked man who has been moving. It is also to blame that Orochimaru and Pocket did not stay in the Uzumaki Hideki village according to Uzumaki's orders, otherwise he would not be in crisis at the moment. However, if there is really danger, even if his physical condition is destroyed again, he will immediately summon the Outer Path Golem. Hope it's time. Nagato clenched the scroll in his hand. He didn't know that this situation was actually caused by Hideki Uzumaki. People, here it comes. Old Jiraiya, teacher. After Nagato saw the person coming, he froze for a few seconds, as if to see if he was seeing an illusion. After all, Nagato studied with Jiraiya when he was very young, and now so many years have passed. Jiraiya, sensei, Nagato said excitedly. Excessive agitation, pulling the body and starting to cough. Jiraiya looked at Nagato warily, and when Nagato called his teacher, Jiraiya did not react at first. You are Nagato? Jiraiya's face showed doubt and surprise. Sensei, it's really me, Nagato. You are the enlightenment teacher who taught me in Konan, Yahiko ninjutsu when I was a child, Jiraiya. Jiraiya suddenly became stunned, no longer doubting Nagato's identity. Putting away the kunao in his hand, Jiraiya walked towards Nagato excitedly. With his hands on Nagato's shoulders, Jiraiya's face naturally showed the excitement of seeing his former disciple. After so many years, your appearance has matured a lot, but this red hair has not changed. Your body? Jiraiya also noticed that Nagato had a lot of tubes inserted into his body and hung a hanging bottle. What happened to you all these years? Nagato and Jiraiya also said a lot, including Xiao, who originally belonged to Yahiko and now took over by himself, the ups and downs of these years, and the will that Yahiko gave him. I didn't expect that the three disciples I accepted back then were actually the root of Xiao. In addition to being shocked, he also felt sympathy for the three former apprentices. If he hadn't taught them ninjutsu, maybe someone else would have come to open their path as a ninja. Jiraiya did not blame Nagato, although Xiao is currently wanted by the ninja kingdom, but it is not so evil that there is no cure. Everything can be made up. Nagato, disband the Xiao organization, Jiraiya said seriously. After Jiraiya said something, Nagato's eyes suddenly widened, and a trace of blood red appeared on them. Jiraiya-sensei, after you know the great ideals of Brother Yahiko, why do you want me to dissolve Xiao? Nagato couldn't understand Jiraiya's intentions. Akira is an organization that exists for peace, and there is nothing wrong with its existence. However, it is also too immature to become a tool for evil by people with ulterior motives. In Jiraiya's opinion, there is such an organization in the middle of the gap between countries, and if it is not eliminated by the ninja states, it will eventually become a weapon of domination for some countries. After all, Xiao's power cannot compete with the state. Nagato can't understand Jiraiya's thoughts. His heart is full of thoughts and beliefs for Yahiko, so everything about Yahiko is everything about him. If he had to choose between Jiraiya and Yahiko, he would choose the latter, whether the latter was still alive or not. With a long sigh, Nagato said, "Let's go, Jiraiya-sensei. Since we hold different views, the next time we meet, we are likely to be enemies." Nagato, Jiraiya's face turned livid for a moment. He didn't expect this disciple of his to be so stubborn. It is clear that when he was still very young, what a sensible child he was. What happened over the years that made him so determined, even stubborn, inside? Is it because of Nagato's departure, or is it the sin of this world? Nagato, last question. Why are you in the land of Vortex? Have you become Hideki Uzumaki's subordinate? Jiraiya asked, with a hint of danger in his eyes. This is the point he can't figure out the most. The best medical equipment here. Nagato said no more words. A picture of you can go. Jiraiya finally sighed and turned around, silently leaving the cave. If it continues, it is likely to provoke a fight. After Zille also walked out of the cave, he did not plan to go deep into the Vortex village to avoid being arrested again. Sadly, he left the Vortex village. Jiraiya-sama. The members of the Root had been waiting outside the village for a long time, and after confirming that Jiraiya was safe, they did not move for the time being. After being escorted back by a Root member, one of the Root members of the leader said, "Next, you can start serving the main course and investigate the Whirlpool village inside." After all, the mission that Danzo privately explained was confidential, and even the other Konoha ninjas, including Jiraiya, would not let them know about this action. Not long after Jiraiya left, Naruto came out of the shadows. Nagato was not surprised by Naruto's sudden appearance, as he sensed Naruto's presence not long ago. It even helped him cover up his breath and avoid Jiraiya's perception. "Nah, uncle. Are you and the lecherous immortal a master and apprentice? I think I heard you call each other master and apprentice?" Nagato touched his face, except that he had lost a little weight. "Does it look so old? Will it be disliked by Zionin?" The indifference on Nagato's face had disappeared, and he coughed lightly and said to Naruto, "Kid, where are you from? What about your parents?" Naruto grinned and said, "I don't have parents, but I have an older brother named Hideki Uzumaki." Nagato was surprised. Was the child in front of him the Naruto that Uzumaki said in his mouth? The hair color is different from the golden color of the Uzumaki people. It does look like a little son. He had heard that Uzumaki Hideki treated outsiders coldly, but he was extremely good to his own people and subordinates. Looking at Naruto's sunny appearance, he should have received a good education. Nagato's condition was also treated because of Hideki Uzumaki. Maybe after such a period of time, he has slowly begun to think of himself as a member of the Vortex clan in his heart. Nagato's attitude towards Naruto was also excellent. "You take this." Nagato spread out in his hand with a small scroll on it. "What is it?" Naruto asked as he stared at the scroll with curious eyes. "This is your brother's wind ninjutsu and his understanding of wind ninjutsu," Nagato said kindly. Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up. "Can it really be given to me?" Nagato smiled, "Yes." Naruto immediately took the scroll and thanked him politely. Immediately muttered, "The lecherous immortal is too petty, and I won't give me any useful ninjutsu. It's still my brother's ninjutsu that is powerful." Then he said loudly, "Thank you so much, uncle, I will accept your things." Then Naruto turned around and wanted to find a place to visit the scroll, afraid that Nagato would repent. However, after running 3 steps, he turned back and asked, "Uncle, I still don't know what your name is." "By the way, my name is Naruto Uzumaki." "My name is Uzumaki Nagato." Nagato finally gave himself this surname. Vortex? Naruto was surprised to find that the prefix of the other person's name and his own name were the same. "Yes, you're red-headed," Naruto said excitedly. "Can I still come and play with you?" Nagato didn't know Hideki Uzumaki's arrangement, but nodded anyway. Looking at Naruto, who left happily, it was like getting a baby. It was indeed a baby. Nagato smiled gratifyingly. When Uzumaki Hideki handed him the scroll before it, Nagato was still wondering, why would such an important thing be handed over to himself? It is arguably the most mysterious scroll in the ninja world. Uzumaki Hideki didn't say not to let him see it, and he really hadn't read the contents of the scroll. After all, he was not practicing Feng Duan. But now Nagato understood that this should be for Naruto. The man knew that Naruto would come back here one day. This person's computing power is really terrifying. "Naruto, I hope you live in a happy environment. I don't want to see more children die in the fighting. I don't want to see a miserable childhood." Sure enough, the cleansing of the ninja world is still very necessary. Nagato's face suddenly became serious. "You still have to make the ninja world feel the pain before we can usher in true peace." At this time, the big snake pill actually did not leave the base of the cave, but only left a doppelganger of the big snake pill, and the real Buddha figure was still in the depths of the base. Because when Orochimaru was studying complex ninjutsu, he didn't want anyone to bother him. The feeling of hiding in the shadows and spying on the outside world made him feel safe, and he also liked the feeling, like a snake. He also had a copy of Uzumaki Hideki's Wind Ninjutsu scroll in his hand, but it was the scroll that Uzumaki Hideki directly sealed the ninjutsu into for the great snake pill to study. The big snake pill always looked calm and relaxed before he changed. A sad face, this technique. It is an ordinary wind ninjutsu. Why can such complex changes be formed in the hands of Uzumaki Hideki? The big snake pill couldn't understand the mystery even if he wanted to break his head. Under normal circumstances, being able to make chakra produce morphological changes is a preliminary understanding, and it takes a long time to grasp the change in nature to see the talent. This is already very good, and on this basis, it is necessary to release ninjutsu in a perfect form, which can be regarded as profound. But like the whirlpool tree, you can fit various forms of wind at will, and there are other forms mixed in, even demons can't do it. Could it be that this is Hideki Uzumaki's personal patent? Orochimaru thought that perhaps this had something to do with Uzumaki Hideki's physique, not in ninjutsu itself. Ninjutsu is naturally like ninjutsu, but for those who use ninjutsu, this is the key. It seems that the progress of research on the living cells of the swirling English tree is going to accelerate. He was eager to find out why the Uzumaki tree was so powerful and why it survived for so long, but there has been no result. Ninjutsu is an ordinary ninjutsu, and there has been no progress in terms of cells. Fortunately, he has enough patience, otherwise he would not have such rich research results. He was looking forward to the day when he developed the perfect method of immortality. Hideki Uzumaki's ninjutsu research is an exception. Orochimaru sighed. After all, Uzumaki Hideki is not a simple character. Compared to this, the study of the medical records of the Kagaya family and the study of the cells between the 1,000 hand pillars have made great progress. After obtaining a sample of the golem of the outer path from Nagato, he did what Hideki Uzumaki ordered. He did not hide it from the big snake pill, but gave the sample to the big snake pill. The two studied day and night. The life force of the golem is too large, and even a little can allow the cells between the 1,000 hand pillars to multiply in large numbers. But why the golem has such a strong vitality is still an unsolved mystery. This is also the puzzle that has plagued the big snake pill to this day. Still unable to understand the mystery of the life force of the golem cell, therefore, he chose to shelve it. The opportunity in front of you is really tempting to watch. The big snake pill shook his head. It's a pity that it's still a little difficult. Let's give priority to studying the cells between the 1,000 hand pillars. The cells between the 1,000-handed pillars are like those of asexually reproducing plant cells, but more active. The nature of cells is also similar to that of plants, which is a kind of existence between animals and plants. But the cell has millions of times the plant's self-replicating rate and intense activity. He had done a lot of live experiments, but only one person survived, which could not be considered a success. After in-depth study of the cells between the sufficient 1,000 hand pillars, the big snake pill had a new plan. There are so many high-quality experimental subjects here, it's a pity not to put them away. The ready-made experimental subject is in the cave, undoubtedly Nagato. With Nagato's current situation, he couldn't resist him at all, and Hideki Uzumaki wasn't here either, and no one could stop him. Of course, if Uzumaki Hideki comes back and blames it, the big snake pill will not be easy to handle. As long as the experiment doesn't fail, the results speak for themselves. Nagato, you pray that the Uzumaki clan's physique is strong enough. As long as it succeeds, Hideki Uzumaki has no reason to trouble him. As for his definition that the experiment did not fail, only he knows it. If there is no death, maybe there is no failure. The previous experiment pocket is also involved. This is a great opportunity. It is better to call the pocket over. Orochimaru released a snake carrying his private messages. Pocket is an expert in medicine and can assist the big snake pill in many trivial things. About 3 hours after the flying eagle flew out of the base, the figure of the pocket appeared in the depths of the base. Lord Orochimaru, you are looking for me, Pocket said respectfully. Orochimaru nodded. I thought of an interesting experiment and need your cooperation. Orochimaru informed Orochimaru of his thoughts. An evil smile immediately appeared on Pocket's face. I can't ask for it, Pocket said, then Nagato will leave it to me to make sense. With the first one, there must be a second phase, and there are so many holders of the blood succession limit in Vortex Village, they can try it slowly. Compared with the big snake pill, because he has more contact with Nagato, he is naturally familiar with Nagato, and it is more convenient to talk. Although they can use coercive means, and they have long been accustomed to and like to use coercive means. But after all, Nagato is also the boss of Xiao's bright face, and he has to give some face. If Nagato resists, it is really no problem to use a strong one. A moment later, he came to Nagato. When the pocket appeared, Nagato noticed that his eyes had opened. Pocket, it's you, Nagato responded. Smile, and there was a hidden meaning in the smile that Nagato did not detect. Nagato, after discussing with Orochimaru-sama, I have come up with a way to speed up your recovery. What method? Nagato was clearly eager to recover as soon as possible so that he could better use his power and achieve his goals. After a brief pause, Nagato said, will there be side effects? Nagato also considered that if the cells between the 1,000 hand pillars occupied his body like cancer cells, wouldn't that be worse than the previous situation? No, there will be no side effects. After all, the body of your Whirlpool clan is extremely controllable, and it is most suitable for being used as a carrier. Pocket quickly waved his hand and said, Nagato felt, how does it mean to experiment with his body and treat himself as a white mouse? What are the odds of success? Nagato finally asked. After all, he knows the leader. If he falls, what will he do? What about Zionin? What about Yahiko's ideals? There is a 90% chance of success. Pocket made an okay gesture. Nagato thought about it again and again, thinking that these people should not be untargeted under the nose of Uzumaki Hideki, and finally nodded in compromise. Pocket smiled secretly in his heart. Actually, I have calculated with the big snake pill, and I am probably 50% sure. But before the experiment, of course, you still have to give the patient confidence, don't you? Pocket and the big snake pill are looking forward to what kind of changes will occur after the cells of the Vortex family and the cells between the Thousand Hand pillars are fused. When Naruto left the cave where Nagato was, he vaguely saw Jiraiya walking away from the village. Raised the wind escape scroll in his hand, looked at it, and then looked in the direction where Jiraiya left. Naruto did not hesitate to put away the wind scroll, and instead chased in the direction of Jiraiya. He suddenly thought that if he couldn't understand the ninjutsu in the wind escape scroll, maybe he could also prompt him. But if Jiraiya runs away, I won't find anyone to ask in the future. After all, during the period of Uzumaki Hideki's retreat, Naruto couldn't think of anyone to teach him, and the others he was not familiar with after all. Moreover, what Zai taught him during this time was the nature of Fengdan, and there was no doubt that Zai must also have a deep understanding of Fengdan. This was Naruto's eagerness to learn Kaze, and Jiraiya first taught him the change in the nature of chakra. The so-called interest is the best teacher. Unexpectedly, this progress was much faster than the spiral pill. It's just that Naruto discovered Konoha's ninja, and he hid so that Konoha ninja wouldn't find out. They seemed to be arguing about something, and they really didn't notice his poor hiding skills. Knowing that he is the case of the human pillar force, it is likely that the Konoha ninja will knock him out and take him away when they see him, and then his future life may be extremely tormenting. Naruto was self-aware. At this moment, on the street of Vortex Village, Ai Luo and Fu were walking in the crowd. Looking at the bustling streets and the various shops on both sides, the hearts of the two were full of surprises. During this period of living in Whirlpool Village, Ai Luo and Fu experienced the life that normal people should have. It was a peaceful life, no hatred, no war, and people treated each other sincerely. This is the life I want, but unfortunately I don't have parents anymore. Ai Luo looked at the boy who coquettishly wanted to eat the balls to his parents, and I was envious. I love Luo, why do you suddenly have a bitter face? Fu next to me noticed that Ai Luo's expression was different. Shouldn't it be a very happy thing to go shopping? Fu rarely saw emotions other than indifference on my arrow's face, and only then saw my arrow's painful expression, so she was surprised. It also made Fu curious about Iroh. I should be happy that no one here knows us, nobody knows that we have monsters hidden inside us, and that we are treated like normal children. As if auto-suggestively, I never thought he could say such a thing. Unexpectedly, Whirlpool Village is even more prosperous than Takiyin Village. Fu had an exclamation. I Love Luo nodded. It's the same, it's much more prosperous than the land of sand. I love Luo's impression that the country of sand is full of flying sand and stones, if this can also be called prosperous. When Ai Luo told her that she had the same monsters in her body as herself, Fu reacted. Ai Luo is a human pillar force like herself. As a human pillar, she sympathizes and understands me. Ai Luo. Indifference, perhaps, is Iroha's way of escaping pain. Everyone has their own way of escaping suffering, and who can interfere? But Fu really wants to be friends with my Ai Luo, and her goal of calling 100 good friends has not yet been settled. Come, a friendly signal. Shake hands. Fu immediately reached out and wanted to take the initiative to hold my Ai Luo's hand. Blocked by the sand of my love Luo. Wow, your sand. Ai Luo looked at Fern and said, this. I can't control it. Fu patted her chest and said, it's okay, look at me. While I love Luo for snacks, raid. While I love Luo picking up things, raid. While I love Luo in a daze, raid. However, whenever Fu wanted to shake hands with Iroh, sand bullets would always float out from the gourd behind the other party's back. After several failed handshakes, Fu gave up. Crossing his waist, he said, this kind of friendless setting, no wonder Ai Luo has always been lonely. Even if other children want to get close to my Ai Luo, they will be dissuaded by this setting. And Fu found that Ai Luo never knew how to take the initiative. There's a ramen shop over there, I'm so hungry, let's go. After buying some gadgets at the stall, Fu pointed to a ramen shop not far away. The two entered the ramen shop. Since Hideki Uzumaki gives them pocket money, they are not short of money. That's right, there really is no shortage of money. Uzumaki Hideki's money naturally came from the taxes of Uzumaki Village. You must know that with the current prosperity of the Vortex Village, taxes, not the average much. Otherwise, there would be no tax evasion. The owner of the ramen shop instantly recognized the identities of these two people. Since Naruto likes to eat the ramen of this shop, the ramen shop owner often delivers takeaways, and I have seen the figure of Iroh and Fu at the Uzumaki studio. Two of you, please take a seat at the VIP seat inside. The ramen shop owner immediately greeted him with courtesy. Two of you, I wonder if you are satisfied with this store. After Iroh and Fu finished eating ramen, the ramen shop owner came to ask them. The taste is quite good, but there are fewer green onions. Fu thought about it and said, because I really can't think of anything bad, I can only say so. Yes, your opinion, we will cherish and adopt, thank you for coming. Luo and Fu left the ramen shop. Why was that uncle so nice to us just now? On the way, I asked Iroh. Fu supported his chin with his right hand, thought for a while, and said, it must be because of Lord Hideki Uzumaki. After all, he is such a respected adult, and we, as the people next to adults, will naturally be watched and admired by everyone. I loved Luo for a moment. So, does the boss know that we are human pillars? Fu replied, I don't know about this, but Hideki-sama Uzumaki's ultimate idea is also to build a peaceful and stable world, so people will also be understood and tolerated. The image of Hideki Uzumaki in my love Luo's heart has been improved again. On the way back to the training ground, the two saw Four Tails and Three Tails basking in the sun together. Mio noticed Iroh and Fu passing by. See, it's Ichio and Nanao. Shio said, I didn't expect that Uzumaki Hideki had collected so much in a short period of time. Are they talking about us? Iroh asked. As a tailed beast, you should be able to see the tailed beast in the body of the human pillar force, right? Fu said. Alas, poor child, at such a young age it became a container for tailed beasts. Shio sighed, but there was no hint of pity. They are just cruel tools of Uzumaki Hideki, and like us, they cannot be treated as human beings. Mio echoed. I love Luo and Fu, and my expression is suddenly angry. No, Hideki-sama Uzumaki treats us very well. Fu retorted. Luo looked at the Yuya wandering tailed beast and asked, you are not bound either, and you seem to be very comfortable, why do you say that Uzumaki Hideki is cruel? Three Tails and Four Tails didn't know how to say it for a while. The Four Tails said, he has left a mark on us, and if we really do something, we will definitely not be able to eat and go. The two huge tailed beasts saw me Luo and nodded thoughtfully. It should indeed be so. After all, if the tailed beast runs away, it will hurt the villagers. There should be means to prevent it. Ichio of my love Luo also once walked violently, causing heavy deaths and injuries in the Sand Ninja village, and becoming a nightmare for the village himself. That was not his intention. Mio looked at Shio. This brainwashing is too successful, right? Sun Wukong said, don't say that. I feel a little reasonable when I listen to it. How's that? Do you know the good intentions of adults? Then let's call a friend. Fu suddenly said happily. What is it? Shio's face was inexplicably shook by Fu's huge paws. Mio received the same treatment. The successful Fu smiled even happier. One step closer to the goal. The Three Tails and the Four Tails silently looked at each other, not knowing what to say. The strength of these two people seemed to be different from those they had seen. However, at this moment, there was a huge movement in the northern forest. The sound of explosions, the sound of water flowing one after another. What's going on? Fu was surprised. Is there an enemy coming? Luo frowned. Let's go and see. Fu nodded and asked the Three Tails and Four Tails, do you want to come together? Shio plucked his ears in disbelief. Are you talking to us? What a strange person. The Three Tails also said helplessly, don't look at the wall of this vortex village. This defense is not generally strong. Nothing can happen. Fu hooked the corners of his mouth, but it sounds like a hilarious look. I love Luo, let's go. I replied. Union Village, a martial arts ninja village that promotes swordsmanship and ninja physical arts. Union Village Thunder Shadow Building, located on the top of the mountains. A figure appeared not far away. It was a beautiful woman. Her flowing earthy yellow hair added a bit of beauty, matching the top of this group of mountains. When the Yamu people entered Union Village, they attracted the attention of the people in the village. However, when the villagers saw Yujito, their faces were more surprised. They couldn't believe that Yujito was still alive. Was taken away by Uzumaki Hideki and stayed in Vortex Village. The consequences can be imagined. What kind of person is Uzumaki Hideki? The machine is brutal and crazy and insidious. After obtaining the human pillar power, how can the human pillar force survive? They all believe from the bottom of their hearts that Yujito will be deprived of Neo. No one has been able to survive when the tailed beast is deprived, at least for now. There is absolutely no possibility of survival. Catch the thief. On the street, an ant suddenly shouted. A man dressed as a sunspot ran quickly and rushed through the crowd to create a winding passage. Two ninjas from Union Village heard the sound and rushed to chase the thief, but unfortunately the crowd density was too large, which hindered their way to chase the thief. Damn, there are too many people. If there weren't so many people, the two of us would easily be able to catch him. One of the ninjas said. Another ninja also said that thief is too flexible. you can imagine that he is a habitual offender. Although their tone indicates that they have given up the chase, the body is still chasing the thief in the crowd. After all, it is their duty to maintain law and order in the village. The thief's feet were smeared with oil, and he smiled grimly. "Two spicy chicken ninjas, Uncle Ben is a Jianyang thief. How can he be easily caught by you?" Touch. However, the black-clothed thief who called himself the Jianyang thief bumped into something soft without paying attention. The thief looked at it intently, and the nosebleed suddenly spurted out. In front of him is a beautiful woman with short blonde hair. Could it be close contact just now? The thief showed a triumphant evil smile. "If you don't do one thing and don't stop doing two, let's simply rob the wealth first and then rob the color." The thief stretched out his hands and was about to pounce on the blonde beauty with short hair. Suddenly, he stumbled under his feet, and the thief fell to the ground with an unstable center of gravity, and the short-haired beauty with short blonde hair immediately clasped his hands on his back and actually caught him alive. "Oh, beauty, I'll be kidding, don't take it seriously." The thief suffers from pain and cries out for mercy. The next moment the two ninjas arrived. "Miss Samui." The two vigilante ninjas saluted respectfully while seeing the beautiful woman with short blonde hair. The thief's face was suddenly as ugly as eating, and he knew that he had provoked a big man. "If you two are ninjas, you have to be cool, you know." Samui handed the thief over to the two vigilante ninjas, and returned the stolen wallet to the aunt who arrived later. "Miss Samui is getting cooler. She is my idol." After the aunt thanked her and left, the two vigilante ninjas looked at Samui's back and said infatuatedly. Suddenly, Samui noticed something and looked in the direction of the village entrance. There was originally a steady stream of people over there, but at this moment the crowd seemed to have stopped flowing. Did something happen? Samui reacted immediately and walked quickly towards the place. Faces flew past until she saw a familiar face in the crowd, and Samui stopped. Yukito. Samui finally understood why the villagers reacted this way, and it was big news that Yukito was actually released by the Vortex Village. Thunder Shadow Building, Thunder Shadow Office. Lei Ying looked at Yukito a few steps away with a look of disbelief. "Uzumaki Hideki will be taken away by the wooden man, and will it be sent back without stripping the tailed beast? Could it be that Hideki Uzumaki thinks this is fun, just a family?" After a series of tests, it was concluded that the two tails were still in Yuji's body. This made Lei Ying wonder what medicine the Whirlpool Yingshu gourd chicken sold. "I also understand the situation." Yukito spoke about the fact that Hideki Uzumaki released her for no reason, and also expressed his doubts as well. However, this made Lei Ying suspect that Yukito was coming. "Samui, it will be arranged by the wooden people to protect it at the Rock Mountain Pass," Lei Ying ordered. Yukito's eyelids suddenly fluttered. Iwayama Pass is a place similar to an extinct volcano, surrounded by rocks that were once used to hold spies. Lei Ying arranged this way, obviously imprisoning her. Yukito, who originally thought that he would be free and return to his homeland, felt pain in his heart. Perhaps, this is the sad life of Renzhuli. Rock Pass, surrounded by rock mountains, is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and it is difficult for people inside to get out. There was only one passage inside, and at this time Yukito was walking in this passage. When she enters the interior of Iwayama Pass, the passage behind her closes, and there are ninjas watching, and she needs to explain the situation to the ninja who is watching. In the name of protection, in fact imprisonment. The villagers of Union Village were originally happy at first for Yukito, who returned unharmed, but then came suspicion, and seeing Lei Ying's approach, this suspicion was even more serious. They think that the Yuji people are no longer normal and are no longer the Yuji people they used to be. Yukito also keenly felt that everyone was abnormal. When she goes out on the street, there are ninjas following her secretly. No matter how absent-minded these ninjas are, with her strength, she will naturally find flaws. Yesterday it was 3, and today I followed those 3. Yukito pretends to shop for vegetables in a street stall, but in fact her attention is on the ninja who follows her. "Mother-in-law, how do you sell this lettuce?" Yukito takes her attention away from the ninja who is stalking her. Yukito looked at the old woman and asked. Indifferent, isolated, suspicious, the facial expression of the old woman scared her. Once, she also knew this old woman. This once amiable and kind old woman, now the attitude towards her makes Yukito feel cold. Union Village's suspicion of her, as well as over-monitoring of her performance, was like a pimple attached to her, making her feel restless. The villagers' indifference and disregard for her also chilled her. Why is this so? She somewhat regretted that she chose to return to Union Village without thinking too much, and now the problem was that no one would believe what she said, although she was free to move, but like a prisoner. Recalling the harmonious scene of Whirlpool Village, compared with the current Union Village, Yukito sighed. After a period of concentrated cultivation, Uzumaki Hideki's strength has grown steadily under the nourishment of the vigorous air of Myoku Mountain. Even if he didn't reach the peak strength, once he absorbed the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, the growth of his strength could still be seen. Of course, during this month's time, he was mainly carefully studying and comprehending the golden immortal talisman in his hand. Just yesterday, Uzumaki Hideki's research on the immortal rune made progress. He discovered that the most important rune, the immortal talisman printed on the rune paper soaked in toad oil, could quickly absorb the power of nature and accumulate to a certain extent to achieve the effect of reviving the dead. But there must have been some kind of spell sealed in the spell as an introduction. Uzumaki Hideki had no way of knowing what the technique was as an introducer. Even the toads don't know. If he knew, I am afraid that the big toad immortal would not need his help. Originally, the immortal talisman had been lost, but the big toad immortal saw hope in his dream. That person who came from the past will bring great changes to Miyama Mountain. And the effect of the immortal rune is against the sky. Even for himself, Uzumaki Hideki must go all out. Hideki Uzumaki is trying to achieve the same effect of bringing the dead back to life by writing a special spell composition without sealing ninjutsu. While Uzumaki Hideki was still practicing enlightenment on Mount Myoki, at the same time, the Land of Earth and the Land of Thunder and the Land of Wind sent scouting ninjas to investigate the situation in Whirlpool Village. The result they want most is whether Uzumaki Hideki is still in the Vortex Village. Hideki Uzumaki had not moved for more than a month, and he suspected that he was secretly planning something or doing something inseparable. If Uzumaki Hideki is not in the Vortex Village, then their opportunity will come. Feng Ying was robbed of his sun and human pillar power in this way, although he had been labeled as a failure in his heart, but he was also very unhappy in his heart. This is how someone comes to your house and can't help but hit you in the face. How can you not make people angry? Although the wind shadow can't beat the whirlpool Yingshu, if the owner is not at home, it is not difficult to turn his old nest upside down. Moreover, the country of Vortex is now a blazing star in the eyes of all countries, and it is naturally good if the hidden danger can be eliminated as soon as possible. The scout ninja of the Thunderwind country approached the forest on the outskirts of the village from 3 different directions. Boom! I don't know where to start, and the fortifications of Vortex Village were touched one after another. The explosions were undulating, and the flames were as beautiful as a blooming flower. This is the detonator trap placed on the periphery of Vortex Village. This trap is triggered and is undoubtedly the best wake-up call. The ninja of the Vortex Village immediately understood that there was an invasion from outside. Those are the detonation charms that the adults have drawn and issued by themselves, hoping that the enemy will be bombarded and shattered. In the Vortex Village, there are leaders of the Haji clan and the Kagaya clan. It's worthy of being an adult, such a big hand. How can ordinary people make so many spells in such a short time? I'm afraid chakra has long been drained, right? The Yui clan said again. My lord said that the power of the spells he drew is also limited, and if necessary, he still has to rely on the strength of our 2 clans. The 2 leaders then led hundreds of SSS to emerge from the Vortex Village. But when they came to the entrance of the village, they found that the reconnaissance team of the Thunder Earth Wind country had been killed and injured. A large number of corpses were mutilated, the corpses were separated, and a river of blood flowed on the ground. The spell actually wiped them out? These are just reconnaissance teams. Judging by their forward protection attire, they should be the combined forces of the 3 countries of Thunder and Earth. Not only the detonation charm, but also the water escape charm exerts its power. Is it the art of the Great Falls? It turns out that not only does it seal the detonation charm of the fire, the power of this waterfall is somewhat amazing. I don't think there is just one great waterfall technique. This scene looks like dozens of people performing a small great waterfall technique at the same time. Looking at the truncated trees, the 2 of them speculated. And the wound over here looks like it was caused by wind escape ninjutsu. This scene seems to have been fought in a fierce group battle before. However, only the ninja of Uzumaki Village knew that those were the effects of the spells drawn by Hideki Uzumaki. Ask his subordinates Kagaya and Haji to go down and check if there are other ninjas in the scouting team. The result of his subordinates' report was that all of them were ninjas of the Earth Thunder Wind. Looking at the number of people, is it just sending a reconnaissance team? It seems that you dare not raise a division and move the masses. Before that, let's test our strength, right? No, that's not the point. The point is, the adults let us arrange so many spells. If it were not for the adults themselves to draw them, how much would it cost? Know that the price of the detonator is very high. The production cost alone is also very high. Each detonation talisman needs to be drawn by hand and sealed into ninjutsu and chakra, which is a troublesome and delicate process. How much financial and material resources does this cost? The leader of the Kagaya clan feels one head in too big. The leader of the Yui clan said with a smile. The adult drew the same detonation talisman. I heard that the charm was made by the adult when he was visiting the immortal talisman in Miyama Mountain. The immortal talisman, is it the immortal talisman that can bring back the dead in that brother's legend? It is said that there was only one copy of the entire Miyama Mountain, and it was completely lost in the end. I didn't expect that adults have reached such a field now. At the same time, they sighed and were impressed by the strength of Uzumaki Hideki. I don't know how adults did it. In just a few days, they drew thousands of spells, and even various attributes. It is said that it was just some ordinary paper and pen and ink. Are there many more? I want to collect one. In fact, it was a defective product when Uzumaki Hideki drew the immortal rune. Uzumaki Hideki has always done a lot of things, plus chakra is abundant, even if it runs out, it can quickly reply, and there is no need to worry about consumption at all. But what is the matter with those various attribute charms? Isn't the adult specializing in wind escape? If you want to arrange so many water escape spells, you must have a water ninja. Not only do you need a water ninja, but you also need a water ninja who accurately controls chakra, which is even more difficult. It's just that I haven't heard of adults recruiting water ninjas in the village. Since the adult absorbed the tailed beast, he already has the chakra attribute of the tailed beast, so there are also water dun or something. All this is not difficult for adults. After all, Lord Hideki Uzumaki is a great existence that has never been seen before. The image of Uzumaki Hideki in their hearts has reached the 6 Dao immortals, a great example in their hearts, and at the same time their great spiritual leader. When Uzumaki Hideki was studying the talismans of the immortals, he was also imitating the drawing of runes, and the failed products became these charms. By crafting similar techniques to the immortal talismans, ninjutsu can be sealed into spells, which can be released when triggered. Uzumaki Hideki sealed the ordinary water escape into the spell, forming a water talisman. Seal the ordinary fire escape into the spell to form the initiation charm. The lethality of these spells can only be equivalent to ordinary water escape and detonation charms. After absorbing the chakra of the tailed beast, the Uzumaki Hideki now has the ability to control sand with 1 tail, the fire escape of the 2 tails, the water escape of the 3 tails, and the melting of the 4 tails, and the spell attributes created are also diverse, and they are no longer limited to the wind ninjutsu. Since sealing into ninjutsu has high requirements for the caster, and there are also very strict requirements for the quality of the paper, with Uzumaki Hideki's current proficiency, the power of the spell can only be regarded as ordinary. The 2 leaders have found about 300 scouts from enemy countries 1,000 meters away from here. Those are some of the logistic scouts in the land of Earth, the land of thunder and the land of wind, and they are like logistic Ians. If the previous group of scouts die, they will make up for it, or withdraw to report the situation. There are too many people on the other side, and the fortifications of Vortex Hidden Village are really too perfect. If this continues, we will definitely destroy the entire army. A small leader who temporarily commanded the reconnaissance team said. The little leader held a telescope to observe the situation in the Vortex Village, but this small leader's view was opposed by the other 2 small leaders. Ninjas are not afraid of death. We rushed in together and fought with them. Have you forgotten that our mission is here to investigate? But is there a result of our investigation? If you're afraid of death, stay here. The 2 small leaders led their respective armies and headed in the direction of Vortex Village. Leave the little leader standing there angrily. Don't let me collect your corpses later. He continued to raise his binoculars again. Suddenly, a Kuwu-penetrating telescope killed him on the spot. Kill! Then the shouts of the Kagaya clan and the Haji clan sounded from not far away at the same time, showing a semi-encircled form. The Kagaya clan and the Haji clan rushed into the chaotic enemy reconnaissance team. Both Corpse Bone Vein and Spell Immortal modes are melee types, and none of these scouts have an advantage in battle, and those killed are defeated. Before seeing the shadow of the 4 tails, those who were suppressed could only evacuate. The bone knife is brandished, and the flesh blade is flipped. Most of the scouts were killed in a very bloody way by the Kagaya clan and the Haji clan. The ground was already bleeding and corpses were everywhere. Some corpses are riddled with holes and have been poked into a sieve by bone spurs. Some corpses had their heads broken, and a large amount of blood erupted like a fountain, and then fell weakly to the ground. The scene was as bloody and terrifying as hell on earth. Of these, only a small part of the reconnaissance team was released back to the mountain. The reason why Whirlpool Village spared them not to die is mainly to let them go back to report the situation, so that his country knows the current form of Whirlpool Village, which is not easy to mess with. It's so powerful. Is this the defense and combat power of Vortex Village? Fu looked at all this with excitement, and she felt her blood boiling. She didn't even care about the bloodiness of the scene at all. If only Taki no Kuni was really strong. The strength of the spell trap and the ninja of the Vortex Village deeply shocked the 2. On the contrary, Iroh was shocked by the bloody scene. Iai Luo was already shocked and speechless, and could only sigh. It turns out that this is the effect of his previous violent walk in the village? At the same time, he had some exclamations. Stretching out his right hand, Iai Luo looked at the sand flowing like life in the palm of my hand in a daze. It turns out that I am just like this, and I can bully weak ninjas. In the forest, a man fell from a tree. He had long white flowing hair and was dressed in clothes as white as snow. He is Junmaro, who is also a descendant of the Kagaya clan. The branch of the Kagaya clan to which I belong is a branch that was separated from the Myoko Mountain enchantment, and most of them are people with low abilities or no blood succession limit. Passed down to my generation, I am the only one left with the inheritance of corpse bones. He always thought he was a monster, and from the mouths of others, he was also a monster-like existence. Since coming to Vortex Village, he knew about the existence of Kagaya's own clan. The so-called Kagaya clan's own clan, every ninja who inherits the blood succession limit, has far superior combat power than his own, and is the real Kagaya clan, and he is nothing more than a defective product. Junmaro also saw the pervert of Uzumaki Hideki, and after understanding Uzumaki Hideki's terrifying strength, he felt even more mediocre he was. This also made his original firm belief in the Great Snake Pill shake. Junmaro has become a true member of the Kagaya clan since he was incorporated into the Kagaya clan in Whirlpool Village. The Kagaya clan naturally treated him very friendly, but what made Junmaro very depressed was that his impure bloodline was like a stain in a million-strong army, like Rat. During Fang Cai's battle, Junmaro was hit in the chest by the suffering of an enemy ninja without paying attention, and although it was not life-threatening, he hung a color. Looking back, it seemed that he didn't see any injuries from the Kagaya clan other than him, which made him feel inferior while wiping his sweat. This is Junmaro. He has been locked up in the family for too long, has not undergone systematic training, and there is still some gap between him and the ninja of the family who has been trained since childhood. His talent is not bad, but he is still younger. Fu and Iroh came from a distance, and they were very curious to see Junmaro's body covered in blood. I see that you are the same age as us. Are you also from the Kagaya clan, and will your Kagaya clan also be injured? The cheerful Fu asked Junmaro without any scruples. Looking at the appearance of the bone spurs, it really doesn't look like it will hurt. Junmaro stammered, not knowing how to answer. After coughing lightly twice, Junmaro said, no matter what kind of people they are, they will be injured. Junmaro's face was a little pale, maybe his face was white and scary, but now it was even whiter. Then why aren't the other Kagaya clans injured? Fu decided to break the casserole and ask the end. Junmaro's face instantly turned red because Junmaro couldn't stand it anymore, and he decided to lie. Actually, I wasn't injured at all, these are the blood of the enemy. Once you've got started, there's nothing difficult in the back. Junmaro suddenly converged all his expressions, a very affirmative, calm look. Luo suddenly pointed to Junmaro's chest and said, no, you are lying, and the bitterness is still inserted in your chest. Iroh prompted. Junmaro then realized that his mind was so messed up just now that he forgot to pull out the kunao. Junmaro pulled Kuwu from his chest, and suddenly a column of blood gushed out. Immediately closed the wound with bone pieces. Junmaro's pale face was obviously due to excessive blood loss. You too, it's me Iroh and Fu, right? Junmaro finally remembered his intention for coming here. Hideki Uzumaki once told him that he would take the two of them to the ninja school to report. My lord told me to take you to the ninja school. I love Luo and Fu suddenly looked surprised. Is that the kind, big bunch of people sitting together, school? Fu said with a face. In Taki Hidden Village, everyone sits in the elementary school hall of a cave inside a waterfall, as if going to school. Fu whispered, she would definitely make 100 friends soon. School, I love Luo because of her special status. She's the one who is isolated in school, no one dares to approach her. Most of the time she is still at home to receive individual guidance from Mr. Markey. If it is a normal school, he really wants to go again. By the way, what about Naruto? Fu suddenly thought of Naruto who was separated from them. Junmaro said, there will be other ninjas who will take him. Let's go, I'll take you to the ninja school to see. He may not be the same as the ninja school, you understand. When Jirei was also caught up by Naruto at the border of the Vortex country, he was also speechless. As soon as he turned around, Jirei pointed at the stalker and said, Naruto, you don't go to the ninja school. Well, what are you doing with me? Naruto pouted, what's so good about ninja school? It's better to study my brother's ninjutsu. You're wrong, the ninja school in Whirlpool Village is different, and the instructions in it are all techniques used in actual combat. Zi Lai also said mysteriously, there is also a teacher who specializes in teaching Fengdun. Or, do you want to come back to Konoha with me? Naruto suddenly shouted, lustful fairy, I won't be deceived by you. I'll go see if that ninja school is really useful. Just turn around and run. Jiraiya sighed. He knew it would be like this. After thinking about it again, Jiraiya also thought that it would be dangerous for Naruto to leave the Uzumaki village, both for Konoha and for Naruto himself. Naruto and himself disappeared at the same time, and Hideki Uzumaki would definitely find Konoha immediately, bringing danger to Konoha. And Naruto, who had been away from Konoha for so long, was also in a very embarrassing situation when he went back. Land of Earth. The ninja village in Tsuchinoku is Iwahide Village. The village is surrounded by strong natural dangers, which are easy to defend and difficult to attack, but at the same time hinder communication with other countries. The wind from the north crosses the mountains and carries small rocks down, creating a rocky rain scene, which is a characteristic scenery of the Land of Earth. Ha ha ha, laugh at me, ha ha ha. Along the way, a man with yellow hair and a braid kept teasing. The one he teased was a hunchbacked middle-aged man. His face was covered with a black cloth, and there was no change in expression on his hideous face like a robber. It can be seen that the black cape worn by these two people has a red cloud and thunder pattern on it. This is the hallmark of the Xiao organization. Uncle, you really want to laugh at me to death. Every time the rock rain falls, it falls on your head. Deidara chuckled. That's because my position is prone to falling rocks. The scorpion's emotionless voice replied, laugh again and watch your little life. Then why don't you go somewhere else? Deidara still didn't converge and dodged Scarlet Amber's tail. Hey, be careful. You're not talking nonsense. The passage is so small. You occupy the right, I can only go to the left. The scorpion sighed regretfully and did not poke the person with a broken mouth. They traveled through a narrow passage surrounded by rock formations on both sides, and small stones were occasionally blown down from above. They crossed this narrow passage and immediately spotted the target. Han, the five-tailed human pillar force. At this time, although Han was still an important figure, he was removed from the core regime because of his identity as Rensuli, and he was not in a very good mood. He wanted to go out for a walk, but he didn't expect to meet an acquaintance before he left the village. Deidara, Han said with some uncertainty. Deidara, who lived outside the village because he had caused terror in Union Village, suddenly defected one day without warning. What is he here for? Also, the hunchbacked middle-aged man next to him gave him a very bad feeling. It was actually Deidara, who received Xiao's invitation to fight with Uchiha Itachi and joined Xiao. Xiao's two members, are they here to greet me? Han smelled a hint of danger. Oh, senior, I didn't expect you to remember me. On the opposite side is a famous steam ninja, who uses steam to improve his already top physical skills. This guy can even kick the tailed beast away. Deidara is more cautious because he knows more about the five-tailed human pillar force. Uncle, this guy will leave it to me to hunt, you just need to watch from the side. The scorpion was still expressionless, but there was impatience in his voice. You guy, always make me wait for a long time. If this is like this again, just wait and see. And I'm very strong. See one clay spider. A swarm of white spiders pounced on Han without warning. For a time, the sound of dense fights and explosions was everywhere. Originally, because the ninja sent out by the country of Earth ate the loss of the detonation charm of the village of Whirlpool, the ninja of the country of Earth who heard the explosion thought that Hideki Uzumaki had attacked with the detonation charm. Suddenly some people were panicked. Kurotsuki and Akito immediately led a group of ninjas and rushed in the direction of the fight. Senior brother Deidara. Kurotsuki couldn't help but shout. Deidara, once with them were brothers, and even Master Oniki cultivated Deidara as the heir of the Earth Shadow. Because of Deidara's excellent talent, he is very valued by Oniki. However, such an excellent ninja betrayed Iwahide village and became a rebel, which really broke Oniki's heart. Today's Union village can no longer accept Deidara. Black Earth, Red Earth, don't come unharmed, you are still the same old and unchanged, Deidara said with a smile. Red Earth, maybe we can still keep Deidara, maybe he still remembers his old feelings, Kurotsuka said. Fratricidal is always tragic, and she doesn't want to see it. However, there was anger in Kitu's eyes. Deidara, if you fail your master's good intentions and betray the village, won't your conscience hurt? Akito scolded angrily. The three of Terracotta, Kurotsuki, and Deidara, have been taught by their master Oniki since they were children. At the same time, Deidara is also the most valued of the three, and even Oniki cultivates him as a future Earth Shadow. Kitu is most uncomfortable with people like Deidara, who obviously have a bright future, but they are easily destroyed. It's really full and hungry. If you can understand my art of exploding, how can I leave the village? What a madman. Ha ha ha, that's right, I'm a madman, so give you a bomb. Deidara quickly squeezed out a clay bird in his hand and flew towards the Black Earth, Terracotta, and the ninja he led. Earth Escape Earth Flow Wall. Kurotsuki and Akito simultaneously cast the Earth Stream Wall ninjutsu, summoning the rock wall to withstand the explosion. However, another bird bypassed the wall from the side and flew towards the ninjas behind him, exploding instantly. It hurt all of a sudden. Deidara smiled and said, I'm sorry I lied, but there are actually two bombs. Deidara said, in the entire Union village, the only thing that can really make me fear is the old man of the Earth Shadow, and the rest will turn into ashes under my explosive art. Suchikage Oniki's blood succession limit ninjutsu dust has always been in existence that Deidara's fear. If you get caught in the dust, there is absolutely no possibility of survival, because it is a ninjutsu that dissolves substances. However, because this ninjutsu is extremely terrifying and difficult to master, even if she is Oniki's granddaughter, Kurotsuka still has not inherited this ninjutsu. Looking at these people from Union Village and Deidara's mother-in-law, quietly Deidara's mother-in-law seemed to be reminiscing, and the scorpion was very impatient. Deidara, if you don't do it again, I'll take the five-tailed human pillar by myself. Hearing this, Union Village knew that the reason why Deidara appeared here was to capture the human pillar force. Kurotsuka's eyes suddenly became cold, and he stopped talking about keeping Deidara. It seems that the rumors are true, Xiao is going to make a move on the tailed beast. Hey, Scorpion Dana, didn't you just say that you blocked them, and then I came to capture the five-tailed human pillar force? Why does it seem to be the other way around now? An exclamation mark appeared above the scorpion's head. It was clear that Deodara, who went up to do it without saying a word, how could it be his fault again? Too lazy to calculate with this brain wreck, the scorpion manipulated this puppet to turn around. Well, you deal with the five-tailed human pillar force, and the miscellaneous people of Union Village will be handed over to me. How can you say it so badly? They are also my former junior brothers and sisters. A black line appeared on the scorpion's forehead. Then, you will die with them. Scorpion said in a grim tone. On the other side, the Black Earth and Terracotta looked hideous, especially when Deodara's words, "Oh, don't, you play casually, play dead and count me." They completely understood that the Deodara, in front of them, was no longer the Deodara, and they must treat him as an enemy. Deodara fights Han again, and the scorpion also swings the scorpion's tail, blocking the interference of Kurotsuki and Akito's own ninjas. Scorpion alone restrained a group of Iwahide village ninjas, including Kurotsuki and Akito. Earth escape, earth flow wall. The earthen wall summoned from the ground was split by the scorpion's tail in an instant, and the spike on the tail pierced a ninja, and the ninja suddenly died of poison. Be careful not to get hurt by his tail, there is poison on it. Akito immediately reminded. Red earth, get out of the way. Tadeo too long gun. The black earth was imprinted, and a large number of stone cones penetrated from the ground around the scorpion. The scorpion slammed its tail to the ground, bouncing itself away from the stone cone's attack. Melting lime condensation technique. Taking advantage of the scorpion's state of being off the ground, Kurotsuki used the blood succession realm ninjutsu. Lime condensation can freeze opponents, restricting their movement. Liquid lime spews out continuously from the mouth of the black soil, covering the body of the scorpion. The liquid lime solidifies immediately after completely covering the body of the scorpion. Looking at the scorpion that turned into a petrified state, Kurotsuki breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead at the same time. Kurotsuki, don't let your guard down, the opponent has not been defeated yet. Terracotta was reminding. Suddenly there was a cracking sound, and the rock formation that was broken by the solidified scorpion was seen again. That guy, is it a monster? Kurotsuki was shocked. His own blood succession limit ninjutsu was still the first time it was cracked. That guy's strength has exceeded the limits of humans, more like a machine, ordinary attacks can't trap him at all. Terracotta Fang has only fought with the scorpion a few times, and he has experienced the power of the scorpion like a machine. Terracotta, I want to try that trick. Kurotsuki suggested to Terracotta, but that move was very costly to Chakra and also had a great burden on the body. A hint of hesitation flashed on Kitu's face, but he still said, try it, maybe it can really work. Kurotsuki gave Akito a look, and Akito understood, so he took the initiative to attack the scorpion with the remaining ninjas of Iwahide village, which was covering Kurotsuki. Earth Rock Doppelganger. Akito used ninjutsu to create a rock avatar, equivalent to the combat power of two people. Is it to prepare for a more powerful ninjutsu with a desperate fighting style? The scorpion had been fighting easily, so he noticed that Kurotsuki was not among these people, but was waiting for the opportunity to approach him. The rock doppelganger, quite good, seems to be very resistant to fighting. The rock avatar of Terracotta fought the scorpion, and fought with the scorpion for several rounds without being disassembled. Then Terracotta jumped up from behind the rock giant, and a rock giant fist smashed down head-on. The scorpion had to be forced back a few steps, especially since there were ninjas from Iwayne village around him who released dark weapons from time to time. Two difficult melee battles, plus some long-range attacks, made the scorpion a little stressed for a while. I didn't expect a few miscellaneous things, and it will make me serious. There is a sense of threat in the scorpion's voice, which makes it impossible to suspect that he is alarmist. Melting limestone sealing technique. Suddenly, there was a voice above the scorpion's head. Kurotsuki had appeared above him at some point, and the seal had been completed. From the mouth of the black soil, a large amount of volcanic rock was spit out, and those volcanic rocks appeared liquid. The volcanic rock completely covered the body of the scorpion, forming a small mountain, and it quickly solidified. After doing all this, in order to prevent the scorpion from breaking the ban again, Kurotsuki immediately moved away from the location where the scorpion was. It worked. Terracotta's face slackened, and he was already sweating profusely. A triumphant smile appeared on Haitu's face. The gray stone sealing technique is several times more powerful than the lime condensation technique, and it is impossible to break it. However, the next moment, Kurotsuki seemed to sense a sense of crisis. Poof! A shoe tail protruded from the ground at her feet and bound her. At the same time, the figure of the scorpion also appeared next to it. It's just an ordinary stand-in, is it necessary to be so proud? The scorpion's voice said coldly. It's actually a simple stand-in technique. The red earth that reacted also shouted badly. If Kurotsuki is caught, it must be the end of being manipulated at will. At the same time, Han fell from mid-air and was caught by Deodara with a big bird. It can be seen that the task of hunting the five-tailed human pillar force has been completed perfectly. Dust escape origin realm stripped. An old voice suddenly appeared in the sky. At the same time, a white light appeared, penetrating the tail of the scorpion. The tail of the scorpion, there is no slag at all that shattered in an instant. Kurotsuka broke free and quickly retreated to Kitu's side. A big Nogi who looked like a short old man landed and stayed at eye level with the scorpion. The sound of the explosion before also attracted Oniki's attention, and he thought that Uzumaki Hideki came to look for trouble, but it turned out that Xiao attacked him. I had heard the news that Xiao had begun to dispatch to hunt people in various countries, but now I had seen it with my own eyes. Is it Deidara? Seeing that Han had been knocked down and lying on Deidara's big bird, Oniki looked serious. Unexpectedly, Deidara was already strong enough to defeat Han. Dust Escape Origin Realm Stripped. Without saying a word, Oniki cast ninjutsu on Deidara. Deidara had to give up Big Bird, and Big Bird was stripped through the original realm, and Han also fell. A large rock hand suddenly appeared on the ground and grabbed Han. It seems that this old man of yours is not old. Deidara sighed. Why, do you want to have a trick with the master? That's exactly what I mean. The corners of Deidara's mouth grinned. Deidara, who thinks she has grown a lot, is also curious about whether the gap between herself and Oniki has been filled. The art of rock fist. Oniki raised his huge rock fist and smashed it at Deidara, who rode the big bird to dodge quickly. That old guy has ninjutsu that changes the gravity of objects, so the attack speed becomes very fast and there will be no burden at all. Deidara is very taboo about Oniki's ninjutsu because basically every ninjutsu is useful. However, he did not notice that it was only a rock doppelganger who fought him. Aggravate the art of rock. After quietly performing the light and heavy rock technique, Oniki lifted a hill to the sky and landed quickly with the heavy rock technique. A rapidly enlarging shadow suddenly appeared on the ground, and at the same time an extremely strong air pressure dropped, pressing Deidara and his big bird into the low altitude. Looking up at the sky, Deidara, he noticed a hill falling from the sky, but he didn't have time to escape, and the speed of the big bird could not keep up with the speed of the hill. Gritting his teeth, Deidara kicked the big bird sharply, using the recoil to avoid the hill. At the same time, a new large bird appeared in the air, carrying Deidara, flying on the edge of the hill. Oh, Oniki is still so crazy, not at all like an old man. Deidara's old big bird has been crushed under the hill, but it has not been beaten back to its original form. Uncle Scorpion, this old guy is really difficult to deal with, or how many tricks do you have with him? No kidding, I don't want to be bombarded, there is not even slag left. His artwork is not so bad. So you want to be scum? Deidara joked inappropriately. Scorpion, okay, anyway, the task is completed, let's take the human pillar force and leave. Oniki flew along the edge of the hill, and flying was not a problem for him because he possessed ninjutsu that could change the gravity of objects. Do you want to run away, Deidara? Phew. Oniki wanted to catch up again, suddenly. Blast it. With a violent explosion, the entire hill completely exploded. Oniki scrambled to dodge the flying rock fragments. When Deidara pressed down on the hill, he created a doppelganger and hid it in Big Bird's body, so Big Bird still did not lift ninjutsu after being crushed by Hill. Boom! Deidara once again throws out the long-stalked bomb art, which is in the form of various birds and beasts, but they are all bombs. Goodbye, old man, I hope you will already be lying in the coffin when you see you next time. Deidara, you traitor, it's best not to be seen by me again. In a fit of anger, Oniki suddenly flashed to his waist. Ah, it hurts to die. Under the successive explosions, the ninjas of Iwahide village were in a mess, and they did not have time to worry about the movements of Deidara and the scorpion. By the time they reacted, the scorpion and Deidara had disappeared, and the five-tailed man Zulahan had also been taken away by them. In order to report the latest news, Jiraiya returned to Konoha as quickly as possible. Jiraiya's appearance surprised the upper echelons of Konoha. Only Tuan Zhang was not surprised, because his subordinates had already reported this matter to him. The only thing that Tuan Zhang cared about was that the root members he sent were all elites, but when he secretly carried out the mission he had given, he found that he could not break through the defense of the Vortex village and enter it. If the defense of Vortex Hidden Village was so delicate, how did Zi Lai infiltrate? Jiraiya also reported to the Council of Elders plus Tsunade on the composition of the Vortex village and the strange speed of development. Are you saying that the Vortex Hidden Village has developed into a force comparable to the Hidden Village of the Five Great Powers? The Presbyterian Church expressed incomprehension. Impossible, it's only been a few days? Even if the village can be built, where do so many people come from? Yes, not only that, I suspect that even Xiao has become the secret weapon of Vortex Village. Thinking of his disciple Nagato, he also felt sad. It's really incredible, could it be that Uzumaki Yingshu is not strong in combat and is also a genius in military rule? I think there is something I need to let you know. Danzo suddenly took out a scroll. This is the news coming back from the roots. The battle that took place in the forest around the village of Whirlpool was recorded after Jiraiya left. The scroll was written in great detail, but the elders could not believe it. Several people who saw it were stunned. Kagaya clan and Haji clan, what a powerful combat power. Not only that, but wouldn't it hurt to be able to consume so many detonation charms in one breath? It seems that the financial resources of Whirlpool Village are not bad. Not only the detonation charm but also the ninjutsu charm. How did they get so much? We may be able to investigate where a large number of detonation charms have flowed out in a short period of time, and see which forces are secretly supporting Uzumaki Hideki. Zii also muttered, I didn't expect that not long after I left, such a big thing happened. Danzo said, I once sent a ninja with roots to assassinate Uzumaki Hideki, but at that time I couldn't even get close to the Uzumaki studio, and the whole army was wiped out before I could get back with these news. It can be seen how strictly defended the Vortex village is, not to mention that now, you can't even enter people's village gates. This truth goes without saying. The Vortex village is getting stronger fast. The perception ability of the Vortex clan is so strong that the defense is leakless, and it does not give the enemy the opportunity to assassinate. If this continues, I'm afraid Hideki Uzumaki will develop an army that can dominate the entire ninja world. He must not be allowed this opportunity, otherwise the ninja world will face a crisis of life. The group of elders was discussing heatedly. On the side, Tsunade felt embarrassed, because she actually didn't think that Uzumaki Hideki was a big evildoer. Of course, it may also be because Uzumaki Hideki was released by her, so she subconsciously thinks so and exonerates herself. Tsunade, what do you think about this? Uzumaki Hideki, but because you have just begun to endanger the human world again, you always have to make a little effort, right? Tsunade was stunned and looked at Koharu, who was questioning herself. Tsunade didn't like the feeling of being questioned. In this regard, I think I want to state once again that the technique to release Uzumaki Hideki was left by my grandfather. Maybe you should not blindly try to get rid of him, but speculate about your grandfather's intentions. The original Hokage has been dead for many years, and I can also say that the original Hokage wants me to inherit the position of the Hokage, but there is no evidence. The old woman of the elder group continued. Why don't you give it a try and use the dirt rebirth technique to recall the soul of the original Hokage and ask him why he did it? Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to the person who spoke. It was Tuanzang. The third-generation Hokage rebuked Danzo, don't say such things in the future. Dirt rebirth is disrespectful to the dead, a kind of blasphemy. How can it be used easily? Cut, old stubborn. Tuanzang scolded secretly. Tsunade, let me ask you again, did you think about the consequences when you released the Uzumaki Hideki, and how to deal with them? That mother-in-law seems to have been trying to target Tsunade, much to Tsunade's displeasure. What consequences, what ways to compensate? Thunder Cage remained suspicious of Yuji, and the ninja sent out to spy on Yuji did not take it back. Since Uzumaki Hideki captured Yujito, why did he put it back unharmed, and the two tails were not withdrawn? According to the latest information, the Xiao organization seems to be involved with Uzumaki Hideki, and is looking for the tailed orc pillar force. Since Uzumaki Hideki's goal is the tailed orc pillar force, it is impossible to do something that gives the tailed orc pillar force away. Then the fact that Yujito was put back is doubtful. If Yujito said that he escaped by himself, it would be understandable, but he actually said that he was released by Uzumaki Hideki. How could there be such a good thing? This is the Thunder Shadow building in Union Village. In various places in Union Village, two figures appeared. One of them was carrying a special scythe, which was very eye-catching. The surrounding pedestrians obediently chose to stay away from these two, and they felt that these two people were not easy to mess with. The man carrying the scythe, named Fei Duen, and the horn next to him were both members of the Xiao organization. Kakuto, do you say that the Yaoi human pillar force will be in it? Jiaodu glanced at the Thunder Shadow Tower and said, Union Village has already bypassed the circle, and has not found the appearance of the eight-tailed human pillar force, so it is likely to be in the Thunder Shadow Tower. The premise is that they ruled out the possibility that Yaoi might go out. In their opinion, the tailed orc pillar force should be strictly guarded, and it was impossible to set him free. As they expected, the eight-tailed man pillar Leaky Rubby is in the Thunder Shadow building at the moment, personally guarded by the Thunder Shadow. With Kiriby's personality, he likes to run around. In order to watch Kiriby, Thunder Shadow gave Kiriby the task of Lei-Ying's assistant, and followed Thunder Shadow every day to deal with affairs. Kiriby said in a rappering tone, oh, boring life, boring Thunder Shadow, it's almost suffocating me. He thought of how he was fishing with Yo in the river a few days ago. The water in that river was so clean, and the fish in it were so fat. Union Village's security seems to be even stricter than what I saw before. Kakuto said, I thought of a way to attract the eight-tailed human pillar force. What method? The flying segment is curious. That is, Kakuto said halfway, suddenly not speaking. From Kakuto's body, a pitch-black monster with a mask instantly rushed out. The monsters immediately rushed into the surrounding streets, destroying houses. Secretly complain. Kakuto's occult technique allows him to carry 5 hearts, each of which can have the chakra nature of the deceased's lifetime, and perform ninjutsu. He has 4 hearts on his back and 1 on each shoulder. These hearts are all wearing masks, masks of dark ninjas, people he once killed. The heart, together with the black tentacles, can transform into monsters leaving his body, and each monster can perform Kakuto's ninjutsu. Kakuto, are you provoking all the ninjas of Union Village? I like it, I can kill enough. However, Kakuto said, it's not what you think. If we enter the Thunder Shadow building to capture the 8-tailed human pillar force, it is likely to fall into a trap. After all, the Thunder Shadow arranged the human pillar force to protect it, so it should be completely prepared. So you're going to make a loud noise and lead the snake out of the hole? Fei Duan understood Jiaodu's intention, but what if they don't come out alive or dead? No, otherwise we will kill all the people we can see, and we won't believe that Lei Ying will not come out of the Lei Ying building. That's right, the one who calls the shadow will not be a shrunken turtle, especially the fiery character of Lei Ying. Kakuto glanced at Fei Duan and sighed, not expecting this cargo to remember the details of the mission. The chief said that the bigger the movement, the better. This guy must be trying to kill people again when assigning tasks. What a problem child. Not long after Kakuto unleashed the mask monster, he destroyed a street building. In addition to being implicated, in fact, there were no direct killings of villagers. After all, the principle of Kakuto is not to work without rewards, but he will not be soft at all when he comes to the door to find death. At most, compare whether you can exchange money. What kind of monsters are these? It's so terrifying, you can actually spew out wind, fire, and water. Damn, my weapons can't hurt them. Immediately, ninjas from the patrol and ninjas from the protective team appeared, attacking the masked monsters. The masked monster is like chopping melons and cutting vegetables, and all the ninjas that appear are solved. Some of the ninjas, after discovering the defeat, retreated and went to inform the Thunder Shadow. Xiao, I didn't expect you to be so bold as to directly attack the village of my Union Village. A sound erupted in the air, as wild as thunder. Thunder Shadow appeared, oh, and some elite ninjas, Kakuto said. It's safer to lure them all out than to break in without a head. There is actually an 8-tailed human pillar force, it seems that we don't need to go to great lengths to enter and find it. Kakuto, although your method is a little simpler, I like it. Okay, I'll deal with Yao later, Fei Duan Zhengqian said. As you like, anyway, the human pillar force is not so easy to solve. As the two spoke, they moved towards the outside of Union Village. Do you want to run away after destroying in my village? Don't. Lei Ying was angry and corrupted, and his fiery temper made him not care whether it was the enemy's lure to go deep. As the Thunder Shadow of Union Village, he has an accurate understanding of his strength. Oh, hello enemy, goodbye enemy, how about a big job? The big brother caught up, and as the little brother, Kiribi had to face the difficulties. Kiribi prefers peace to killing. Seeing Thunder Shadow and Yaoi Zulai fighting, Fei Duan and Horn led them to an open space behind the woods. It's better to leave the village, so you don't have to worry about destroying the village. Although Lei Ying was angry, he was not to the point of dizzying his head. Kiribi, are you confident in your strength? Thunder Shadow believed that Kiribi had enough strength to single out his opponent as a human pillar force, so he asked. There are two people on the other side, and if there is only one person, they can work together to kill. Oh, the enemy is all scum in front of me and Yaoi. Kiribi said in rap and made an okay gesture. Okay then, the guy with the scythe will be handed over to you. Thunder Cage believes that the ninja who can unleash the masked monster and cast various attribute ninjutsu is stronger. The stronger, of course, will have to be dealt with by him. Fei Duan saw that he had successfully attracted the 8-tailed man Zuli and said, it seems that it went well. He was more suited to fighting in an open field, so the flying segment attracted Kiribi to a clearing outside the woods. What is the purpose of the enemy in leading me here? The open space is more suitable for me to fight Yaoi. Kiribi thought to himself. Fei Duan suddenly turned around, and the scythe in his hand flew out. Kiribiken stopped, and the scythe nearly wounded him, but he didn't expect that the scythe would be able to stretch and stab a wound in his shoulder, leaving blood behind. Oh, it's not a good sign to be injured in the first place, Kiribi said in panic. His rappy tone was full of joy. Fei Duan didn't expect to be able to succeed so soon. Is it because Kiribi is too slow, or because he is too relaxed in his guard? Kiribi didn't know that the ability to fly was terrifying. Forbidden to die with blood. The flying section who believes in the cult of evil gods comes from Yuan Village, the country of Kawa. It was a very peaceful country, but Fei Duan hated this peace, and he believed that the world should be bloody and cruel. After killing the people around him, he became a rebel in the village. In the cult, he took the initiative to undergo baptism and experimentation, and obtain forbidden arts and immortal bodies. Through this forbidden technique, he can use the opponent's blood to leave a triangular formation on the ground with a circle inside after eating the target's blood, and achieve a ritual. In the formation, the damage he inflicts on himself will also cause equal damage to the target. Then, are you okay? Lei Ying asked with concern. But when he saw that Kiribi had only suffered some minor injuries, he was relieved. Do you still have the mind to care about the lives and deaths of others? Your enemy is me, watch out for me to take your heart. The horns give Lei Ying a stronger sense of threat. Kakuto said, I'm looking forward to what a masterpiece it is to install Thunder Shadow's heart in my own body. Kakuto unleashes two-headed masked monsters. The masked monster immediately restrained Thunder Shadow. You can't let Thunder Shadow have the opportunity to interfere with the flying section. Lei Ying felt that the two-headed masked monsters released by Kakuto seemed to be able to restrain themselves, and his own Thunder Ninjutsu did not have much effect on them. On the other side, after drawing the formation map, Fei Duan had been standing on the formation map, smiling evilly and looking at Kirabi with gloomy eyes. Kirabi has already tailed beastwards, and he is very compatible with Yaoi, and he will hardly be controlled by the violent Yaoi. Strange people, stand in strange circles, let me invite you out of the circle. Kirabi rapped, and the octopus tentacles condensed by the eight-tailed chakra had swept towards the flying segment. Fei Duan took out a black spear from his clothes and stabbed it into his stomach. This is because you are afraid of me, that's why you committed suicide. Kirabi suddenly had a strange thought. However, his idea proved impossible. It hurts. Kirabi immediately fell down with a belly, and at the same time was directly lifted from the tailed beast state. When I looked again, a hideous blood hole appeared in Kirabi's stomach. My ninjutsu is very simple, but it is definitely suitable for me. Fei Duan began to explain, after the ritual just now, I can transfer the damage I have received to you, and I'm an immortal body. While Fei Duan explained, he stabbed himself hard several times. On Kirabi's side, blood suddenly flowed on the ground. Kirabi twisted in pain, barely able to stand up. Oh, no, this can't work, it's not cool, it's cool. But the mouth still does not forget to rap. Fei Duan grinned, you are really a strange person. Suddenly, Kirabi stretched out an octopus tentacle and flung it towards the flying segment, aiming directly at the formation at his feet. The secret is in this formation. Dutch, bastard. Fei Duan quickly cut off the octopus's foot with a big sickle. Hey, it's dangerous, like this. Kirabi was immediately convinced that to unlock this technique, he needed to start with that formation. Kirabi. After defeating a masked monster, Thunder Shadow immediately ran towards Kirabi. A masked monster flew towards him and spit fire ninjutsu at him. Thunder Shadow dodged, but also moved away from Kirabi again. I said, your opponent is me, if you don't face the enemy seriously, you may lose your life. The horns control the masked monster, like a fish in water. Damn, don't look down on people too much, I'm the Thunder Shadow of Union Village. Lei Ying said grumpy, but there was no bottom in his heart. Kakuto is very comfortable with the control of the masked monster, whether it is Thunder Shadow to get rid of the masked monster to save Kirabi, or break through the masked monster to hurt Kakuto, it seems very difficult. The Thunder Ninja originally had a speed advantage, not to mention that the Thunder Shadow could still be restrained by the masked monster with the speed of the Thunder Shadow blessing his body. Of the two masked monsters released by Kakuto, one of them will use Fire Escape and the other will use Wind Escape. The Wind Mask monster is particularly fast, and it can be the same as when he uses the Thunder Blessing. The Fire Mask monster has a particularly strong attack, which is equivalent to the power of Uchiha's How Fireball art. Although the strength of the two-headed masked monster alone in using ninjutsu is much worse, it is difficult to entangle when combined to form a tactic. The wind fueled the fire, and at the same time restrained him. Thunder Shadow could only watch Kirabi endure the pain and be anxious. Can I only seriously defeat you? Lei Ying had an enlightenment in his heart, and if he continued to be distracted like this, it would only be in line with the other party's wishes. If the opponent takes the Yaoi, he will turn back and besiege him, which is the worst case. Lei Ying became serious, and the thunder on his body formed the armor of thunder, and his defense and attacks increased rapidly. Achieving the height improvement of physical skills through the blessing of the body by Lei Dun is the way of fighting Thunder Shadow. And Union Village was originally a village of swords and physical skills. Heavy Torrent. Focus lightning on elbows and joints to enhance your attack. The Thunder Shadow rushed towards one of the two masked monsters guarding Kakuto's side. What really gave Lei Ying a headache was that the first-class attribute monster, whose speed could keep up with him, so he often restricted his movements. The Fire Mask monster immediately spat fireballs at the Thunder Shadow. Lei Ying did not dodge, and directly greeted it with Lei Duan's elbow, and used a powerful impact to push the fire away. What? Jiaoda saw Lei Ying's crazy explosive power and was stunned for a moment. However, the speed of the Thunder Shadow with full firepower has increased by another level. The Wind Mask monster did not have time to dodge, and was destroyed by Thunder Shadow with thunder. Seeing this, the Fire Mask monster immediately turned back and wanted to protect it. How did he know that Thunder Shadow's next target was not Jiaodu, but the Fire Mask monster? Thunder Eye Blast Bombs. Lei Ying's whole body thunder chakra erupted, grabbed the Fire Mask monster, and lifted it heavily and fell to the ground. Under the lightning speed, the Fire Mask monster was immediately shattered, and at the same time, a large pit with a depth of more than 2 meters was left on the ground. The strength of the Fire Mask monster is still above the Wind Mask monster, so Thunder Shadow has exerted a more powerful attack move. Seeing that under the full explosion of Lei Ying, his two mask monsters were immediately destroyed, and the horns were half cold in their hearts. You must know that it is his heart, that is, his life. 2 lives are missing at once. If you sacrifice 2 hearts and the flying section has not solved the Yaoi, it will be really wasteful. Looking at the Fei Duan, Jiaodu immediately roared, Fei Duan, have you solved it there? If we solve the enemy, we can retreat immediately. Although Kakuto and Fei Duan are called the unworthy duo, and are also jokingly called the zombie duo by the ghost mackerel, but Kakuto knows that it is Fei Duan who can really not die. The horns are just a little more heart, and they can only save up to 5, which is equivalent to only 5 lives. The previous movement was extremely loud, and it could not be calmed down in Union Village for a while. People are still imagining what has just happened, and people are panicking. The ninjas are trying to appease the villagers. Seeing a ninja being devoured by a masked monster in front of him, Yujito seems to be a little sad, because that devoured ninja is one of those who has been following him. Lei Ying and Xiao left from this direction. Yukito looked at the entrance of the village. Now that the village is in turmoil, the high-level ninjas have gone to assist Thunder Cage, and no one will care about his stay. It can be said that this time is the best time to leave Union Village. However, Yukito still had some hesitation. After all, this was his village, and he was also a little concerned about the safety of Thunder Cage. Yujito followed the route and also walked over. By the time Yukito arrived, Kakuto had already lost 2 masked monsters. Then, you cheer up a little, are you okay? Lei Ying asked nervously, with a caring look. Kirabi clearly couldn't hold on, but he still barely raised his head and squeezed out a smile. Oh, you can't die, but your stomach is a little empty and a little cold. The slightest negligence in a ninja duel is fatal, and Kirabi is careless at the beginning. The technique of the flying segment directly affects himself, and it is useless to break the tail to escape. He was already very weak, and Yaoi was almost hanging him, and he couldn't release a few more tails. You guy, by this time you are still rapping with self-determination and calm, Lei Ying said angrily, but there was shame on his face. If he hadn't misjudged and let Kirabi deal with the flying segment or wait for support, Kirabi wouldn't have become like this. I didn't expect this person's ninjutsu to be so weird. Seeing with his own eyes that Lei Cage's true feelings for Kirabi were revealed, Yukito's heart was not a taste, and a psychology called jealousy appeared. Thunder Shadow kept Kirabi close to him, and was still so worried about his situation. But to me as just an outcast, the same human pillar force, why is there such a big difference in treatment? If it was Kirabi, he must have been well offered back from the Vortex Village, right? Yuji remembered the gentle appearance of the residents of Whirlpool Village, which was in stark contrast to the suspicion of Union Village. Yujito, you came just right, quickly join me to deal with these 2 guys, Kirabi no longer has the ability to fight. Thunder Cage caught a glimpse of Yujito who appeared from the side, and ordered, even if I let her fight the enemy with us, I can't fully trust him, for fear that she will stab him secretly. After all, Hideki Uzumaki is a conspirator, and Xiao now listens to Hideki Uzumaki's words. Reikage decides to give Yujito a chance to test her true heart. Of course, this temptation is a risk in itself. Why, after kicking me away, you picked me up? Standing in the shadow of the rock, Yukito lowered his eyes and thought to himself. From the moment Reikage and the village began to doubt her, Yujito's heart was enveloped with sadness. It's just that she still has a deep affection for the village, and this is where she grew up. Although her real home can no longer go back. Yujito, what are you still stunned for? Are you the one who knows the other side? Seeing Yujito's hesitation, Lei Ying suddenly scolded angrily. Yujito wanted to retort, but the words came out of his mouth but couldn't come out. Lord Lei Ying, you really doubt me? No, I was suspicious from the moment I returned to the village. It's just that he shouldn't suspect that I was bought by Xiao, and we haven't even touched each other. Yujito suddenly missed his days in Whirlpool Village. At least everything was peaceful in Whirlpool Village. That was the life he wanted. Moreover, Uzumaki Hideki is not as unbearable as outsiders say, and even much better than Lei Ying, who claims to be on the righteous side in front of him. From the attitude towards subordinates to the person, Lei Ying lost to Uzumaki Hideki several streets. What are you hesitating about? There was contempt in Lei Ying's eyes. Is it really a traitor? Thunder Shadow thought. Okay, subordinates obey. Yujito lowered his head and said in a deep voice. Yukito bursts out the tail of the 2 tails and attacks Kakuto and Hida. This guy is the 2-tailed man Zuli. Kakuto and Fei Duan reacted immediately. Fei Duan smiled evilly, or, let's catch it together. Jiaodu said, Fei Duan, don't do anything superfluous. However, looking at the tails of the 2-tailed beasts, they rushed towards them, but there was no pressure, and it seemed that the other party did not want to really fight them. Come to die? Kakuto once again released 2 masked monsters, wanting to meet the 2 Yujito. Lei Ying also saw some clues, and Yukito had no intention of fighting. Damn, Yujito, you give me a little more serious. Thunder Shadow is furious. Yujito's face suddenly turned cold, and the tailed beast's tail suddenly changed direction, and one of them rolled towards the final fatal stab, and Kiribi, who had passed out, was already unconscious. Lei Ying was shocked, his face suddenly became hideous, and he was about to rob Kiribi with thunder and lightning on his body. Sure enough, you guy is a mutiny. However, the next moment, Lei Ying fainted. Kakuto looked coldly at the unconscious Thunder Shadow. He took advantage of the fact that Thunder Shadow's attention was all on Neo and Yao, and instantly knocked Thunder Shadow unconscious. The thunder armor disappeared instantly. Don't underestimate the elderly. How to say that he is also a person who has lived from the Warring States period to the present. And Yukito's two tails rolled around Kiribi at the same time, and quickly fled towards the distance, which was the direction of Vortex Village. Fei Duan chased after him while shouting that he had exceeded the casting distance. Hey, I'm going to ask for a raise when I go back, Jiaoda muttered and chased after him. The two tails themselves are good at speed, and the tailed beastly Yuji is extremely fast, and soon leaves the two far behind. Lean, chased lost. Fei Duan Chi cut off a piece of tree. Kakuto looked around and finally locked onto an inconspicuous bloodstain over here. The two Yuji arrived in Whirlpool Village half a day earlier than the undead duo. When Yujito returned to the Vortex Village, he was not hindered. Xiaonan suddenly appeared in front of them, his body pieced together from pieces of paper, and stretched out his hand towards Yujito. The adults already know that you will definitely come back. Yukito looked at Xiaonan's expressionless face but felt the real welcome in it, and a genuine smile suddenly appeared on his tired face. Yujito didn't care if he was calculated, and looked at the prosperous street of Whirlpool Village, slightly distracted. Sister Yujito, thank you for helping us cover the pantry before. This is a gift in return. When a child saw him, he immediately came out of the store with a bag of something. Yujito ended up touching his head. In the shop, the little boy's father also smiled and nodded at her. Yukito returned the salute, and walked straight back to her original residence near the Vortex Studio. And Konan, seeing that Yujito not only chose their camp, but also brought Yaoi with him, a little surprised. Is this also in the Vortex Hideki calculation? It wasn't Faden and Jiaoda who went to Union Village to carry out the mission, and the two of them missed. At this time, the flying section and horn are still on the way to tracking. In the back, Kiribi's blood stopped, and the two Yujito lifted the tailed beast mode, which added great difficulty to tracking, but Kakuto still found the right direction based on experience. Following the trail of Yujito, the two chased after each other for several days without sleep, and actually came to Whirlpool Village. The two avoided various traps along the route Yukito had taken. Looking at the large number of detonation charms hidden in the lush foliage, I was shocked. Immediately hid outside the Vortex Village. Isn't this the place where the boss said to hand over the task? Fei Duan brushed his back. Could it be that this person really rebelled against the Xiao organization? Keiku didn't think so. I'm afraid it's another person. The country of Vortex is the Lord. Fei Duan was surprised. It seems that you still respect that person. Kakuto glanced at him, but I have personally seen that adult's brilliant record at one stop. Fei Duan suddenly became excited. That's even more exciting. If I could dedicate such a character to Lord Evil God would be happy. Jiao decided, forget it, you were unloaded 8 pieces before you got close. Fei Duan began to croak unconvinced, and the horns automatically blocked him and walked out of the hidden trees. In the outer reaches of Vortex Village, Jiaodu and Faden were immediately obstructed by the Yui clan and the Kagaya clan. When Fei Duan saw Xiao Nan in the village, he immediately shouted loudly, here and here, is it really a change of camp? I didn't believe it when I first heard it. How did you get here? Let them in, it's their own. Konan, the ninja of the Kagaya clan and the Haji clan, let the two into the village. Walking in the Whirlpool Village, Fei Duan felt that the environment here was not bad. It makes him feel the urge to destroy. As peaceful as Tangian Village, Fei Duan smiled compassionately. Grabbing the flying segment, Jiaoda reminded, don't act rashly, this place is not for you to mess around. Fei Duan felt something and looked to the side, and the originally harmonious atmosphere of the surrounding shop suddenly changed. The hostility and murderous aura exuded by Fei Duan instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding ninja of the Vortex Village. The surrounding ninjas all showed a very powerful aura, and the eyes of the two of them were somewhat hostile. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Haha, are there so many people hidden, and the strength seems to be quite good. Fei Duan's hand touched his big scythe. Yukakuto knocked off his claws. I warned you, don't take me with you if you look for your own death. Xiao Nan waved his hand around to signal that it was okay. The hustle and bustle gradually returned to the surroundings. It's just that there is still a searching gaze coming out of the store. Xiao Nan opened his mouth and said, actually, what you said is right, this is equivalent to Xiao's second camp, except that Xiao must obey the orders of Uzumaki Hideki here. When did Xiao become an organization that was under the orders of individuals? The flying segment shows rebellion and incomprehension. Xiao Nan said lightly that adult has the ability and value to be known and obey. Fei Duan sighed. Anyway, as long as I can kill people at will. Then said excitedly, it's better to fight him. Xiao Nan glanced at him non-committally. Converge a little when you are in Vortex Village. Got it, got it. Fei Duan replied without thinking. Kakyoto sighed. Immediately cast his searching gaze around. The right to speak here can be seen that it is not too high. But looking at the ninja around him, he still looks more respectful to Zionin, and it seems that his status is known, or the status of the leader pain, is not too low. Kakyoto pressed his temple with a headache. He better quietly go to make money, and take this time bomb away by the way. Otherwise, if they really fight and destroy the house, how much money will they have to lose? This is the territory of Uzumaki Hideki. As the finance minister of the Xiao organization, in order for Xiao's savings not to be lost for such a stupid reason, Jiaoda resolutely decided on the next itinerary. Kakyoto asked Konan, since it is a ninja village, there should be a place where that kind of bounty mission is released. Xiao Nan pointed him in a direction and said, the place where you live is the most strange-looking building next to the Vortex Tower, you will know it at a glance. Hang a name tag to reserve a room. Kakyoto nodded and said goodbye, then we will take the task in the village for the time being. After all, the task has also been completed, and the 8-tailed human pillar force should have arrived in the Vortex Village. Kakyoto glanced at Yujito who was watching them in the corner of the wall, then turned and headed towards the mission release place with the flying section. Hey, Kakyoto, are you really sure you want to live in this place? Fei Duan turned around and asked. They have already taken on a mission to assassinate a small country daimyo who refused the passage of the ninja of the Uzumaki village, which affected the economic development of the Uzumaki village. At the same time, I also took a look at the place where Xiao Nan said that he could live on the listing. A big square house, the things inside are very complete, it can be said that it is a real residence rather than an inn. Fei Duan watched the horn at that time, and hung his name without the slightest hesitation. Fei Duan, who knows the nature of this person's wealth fan, probably guessed that the horn did not want to let go of the free benefits. Zhao did not answer his question but said, the white tiger appears here, it should not be so simple. If it is a simple transfer of the base, why not directly inform everyone who knows? Fei Duan's brain is relatively straight, and he does not have as many ideas as Jiaodu. Why do you think so? Jiaodu shook his head, I don't know, there should be some hidden secret, or what is the benefit? Anyway, just wait and see. We accept the mission here. Anyway, the task is very simple, and you can observe the movements of the white tiger after completion. They discussed. Anyway, if you do a bounty task, you won't be pulled by Xiao Nan to do white work. The next day, a toad from Miyama Mountain came to the Vortex studio. The toad carries an order from Uzumaki Hideki. Immediately afterwards, the village of Whirlpool began to send a fleet of ships to the land of water. On the far coast of the village of Whirlpool, there have been several ships here, and there are no flags on them, and it is impossible to tell what kind of ship it is and which country it comes from. It is clear that it is another country's spy ship. After the spy ship discovered the ship coming out of the Vortex village, it decided to follow it from a distance. Hideki Uzumaki has not made a big move for a long time, and the ship sent this time should have some big move. And judging from the course, the destination can only be the country of water. Could it be that the Misty Hidden Village and the Vortex Hidden Village have already formed an alliance? Then this time the fleet of the Vortex Village went to the land of water, it is likely to be friendly diplomacy, and then secretly plotted something. The ninjas of other countries watched as the messengers of the Vortex Hidden Village were quickly let go by the Misty Hidden Village, and they were even more sure. When this person was panicking, who would dare to let the people of Vortex Hidden Village enter the village? Soon after, news came out of the alliance between the other four powers between the Misty Hidden Village and Uzumaki Hideki. With the ambiguous attitude of the previous water country, it is not impossible to build an alliance. Somewhere in the land of Earth, there are a large number of ninjas. Discussing national events became their after-dinner talk. Especially when it comes to talking about Hideki Uzumaki. It is not obvious that the land of water rejected the alliance of the country of thunder, but received the messenger of the Vortex village. That's not necessarily, maybe it's just some discussion, but then the land of water is too good for Whirlpool village. Now which family still dares to let the people of the Vortex Hidden Village enter the village, not afraid that the tailed beast will be caught? The whereabouts of the tailed beast are confidential, and the news of various countries is very well kept secret. Yes. The two of us have already been caught. Other estimates are no better. In Union Village, Lei Ying, who was first attacked by Xiao and then betrayed by the Mu people, exploded after learning the news. In particular, he knew that Yujito had now defected to the Vortex Village. Damn, what kind of spell did Uzumaki Hideki make, and actually let them go up one by one without face? Lei Ying will never know that Uzumaki Hideki is playing with the human heart. A few days later, Konoha Ninja Village. The three generations of Hokage were on the Hokage Tower, looking at the documents in their hands. Is the Vortex Village and the Water Country finally walking together? Konoha's situation has been getting really difficult lately. The great powers have pointed the finger at Konoha because of various large and small incidents. Konoha seemed to be isolated. Damn, I don't know how happy Uzumaki Hideki is now. There is no vortex hidden village in it. I don't believe it. A Konoha ninja suddenly came to Naruto's office, looking very anxious. Naruto-sama, it's not good. The ninjas of the Land of Water have attacked the village. What? Hokage took action. Tell me, what exactly is going on? Just now, a group of ninjas with some marks of the rain hidden village suddenly killed them, and as soon as they came up, they performed a large water ninjutsu, and many ninjas in the village were defeated. What about the ninja guarding the door? Listening to the man's report, Hokage immediately left the office and went to the village to investigate the situation. They are outnumbered and have been broken through. There are already ninjas of Konoha fighting with ninjas of Mizuno no Ku in the village, and the scene is very chaotic. Because it was a surprise attack, Konoha's side did not have time to prepare, and it was in a hurry. Seeing Naruto running out in person, those ninjas who attacked in the Land of Water immediately retreated like rats seeing cats. A bunch of rats. Seeing the wretched fighting style of the Land of Water, Hokage felt angry and helpless at the same time. Poor Cow Mo chased so as not to have an ambush. What's going on? Do you know why the ninja of the Land of Water suddenly killed and ran away? It seems that the ninja of the Land of Water said that Konoha had plans to annex the Land of Water. Say what controls the previous generation Mizuke Gyakura, so they came to get off the horse. Hokage mused, Water Shadow? Konoha hasn't done anything like this, but often the real hateful are not those who spread rumors, but those who believe in them. It must be Uzumaki Hideki. Water comes to cover up, and it is still necessary to deal with rumors. Hokage pondered a countermeasure and decided to send members of Dark Part Route to secretly go to the Land of Water to investigate. Investigate where the rumors are coming from. Then, Konoha will look for loopholes in the rumor to refute it, and even seriously injure the source of the rumor. I want them to see that Konoha is not a bully. The idea is plump, the reality is skinny. Hokage did not expect that the route members sent out would not be able to enter the interior of the water country at all. Wuyin Village was reclosed again. However, Deo wants to open the Blood Mist era of that year. A beautifully furnished and lively room in the Vortex studio. Fu sat on the edge of the bed, shaking her legs. She suddenly thought that Uzumaki Hideki had asked him for a bottle of small bugs before. The little bug was found by him and Iluo on the grass of Vortex Village. Because Fu thinks bugs are cute, she keeps them in bottles. She thought that Uzumaki Hideki also liked bugs, so she gave the bugs to Uzumaki Hideki. I wonder if Hideki-sama Uzumaki has fed those little bugs well. In Myoku Mountain, Hideki Uzumaki's research fell into a bottleneck, and after thinking about it, he felt that he could put some effort into the paper. These papers can't withstand more power, wood. Perhaps the experiment with the big snake pill can come in handy. Uzumaki thought that the chakra-laden tree created from the wood might help. With an idea, Hideki Uzumaki immediately set off. After all, studying the immortal talisman will also consume a lot of paper, and someone who specializes in mass production can also save a lot of trouble. Back in Whirlpool Village, Uzumaki Hideki did not inform anyone. On the one hand, it was also to secretly observe the situation of the village and whether there were any unfavorable factors. After discovering that everything was in good order, Hideki Uzumaki returned to the cave base with confidence. At this time, the big snake pill and the pocket were still transplanting intercolumn cells to Nagato, and it had reached a critical step. After turning around, Uzumaki Hideki, who didn't see anyone, suddenly appeared. The big snake pill and the pocket both chuckled in their hearts. Because he and Pocket did this experiment without the consent of Uzumaki Hideki didn't even know. Hideki Uzumaki looked at Nagato, who was preparing for surgery. This kind of healing method is really special, Uzumaki Hideki said with a puzzled expression. Orochimaru and Orochimaru looked at each other, and finally Orochimaru nodded. Yubi said in a cold sweat, actually, this is the method we thought of to speed up Nagato's recovery. By transplanting cells between columns, Nagato's body recovery can be accelerated. Orochimaru added, the cells between the columns originally have strong activity and regenerative ability, and if Nagato's depleted cells can fuse with the cells between the columns and obtain strong activity, then the recovery will become very fast and will always have great benefits in the future. Uzumaki Hideki looked at them and didn't say anything. But with him, in short, no one will die. You can't kill all the cells in question directly, but the treatment of the big snake pill and the pocket, and we've found the optimal ratio. Pocket took the syringe and drew some culture liquid. Please see, this is the last test. Inject the cells between the 1,000 hand columns into the dish in a certain proportion. Viewed through a microscope, the two cells underwent a long period of difficult scribbling. Suddenly, convergence is so fast. Very terrifying fusion speed. The big snake pill side, the cell tolerance of the Vortex family is very high. The Whirlpool family, but unique among all test products. However, the big snake pill these days is not just a simple amount, the two cells are mixed. He needs to take into account the liquid environment, the composition, and the amount of mixed cells. Nagato, is this your choice? Nagato nodded. So, be careful. Uzumaki Hideki rode. The big snake pill and the big snake were amnesty, and they quickly started to move again. According to the developed mixing ratio, Orochimaru injected Nagato with a tube of intercolumn cell solution. A moment later, Nagato hissed and began to struggle non-stop. It was the cells between the pillars and his cells fighting. Hold him down, Orochimaru said immediately, and together with Orochimaru, he pressed Nagato left and right to his seat. Nagato made a hoarse sound, trembling all over his body, and left a lot of sweat. Seeing this, Hideki Uzumaki knew how much suffering Nagato had gone through. It should be a feeling of every cell in the body being gnawed by ants. Suddenly, Nagato's body lost control, and a large number of green trees grew out of his body. Orochimaru immediately roared, "Nagato, hold on, control you will get a new life." The big snake pill has no bottom in the heart, and the petri dish may not be the same as the real situation, and it will also be affected by the degree of mental fortitude in the experiment. Nagato suppressed some horrible pain and began to focus on restraining the pain. After a few hours, Nagato stopped struggling and gradually fell asleep. Did he think he was successful? Hideki Uzumaki asked. Well, you can see that his face has gradually returned to blood. You can know that Nagato's body has returned to a normal state. After all, the activity of intercolumn cells is terrifying. The big snake pill also wiped a handful of sweat, able to suppress the restlessness of the cells between the columns, and Nagato was also lucky. Uzumaki Hideki guessed, after all, it is separated from the bloodlines of the six immortals, and it also has similar properties and confused with each other. Listening to you say this, I have developed a strong interest in the bloodline branch of the six Dao immortals, Uzumaki, Kagaya, Yu, and Senju. If you can thoroughly study all the bloodlines, it should be very interesting, and maybe you can find some secrets. There are already 3 bloodlines among the 6 immortals that can be obtained at any time, and the only one with difficulty is the Thousand Hands clan. At present, there is only one person left in the Senju clan, and it is very difficult to obtain it, and it depends on whether the other party is worthy of cooperation. The cells between the Thousand Hand pillars are too special and too strong, and they cannot fully represent the characteristics of the Thousand Hands family. Orochimaru and Tsunade are old acquaintances, but the kind that fights as soon as they meet. If I can obtain Tsunade's cells, maybe I can discover some secrets of the 6 Dao immortals. In order to satisfy his desire for research, the big snake pill deliberately pulled the topic to the 6 immortals. Uzumaki Yingshu's ears moved. 6 Dao immortals, there is some truth. After all, these bloodlines are separated from the 6 Dao immortals. If they are reintegrated, can they explore the true meaning of the 6 Dao immortal bloodlines? If you get the bloodline of the 6 immortals, it may be easier to know the secrets of the power of the 6 paths and the yin and yang escape. However, he still prefers to explore yin and yang by himself. Didn't the original 6 Dao immortals also comprehend the true meaning of chakra by themselves? In any case, what you really understand is your own. However, Uzumaki Hideki also does not intend to stop Orochimaru from going to trouble Tsunade. Isn't it interesting? Nagato woke up from his coma, surprised by his relaxed physical condition, while also hearing some of their conversations. Nagato asks Hideki Uzumaki if there is anything he needs to help with. Hideki Uzumaki told Nagato about his need for paper. It just so happened that Nagato had already obtained the cells between the Thousand Hand pillars, and there was no problem in using Mu-Duen. Nagato tried, squeak. Suddenly, many trees popped up around. Good, I will leave a toad, and the paper made at that time will be sent directly to Miyama Mountain. Yes. Before leaving, the big snake pill didn't know what En's heart was, and asked Lord Uzumaki Hideki, do you also have the intention to implant the cells between the Thousand Hand pillars? That way, you'll be even stronger. It seems that the Vortex family is very adaptable to the intercolumn cells. Uzumaki Hideki raised his eyebrows, and injected it into the cells that would only be directly devoured by his own heavenly dragon body. Dragons are unreasonable. No thanks, speed up your research. If the Great Snake Pill could really restore the bloodlines of the 6 immortals as much as possible, and he couldn't understand the yin and yang escape. Wait. As Uzumaki Hideki was about to leave, Orochimaru seemed to remember something. In the past few days, a special guest has come to Whirlpool Village. Special guest. Uzumaki raised an eyebrow. But the big snake pill did not mean to solve his confusion. Orochimaru looked at Uzumaki Hideki with a smile and said, you go to the Vortex Shadow building to take a look, you will know. Seeing the incomparably mysterious appearance of the big snake pill, he originally planned to return directly to the Whirlpool Hideki of Myoki Mountain, and decided to go to his tall building first. Outside the Vortex studio, Hideki Uzumaki met Xiaonan. Xiaonan has been staying in Whirlpool Village all these times, occasionally going back to Yuan Village to deal with some affairs that must require her to appear. In fact, he is mainly training his own apprentices. At present, Xiaonan often runs back and forth between Whirlpool Village and the cave base for the affairs of Xiao and Nagato. Hideki Uzumaki asks Konan if there are any new guests in the village recently. Xiao Nan said Deodara and Scorpion have already sent the 5 tails. Kakuto and Hijuan also came here, when they captured the eight-tailed Manzuli. Now the members of Xiao already know about our cooperation with adults. It's convenient. Uzumaki Hideki said, did the eight-tailed Manzuli come to the Uzumaki village, was it brought back by the wooden man? Konan gang wanted to explain that Yukito decided to join our Uzumaki village and brought the eight-tailed Manzuli here. Just before he spoke, Uzumaki Hideki had already spoken, and Xiao Nan was puzzled. Adult, you actually know. It didn't matter that Jiaodu and Fei Duan learned the news that Xiao was in Vortex Village. Yukito's return to the village of Whirlpool was also a situation he expected, but Yukito actually brought him back Yaoi, which was the best situation Hideki Uzumaki expected. It stands to reason that Yujito should not be able to defeat Yaoi. However, combined with Kakuto and Hideo's capture of Yao, it all seems logical to glue it together. Uzumaki Hideki did not go to meet Kakuto, Hida, and Yujito, but went directly to the place where the eight-tailed Manzuli was held. Kairabi was sealed by the people of the Vortex clan and was unconscious. Uzumaki Hideki directly absorbed half of the chakra of the eight tails in his body. Then he came to the place not far away to watch Gu open the door of the prison where the five-tailed Manzuli is held. Han is inside the prison, bound in chains. Uzumaki Hideki came to Han and said, if you can surrender to me, I can spare you from dying, and you can regain your freedom. Han raised his head and saw the appearance of Uzumaki Hideki. Han sneered, you are Uzumaki Hideki? I didn't expect Xiao to be your subordinate. The world still doesn't know enough about you, and you haven't acted for a long time, not because you recuperate, but because you have subdued Xiao and used Xiao as your personal tool, and you only need to sit and reap profits. Uzumaki Hideki applauded, very good, you said it very well. So what are you going to do? To return to that question, are you willing to submit to me? Uzumaki asked again. Submit to you? If it can be good, of course I do. But as far as I know, you Uzumaki Hideki never spits out bones. Uzumaki Hideki was stunned. It seems that you have a bias in your understanding of me. It seems that you are doing well in the village. Uzumaki Hideki loosened the chains for Han. It will definitely be better than under you. Han sneered and said, you are actually willing to loosen the ties for me, but Randeo is not afraid that I will do something to you. Hideki Uzumaki said, if I was afraid, I wouldn't do it. Yes, too. Han suddenly sneered. Suddenly, steam burned from Han's hand and slammed his fist at the heart of Uzumaki Hideki's chest. In order to achieve a sudden effect, Han even gave up borrowing the power of the tailed beast. If you enter the state of a tailed beast and then attack Uzumaki Hideki, it will be too slow. Strengthen yourself with the boiling power brought by the five tails, and Han's fists are the strongest weapons. Uzumaki Hideki had expected that when Han made a move on him, a heavenly dragon armor appeared on his body, and Han's fist hit Uzumaki Hideki's heart without deviation, but it had no effect at all. The heavenly dragon armor overflowed with a large amount of wind chakra and invaded his body along Han's fist. It seems that persuasion has been fruitless. Uzumaki Hideki's face turned cold. Dark eyeshadow appears on the blinds. Uzumaki Hideki lifted Han up with one hand, and at this time Han had also entered the tailed beast mode, and his skin was covered with dark red tailed beast chakra to form a tailed beast coat. The strengthening of the body by steam instantly raised several notches. However, Han was horrified to find that even so, he was still no match for Hideki Uzumaki. Hideki Uzumaki caught him like a chicken cub, with great ease. It's impossible, even the Uzumaki Hideki in the past can't be so powerful. What Uzumaki Hideki showed was already the power that surpassed the tailed beast. He believed that even the combat power of Uzumaki Yingshu reaching its peak was not so powerful. Then you may have misunderstood me. Have you seen my past with your own eyes? But there is some truth in his words. Uzumaki Hideki's current strength has recovered 80%, and this time in Miyama Mountain is not in vain. With such pure air to feed every day, it has also enhanced his original ability. The current Uzumaki Hideki really does not need to exert his 100% strength to surpass his past self. Since I can't take you under my hands, then I can only deprive you of the tailed beast in your body. In the past, Uzumaki Hideki only extracted half of the chakra of the human pillar power tailed beast, and it would not damage the fundamentals. But for the human pillar force that resisted him, Uzumaki Hideki could only choose to withdraw his tailed beast. Just try the stripping method of semi-finished products. It's just that he didn't study the method of stripping the tailed beast at all during this time, and this ending is, Uzumaki Hideki's hand went deep into Han's stomach. It was like entering another dimension, without blood splattering. Directly peeling off the tailed beast in Han's body, with a long miserable scream, Han's life came to an end. This is the end of being my enemy. To strike at him is to prepare for death. It's a pity for a pawn, but it's the same with the tailed beast directly. After dealing with Han, Uzumaki Hideki immediately left here. The people under him will naturally arrange the rest. This leaf boat drifts on the turquoise water. Above the boat stood two people wearing red cloud and thunder pattern cloaks. Obviously, these two people are people who know the organization. Xiao organized a team to detach, like this time it was a group of Uchiha Itaki and dried persimmon ghostfish. These two have teamed up together many times and already have a strong tacit understanding. The closer to the village of Yuyan in the Land of Water, the more Uchiha and the dried persimmon Oni felt that the surrounding scene became more and more deserted. Let's start with the fact that people can no longer be seen outside the village. The grass where the children used to play is now yellow. From a distance, the village was silent, and not even the smoke of cooking was seen. Is this how your Wuyan village works? Uchiha asked the dried persimmon ghost mackerel on the side. The dried persimmon ghost mackerel shook his head. I haven't returned to the village for a long time, and I haven't come back since I became a rebel in the village. Therefore, the dried persimmon ghost mackerel does not know what the current Yuyan village has become. As if thinking of something, the dried persimmon ghost mackerel said, Yuyan village has gone through a similar period, and that period is known as the blood mist age. That is the village completely blocked? Villages are blocked, closed off, and even terrified of everything and everything outside, completely isolating themselves. Such a village will only lead to extinction, Uchiha said qualitatively. When the boat stopped moving, ripples rippled on the water where the boat was located. When I looked again, the two people on the boat had disappeared together. Mist-hidden village. The ninja guarding the village stood on guard, always on guard, as if they knew that an enemy attack or invasion was imminent. The people in the village were forbidden to go out, and those outside were not allowed to enter, for fear that they would be mixed with some enemy crooks. However, the world in their eyes suddenly turned blood red. What's the situation? White blood, all blood. Some of them were shocked by the sudden change, and some even attacked the surroundings directly. It's just ordinary illusion, just control them. The ghost mackerel touched the handle of the knife behind him. It's worthy of mystery Taki. Then let's go inside. Uchiha made a slight look and completely froze them in the world of illusion. There is no need to cast a kaleidoscope blood chakra eye, and the illusion of Uchiha attack as ordinary blood chakra eye can no longer be lifted by ordinary methods. Immediately afterwards, the two easily mixed into Yuyan village. It's miserable, it's really miserable. How did Yuyan village become like this? There was no green vegetation at all disappeared. The ghost mackerel shook his head, a smile of indifference on the corner of his mouth. It's like going through a big war that destroys a village, much more serious than the situation outside the village. Itaka said lightly. A giant tree, with only decaying branches left, with clearly visible traces of insect construction. These bugs are. The dried persimmon ghost mackerel squatted down and looked at the large number of worm corpses on the ground, feeling puzzled. Are bugs so greedy that they even gnaw at tree trunks? Uchiha also picked up a bug and held it in his hand to observe. Uchiha Weasel couldn't see anything famous about the bug for the time being. Could it be that person? Uzumaki Hideki is so mysterious. I hope there is no harm to Konoha. Obviously, the current situation of Wuyan village is inseparable from this bug. The two discussed it. Ghost mackerel, compared with your impression of the mist-hidden village, has it changed a lot? The change is not ordinary. The current village is bare, there is not even a little vegetation, and there is not a single pedestrian walking on the street, as if it is a ghost village. The dry persimmon ghost mackerel thought for a moment and said even the blood mist period is not so bleak. By the way, Itaki, our purpose is not to discuss the current situation of the village, we are here to take away the human pillar force. Maybe the changes in the village are related to the human pillar force, or will it affect the human pillar force? In short, let's go find the target first and act separately. The two discussed and were about to leave. What man? In the distance, a group of patrolling ninjas appeared. On the empty street, two strange people wearing red cloud and thunder pattern cloaks suddenly appeared, and they found it when they passed by for the first time. At a glance, there is no doubt that it is not from Yuyan village. The walking path of Uchiha Itaki and dry persimmon Oni was immediately stopped by these patrolling ninjas. The patrolling ninjas are particularly cautious, and even more so during this period, not a single fly can let them fly in. Even if you fly in, lie down and get out. They didn't know Uchiha Itaki, but they recognized the dry persimmon ghost mackerel, who was their predecessor and hero in the mist-hidden village. You are, senior dry persimmon ghost shark. One of the patrol ninjas was the first to recognize and shouted excitedly. The rest of the patrol ninjas also recognized before and after, and under the confirmation voice of the first patrol ninja, they no longer suspected that this person was the dry persimmon Oni mackerel, the hero of the former mist-hidden village. Dry persimmon Oni mackerel, the senior has completed a lot of tricky tasks for the village of Mist, and has received the admiration of many ninjas, but unfortunately, such a person finally does not know why he actually chose to become a rebel in the village. It should be said that he is more inclined to join Xiao, who believes in the ideas of Uchiha. Your Excellency Kojiro, that senior who used to be in the mist-hidden village, the dried persimmon ghost mackerel appeared in the village. The patrolling ninja has already been informed by someone. A moment later, a serious-looking Kojuro appeared in front of the dry persimmon Oniko and Uchiha Itaki. Xiao, what are you trying to plot when you come to Wuyan village? Nagajuro asked in a cold tone. Although the dry persimmon Oni is the hero of the village, he still defected to the village in the end, which Kojuro never understood. Ghost Mackerel, I have never been able to understand the reason for your rebellion. Now that you have this opportunity to meet, please give an explanation to the Wuyan village. Impatience appeared on the face of the dried persimmon Ghost Mackerel. He hated it the most when people asked him this question. Obviously he couldn't explain it clearly, and even if he did, no one would believe him. What I do, I have my own plans, it has nothing to do with you. Damn, as a traitor of the Mistian village, you still have a reason to raise the bar with me, and your actions will be punished by the Mistian village. Kojuro held the flounder in both hands and swooped down at the dried persimmon Oniko. Need my help? Uchiha asked. No need, the dried persimmon Ghost Mackerel said indifferently, with a malicious grin at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, the dried persimmon Ghost Mackerel also showed his ninja knife, the Big Knife Mackerel. The legendary blade duel, let me see who wins and who loses. After all, the other party is also one of the 7 people of the Ninja Deo, Ghost Mackerel, do not underestimate the enemy. Uchiha reminded from the side. Got it, ferrets. The next moment, the flounder and the mackerel collided with each other, and did not make a sound of gold and iron. What? This is the first time that Nagajuro has fought with the Onito's muscles, and he does not know that the mackerel muscles are in physical form, and he does not have much confidence in himself. Kojuro was surprised to feel the impact of the flounder on the muscles, but the muscles did not rupture. His flounder is originally good at smashing, and it can be regarded as a chess opponent against the mackerel. It looks like you're going to have to use a trick. After Nagajuro took a big step back, put chakra on top of the flounder, which immediately grows larger and shines. This is a function of flounder that becomes powerful by entering chakra. However, in this regard, the dried persimmon Ghost Mackerel laughed. Although you and my ninja knives are wrapped in bandages, it is obvious that your ninja swords are too low grade. The dried persimmon Ghost Mackerel is right, his ninja sword mackerel is known as a tailless beast, which is a symbiotic life used by the 3-tailed body surface to absorb chakra. There is a large amount of chakra in the mackerel, and the mackerel is best at absorbing enemy chakra. Therefore, Kojuro imported chakra into flounder, which was simply self-defeating. Kojuro held up the flounder and waved it at the dried persimmon Oni again. The dried persimmon Ghost Mackerel easily lifted the Ghost Mackerel to resist. It's still just a child, and the strength is only that. Kojuro suddenly felt dizzy, and the chakra he entered into the flounder was instantly emptied. Staggering, Kojuro fell to the ground. Your Excellency Nagajuro. More and more ninjas from the mist-hidden village rushed to hear the sound, and almost hundreds of them gathered in an instant. Immediately among them, a ninja lifted up Nagajuro, and the rest of the ninjas looked warily at the dried persimmon Oniko and Uchiha Itaki. What do you want to do to the village? Outsiders, get out of the village. Oh, and I was going to look at the ninjas of the mist-hidden village, their faces no longer depressed and serious as before. Sigh. Once, in order to complete the tasks assigned by the village, the dried persimmon Ghost Mackerel personally killed too many companions. He thought that if his companions fell into the hands of the enemy, they would leak information, so he had no choice but to kill them. He is not so much the hero of the village as he is a mission machine, born specifically to complete the task. Over time, the dried persimmon Ghost Mackerel gradually lost itself, not knowing what it was living for. The sudden appearance of the ninja of Yuyan village drove them away, which reminded the dry persimmon Oni of some past events again. Water escape water bomb. Chakra condensed into a shark-like water bomb and pounced on the ninjas of the mist-hidden village. The dried persimmon Ghost Mackerel repelled the ninjas who attacked him with a water mackerel bullet. Drive them out with a waterfall. The art of the Great Waterfall. A group of ninjas worked together to perform the Great Falls technique. A raging waterfall forms and rushes towards the dried persimmon Oniko and the Uchiha ferrets. Not seconds. The dried persimmon Ghost Mackerel shouted, and at the same time performed the Great Waterfall technique. The waterfalls on both sides collided together, and they turned out to be evenly matched, and the end was that both sides were damaged by the reverse impact of the waterfall. Purple chakra appeared on the surface of Uchiha's body, and he protected himself and the dried persimmon Oni with Susanoo. Looking at the ninja of the mist-hidden village who was defeated by the flood, Uchiha Itaka finally spoke, hand over the 6-tailed human pillar force and avoid unnecessary conflicts. Some sharp-eyed ninjas in the Kirihide village immediately confirmed that this was Susanoo. It's Uchiha Itake. They exclaimed, the name of Uchiha Itaka they had heard of. For most ninjas he was a nightmare. Catching a dying ninja of the mist-hidden village, Uchiha asked, where is the whereabouts of Rokuo? Uchiha's eyes were blood-red, and the illusion caused the captured ninja of the mist-hidden village to enter the hallucination and uncontrollably say everything he knew. The 6-tailed man Zulai has defected from the village. Uchiha turned back to the dried persimmon Ghost Mackerel and said, it seems that we are one step late, and the 6-tailed human pillar force is no longer here. Abominable. Another ninja from the rain-hidden village got up from the ground and rushed towards Uchiha Itaki and dried persimmon Unii. Those dozen ninjas, in front of the dry persimmon Oni mackerel and Uchiha weasel, were like chicken boys, easily repelled. Uchiha Itachi uses Susanoo and leaves the village of Kirihide with the dried persimmon Oniko. Meanwhile, the land of earth and the land of thunder began to gather troops with great fanfare. Suchikage and Lei Ying privately invited a meeting. The content of the conversation is self-evident and is related to Hideki Uzumaki. Lei Ying said, "The vortex Yingshu is too much, and actually abducted all the tailed beasts in our Union Village." Before Union Village, when the three-tailed man pillar Lee Yukato was not there was also the eight-tailed man pillar Lee Kirubi. The current situation is that Yukato mutinied and kidnapped Kirubi, and both tailed beasts fell into the hands of Uzumaki Hideki. One of them was also his righteous brother who was closely protected. Suchikage also said angrily, "We are no better. Han was taken away by Uzumaki Hideki's Xiao, and now I don't know his whereabouts. It is guessed that it is within the Vortex Village. Vortex Village, the defense is too strict, and it is necessary to gather an army to be able to conquer it. Uzumaki Hideki's personal strength is too strong, it is equivalent to thousands of troops, plus the combat effectiveness of the Kagaya clan, the Haji clan and the Waki clan are very strong." A ninja suggested, "2Kage-sama, we can try to unite with other countries." "Get out of here." The two old stubborns said at the same time, "Do you want other countries to know about such a humiliating thing? No matter how strong the Vortex Village is, it is only a small country, and with the concerted efforts of our two countries, it will definitely lose." Both of them are confident in their hearts. What's more, as far as the current situation is concerned, it is likely that Uzumaki Yingshu will not be in Whirlpool Village for a long time, and they will gouge his roots, set a trap and wait for him to return to the net. They thought that the strength of the two countries was enough, and there was no need to unite the villages of Tsunahide and Konoha Shinobu, and because it is impossible to determine whether the Land of Water has returned to Hideki Uzumaki, for the sake of safety, do not interact with the Land of Water so as not to leak the plan. What they didn't know was that the Water Country had entered a state similar to the Blood Mist Age, and without them taking the initiative not to contact, the Water Country would no longer be in contact with the outside world. There used to be a lot of vegetation here, but now it's a barren land. Unknown insects appeared in large numbers, eating crops, damaging large areas of crops, and making the Wien village, which had already experienced the Blood Mist era, even more unbearable. Because of the bad situation, Wien village is also on guard against the attacks of other countries. Wien village is now short of food and has entered a state of planned economy, although it has not yet arrived and starved, but if the source of pests is not found, sooner or later it will fall into that state. People are physically and mentally exhausted, and it only takes a gust of wind to break them. Wien village is reluctant to seek help from other countries, and at this time, Wien village cannot determine whether other countries are good intentions or malicious. If not, the incident of the bug, or the actions taken by other countries to weaken the Wien village, may not be certain. Lord Mizukage, if this continues, the village will collapse if it is not attacked by other countries. Shui Ying Jiaomei's face was burned. She gathered her men and discussed countermeasures with them. In today's situation, it is necessary to prioritize finding the source of the pest, and only by solving the problem at the root can we completely cure it. They had tried insecticides before, with little success. Insecticides can only kill a small number of pests, and the rest will become extremely resistant and no longer so easy to kill. And manual removal, the efficiency is obviously much lower. At present, only these two methods are used in parallel, barely maintaining a meager harvest. If the source is not solved, new pests will continue to appear. If the last piece of pure land is also invaded by pests, I am afraid that the Wien village will be unable to return to heaven. The source of the bug is not so easy to find, but perhaps after finding the source, the solution to the problem is much easier. They ruled out several possibilities. Exclude alien bugs that come naturally. After all, Mistian village is inside the water country, and foreign insects should not spread out from Mistian village. In the end, there is only one possibility left, and that is that outsiders brought the bugs in. Someone who must have recently entered the Land of Water. The ninja in the discussion slapped the table. Sure enough, it was the ghost of Hideki Uzumaki's people. People who used to Uzumaki Hideki had come to the Land of Water, but they had only gone to the castle tower where the daimyo of the Land of Water was located. But since then, this bug has appeared in the Land of Water. But the people of Uzumaki Hideki did not mean to come to Mist Hidden Village, and it is unlikely that the bugs were brought in by Uzumaki Hideki's people. Terumi thinks this is unlikely. We can't just speculate so as not to offend others. These bugs can't be killed, and if there is no way to do it in the end, you can only seek help from other countries. Terumi offered her opinion. Wouldn't it be counterproductive to ask for help from other countries and be annexed by other countries? A high-ranking ninja said worriedly. After all, I have searched the entire water country, and I have not been able to find a way to completely eliminate the insects. There is no other way but to seek help from other countries. Terumi sighed helplessly. There may be risks, but you can only gamble. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Hideki obtained a large number of special spell bottoms from the transport personnel of Vortex Hidden Village. Today, Uzumaki Hideki painting spells have become more handy. I don't remember how many spells I've drawn, but I think it's getting easier and easier, and I feel a sense of intimacy and familiarity. Uzumaki Hideki may not know that he has entered a kind of transformation realm, which is the transformation of painting spells. As more spells are drawn, Uzumaki goes through a process where practice makes perfect. The technique of drawing is more proficient, and the ability to draw spells is more powerful. After that, Uzumaki Hideki once again reached a qualitative change, and the painting spell reached the realm of transformation. I can feel that the realm where I gather to be able to draw the immortal talisman is not far away, but there is still a hurdle, and if I don't step over, I will never be able to draw the immortal talisman. The big toad immortal would not have thought that the progress rate of the whirlpool English tree was too fast, and it was far beyond his imagination. The great toad immortal thought that it would take several years for Uzumaki Yingshu to reach the realm of spell drawing, but he did not expect that Uzumaki Yingshu was gifted and reached it in a few months. But the immortal talisman is a divine rune after all, and it is not easy to understand. However, Uzumaki Hideki's own feeling is that he will be able to draw the immortal talisman in the near future. Even the great toad immortal personally studied the immortal rune, but he had not been able to realize it until now. Finally, on this day, Uzumaki Hideki seemed to feel something. He lay flat on the island creek for a nap. Clear streams flow all around. The originally cold stream became warm in the sun. Uzumaki Hideki seems to lie in a flowing hot spring, which is very comfortable. It was in this state of comfort that he entered a state of tranquility and distance. High concentration of the mind. There you have it. Uzumaki Hideki immediately opened his eyes and sat up from the stream at the same time. Next to the creek there is a small jar filled with toad oil. Toad oil is a good thing that absorbs the power of nature and is a necessity for making immortal talismans. There is also an inkstone table next to the jar, and a brush is docked next to it. In the ink, Hideki Uzumaki added a drop of his own blood. Uzumaki reverently raised the brush, glued the ink, and wrote the spell on the base of the talisman soaked with toad oil. The ink strangely did not faint. Uzumaki Hideki's eyes were sharp, and after writing all the runes, ecstasy appeared on his face. A large amount of natural power is gathering towards the spell like no money, and this momentum is estimated to have triggered the natural power of heaven and earth. Uzumaki Hideki was stunned, but this was reasonable. After all, he had expected all this in advance a few days ago. The entire Miyama Mountain began to rise in an instant. Feeling this crazy force of nature surging, the toads of Miyama Mountain were either excited or turned their heads and ears, all fidgeting. Is Miyama Mountain going to change a lot? Watching the forces of nature continue to converge in one place, they vaguely wondered if the end of Miyama Mountain was coming. If this continues, the natural power of the entire Miyama Mountain will be absorbed clean. Now, the big toad immortal opened his eyes thoughtfully. He looked at the center of the whirlpool where the force of nature was surging, which was the island where the whirlpool Hideki was. I really dream about sleeping these days. Whirlpool Village, Cave Base. The big snake pill has been in a bad mood recently. Lord Orochimaru, you haven't thought about tea lately. I'm afraid it won't work like this, Pocket said with concern on the side. He suspected that the big snake pill had been too obsessed with research recently, causing his physical condition to deteriorate. No, you misunderstood. I've been thinking about how to get Tsunade cells. Of course, I am also worried about this pile of research topics. Cell samples from the Haka, Kagaya, and Uzumaki clans are readily available, except for the only descendant of the Senju clan. The Senju Tsunade cell samples are the most difficult to obtain. Tsunade had been strictly guarded by Konoha, and he didn't know why. Lord Orochimaru, new news has come back from Konoha, a ninja suddenly reported. Come in, Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice. Interesting. Orochimaru looked at the contents of the scroll. At this juncture, Konoha actually planned to hold the Chunin exam. I think it's because Uzumaki Hideki forced Konoha to rush, and Konoha Dog jumped off the wall to find as many opportunities to reconcile with other countries as much as possible. At this time, the ninja that Konoha had previously sent to investigate the Land of Water had returned because of the closure of the Land of Water. With no way of knowing why the Land of Water was targeting Konoha, Konoha's relationship with the other countries was also strained, and in order to alleviate the situation, Konoha decided to make an icebreaker operation. It is also mentioned above, the Naka Shinobi exam. In addition, the most important reason that the three generations of Hokage have considered is to know the attitude of various countries towards Uzumaki Hideki. On the surface, all countries except the Land of Water are ostensibly hostile to Uzumaki Hideki, but it is difficult to say whether this is actually the case behind the scenes. After passing the Zongnin exam, you can roughly guess the attitude of various countries towards the Vortex Village from the hatred of the younger generation of ninjas towards the ninja of the Vortex Village. More importantly, you can get some useful news from the mouth of Shinobu who led the team. Surprisingly, Konoha sent invitations to all countries, including the Uzumaki village. There is still a semblance of peace between countries. Even when there were occasional confrontations or conflicts, they tried to keep as peaceful as possible. They are convinced that their real enemy is Hideki Uzumaki. Orochimaru felt this was an opportunity to invade Konoha. At the same time, the big snake pill also needs to find a new body, and the current body may be broken after a while. Change his body so that Konoha's ninja can't recognize him, and he can also take Tsunade's cell samples when Tsunade is not vigilant. Even so, the level of danger is somewhat high. The decision of the Konoha ninja village has caused different reactions in various ninja countries. The two countries plan to ignore Konoha's invitation. After all, they were planning to attack the village of Whirlpool in the near future. The troops have already practiced several times. Hey, Konoha still wants to be the boss? Lei Ying said. Such a kid sip tea, we still have our own important things to do, so we won't accompany Konoha. It is ready to move the army from the sea. Take advantage of the fact that Uzumaki Hideki has not fully recovered its peak strength, solve Uzumaki Hideki. Uzumaki Hideki definitely didn't expect us to attack him, so he was caught off guard. As long as we are fully prepared, we can definitely win. They won't know that even if Uzumaki Hideki has not yet recovered his peak strength, with the current strength of Uzumaki Hideki, it is not at all something they can deal with. What's more, the power of nature and the perception of the immortal talisman had sublimated him again. At this time, the country of water was already overwhelmed, and how could he still have time to pay attention to Konoha's Naka Ninja exam, and directly threw Konoha's invitation into the trash? Annoyed to death, what is the middle ninja exam? How can there be time to think about these? In the fog shadow building, Terumi looked haggard and fell on the table, and the documents on the table were piled up, and she didn't have the heart to deal with them. What does it matter to me that Konoha held the Chunin exam? The exams in the country of water have been terminated, and even the school has stopped, and if it goes on like this, I can only really ask for help from other countries. Evil bugs. Kaze Kage decided to take matters into his own hands and discuss an alliance with Konoha. Ichigo Man Pillar Force Iero was taken away by Uzumaki Hideki, who is Konoha's great enemy, and if he wants to retrieve Ichigo Pillar Force from Uzumaki Hideki, he can only become an ally with Konoha. The so-called, the enemy of the enemy is the friend. The big toad immortal trembled his hand, and in his hand he was holding the immortal talisman given to him by Uzumaki Hideki. Although that's the case, I still want someone to tell me if I'm dreaming, the big toad immortal said excitedly. This is the immortal talisman that he has studied for so long. The corners of Uzumaki Hideki's mouth turned up slightly, and said, "You are not dreaming, this is true." This immortal talisman actually absorbed nearly 1/10 of the natural power of the entire Miyama mountain, and the energy it contained can be imagined. The immortal talisman has the effect of bringing people back to life. I believe in your heart, and Miyamushin will always be your friend, the big toad immortal said with a smile. I also made a few pictures, but the effect is worse, and the continuous absorption of natural forces is not complete, and it is estimated that it will not be possible in tens of hundreds of years. This one was probably an accident. Uzumaki Hideki sighed. It seems that the resurrection of the great cause still depends on the 6 reincarnation techniques. The big toad immortal smiled and said, I can't eat a few more Miyama mountain. In fact, the previous spell also absorbed the power of nature for thousands of years, and the effect was amazing. Stretching his waist, Hideki Uzumaki returned to Uzumaki village and learned the news that Konoha was going to hold the Chunin exam. Uzumaki Hideki was expected. It seems that Konoha is also in a hurry, and he will pull gangs as much as possible. If the contradiction that Uzumaki Hideki had arranged for Konoha earlier was a small contradiction, then the contradiction between Uzumaki Hideki and other countries was very large. After all, Uzumaki Hideki deprived their tailed orc pillar power, which harmed the root of their interests. It is no longer a secret that Xiao is already a tool of Uzumaki Hideki. Interests can lead to war, there is no doubt about that. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Hideki Uzumaki decided to send 2 teams of people to take the Chunin exam, so that they could take care of it and show the strength of their Uzumaki village. After all, Konoha invited himself by name, and his side could not admit it. Meantime, after Nagato learned of Uzumaki Hideki's decision, he sent a message to Yuhide village, wanting to send the ninja of Yuhide village, and if something happened, he could answer at any time. Sir, are you sure you want to use these 2 teams? Yes, do you have any questions? No. Nagato was a little crying, just too luxurious. The Vortex Village side decided the candidates for the 2 teams that took the exam. Composed of Naruto Uzumaki, Iai Luo, and Fu, and Kito as the Yum-tailed beast team who leads the team of Shinobu. Composed of Kakashi, Junmaro, and Shigigo, Heiba acts as the Dream Blood successor team that leads Shinobu. Hideki Uzumaki selected the elites of the younger generation of Vortex Village. One of the teams is all-tailed orc pillar power, and the other team all have special physiques or ninjutsu passed down from the bloodline. Both teams are awesome beings. I wonder how many people's eyeballs will be detonated in Konoha. Wonderful, wonderful. Going out like this is too much to gain face for our Vortex Village. For the arrangement of the Uzumaki Yingshu, everyone in the Vortex Hidden Village was full of praise. For the first time, they had seen such a wonderful combination. But Uzumaki's arrangement is only now about to begin. Whether it is tactics or arrangement, it must go through some adjustment, otherwise even the best combination will be wasted. Not to mention that several of them were almost destroyed by the original shinobi village. Uzumaki Hideki ordered the two teams, the people of your two teams will fight separately first, and familiarize yourself with each other's cooperation. In the clearing of a whirlpool village, two groups of people gathered and looked at each other. They have the fighting spirit to defeat each other, but there is no hatred. They each had a bell tied to them, and the two teams had different colors of bells. The red team led by the wooden man the bell is red, while the Hajiba leads the blue team, and the color of the bell is blue. Hideki Uzumaki said, "The rules of training are very simple, you only need to get the bells on the other side within an hour, and when one of the bells is taken away, the first round of training is over." The reason why the time is set to an hour is to make them struggle a little longer, so that they will be more in line with the action. If too little time is given, then the manufacturer begs for one of the teams to give up and be able to move on to the second round of training. And Hideki Uzumaki's training was divided into many rounds, and he himself did not know how much in total, anyway, until he was satisfied. First round, start. As Uzumaki Hideki's words fell, Naruto and Fu rushed forward in excitement. Suddenly, the wind and sand pushed them back. "Don't waste your bells," Ai Luo said coldly. "I love that Luo guy." Naruto was upset about this. However, Iroh was bound to do the same, and the wind and sand carried him in the sky, and before the blue team could react, he broke them. Being able to manipulate sand is a really difficult ability. Hajaya was on the periphery of the field and marveled. As the leader of the team, he does not need to participate in battles. Yujito on the side smiled, "Our tailed beast team is very strong." Indeed. Yuya agreed, "However, our blood sacrifice team is not arbitrary. Look at the field again. After breaking up the blue team, I decided to break them all." Kakashi, Shigego, and Junmaro, one came from Kusanagi village, one originally lived in the Heiji clan's own family, and the other was previously under Orochimaru, and at this time it was a team that had just formed, and they were really unfamiliar with each other. It was scattered as soon as it came up. So what's next? Hideki Uzumaki is also looking forward to it. The first thing Ai Luo looks at is the constant coughing of fragrant phosphorus in the sandstorm, and in my Ai Luo's observation, Xiangfo's is the weakest, and it is best to start. Iroh controls the sand wrapping and binds the phosphorus. Xiangfo's felt a little suffocating himself. Suddenly Ai Luo thought that I can't kill them. The sand moved away from Xiangfo's, and Xiangfo's fell unconscious to the ground, and the bell on her body was gone, appearing in my arrow's hand. Sharp bones appeared all over Junmaro's body, wrapped him like a hedgehog, and then rushed straight out. These sands, so weird. Junmaro found that the sand, as if it had life and consciousness, formed a vortex and swept towards his body. "It's okay, my bones can protect me intact." Then, the sand completely buried him. However, it was blocked by the bone blade brandishing, including the bell inside. Shigego's sighed. Shigego waved his fist and scattered the sweeping sand tentacles. "These sands have been trying to take the bells from me." Shigego noticed that Sand's main target was the bell on his body, so he made several false attacks. These were all recognized by Shigego. However, as the sand grows, Shigego suspects that the other two have been captured by the bell. Shigego immediately cursed the immortalization. Scales grow on the arms, and at the same time cover the bells with scales so that the bells are not taken away. In this regard, I love Luo's face is gloomy. These two guys are difficult to deal with, especially that Shigego, who never gave me a chance to catch him. The two men have a common trait that they both guard the bell to death, so it is harder to capture the bell than to defeat them. In that case, don't blame me for using the real thing. Shad dun shatai. Oops. Sand spread up from the ground, completely restraining Shigego. Shigego opened his mouth to spit out blood, and the restraint continued to crush his body. At this time, Ai Luo faced another problem: how to take the bell from them. After hesitating for a moment, Era realized that his sand-binding ninjutsu had been greatly hindered. Shigego liberated the first order of the spell seal. The strength actually increased several times at once. At the same time, Junmaro's side also began to resist vigorously. Spell mode is also turned on. After using the sand binding to restrain Shigego and Junmaro, chakra began to wear out a lot after feeling the strong resistance of these two. If you want to limit two monsters at the same time, chakra can imagine the amount. Do you want to enter the tail beast? I love Luo hesitating. His current manipulation of the tailed beast is not enough, and he is likely to lose himself or even hurt his teammates. Moreover, this is just a training, there is no need to tail the animal. At this time, Naruto and Fu shouted together. "Hey, I love Luo. You can't rob your opponents," Naruto said, shaking his fist. Fu also stretched his arm. Hee, that's it, let's do something too. Hearing their words, AI Luo looked startled, suddenly sent his hands away. Xiangfos also quickly woke up. Damn, the bell is gone, but he still resolutely stood by his teammates. Uzumaki nodded. The two teams are once again facing each other. Uzumaki Hideki suddenly spoke, pay attention to team cooperation. Xiangfos is a sentient and restorative ninja, you two pay attention to protection cooperation. I love Luo, don't underestimate the enemy, you rely too much on the power of the tailed beast. The two teams changed tactics and fought together again. Looking at the battle on the field, Yu Yi said, it seems that the blood team is better, and those few people are completely chaotic. You seem to have overlooked one point, that is, after the human pillar force enters the tail beast, the strength will increase greatly. Yu Yi said, the power of the tailed beast is an external force, and it is impossible to count. When the adults developed the perfect peeling method, the power of the tailed beast did not exist. Yukato glanced at Hajiba and said, my lord said, after stripping off the tailed beast, the original ability will also remain, which does not bother Hajiba-sama. Yu Yi smiled slightly, that's good. However, this time to Konoha, if these children can master the power of tailed beasts, it will be of great benefit. The two Yujito saw that Haji softened and was no longer aggressive, and also smiled. The bloodline of the Haji clan and the Kagaya clan is also very powerful, and the Kagaya kid can be the best support for the entire team. Sand shield, sand wall. Iroh each summoned two sand walls to resist the attacks of Junro and Shigego, but the sand walls were immediately shattered by the bombardment. At the same time, Naruto followed closely behind, the shadow doppelganger technique that Uzumaki Hideki had just given him, and rushed forward. Chakra is huge, and this is also the fastest technique he has learned. Simply tailor-made for him. With a brush, Iroh disappeared from the spot, and Junro and Shigego collided together, and did not succeed in attacking Iroh. Naruto's shadow doppelganger took the opportunity to pounce. Xiangfos began to report the location of the shadow doppelganger to them, and observed the movements of the two people above at any time. I Love Ro has appeared in the air. Naneo's wings grow on Fu's back, giving her the ability to fly. Ascended into the sky with my Iroh, and this flight speed is very fast. Iroh looked up at Fu, her face inexplicably red. Thank you, although I can fly on the sand, AI Luo, who received support from my companions for the first time, has an indescribable feeling. Fu took Era back and turned to face Junro and Shigego, who were charging towards them. Fu spewed pollen from his mouth, and after being reminded by Keiko Phosphorus, Shigego and Junro dodged together. It's just that Naruto suddenly blew out a wind, and the pollen still fell in large quantities on the faces of Shigego and Junro. Suddenly, the two stopped running forward, but immediately stopped and looked around. What's going on with these two, as if you can't see Fu? Naruto said suspiciously. He subconsciously helped but didn't know what the effect was. I seem to remember that Fu and I said that he had a kind of scale powder that can make people blind, but it was actually an illusion. Oh? I love Luo, how do you know so much about Fu? Can't it be that you like Fu? Naruto mouth poor. My AI Luo's face immediately turned red. What nonsense are you talking about? It was Fu himself who told me. Who told you to run at that time? That's a real shame. Naruto was about to go and pat my arrow on the shoulder, but was shot by a sand bullet inside my arrow gourd. Shigego and Junro, who were temporarily blind, looked around, and they couldn't see anything. Xiangfos suddenly stepped forward and patted the shoulders of the two, and immediately unlocked the illusion. I suddenly couldn't see it just now, Shigego said. I can't see it either, this should be the other party's ninjutsu. Junmera responded. Yes, there is a loss of incense phosphorus. Shigego scratched his hair. Xiangfos patted his chest proudly. Hehe, support is handed over to me. I have to say that this ninjutsu is really difficult to entangle. Suddenly, the wind and sand were raging. Before the blue team could react, there were two whoosh sounds, and Fu quickly passed by them. Flying through the passage that Iroh had deliberately set aside, he quickly removed the bells from them. The three of Junmero and Shigego Kafu converged together. Junmero said, let's protect the bell on our body first, otherwise they may seize the opportunity. As they spoke, the two found that the bell on their bodies had disappeared. Jingle bells, the sand dispersed, and Fu held their bells in his hands, shaking. Very good, this round of trials, the red team wins. Uzumaki Hideki's voice said. Hideki Uzumaki praised, the red team has the two advantages of Iroh and Fu. I'm the best at trapping enemies and stealing bells, and Fu's speed and ability to blind opponents are the guarantee of victory. Naruto is also good, knowing to support his teammates, creating a chance for the team to win. It took half an hour in total. Originally not being named by Hideki Uzumaki, Naruto felt frustrated, and he didn't seem to have a chance to perform. Hearing the second half of the sentence, he was suddenly full of blood. Hey, maybe he'll shine in the next round of trials. Wind escape great tornado. Uzumaki Hideki released a gale tornado and said, in the second round of trials, you need to snatch as many bells as possible in the tornado, and when all the bells are snatched, the trial is over and the team with more bells wins. Uzumaki Hideki threw all the bells into the large tornado. Under the rotation of the large tornado, the bells suddenly disappeared. No, isn't it? Is this a joke? Fu opened her mouth wide in shock. You must know that the wind escape of the whirlpool Yingshu is used to attack the enemy, and if it is injured by the wind, you have to take off a layer of skin, not to mention take things in the wind escape. This is the method that Hideki Uzumaki came up with after considering the peculiarities of Arrow and Fu. There are no wind blades in the tornado, so the danger is not high, but it also made me Iroh and Fu unable to help. I love that Luo does not believe in evil and says, "Let me come, my san may be able to do it." Fu looked at me Iroh with trusting eyes. Naruto tried to reach out and approach the tornado, and almost the whole person was taken away. A large amount of sand formed a sandstorm that swept towards the large tornado. Suddenly, Iroh looked serious. "What's wrong, I love Luo?" Fu asked. "My sand shield is out of control. After I love Luo's sand shield into the great tornado, it is completely out of his control. Uzumaki Hideki's wind escape has the effect of taking away other people's ninjutsu. Now the big tornado is mixed with the sand of my Luo, and it is even more difficult to get the bell." Shigego looked and shook his head. The sand did not obstruct the view even more, and it was used by the large tornado to increase the destructive power. Naruto lifted a large rock and threw it at the tornado. The heavy stones were swept directly into the tornado surface without a trace of stagnation. Naruto swallowed. "Why, Naruto, are you discouraged like this? Didn't you teach you the ninjutsu of the wind?" Uzumaki reminded Naruto. Naruto wondered, the lecherous fairy didn't teach me much. Naruto recalled that Jiraiya had also taught him how chakra turned into a wind attribute, and he mastered it. Naruto took out the scroll, which contained Uzumaki Hideki's Kaze ninjutsu. "Open it and start looking for it. Ninjutsu Wind Escape Great Tornado." A tornado is formed by rotating a large number of wind chakras clockwise or counterclockwise. Jiraiya seems to have taught Naruto a similar method of spinning chakra, but it is attributeless. At that time, Naruto did not learn such advanced spinning techniques, but if there was a handprint-drawn ninjutsu, it was less difficult to perform. Naruto tried to stretch out his hands to make a seal, condensing a small tornado. "This is, my lord's ninjutsu? No, it's a small tornado." Fu and Iroh looked at the small tornado in Naruto's hands. Then Naruto threw the small tornado straight out. The small tornado dissipated before it got close to the big one. "Naruto, this is not going to work," Uzumaki Hideki said with a shake of his finger. Naruto scratched his hair, a little irritated. "Then what should I do to destroy the large tornado?" Uzumaki Hideki does not answer. There are some things that need to be understood by himself. In addition, the blue team is also starting to think about countermeasures. Ueye said, "Even I can't destroy the great tornado condensed by adults, let alone you." He felt that the exam questions of Hideki Uzumaki were too difficult, and if it was just training before the Chunin exam, there was no need to achieve this level. "I think adults should want to stimulate your potential and develop your ability to deal with difficult problems. Perhaps, it is not necessary to destroy the tornado to get the bell." Hajiba's statement made Junmaro, Shigego, and Kakato suddenly realize that if a tornado cannot be destroyed, then the test is not to destroy a tornado. "I see, it's airflow," Xiangfo said suddenly. On Hajiba's side, the four seemed to be discussing countermeasures. What will they come up with? In fact, I am also curious if there is a way to crack my wind escape. Uzumaki Hideki was also curious. Is this really feasible? Wouldn't it be too risky? Junmaro looked at Shigego, feeling that Shigego was too difficult. According to the method that Ko Phosphorus came up with, Shigego needed to dig from the periphery of the tornado and then dig through to the center of the tornado. Since the center of the tornado is an absolutely safe area, Shigego has no problem inside. But the point is that Shigego must set a blasting charm at the hole dug and detonate it. Lower the terrain on one side of the tornado. Tornado formation depends on airflow, and changes in terrain will lead to changes in airflow direction, and tornadoes will be in an unstable state of changing attitude. At this time, Shigego threw several explosive charms inside the tornado, and through the power of the explosion inside the tornado, he generated an outward airflow and dispersed the tornado from the inside. I have to say that this idea of fragrant phosphorus is too bold. And among the three, the only one who can take on this great responsibility is Shigego, who has entered the second state of the spell seal, and his physical strength is enough to resist. Asked Shigego's opinion, Shigego said with difficulty that he could try, but said in his heart, "It's really difficult for myself." Shigego begins to dig the tunnel, and Kato and Junmaro also help out, doubling the digging speed. The blue team seems to have figured out a way? Yukato reminded them. Are they trying to dig tunnels into the inside of the tornado? Will it be easier to get the bell inside? Fu guessed. Uzumaki saw their actions and was guessing what exactly to do. To be honest, Hideki Uzumaki himself didn't think of a way to crack it. 10 minutes later. Boom! A huge explosion. With the tornado losing its balance began to twist. Boom! There were several explosions inside the tornado. Immediately afterwards, an even louder explosion sounded. This is the sound of a huge tornado disintegrating. Uzumaki Hideki was stunned for a moment. It seems to be quite clever. Although Uzumaki Hideki did not use chakra to maintain the large tornado, and they also defeated the large tornado after 9 tigers, it was already very difficult. It's already good to be able to defeat a large tornado that is only 1/10 of its power. Looking at the 6 bells Shigego was holding in his hand, Uzumaki Hideki said, "It seems that the second round was won by the blood sacrifice team." Through these 2 trials, Uzumaki Hideki generally saw the respective advantages of the 2 teams. The tailed beast team is more inclined to ability, while the blood sacrifice team will be more strategic. I just don't know how collaborative they are. Although they had already cooperated initially in the first game, Uzumaki felt the need to test it again. The final test is your ability to collaborate. Tudu Shi Tai. Uzumaki Hideki uses the Chakra Earth Escape property obtained from the tailed beast to cast ninjutsu to raise the ground to form a battle stone platform. This time, it was also a team battle, defeating all the people of one of the teams, and leaving the Shitai range was treated as a waiver. Uzumaki said, "It seems that it should be possible to knock the opponent off the stone platform." Shigego said, "In the previous first round of battles, if I hadn't been beastly, I wouldn't have been able to defeat Shigego and Junro in their violent state. It seems that it still depends on Fu's blinding ability." I thought to myself. Naruto was a little unhappy. He didn't make a little effort in the 2 rounds just now, and this time he was already going to be powerful. Let me take the lead this time. Naruto had just learned a small tornado and wanted to make a splash. Immediately rushed over, Fu and Iai Luo couldn't stop it. Shigego broke Naruto's small tornado with 1 punch and flew Naruto with another punch. "Okay, it's a test of cooperation, Naruto, what do you think?" Fu said reproachfully. Teamwork, which was very difficult for Naruto, who had always been lonely. Perhaps, as long as it is a human pillar force, it will have this difficult feeling. After all, most human pillar force is isolated. Naruto, we need to devise a strategy. The other party knows that I have the ability to blind them, and should be wary of me. After a few minutes, the winner is decided. On the red team side, only Naruto lasted to the end, while Shigego and Junro of the blue team were also injured and combined to knock Naruto down. The reason why I love Luo first to fall down is because I love Luo first has become the first target of the other party. As for Fu, he was actually restrained by Xiangfo's alone, and was accidentally defeated by Xiangfo's. Xiangfo's has a sealing technique, and its combat strength is not as weak as they thought. In particular, her scheming and the cooperation of Shigego and Junro became the key to her defeating Fu. Good, now it's time for your personal training. Based on his observations of them, Uzumaki Hideki had already drawn up their individual special training packages. Yujito asked with some concern, "Sir, will the tailed beastization be a greater burden on them?" Well, it's easy to say. Did you hear that? Pay attention to cooperation. As soon as Yujito had some doubts, he saw Fu, Iroh, and Naruto put on the coat of tailed beasts at the same time. Under the knocking of the whirlpool Yingshu, the tailed beast was very cooperative, so that several human pillar students could adapt to the tailed beast mode. Don't worry about losing your mind. Yukito couldn't help but feel a little envious, which was much better than when she was groping at that time. When both Naruto and the 9 tails began to nag, Uzumaki Hideki suddenly looked at him who had returned to his original form. Naruto couldn't help but snort. Uzumaki Hideki shook his head. "Naruto, Orochimaru is not cast like this." Naruto looked deflated. This spiral pill annoyed him, 1 head and too big, completely unable to catch the trick. "Perhaps, I can use Jiraiya's way." Uzumaki Hideki took a water balloon, try filling the chakra in the water ball and make them spin. Naruto caught the water ball in confusion. A moment later, snap! The water ball burst in response, and Naruto was splashed all over his body with water. "Brother, you're teasing me like this." Naruto thought he had finally discovered Uzumaki's intentions. Sighing, Uzumaki Hideki took out another water balloon. "Let me show you the spiral pill in stages." The water ball in his hand trembled, and bulges appeared and disappeared from all directions. Naruto's eyes lit up as he watched Uzumaki demonstrate with interest. This is the state when you are not very skilled in casting spiral pills. Can you actually control the spiral pill so finely? Naruto was shocked, completely shocked by Hideki Uzumaki. "It's amazing." Uzumaki smiled and said, "Do you see the bulges that keep coming from the water balloons? Those are restless, uncontrollable chakra. When the control is stable, the water balloon is not so volatile." The water ball in his hand began to calm down, seemingly unchanged, but the inside was filled with a chakra storm with amazing power. Naruto nodded. "Hideki Uzumaki, your current task is to return these restless chakras to the center of the ball. Remember that it is every restless chakra, otherwise as long as one overflows, the ball will explode." Naruto nodded seriously. Result: water polo. Snap! The water balloon exploded again. Naruto's chakra could only control a small part, and the rest all escaped sideways. It's really hard. After dozens of trainings, Naruto lay down on the ground exhausted. In this way, you try to use the large tornado to compress the chakra he contains into a sphere. Naruto was immediately interested when he heard this, and he tried it. After that, Uzumaki Hideki went to instruct Fu and Iroh to make up for some of their flaws. Hajime was originally guiding the blood team, and Uzumaki Hideki also went to point out one or two. Although Uzumaki Hideki uses the most wind ninjutsu, the various occult arts and ninjutsu are not generally understood. It was time to take the Chu Shinobi exam. The figures of the Uchiha Weasel and the dried persimmon Oni mackerel appeared at the entrance of the Vortex Hidden Village. Behind them was the six-tailed human pillar force. The six-tailed man pillar Yutaka, who was caught by the duo during the journey to the Land of Fire, did not have much fighting. Heitaka voluntarily went with them. What man? Uchiha Itachi and Dry Persimmon Oni were immediately stopped by the guards of the Hakai clan and Kagaya clan at the entrance of the village. Ghost Mackerel, stop. Uchiha immediately stopped the dried persimmon ghost mackerel who was about to pull out the knife. This is that person's territory. The dried persimmon ghost mackerel put the mackerel back on its back. Uzumaki Hideki was able to easily defeat Obito, and ignored the illusion, and finally controlled Xiao, such a terrifying person, facing him head-on, it was almost looking for death. We are members of Xiao, Uchiha Itachi, and dried persimmon Unii, who have been ordered to capture the six-tailed man Zulai and return. Go and report to Lord Hideki Uzumaki. The doorman did not dare to make a conclusion and let one of them enter the village to report. A moment later, the man brought back Uzumaki Hideki's order and let them into the village. The defense of Whirlpool Village is really rigorous, the dried persimmon ghost mackerel said. If it weren't for Uchiha's caution in discovering the fortifications outside the village before, I'm afraid they wouldn't have come here so easily. Although the cooperative relationship between Xiao and Hideki Uzumaki has been clarified, Hideki Uzumaki has not made this public, and has not given the members of Uzumaki a convenient trip to the village for the time being, in order to deter the members of Xiao and let them not mess too much. After all, this is not their territory, but the territory of Uzumaki Hideki. Yutaka was not restrained, and glanced at Hotaru behind him, and there was a cold worry in Yutaka's eyes. Hotaru is his apprentice and the person he cares about. You go, it's my own choice, you shouldn't come here. No, wherever you go, I'm there, Hotaru said firmly. Skimming the two of them, Uchiha looked away. After bringing the six-tailed human pillar force to the Vortex Hidden Village, Uchiha Itachi and the dried persimmon Oni mackerel were not in a hurry to leave. Looking at the village of Uzumaki, which was even more enthusiastic than Konoha's atmosphere, Uchiha was a little touched. I just don't know if Vortex Village wants to be so beautiful on the surface. In the past, Konoha, in order to quell the rebellion of the Uchiha clan, did too cruelly. Every time Uchiha thought of what he had done, he didn't regret it because he had no other choice and he liked Konoha Ninja Village. But he was also in pain. The harmony and enthusiasm of the village made Uchiha think. He suspected that it was just an illusion, but it was so real. Uzumaki may not be as terrible as people say, and he may also be benevolent. Just like Konoha's evaluation of him, Uchiha Itachi is actually a victim, but he is treated as a sinner in the village. So, what is Uzumaki Hideki to the boss of Konoha? Uchiha is worried that Uzumaki Hideki has cruel intentions against Konoha village. After all, Uzumaki Hideki should hate Konoha. You are Uchiha Itachi? The guards of the Kagaya clan were defending at the gate of the Vortex Tower and encountered Uchiha Itachi. I have something to say to Lord Hideki Uzumaki, Uchiha said with an approving face. If anything, I'll report it to the adults. No, it's a secret. Okay then. The Kagaya clan gave a look to the subordinates next to them, and the man immediately went to the Vortex Shadow building to report to Uzumaki Hideki. Uchiha Itachi wants to see me? Hideki Uzumaki sat in her seat in the office, the corners of her mouth raised. What is this brother going to do? A moment later, Uchiha appeared at the office door and knocked on the door to enter. It's quite polite. Do you have something to pray to me? Uzumaki said with a smile. No, it's just a cover to be able to meet you more easily. So, are you looking for me for something? Hideki Uzumaki put down the pen in his hand, curious about what happened to Uchiha Itachi. He probably already had a guess. It was nothing more than about Konoha. Do you really want to attack Konoha? Konoha, it's just one of the small goals. My real purpose is to unify the ninja world. Uchiha's face did not fluctuate at all, and he asked, unifying Konoha does not necessarily require the use of war methods. Uzumaki Hideki's eyes turned cold. But I just want to hold Konoha in my hands and ravage. I like to see the people of Konoha village in pain. Uzumaki Hideki looked at the unresponsive Itachi and said, Itachi, don't you start yet. I'm also curious about the strength of the first person in Uchiha now. Yes. The ferret showed little reaction to the meaningful words. Thank you for your answer. Uchiha retreated politely. Just left? Uzumaki Hideki was speechless. What is this man here for? Uchiha Weasel walked to the door. Although I don't know you very well, I know your true heart when I see Vortex Village. Turned around and closed the door. You all have ideas, and you ask me what to do? Uzumaki rolled her eyes. Sir, the six-tailed man Zulai has been detained. Some of my subordinates came to report. Uzumaki Hideki arrives at the cage where the human pillar force is held. The six-tailed man Zulaiyotaka sat quietly in the prison. Next to him was his apprentice Hotaru. With the arrival of Uzumaki Hideki, Heitaka opened his eyes and looked up at Uzumaki Hideki. Are you Hideki Uzumaki? Heitaka asked. Yes, Hideki Uzumaki admitted. I know your situation. If you are willing to submit to me, I will let you live in the Vortex Shadow House and let the Vortex Village shelter Hotaru's safety. Are you threatening me? Heitakean had a cold face. He hated when others threatened him with Hotaru. Uzumaki raised his eyebrows and pointed to the side. Although I think what I said is completely welfare, this is the real threat. Yutaka looked at the solidified blood stain on the ground with a serious expression. This large blood stain was obviously left by a ninja who did not know which had died. Heitaka could already imagine that if he did not obey Hideki Uzumaki, this would be the end. If you conform, you will get the best results, which is good for both parties. Uzumaki Hideki's abacus played very well, so he had no reason to refuse. I agree. Become my subordinate, but you want to work for me, do you still agree? Uzumaki Hideki looked at Hotaru with interest. Another threat. If Yutaka doesn't work hard, Hotaru is estimated to be in danger in Whirlpool Village. Of course, Hideki Uzumaki put his hand on top of Heitaka's head, and Heitaka did not resist. Hideki Uzumaki entered Heitaka's inner world. You are Hideki Uzumaki. Rokuo has seen everything that is happening outside in his inner world. You are the last-tailed beast. As long as you absorb your chakra, the plan is half complete. Take it. I'm not interested in your human fights, Rokuo said. At the moment of absorbing the six-tailed chakra, Uzumaki Hideki felt the tailed beast chakra in the meridians become abnormally agitated. Here it is. Uzumaki Hideki smiled evilly and withdrew from Heitaka's inner world. This is your first mission. After each country received an invitation letter for the Konohachinen exam, the water shadow of the Land of Water slapped her forehead and sent help to all countries, including the Vortex Village. With the current relationship between the Land of Water and the Village of Whirlpool, the country of Water naturally cannot leave the Village of Whirlpool, although some ninjas in the Land of Water believe that the crisis in the village of Yuin Village is brought about by the Village of Whirlpool. The help sent by the Land of Water is most likely Hideki Uzumaki's scheme. Lei Ying sat on the big boat and said, he and Tsuchinoku Tokage have gathered an army and are preparing to march on the Village of Whirlpool from the sea. With Uzumaki Hideki's ingenuity, he should plan to lay a trap in the Land of Water, and then give other countries an urn to catch turtles. Tsuchikage analyzed. They thought of Uzumaki Hideki too shamefully. At this time, the ninja who traveled from Tsunahide Village to Konoha have successfully arrived at Konoha Ninja Village. Both sides received help from Wien Village. The Sand Hidden Village side transmitted the message to Wind Shadow after receiving it, so Wind Shadow received the message a little later. Kaze Cage and Hokage discussed the matter. Kaze Cage said, could it be that the information for help from the Land of Water is a pretense, but it is actually a signal that Hideki Uzumaki wants to gather other shadows and then catch turtles in the urn? The third generation Hokage pondered for a moment and said, it is possible, but according to my observations, the current Mist Hidden Village has entered a closed state, and I think this should not be fake. The closure policy of Wien Village is a sign of weakness, and it will also make the village retreat. If it weren't for the last resort, Wien Village wouldn't have the need to do so. After discussion, it was felt that there was a high probability that this was indeed the case. But in order to prevent Uzumaki Hideki from making a name for himself, we need to make some preparations. Wind Shadow reminded. The third generation of Hokage came up with an idea. The second experiment can be carried out in the Land of Water, so that there is no fear of Uzumaki Hideki messing around. In this way, it can solve the problem of the country of water, and it can also lead the water to the east. I don't know if Uzumaki Hideki will make any trouble. Then, the content of the exam questions is related to solving the problems of Wien Village? Hokage and Kaze Cage looked at each other and smiled. Not only is he not afraid of what tricks Uzumaki Hideki has, but he can also give a favor to the country of water. As for the fact that the Water Council would not abandon the darkness because of this, the Hokage could not know. But if the favor is dropped, it will definitely be useful. Whirlpool Village finally replied. The ninja carries a letter to the third generation of Hokage. Open the envelope and shake the stationery. What does the Vortex Village mean is that not only will they take the Zongnin exam, but they also send 2 teams at once. This surprised the 3 generations. Whirlpool Village has just been rebuilt. Is there already a suitable candidate to send out? Uzumaki Hideki sent 2 teams at once, not knowing what medicine was bought in the gourd. It seems that Uzumaki Hideki may not be doing something bad? The third Hokage was a little hesitant. Be prepared, and at the same time, the transfer of the second experimental site to Rian Village must be implemented. If Uzumaki Hideki tries to move, the Land of Water will also be implicated. If Uzumaki Hideki really can't get by, he must be prepared to break with the country of water. The three generations of Hokage nodded. I immediately asked people to express their sincerity to the Land of Water. Mist Hidden Village. After waiting for 3 days, Terumi did not reply with the assistance of other countries as she expected. Because of this, she is a little depressed. It's a bad deal, Lord Mizukage. Ching ran into Mizukage's office excitedly, and incidentally attracted the attention of Nagajiro, who was passing by. What's worse now? Terumi reprimanded. It's the bugs thing, Ching said hurriedly. Is it getting worse again? Is the last piece of farmland? In the past few days, Terumi has even personally gone to the farmland to catch insects, and the remaining piece of farmland is as precious as her child. Did something happen again? Kojuro enters the Mizukage office. Ching said anxiously, Hokage sent a letter, saying that there is a way, maybe it can solve the current difficulties. Terumi asked Ching to calm down, and then got the letter from Ching's side. Terumi glanced at Ching and said, it's obviously good news. Ching scratched his hair in embarrassment. Isn't it too excited to say wrong? According to Konoha, they will arrange the venue for the second session of the Chunin exam in Kirihide Village, and the exam questions will be decided by Kirihide Village. The meaning of this is obvious. Terumi said, great, whoever catches more bugs will have a higher score, and if they find the source of the problem or think of a complete solution to the problem, they will get the highest score. The ninjutsu of each country has its own merits, and there are many secret ninjutsu that can be learned, and the Zongnin exam may really become an opportunity. After listening to the conversation between the two, Kojuro knew what was going on. So what is the elimination mechanism? Terumi said proudly, the score is less than 50% of the elimination. This will not be so difficult that it discourages them and motivates them to catch bugs and even come up with solutions. We in Village alone can't think of a way. I think if you unite countries, there must be a way. Kojuro also said. For example, the oil women of Konoha, they are best at bugs. Now the bugs in Wien Village are endless, and they are almost tearing down the entire village. Once the green vegetation outside the village is eaten, the bugs target the crops in the village. When the crops were finished, the vegetation outside the village sprang up again, which was endless. And after the bugs are killed, a new batch pops up from nowhere, which is simply tearless. These insects are like taking root on the ground, wandering in Wien Village. Kirito Village solemnly sent a reply letter to Konoha, agreeing to Konoha's request. Neither Konoha nor the Mist Hidden Village knew that the letter had long been intercepted by the Uzumaki Village. The letter Eagle was put back again. A few days later, the letter from Wien Village was also sent to Wien Village. Hideki Uzumaki means that in the second exam, will the ninja sent by Uzumaki Village be able to solve the village's problems? Terumi hopes that if Uzumaki Hideki can really solve the problem of Mist Hidden Village, the Land of Water can openly form an alliance with Uzumaki Village. She didn't know that Uzumaki Hideki didn't need allies. She just thought that Whirlpool Village had received the project of the Zongnin exam in the past few days. Hideki Uzumaki's move can repel Konoha's pull against the Land of Water. However, in the Land of Water, Terumi's subordinates believe that this may be Hideki Uzumaki's self-directed acting. Why is Hideki Uzumaki so confident that he can solve the problem? Doesn't this mean that it is likely that the bugs are a ploy of the Vortex Hidden Village? Your point of view can be preserved. Terumi also didn't want to believe in Uzumaki Hideki without reservation. Let's wait and see how the Uzumaki village will solve it. Because of this sentence of his subordinates, Terumi Hideki's opinion of Uzumaki was more conservative. If he is really the kind of person who can take advantage of natural disasters, then it will be too terrible. If the facts really prove this, will the water country really choose to be the enemy of the Vortex village? It is necessary to consider this point well. The power of the Vortex Hideki may already represent the Deo of heaven. To be an enemy of someone close to the heavenly Deo is not only to be self-defeating, but also to kill itself. Konoha Ninja Village. When the sun rises from the east, fireworks bloom over Konoha Village. To welcome guests from afar, the bustling village of Konoha is even more prosperous than ever. I haven't been back to Konoha for a long time. I didn't expect Konoha to become so prosperous. Naruto smelled a familiar smell and grinned. Naruto, are you proficient in all the ninjutsu that the adults taught you? Yukito asked Naruto. He was worried that Naruto's grinning personality seemed a little unreliable. Don't worry, the Wind Scroll, I have memorized it, and most of the ninjutsu in it has been learned, but the proficiency is not enough, and the power is not as powerful as brother Uzumaki Hideki. It's strange to have the power of Uzumaki Hideki. Yukito sighed in his heart. After all, you have only studied for less than a week, and it is too reluctant for you. Looking at Fu and Iluo, Yukito wasn't so worried. The foundation of these two was originally very solid. Naruto's nose twitched a few times, smelling a familiar fragrance. I haven't eaten Ichiraku's ramen in a long time. Naruto immediately disobeyed the call and ran in the direction where the scent was wafting from. Naruto, stop. Yujito immediately went to catch him, but Naruto couldn't catch him like a loach. If only I had this skill when facing the enemy. Yukito sighed. Hajiba said, forget it, anyway, it's still very early, let's eat ramen for a while. They followed Naruto into the ramen shop, only to see that the name of the ramen shop was Ichiraku Ramen. The owner of Ichiraku Ramen is a mysterious folkmaster, and some people claim that he is a top-notch master who is unknown, otherwise why would the ramen made be so delicious? When the owner of Ichiraku Ramen saw a familiar figure with yellow hair enter the ramen shop, Ichiraku's originally slightly squinted and smiling eyes suddenly opened. Naruto, Ichiraku boss was shocked. Wasn't Naruto taken away by the Uzumaki village, and Goose said that he also became Konoha's rebel? Boss Ichiraku rubbed his eyes, and when he looked again, it was indeed Naruto who was right. Naruto, why did you show up here? Boss Ichiraku approached Naruto, looked left and right and said, you have to be careful not to be seen by the ninjas in the village, otherwise they will take you. Boss Ichiraku's concern made Naruto very moved. When everyone looked at him coldly, Boss Ichiraku was always friendly to him. Boss Ichiraku, what are you saying not to be seen by ninjas? A familiar voice came from behind him. Iruka-sensei. Naruto heard the voice and turned around. Naruto. Iruka's face was happy, but the next moment it turned into worry. Naruto, who brought you back to Konoha? It is necessary for Iruka to confirm. If it was the Konoha ninja who brought Naruto back, then nothing would have happened. But if it is Hideki Uzumaki, it is estimated that there will be another disaster in Konoha village. Are you Naruto's teacher? Hajiba came from not far away. Looking at Hajiba, who was strangely dressed and could not tell his age, Iruka was cautious. You don't have to worry, I'm the leader of the team who accepted Konoha's invitation to come to the Chunin exam. Hakote? Iruka seems to have heard of this surname, but I can't remember it specifically. Hello, my name is Iruka. Iruka shook hands with Hajiba and saw the guard of their whirlpool symbol, that is, you are from the Uzumaki village? Iruka saw the rest of the people from the Vortex village, with a cautious look on his face. There are so many people in Vortex village, it seems that it is not simple. They had eaten ramen, and Iruka led them on a tour of Konoha village. Immediately afterwards, Iruka led them to the meeting place. Is the one from the Vortex Hidden Village finally here? It's been a long time. Now that Konoha Sand Hidden Village and Taki Hidden Village are open, all the human pillar forces have been captured by Whirlpool Hidden Village, and it is estimated that the Land of Thunder and the Land of Earth are no better. The strength of Whirlpool Village cannot be underestimated. I don't know what lineup will be sent at this time. Ninjas from various countries have gathered inside. My god, there are 3-tailed orc pillar forces. No, didn't you see that the one who led the team to Shinobu was the 2 Yuji people from the original Union Village? It's 4. Did Vortex Village send the captive-tailed orc Zuli to show off his achievements? That's the human pillar force of our Sand Ninja Village. And our Konoha's human pillar force is also inside. Fu of our Taki Hidden Village. Yuki and Yuya stood viciously in front of the human pillar force team, so that they did not dare to act rashly. It's really arrogant that Whirlpool Village actually dares to send out the human pillar force in a bright and honest manner. Okay, all the people have arrived. A man came out of the upper cloister, with a scar on his face. I am the examiner in charge of guiding you this time, Ibiki, please advise. Please go to the teacher's assembly office to lead the team, and candidates should go to the classroom where they registered, Ibiki said meticulously. The examiner's every move can also bring out Konoha's ethos, so the selection of examiners is also strict. There are ninjas on each side who lead the team and guide the leading teacher and the test taker to different places. Be careful. Heiba and Yujito reminded and left here. Okay, let's keep along. Naruto was familiar with Konoha and took the lead to follow the team on the other side. Candidates register for the classroom. When Naruto entered inside, there were already quite a few people inside. Naruto was looking for Konoha's partner. But Naruto also had nervousness in his heart. After all, they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and they didn't know what they thought of themselves. Naruto still forced himself to composure. It's my turn. Naruto walked over. The ninja in charge of registration glanced at Naruto Uzumaki with indifference in his eyes, and he had not been troubled by Naruto before. The registered ninja glanced at Naruto's resume, pretending to be, you're a ninja from Konoha? Why did you become a traitor and defect to the Vortex Village? What was written in Naruto's resume represented the Uzumaki village. The movement here attracted the attention of others. Naruto's face was a little hot. That guy, is it Naruto? The Inuga Butterfly Squad represented by Shikamaru, Ino, and Tsuji looked to this side. At the same time, Suzuki and Sakura also noticed Naruto. Since Naruto was taken away, Suzuki and Sakura were newly assigned a member, Sasui. In fact, Sasui was arranged by Danzo to monitor Suzuki, and originally belonged to the members of the Dark Route. Although Sasui was also a little handsome, Sakura didn't pay much attention to him because she only had Suzuki in her heart. But when she gets along with Suzuki, she will find that the gap between fantasy and reality is the opposite. The more enthusiastic Sakura was, the more indifferent Suzuki would only be to Sakura. Naruto, that guy, since he has already defected from the village, why did he come back? Sakura took the fire in her heart out on Naruto. Hearing Sakura's words, Naruto's heart froze. I'm asking you, don't you dare to answer positively? The registered ninja continued to make things difficult, not caring at all about the dissatisfaction of the team behind him. However, even the dissatisfaction was transferred to Naruto. After all, the name of rebellion was too ugly. Naruto really wanted to find a mousehole to get into. Suddenly, other Konoha ninjas appeared next to him, and said in a firm tone, the family belongs to the Uzumaki village, but they just followed the people of the family and left, which cannot be regarded as a rebellion. Kakashi, the registered ninja, immediately lowered his head and looked in awe. Kakashi stroked Naruto's head. Be Uzumaki Naruto, right? Naruto-sama has something to bring to you. He said that the 3 generations of Hokage will always be your Hokage grandfather. Naruto was immediately moved. Thank you Grandpa Naruto, please tell Grandpa Naruto, I have a good time in Uzumaki village, please don't worry. Yes, it seems that Uzumaki Hideki's brainwashing is very thorough, Kakashi said secretly. At the same time, Kakashi glanced at the ninja on this side of the Uzumaki village. 3 people pillar force, the other 3 should have special ninjutsu, as said, 2 teams of people. Kakashi had also visited the teachers' gathering place before, and the leader shinobu sent by the village of Uzumaki was Yukato and an orange-haired guy. Among them, Yamu is a human pillar force, and the other is probably not weak. I don't know what the purpose of specially arranging 2 teams of people is it just to show the strength of Vortex Village? Kakashi felt that Uzumaki Hideki should not be the kind of person who was just for face. At the same time, Kakashi also makes people wary of the ninja of Rain Hidden Village. The recent movements of Yuin Village are somewhat suspicious, and the suddenly destroyed Kain Village may not be able to get rid of it. The candidates of Konoha Village came to Naruto one after another, and they were mainly Naruto's acquaintances. Sakura, Suzuki, Shikamaru, Ino, Dingji, Hinata, Shino, Ya, Tenten, Ninji, Kori. Looking at these people he knew one by one, Naruto couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. All of you, long time no see Naruto. Shikamaru said, we thought you weren't coming back? Naruto, it's great that you can come back. Hinata whispered shyly, feeling that he had said something too much, so he covered his face with his hand. Hinata is still so shy, it seems that everyone has not changed, Naruto said with a smile. The anguish of persecution has dissipated. Naruto, long time no see. Uchiha Suzuki came to Naruto with a cold-blooded face. You nasty fellow, you're still so cold. Naruto pouted and said, I'm not here to play tricks with you. Suzuki said coldly, that lord, I must have taught you a lot of ninjutsu. Hearing this, everyone looked at Naruto. Naruto scratched his hair and said, indeed, my brother taught me a lot of ninjutsu, and now I have improved a lot. Really fake, is this crane tail of yours going to counterattack? Shikamaru was a little unconvinced. I really didn't lie to you, don't believe you. Naruto's right hand spread out, and a spiral pill condensed in his hand. This is. But it was the previously registered ninja who was taken aback. This is the ninjutsu of the 4th generation of Hokage, spiral pill. What, I didn't expect you hateful guy to actually know, Naruto said with an unhappy look. The registered ninja words were choked and could only be swallowed back. This guy seems to have grown a lot. Uchiha Suzuki was jealous. If it was him who was taken away at that time, he must have grown more than Naruto with his talent. Damn, to be able to make Naruto grow to this point, that adult is really not simple. But why was it not me who was taken away at that time, but this crane tail, Uzumaki Naruto? Hideki Uzumaki, Naruto Uzumaki? Was the reason for choosing Naruto just because of bloodline? Naruto, is that adult in Konoha village now? Suzuki wanted to gamble. If Uzumaki Hideki Ken takes him, he will not hesitate to choose to defect to Konoha village. I love Luo. There was a sound in the distance, and the figures of Temari and Kankuro entered the classroom. Temari and Kankuro came to Iroh immediately after seeing Iera. It's good that you're okay. Temari checked my arrow up and down, left and right, and found that Luo was in good physical condition. I was stunned. I didn't expect them to care so much about themselves. I'm fine, I'm doing well in Whirlpool Village, and the adults care about me very much. This way. A hint of complexity flashed across Temari and Kankuro's faces. We are glad that you are good. Fila reminds you 3 things to read, favorites, recommendations. Teacher gathering place. The dedicated ninja and the leader of the team explained some precautions. They need to convey these precautions to the lower shinobu as well. After the meeting, the shinobi of various countries gathered here had no intention of leaving. Yukato and Hajiba found that these people's attention was on them. Excuse me, do you have any advice? Hajaba asked. One of the ninjas, the ninja of the sand-hidden village, dressed up, said, "Your vortex village has been making a lot of noise lately? Will it? Our vortex village has always been very calm, huh?" Hajaba knew what they were asking, but pretended not to understand. "I heard that there is a pest plague in Wuyan village, so you should have paid a lot as an ally," another ninja said. That ninja is the costume of the ninja of Chahide village. It is a small country located in the south. They all knew it and began to make various inquiries about the two of them in Whirlpool village. "It seems that we are very popular," Hajaba said with a bitter face, and Yujito jokingly. Yukito quietly reminded Hajaba, "They want to pry open our mouths so that they can hear the adult's message. We try to be perfunctory and don't tell them the real situation." Hajaba nodded, of course he knew. This time to come and take the Zongnin exam, it will definitely not be as simple as it seems. The reason why Konoha invited the Vortex village to participate naturally had ulterior plans. So theoretically, they are not safe. There is a risk that countries will be caught in the crosshairs. Of course, this kind of thing can't happen on the surface, otherwise where will the face of Konoha and the other shinobi villages fall? "Your Excellency Yui, I heard from my friends in Wuyan village that your Wuyan village has a way to solve the insect plague in Wuyan village, is it true?" The ninja from the sand-hidden village said. "I just don't know which of the high-level ninja friends of your mist-hidden village is, and actually knows this kind of secret." That ninja of sand-hidden village immediately shut up, and if he continued, the treachery of mist-hidden village would blurt out. "Can you reveal how you can solve the crisis in our misty hidden village?" A ninja with the mark of the mist-hidden village on his forehead asked. After agreeing to Konoha's plan, the village of Kirihide also sent someone. "Are you the friend of that ninja in the sand-hidden village just now?" Yuiya asked with squinted eyes. "No, I'm not." Yuiya smiled, "Then I can only be embarrassed to tell you, in fact, I don't know." Hajaba is not wrong. Instead, the ninja of the mist-hidden village thought that his level was not high enough and he was not qualified to know. "I heard what the ninja of sand-hidden village said just now, that friend should be the high level of the mist-hidden village. It seems that only the high level can enter the other party's magic eye. Is it qualified to know?" However, the ninja thought that the site of the next test was the misty hidden village, and the test question was to solve the insect plague in the misty hidden village, so the answer was confidential. Heiba finally left with Yujito, not answering any of the ninja's questions head-on. Returning to their respective resting places, Hajaba and Yukito handed over some precautions. Yukito reminded, "There is an hour left before the first game, so you guys get ready." The adult said that the first session was an exam, and he also let a few people make up for ninja knowledge. It's just that the effect. In fact, Hideki Uzumaki just let them make up their strategic knowledge, and it has nothing to do with the exam questions half a dime. Hajaba said, "Remember to read the exam questions clearly, especially you Naruto." "Don't worry. How could I not even understand the exam questions?" At the same time, the sand of my AI Luo was wrapped in the ninja strategy highlights they had learned earlier and packed into the gourd. "I love Luo, aren't you worried that you will be discovered? It's not okay to cheat. If the answer comes out of the mouth of the gourd, it will be discovered." Naruto felt that this was not feasible. "I love Luo reasonably, secretly obtaining information is also one of the qualities of a ninja." "Well, why don't you review well? Isn't this kind of exam easy to pass?" Fu is a top student. Naruto and Iroh looked at Fu with ugly faces. Iroh turned back to Naruto and said, "Everything is in the gourd, I only need to sense it with the sand in the gourd to turn over the answer." "Wow, it seems that you are quite reliable." Seeing that she was ignored, Fu sulked a little, sitting alone in the corner. "So how are you going to tell me the answer you perceive?" Naruto asked, tilting his head. Ai Luo began to flow sand from the mouth of the gourd. Sand flowed on the ground and spread to Naruto's feet. "This is the content of the first volume of the ninja scroll." As he spoke, the sand on the ground appeared. "Wow, that's great, I love Luo." Naruto smiled widely, "Then I will be able to pass the first round of exams." Start the written exam. The exam will take place in a trapezoidal classroom on a certain floor of the Hokage building. The proctor is Ibiki. Ibiki, who had a serious face and barely had some scars, meticulously monitored the candidates' answers. Ibikino is a torture ninja known as a sadist, and he is the proctor of the exam, and unless he has the ability to steal the day, cheating is easy to detect. There are constantly candidates around who are caught cheating. Fu is a scholar, but this is limited to what Uzumaki Hideki taught, and I found that this topic is beyond the scope of textbook knowledge. Eye of sand. The sand surged on my body, and in the blind corner of the sight of a ninja who was writing hard, a sand converged into an eye. Is it? The answer is this, rustling. Hearing the sound of flowing sand, Ibiki was alarmed, he smelled cheating. His gaze immediately caught the source of the voice, the candidate with a gourd behind him. Although I don't know what his purpose is in releasing the sand in the gourd, it is impossible to moan without disease, there must be some purpose. As for intentions, there are only two kinds, cheating yourself or cheating for others. Seeing that it was a ninja from Whirlpool Village, Ichigo Zulai Ibiki deliberately tempted and appeared next to my arrow. What's going on with you, Sand? I love Luo with a cold face. Sorry, I'm the kind of person who foams at the mouth once I use my brain. Oh, and you, Sand? Sand reduces my dizziness. I mean, why does the sand come out? Because it can vomit instead of me. Alright. Ibiki returned to the examiner's seat. Are all such strange people? His ninjutsu was secret enough to be counted as passing the exam. Feeling that the sand had flowed to his feet, Naruto quietly lowered his head, and suddenly all the answers appeared in front of him. Naruto transcribed the answer without hurry. After a while, the words on the sand changed. When the answer is finished, stomp on the sand with your foot. Then the previous answer resurfaced. Naruto squinted. The text was too small to read clearly. Fearing being discovered by the examiner, Arrow's sand covered only a small area under Naruto's seat, and the text could only be so small under the area limit. At the same time, Fu, who was struggling with this strange exam question, also received the support of my AI Luo. Well done. Fu silently gave Arrow a thumbs up. The fleets of the Land of Thunder and the Land of Earth have reached the borders of the Land of Fire and are about to reach the waters of the Land of Water. The ships of the two countries did not stop, ready to pass quietly. Therefore, they are not licensed by customs in the Land of Fire. Suchikage said, if you pass through the sea adjacent to the Land of Fire and the Land of Water, you will be able to reach the village of Whirlpool. Lei Ying's face was impatient. I would rather arrive at Vortex Village immediately, give them a dismount, and it is best to annihilate Vortex Village in one fell swoop. Tyne did not have the relaxed demeanor of Thunder Shadow on his face. I'm afraid that we haven't reached Huiyan Village yet, and we will be ambushed on the road, which is the worst situation. Lei Ying said, how is it possible? We've blocked everything. However, the crow's mouth always comes true, saying that Cao arrived. As soon as he said that he was intercepted, an unfamiliar ship appeared on the sea. That ship did not have the emblem of the country on it, and it seemed that there was no compilation. A total of 2 warships came towards their ships. On top of the 2 warships are the ninja armies of the Kagaya clan and the Haji clan. At the bow of the ship stood 2 people. One of the battleships was the 6-tailed human pillar Rikigao, and the other battleship was the 8-tailed human pillar Leaky Rabbi. Kirabi! Lei Ying shouted. However, Kirabi has been controlled by Hideki Uzumaki and cannot control himself. Abominable, it's Uzumaki Hideki's means of control. Looking at the unresponsive Kirabi Ray Shadow, he immediately understood. The 6-tailed man Zuli Yutaka was not controlled because he took the initiative to surrender. Retreat, lest you lose a lot. Yutaka reminded that he did not like war in the first place, and did not want to see the 2 countries of Thunder and Turkey killed and injured. Uzumaki Hideki asked him to intercept, but did not say that he wanted to completely annihilate. Let's retreat, what a joke, take advantage of this opportunity, take Kirabi away. Lei Ying said frantically. His blood immediately boiled, and the Thunder Attribute Chakra burst out from his whole body. Thunder Escape Armor. Thunder Shadow bursts out the Thunder Armor to increase physical strength and attack power. Thunder Country ninjas on ships boost morale. It seems that this old bone is going to move today. Influenced by the Thunder Shadow, the Earth Shadow also became excited and twisted his neck a few times. Light and heavy rock art. Suchikage Oniki flew into the air. Fold your hands into triangles. Everyone watch out for Oniki's dust. The Haji clan and the Kagaya clan saw Oniki's gesture and reminded. They knew the power of Oniki's dust. Dust escape origin realm stripped. From Oniki's hands, pillars of light were emitted. The pillar of light penetrated the ship where the Kagaya clan was and immediately destroyed it. The whole ship split completely from the middle, forming 2 parts. The Kagaya ninja on the ship, Kazuka, all jumped into the air and landed on the water. The feet immediately condensed chakra and stood firm. In particular, Yugao has entered a semi-transformed state and put on the coat of a tailed beast. Oniki twisted the dust again and destroyed the other battleship. The ninjas of the Haji clan also all fell on it. Kirabi also entered a state of tail animalization between semi-adult and complete body direct, and 8 octopus tails were revealed, squirming behind their backs. The tall 6-tailed rhinoceros loves water and exerts greater power at sea. The water is chaotic. Heitaka uses tailed beast-like ninjutsu to fire water guns from his mouth one after another. At the same time, the tail of the 8 tails also swept over. In an instant, the warships of the 2 countries were also riddled with holes and began to flood. The next moment the warships of the 2 countries also began to sink, and they had to flee the battleships, which also fell on the water. In this way, both sides have no battleships, and at first glance they do not take advantage of each other. But they know the dangers of fighting on the sea. No matter which side wins in the end, if you want to return on the sea, you are likely to consume all of the chakra halfway. This is the sword of Damocles hanging over the head. Both sides are aware of this. Oniki said, only one of us can get out of here alive today. Yutaka said, no, if you retreat, we can both live. No kidding, I don't have a retreat without a fight in my dictionary, Oniki said with his eyes wide open. Water escape foam technique. Heitaka uses his flute to blow bubbles into the air, and the bubbles explode after rising high in the air. This is a code word, and several battleships appear in the distance. Lord Hideki Uzumaki has already considered the situation where the battleship may be destroyed, so he has prepared a few more. Lei Ying and Tai Ying looked at each other, and Lei Ying said, "Don't talk nonsense with them. Anyway, Kyrabi, I must be going to snatch it back today." "Yes, then grab their battleships," Oniki replied. Soon, the two armies were at war. Lei Ying rushed towards Kyrabi. "Kyrabi, you sober me up." Heavy torrent. Thunder shadow knocks Kyrabi away, and the elbow blow full of lightning knocks Kyrabi far away. But Kyrabi resisted with octopus tentacles and was not injured. The feathers have 6 white tails and are very stout, like slugs with mucus on the surface. Water escape foam technique. A large number of bubbles were blown out from the flute, and the tail of the tailed beast slapped the bubbles out one after another, targeting Oniki in the distance. Oniki was alert, and threw Kunao at the bubble, and the penetrated bubble immediately exploded. It seems that these bubbles cannot be touched. Dust. Oniki once again casts the dust ninjutsu, destroying the bubbles before they reach him. Suddenly, a bubble escaped from the side and came to Oniki's side. Oniki dodged and didn't touch the bubbles. Boom! The bubble exploded suddenly. I didn't say that you have to touch it to explode. Heitaka can decide how to detonate the bubble. Abominable, dusty. Oniki once again shot dust at Heitaka, but Heitaka in the state of the tailed beast was much more sensitive and easily dodged. But the sea behind him was set off in a semi-arced tsunami. The scuffling armies on both sides were swept away by the tsunami. It's not good. This trick must be cooperated by someone to improve accuracy. After all, if you attack the opponent directly, you can easily dodge, but if it is a surprise situation, you will definitely be able to hit. When Kyrabi was shot by Thunder Shadow disappeared in place the next moment and appeared behind Kyrabi. Righteous Thunder Fury Thunder Axe. Thunder Shadow concentrated Lei Du Chakra on his feet and slashed Kyrabi from top to bottom. He wasn't sure what method Uzumaki was using to control Kyrabi, and perhaps he could try to wake him up. What? Lei Ying felt this kick hit the marshmallow, and actually fell into it. Kyrabi quickly expanded, eventually turning into an octopus ball and absorbing Thunder Shadow. Damn, why didn't I see Kyrabi use this trick when I usually trained? Thunder Shadow was completely absorbed into it, and there was a thunder and lightning inside. However, Kyrabi was already immune to his thunderbolt. Kyrabi appears on the side, and this octopus ball is just one of the tentacles of the Yaoi. The octopus ball fell into the sea and sank, which is an excellent way to perform a sea burial. Thunder Shadow. Oniki saw that the Thunder Shadow was sunk into the sea, and his heart was angry and anxious. The ability on the opposite side is a bit of a gram to them. His vision was blocked, and Thunder Shadow couldn't kill Kyrabi. Looking below, the ninjas of the Haji clan and the Kagaya clan fought bravely and well, and suddenly broke up the army on their side. Blood succession boundaries, really terrible. It is worthy of the legendary fighting race. And Kyrabi, who originally fought with Thunder Shadow, has returned. Kyrabi and Heitaka worked together to deal with him. Oniki had a retreat on his face. "Do you still insist on fighting? Then it will not be just as simple as heavy losses," Heitaka reminded. Oniki's eyelids trembled. Although he was unwilling, the other party was obviously stronger than the battle on his side. Although you can cast dust, you can't do too much in a short period of time, and your body will not be able to hold on. Lei Ying is also too light on the enemy, so easily overcast. The result is that he is left alone to face 2 strong enemies and clean up the pieces. Wait another minute. If Lei Ying hasn't gotten out of trouble, he can only admit defeat. "Have you made your decision?" Heitaka asked. "Wait, give me a minute to think about it," Oniki said in a deep voice. Stalling for time? Yugao thought that within a minute, it was possible that Lei Ying could think of a way to get out of the trap, otherwise he would have to wait for suffocation. Glancing at Kyrabi, Kyrabi nodded, indicating that his tailed beast trap should not be able to be broken. Heitaka had a bottom in his heart and waited with Oniki for a minute. Oniki looked at the miserable appearance of the limbs flying on the battlefield next to him, and the sweat on his forehead flowed. "We retreat," Oniki said. "Catch the octopus ball that trapped Thunder Shadow." Kyrabi withdrew the octopus tentacles, and Oniki saw that Thunder Shadow was foaming at the mouth. Oniki led the group on foot in the direction of the village. Heitaka and the ninja of the Kagaya clan left on a battleship that came from behind. "Adults are really like gods," Yutaka said secretly. The battle just now actually made his blood boil for a long time. Is it because it is really fighting for a force? Ninjas need a home after all. He realized that if he followed Uzumaki Hideki, he might do something big. Boom! It's time for the exam. Then, congratulations to all the candidates present for passing the first written exam. The second exam will be held in Kirito village, so please gather at the gate of Kanaha in half an hour and go together. Naruto got up from his seat and yawned. Although I don't know much about the last question, it is naturally good to pass. He had copied the answer a long time ago, and when the last question was announced, he was completely unmoved. If you can't answer, you will always endure? He has teammates behind him without fear. Seeing that Arrow had fallen asleep in his seat, Naruto was about to move him when he was automatically defended. Iai Luo also woke up slowly, and missed the last question perfectly. With the deterrence of Uzumaki Hideki, Shajura did not dare to act strangely at all, and this time Iai Luo is made up for so many years of sleep. However, dark circles seemed to grow on the eyes. Fu walked over to them. I didn't expect that the test questions were all things that I had never seen before, but this time thanks to my love for Luo. The blood team walked over to them. This exam, in fact, is reconnaissance. The examines at the scene were in public, and no one noticed that there was one ninja from Otohide village missing. He was the only one to pass the exam. All that was left in the exam room was one of his doppelgangers. Hokage building, in an office on the top floor. This is the office of the medical ninja where Tsunade is located. Tsunade was taking a nap in the office at the moment. The door was knocked on from outside. Tsunade grunted. She was so tired that she didn't hear a knock on the door. She was still in a dream. Recently, he felt that the spell mark left on her by Uzumaki Hideki was consuming chakra more and more. This made her more and more lethargic. The door is no longer knocked, but opens from the outside. A man walked in and turned to close the door gently. Great, Tsunade slept like a dead pig. The man had an evil smile on his face. On his forehead, he has the protection of Yin Yin village. He took an oversized syringe from his backpack and quietly walked over to Tsunade. A sufficient amount of cells must be collected, otherwise it will be difficult to use up. He didn't want to come again, and who knows if he would have such a good opportunity next time? This ninja of Oden village is the candidate who mixed in, and this person is undoubtedly Orochimaru. A large ship, carrying all the candidates who passed the first round of exams and the leader Shinobu, left the Fire Nation where Konoha village is located. Their goal is the land of water. There seems to be a lot of driftwood on the sea. These are fragments of the hull and generally only appear after a storm. It is clear that there is no storm. Where are so many hull fragments? The ninja who took the lead had some doubts. Whirlpool Village, Whirlpool Studio. Uzumaki Hideki obtains the chakra of all the tailed beasts. He was beginning to try to fuse these chakras into one. This is a key process, and after going through this process in theory, you can touch the power of the 6 paths and the door of yin and yang. He had something to feel. Is this yin yang done? I seem to have figured out the trick. Uzumaki Hideki had excitement on her face. Finally going one step further? Hideki Uzumaki knew that this time the progress would be tremendous. There will be progress across everything. If his heavenly dragon body exerts the wind escape to exert the wind duns extreme, after mastering the power of the 6 Dao and yin and yang escape, he will obtain the ultimate of all attributes. Feel free to combine ninjutsu with any attribute, and the power of yin yang dun zone is the most expected. Chakra of yin and yang attributes. Uzumaki Hideki tries to channel these two forces, making them appear outside the body. However, unexpectedly, the two forces were constantly decreasing as they flowed in Uzumaki Hideki's body. When it appeared in the palm of the hand, only a small ball remained, and after a while, it dissipated into the air. Uzumaki Hideki could feel that there was no chakra of these two attributes in his body. Uzumaki Hideki tried to pull a single spiritual power according to the feeling of energy just now. A black sphere appeared out of thin air in the palm of his hand, but it still disappeared quickly. Trying to refine the power of yang got the same effect. It's just that the power of the yang overflows from the palm of the hand, and a white sphere overflows, dissipates in a flash. It's not going to work. What exactly is yin yang doing? This yin and yang attribute chakra didn't know if it was not originally his own attribute, and it was very difficult to control. Maybe you need to find another way, said Uzumaki thoughtfully. I finally returned to land. Suchikage and Lei Cage discussed the rest of the matter. Tokage, let's just forget about it. Lei Ying is very unwilling. If he goes back to the house like this, not only will he be very faceless, but he will also be treated as a waste by Uzumaki Yingshu. Maybe in the future Uzumaki Hideki will deal with them, and it will be even more unscrupulous. Suchikage was also indignant. It's dead of anger, but it's useless to regenerate chi. After all, we are defeated. Suchikage also has a grudge against Thunder Shadow, and if Thunder Shadow hadn't been bound by Kiribi all of a sudden, they wouldn't have lost so badly just now. The 6-tailed human pillar force and the 8-tailed human pillar force do not seem to be so easy to deal with. They are both able to skillfully control the existence of the tailed beast chakra, plus the advantage of the sea, repelled by Heitaka and Kiribi, which makes them very faceless. Suchikage, but I still have a way, that is, pull down my face and unite with Tsunahide who has already gone to Konoha, and I will definitely be able to defeat those two in a 3-on-2 situation. Lei Ying nodded in agreement. Immediately sent ninjas to Konoha Ninja Village. They are not yet out of the territory of the Land of Fire. Soon after, the ninja sent returned and informed them that the venue for the second exam of the Naka Ninja exam had been transferred to the village of Mist. Kaze Kage and Hokage said that the most important thing now is the exam. Moreover, the village also participated in this Naka Ninja exam. Mess around, and finally go to Wien village. Previously, they had guessed that the help of the water country was probably a ploy by Uzumaki Hideki to kill them all, so they did not intend to pay attention to the help of the Mist Hidden village. But now it seems that this trip to muddy waters should go for a while. Uzumaki Hideki took Yujito, and I happen to have a handle to ask for an explanation. Lei Ying said grimly. Elite troops were sent to the village of Mist Concealment. They are the ninja squad led by Nozomi and Samui. The orders they received were borrowed back in the name of Yujito. It is enough to send 2 troops. If there are more, Lei Ying is afraid that they will all not come back. And I was afraid that Wien village thought he had called. How about it, Tokage, are you going to send someone over? Lei Ying looked at the contemplative earth shadow on the side. Suchikage pondered for a moment. Thunder Shadow, the power of Uzumaki Hideki is too strong. I think we should avoid the edge for the time being. The previous 6-tailed and 8-tailed human pillar power had frustrated him, and he realized that he might be old, and his men need to be trimmed. I think my old bone should be ready to rest. I'm afraid I won't be able to support it if I fight again, and I still want to see the day when my granddaughter starts a family. Are you planning not to participate? Let Uzumaki Hideki do whatever he wants? Lei Ying said stunned. Leave these things to the young man, and my old man's family will rest and recuperate. Suchikage Oniki shook his head and said. Although he was stubborn, he did not like war in the first place, and the other party repeatedly provoked him to participate. If it weren't for Han being taken away by Uzumaki Hideki, Shio would also be a ghost in Whirlpool Village, causing huge losses. He will definitely wait until the time is ripe to strike. But if he knew that Han had been killed by Uzumaki Hideki, he didn't know how he would react at this moment. The ship of the fire country that emanated from Konoha came to the shores of the land of water. Disembarked from the ship, this time all the candidates who took the Chunin exam and led the team to Shinobu. Ibiki and the staff team also disembarked from the boat. They were warmly welcomed by the Mist Hidden Village, and the ninja of the Mist Hidden Village greeted them in person. After all, it is here to help them solve their problems, and they cannot be closed to them. Hello, Ibiki, the examiner in charge of this exam. Ibiki politely talks to the ninja who greeted them in the village of Kirai. Hello, I am the ninja in charge of docking with you, please come with me. One of the Mist ninjas politely led them to the square in front of the Mist Shadow building. Terumi had been waiting at the door for a long time, and there was joy in his eyes when he saw the group of candidates from the land of fire. Great, there must be ninjas among them who can solve the current predicament in Mist Hidden Village. In particular, she was particularly concerned about the ninjas from the Uzumaki village that Hideki Uzumaki said. Terumi glanced at these people and easily found the 8 people in one of the corners. They are a team of candidates from the Vortex village, led by Kito and Hajiba. Candidates who took the second exam, all the leading ninjas. The Mist Hidden Village welcomes your arrival. Terumi said a few polite words and began to arrange the content of the exam. There is no doubt that it is to let them find a way to solve the bug problem in Wien Village. If that doesn't work, at least add catching bugs. This test is based on a score system, but there is no upper limit to the total score. A bug represents 1 point, finding the root of the bug represents 1,000 points, and thinking of a solution to the bug gets 5,000 points. Finally, we will take the highest scorer as the total score of this exam, and take 50% of the total score as the passing line. After arranging according to Miu, there was a sigh underneath. With this arrangement, there may be a situation where one of the scores is set up to lead, so that only he passes the exam in the end. Hajiba said worriedly. No problem, I'm already boiling anyway. Naruto said to himself as if he hadn't heard it. His eyes were shining and his fighting spirit was high, but the other 7 people present knew that Naruto was always like this: 1 blow, then decline, and 3 exhaustion, that is, the kind of style that was full of fighting spirit and then ate and waited for death for a long time. Perhaps, this exam will give me an advantage. Iai Luo is very confident, but he is known as the Sand Waterfall. I love Luo. His Sand Waterfall covers a wide area, can cover all the insects on the ground, and it is easy to grab a handful. Yujito said, therefore, the main force this time mainly depends on Iai Luo. Fu thought about it. It seemed that she could also come in handy, and her scale attack range was also large. The exam begins immediately. For this exam, the time limit is 1 week. Wien Village suddenly became lively, and candidates looking for bugs could be seen everywhere. However, their main targets are grass and farmland areas. There are the most bugs there. In the distance, a sandstorm suddenly blew overhead, blowing over the heads of a group of test takers. They immediately discovered that the worms in their hands had been blown away by flying sand. Damn, where did the wind and sand come from? This is my hard work all day. They cursed angrily, but they didn't know what was going on with these winds and sands. The sand finally returned to Iroh, condensing into a giant ball of sand, filled with bugs. It's great, according to the speed of my love Luo, the first place in this way is us, Fu praised. This game is calculated by squad points, that is, 1 point for a 3-person squad. The blood stepper next door was very helpless, and AI Luo swept a large area of bugs at once. Yes? Naruto said, then Fu, you can try it, maybe you can order these bugs to leave the mist-hidden village. I'll give it a try. Fu stood up. On the other side, every place AI Luo passed, I would take away the bugs in their hands, and the number of bugs caught by my AI Luo's sand waterfall was even greater. That guy has caught bugs far more than us, we will be eliminated? Someone began to discuss. Perhaps, we can negotiate with him. You are stupid, from the Vortex village, there is no good class. Give it a try, call the candidates from all over and discuss with him together, otherwise everyone will not be able to live like this. I united all the candidates and wanted to negotiate peacefully with my Luo. I love Luo, if this continues, only your team can pass the exam, don't you think this is too much? I thought about it, maybe it's overkill, but I won't give you bugs. Then please don't scavenge the bugs in our hands. Yes, AI Luo said indifferently. The guy actually agreed. They were stunned. Candidates from other countries are also starting to have their own opinions. Everyone in Konoha felt that the Vortex village was not as heinous as his father said. At least listen to the reason. In Konoha Ninja Village, 3 generations of Hokage and Wind Shadow are still here. The 3rd generation of Hokage said, the 3rd exam was decided to be held in the Konoha Ninja Village, and it was decided that it would be open to all countries. Although Konoha has faced many setbacks, he still has to prove his strength to other countries. The 3rd generation of Hokage has confidence in the younger generation of ninjas under him. Kazekage understood the meaning of the 3 generations of Hokage, and the 3 generations of Hokage wanted to show their strength to various countries. Among the juniors of Vortex Village, there may be a few powerful ones, Kazekage said. The 3rd generation of Hokage scoffed, our Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha Village and your Iai Luo, weren't they taken away by Uzumaki Village, and that Fu was from Taki Hidden Village? In fact, Uzumaki Village may not have any reserve forces. Hearing the 3 words I love Luo, Wind Shadow became angry. I love Luo, that guy, I thought he was taken away, but I didn't expect that later he actually recognized the thief as his father and became a ninja in Whirlpool Village. Through the 3rd round of exams, we can observe the subsequent strength of Vortex Village. Over there in the village of Wien, Fu begins to enter the state of tailed beasthood and performs secret magic. Fu tries to control the bugs in the misty hidden village in the state of tail animalization. However, after a moment, Fu sighed and shook her head. Failed, these bugs are strange and completely out of my control. Naruto scratched his head and said, is there really no way? Fu shook her head. See, that girl over there. The Dark Ninja of the Misty Hidden Village was also ordered by the Dark Department at this time to investigate the candidates of the Vortex Hidden Village. At present, 2 factions have formed in Wien Village. Among them, the conservatives, represented by Terumi, believe that Hideki Uzumaki is not the kind of wolf-hearted and heinous person. On the other side, the stance represented by the dark part of the Misty Hidden Village believes that the difference between the Vortex Village and the Misty Hidden Village must be taken into account, and Uzumaki Hideki will not treat the Misty Hidden Village well, but is just using it, so the Misty Hidden Village is just a tool for manipulation. The 2 sides could not argue, so they could only look for evidence by secret observation. It just so happened that they saw Fu enter the state of the 7-tailed insect-tailed beast, and suspected that she was related to these bugs. Perhaps these bugs were controlled by them. However, after observing for a while, they did not find anything unusual. The other party seems to have failed to control these bugs. So, is it possible that we misunderstood? Not necessarily, maybe they are acting. In this way, if this is the case, the people from the Vortex Hidden Village are also too clever. They discuss the possibilities. How many of you, what are you doing here? A voice suddenly appeared behind them, startling them. Looking back, he saw a strange-looking person. May I ask you? I'm the leader of the Uzumaki village, Kamishinoba. The man said, why do you keep staring at my students? What are your intentions? Several people in the dark part of Wien village swallowed their spit and said, we're just curious about what they are doing on the rooftop without going on a mission. Several people from the Dark Department took out their identity certificates and said, we are the patrol team of the Dark Department, responsible for maintaining the security of the village. Yuiya breathed a sigh of relief and said, I thought you were some kind of heinous people, didn't you? Yuiya said again, I will reprimand them and tell them not to be lazy. Saying that, Hajiba disappeared, and the next moment appeared on the rooftop where Naruto Uzumaki and the 2 were. That guy, was it teleportation just now? It's so fast. The ninja of the dark part of the mist-hidden village was shocked. Heiba appeared behind the rooftop and reprimanded Naruto and Fu. You two, what are you doing here? Don't you hurry up to catch bugs, want to be eliminated? Naruto held the back of his head with both hands, and said with a look of indifference, it's right to hand over to me arrow, and when did your temper become so big, uncle? Hajime made a look, hinting at the dark ninja of the mist-hidden village hidden not far away. Fu and Naruto will agree. Heiba led Naruto and Fu out of here. Leading them to an open space, Hajime asked, "Have you noticed that you are being watched by the mist-hidden village?" Fu and Naruto shook their heads. Yuiya said solemnly, "I guess that we in village may suspect that the worms were brought by Vortex Village." After telling them not to mess around, Hajime left the place and went looking for Yujito. This matter must be discussed with Yujito, lest they accidentally show the results that the mist-hidden village wants to see. Heiba finds Yujito and tells Yujito about his suspicions. Hajime didn't see the three members of the Blood Step. Where are Keiko, Shigego, and Junmuro? Yujito said. Kakeki thought of a possibility, and together they went to the forest to look for the mother queen of insects. According to Yujito, Xiangfos feels that the reason why these bugs have been haunting in Wian Village may be mainly because there is a mother queen of insects in Wian Village. That kid, that's smart. Hajime sighed. Which forest did they go to? Yukito pointed Hajime in a direction. After Hajime headed in the direction pointed by Yukito, Fu and Naruto, although Fu could not control the bugs, Fu seemed to feel another breath. After she entered the seven-tailed beast in the insect state, Fu also seemed to feel a relatively powerful aura, which was the induction of insects. Fu walked in the direction of his senses. "Fu, where are you going?" Naruto followed. In a certain forest, the three people of Kaiu, Shigego, and Junmuro are being led by Shigego. The method of incense phosphorus is to let Shigego enter the second level of the spell seal, and in this state he has a strong perception of nature. Although Xiangfos has a wide range of perception ninjutsu, if the distance is too far, it cannot be perceived. What makes Shigego perceive that the aura in the worm is more powerful? It is likely to be the Mother Emperor. A member of the Dark Department, he is good at tracking and investigating. What did the people of Vortex Village do alone in this forest? They wondered, but what made them even more puzzled was, why was this forest lush? According to the speed of insects nyaking, Wian Village should not have too much green vegetation, and they have also been cognitively oriented before, and there are many places with vegetation, and it is unlikely that there will be such bugs. What do you want to do when you come to this place from Vortex Village? They seem to see a glimmer of conspiracy. Could it be that the Vortex Village is really the same as they think? It is not so simple. Shigego leads Kakito and Junmuro, and the three cross a fork in the road. Sensing the unusual nature of the forest, Kakito closed his eyes and performed perceptual ninjutsu. Xiangfos sensed something, a powerful aura was ahead, and there were two familiar people. From the fork in the road on the other side, Fu sensed an aura, and Naruto's expression slowly became serious. "It's just that I also have some regrets in my heart. I finally came to Wian Village, and actually missed the food of Wian Village." But Naruto also thought that the current situation of the mist-hidden village, where there is still any delicacy, it is already extremely difficult to survive. Just let Uncle Naruto help them get out of their predicament and make something delicious. Naruto couldn't help but show a smirk. The Blood Step, accidentally and the Tailed Beast team meet at a fork in the road. Except, of course, I love Ro. Iai Luo is still desperately catching and collecting bugs, but the bugs have been scared away by him. "Fu, how did you and Naruto show up here? Do you also sense a breath?" Fu said. "So, you sensed it too?" Shigego knew when he saw that Fu had entered the state of the Tailed Beast. Fu nodded. "What I perceive, that breath is in this forest." The ninja of the dark part of the mist-hidden village who followed behind, after seeing the two pairs assembled. "Is it a secret party? It just happens to be from Whirlpool Village." No, listening to their conversation, it seems that they met by accident, and they seem to be looking for something. Is it to find the cause of the insect infestation in the village? According to the conversation on the other side of the Vortex Village, several people probably judged that the Vortex Village did not seem to have anything to do with the pest. That should be the Mother Queen of Bugs. According to Xiangfos, there should be a Mother Queen who controls insects in the forest. Several people looked at each other and nodded, and continued to look deep into the forest. Shigego lifted the spell state, which was 2 draining chakra, and Fu's Tailed Beast state theoretically consumes the Tailed Beast's chakra, and does not feel tired. Why aren't the green trees in the forest attacked by insects? Naruto asked suspiciously. There are some bugs that protect the territory and do not destroy the territory, but prioritize the destruction of vegetation outside the territory. In this way, the Mother Queen of the Worms must be in the forest, Junmuro said. They came to a huge dirt bag bulging from the ground. Looking at the cracked surface of the earth, it can be guessed that this soil bag bulged from the inside and was not a natural formation. Is this the Mother Emperor cave? It's so big. Fu felt that the aura became so strong, it seemed that the Mother Emperor was inside the cave. At the same time, Fu's Tailed Beast also began to stir, which was a reaction after encountering the enemy. Everyone get out of here, I seem to be a little unable to control the 7 tails in my body. Fu, are you kidding? If Nanao stormed this place, it would be considered a provocation to the Mist-Hidden Village. Shigego reminded. Fu, I'm sorry, I can't control it. Chakra, the tailed beast in Fu's body, began to swell, while his eyes turned black and his pupils turned gold. I feel a provocation. Fu's voice became hoarse, he had lost consciousness and was now controlled by the tailed beast. Everyone back off, she has been controlled by Nanao, Shigego said, and everyone immediately backed away. Fu looked in the direction of the Tubeo. Come out, dare to provoke me, why don't you dare to come out and fight? Suddenly, the earth bag exploded, and a giant insect with sharp bristles appeared in front of everyone. The giant worm resembles a huge caterpillar, and has black wings, and the dark and dense bristles all over the body make people feel creepy. I'll go, is this a tailed beast level showdown? The ninja of the dark part of the mist-hidden village was shocked. Hurry up and report to Lord Shuiying. Then a dark ninja went to pay his respects. What a big guy, Fu said, and then Fu went into a coma. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of chakra in the body overflowed and wrapped Fu, forming a huge beetle-shaped tailed beast, with 3 pairs of cicada wings and a very long tail behind it, which can be regarded as having 7 tails. Seeing the worried look of Shigego and the others behind him, Nanao said, Don't worry, I just came out to teach this arrogant bug a lesson, and I'll go back right away. Uzumaki Hideki had beaten these tailed beasts of them before, so that they would not mess around. Nanao also did not hold back, after all, he was provoked. You ugly beetle, you actually dare to invade my territory, the worm mother queen's voice said. Nanao, who is ugly, are you ugly? Naruto, Shigego, Xiangfo's covered his face, both of them are so ugly. The 2 behemoths began to fight together. Bug mother empress bristles. The black bristles on the body continue to spike towards the 7 tails. Nanao instantly moved through the air, easily dodging it. It's too slow, Nanao said coldly. The art of phosphorus. Nanao unleashes phosphorus powder at the enemy. The powder sticks to the target, and under conditions that blind the target, poisons the target. Immediately afterwards, the 7 tails quickly slammed into the top horn, and when the bug mother empress penetrated into 2 parts, boom! The huge body of the insect mother emperor fell to the ground, and while raising dust, green juice also spewed out. Run! The ninjas quickly jumped away. The sap splashes on the trees, corroding them. Yu Yi's figure appeared here the next moment. I didn't expect Fu to be completely tailed as a beast. We must organize him as soon as possible, otherwise the people of Wien village will be in trouble when they see it. Hajiba immediately appeared in front of Nanao. Nanaebs immediately returned to Fu's body. Nanao glanced at Hajiba and knew that he was the person next to Uzumaki Hideki. Got it, I just came out to breathe. Nanao immediately shrunk and entered Fu's body. Hajiba hugged Fu, who was unconscious, and did not let her fall from the air. You must know that below is the green sap of the mother queen of insects, and if a person falls, there are no bones left that will be corroded on the spot. According to the description of the ninja in the dark part, the bug was found on the side of the village of Whirlpool. Of course, it may also have been arranged by Vortex Village in advance. However, the analysis of the dark part may be that they misunderstood the Vortex Village, and even the always stubborn dark department thought so, and Terumi did not suspect the Vortex Village. But when they arrived, the sight in front of them shocked them. The examinee of Whirlpool Village actually destroyed the mother worm. Looking at the huge female insect corpse, the hideous wound that was pierced in half by a sharp object, Terumi gasped. What kind of ninjutsu would it take to cause such a wound? And where exactly was this mother worm hiding before? They searched for it so many times and couldn't find it. Lord Mizu Cage, Hajiba said to Terumi, who rushed over. Yu Yi, did you destroy the worm mother queen? No, it's this kid. Terumi looked at Fu, who was holding Yu Yi, and felt in her heart, it's the tailed or pillar force. Although Hajiba does not want to admit the fact that Futale is beastly, if he lies that he destroyed it, then the credit of the tailed beast team is gone. And if you lead the captain to participate in the exam, it is cheating. Report Water Shadow, the insects in the village don't know what the reason is, and they all died violently. A ninja came over to report. Terumi's face had the sunlight after the storm. Great, Whirlpool Village really helped a lot. Terumi secretly made a decision, if there is anything that needs help from the Vortex Hidden Village, they will definitely bow down to the fullest. Due to the death of the mother worm, all the bugs also died, and the exam ended early. Terumi and Kanaha examiner combined the results and rankings. After counting, it was found that except for the tailed beast team and the blood stepper team, the scores of the other teams were very low, less than 1,000. The bugs have perished, and this score will not be much even if it goes down. However, there are also some teams that have high scores. The tailed beast team and the blood stepper team both scored 5,000 points because they worked together to solve the bug problem. The tailed beast team has a total of more than 10,000 points, while the blood team has 5,000 points. Half of the highest score is 5,000 points, and the blood team barely scores. However, there are also several teams with high scores, such as the squad of Shino the Oil Girl, which exceeds 5,000 points. The rest are undoubtedly eliminated. At the end of the second round of exams, Samui and Shi's team arrived at the village of Mist. Samui's eyes were cold, which made her, who was originally an iceberg beauty, more shocking. Although it is a wooden person, since he betrayed the village, he must accept sanctions. She accepted Thundercage's orders to capture Yujito. Yujito, you give me a stop. Just as he was about to board the ship of the Fire Nation, he was stopped by Samui's team who came down from another ship. Yujito, you are a traitor in Union Village, follow me back to be punished. Samui? Yujito's expression was a little complicated. Samui, I can't go back with you, I can't betray my lord. There is determination in Yujito's eyes. Samui sneered and said, what's so good about the Uzumaki Hideki, let you take out your heart and lungs? Yukito shook his head, not only Lord Uzumaki Hideki, but also the entire Uzumaki village, it gives me a feeling of home. Sam was stunned. Yujito, have you been brainwashed? Yukito smiled, maybe, but at least I haven't had a white eye in Whirlpool Village, and even, the residents of Whirlpool Village love me very much. Samui recalled that during that time, Yamu was suspected by Lei Ying, and even the entire Union Village spurned her. Samui suddenly softened. It seems that their approach is somewhat excessive. If Yukito is brought back to Union Village, the result of waiting for the traitor may be death. Samui hesitated. He patted Yujito's shoulder. Is Uzumaki Village really a promised land as you say? Yukito held Samui's hand. You haven't seen the harmony of the Uzumaki Village, so you don't know. The adult's concept is correct, but it hasn't been recognized yet. Whirlpool Village, is it really like Yujito said? Samui has the impression that Yuji is not a person who is easily shaken, and he is also a person who loves the village very much for his dedication to the village. But a mission is a task, and I have to carry it out. Samui and Yujito quickly passed a few moves, and the two tacitly agreed to use only physical skills. Between the fists and feet, Samui seemed to feel Yujito's heart. Is what Yukito said true? The coldness in Samui's eyes is gradually disappearing. It is impossible for her to take the Yuji people back, and after thinking about it carefully, Union Village is hell for the Yuji people. Let's go back. Samui turned around. Samui, we can't disobey Thunder Shadow's orders. Samui said in a deep voice, if Yukito brings it back, she will die. Samui said, and returned to the ship in Union Village without hesitation. Nozomi pondered for a moment, glanced at Yujito, and followed. In a dark chamber, Obito and Je are planning something inside. Hideki Uzumaki allowed Obito's movements, and Uchiha Obito also acted secretly as she wished. The two countries of Laitu tried to attack the Vortex Village, but failed. Baiju said to Obito, the power of Uzumaki Hideki is getting stronger and stronger, and the strength of Vortex Hidden Village will only grow. After Sao was controlled by Uzumaki Hideki, Obito made Uzumaki Hideki his primary target. Uzumaki Hideki will definitely be a hindrance to completing Madara explanation mission. Or, we will find a way to point the spearhead of the five great powers at the Vortex Hidden Village. Baiju suggested. The White Army can become the helper of the five great powers. Obito also thinks that this is good. Let the Vortex Village destroy first. It's just that we need a strong helper. He knew that with the strength of the five powers, it was not enough to defeat the Vortex Hidden Village, which had all the tailed beasts. Baiju can use the dirt to reincarnate and summon those old guys. Well, it's the same as I thought. It's just that this time we must lure out all the combat power of the Vortex Village, don't let them have reservations, and then annihilate them in one fell swoop. Obito also thought of taking the opportunity to seize Nagato's Eye of Reincarnation and summon the 10 tails. Xiao's side, it should be possible to attract a few people over. After all, not all Xiao members are willing to obey the command of Uzumaki Hideki. As far as he knows, Deidara and Scorpion should be on his side. And the flying section and the horn usually listen to Obito. As for the dried persimmon ghost mackerel and the Uchiha weasel, the dried persimmon ghost mackerel joined Xiao because of Madara, and should not betray him. And Uchiha Itaki, a little hanging. Entering show as a betrayal of Konoha village, Uchiha Itaki is a factor that is difficult to control. Obito is not sure if Uchiha Itaki will take his side because of the dried persimmon Anako. For the sake of the same Uchiha clan, the same Uchiha Itaki can agree. Samui took the boat of Union Village and returned to Union Village. The candidates who completed the second round of the exam, accompanied by Shinobu who led the team, returned on the ship of the Fire Country. Samui, how are we going to explain to Lei Ying when we go back? Since Samui decided to release the person, of course, how to explain this matter is still for Samui to decide. This matter has nothing to do with you, I have everything under my control, Samui said resolutely. What if you would be considered a traitor? Nozomi asked. If we take it all together, maybe Lei Ying won't pursue this matter too much. The ships sent out by the Fire Nation have returned and are currently docked on the shores of the Fire Nation. Konoha Ninja Village, all the candidates who went out have returned. After receiving a letter from Lord Watershadow of Wean Village, the candidates who went to Wean Village this time successfully solved the pest problem in Wean Village, and congratulated the candidates who passed the exam on entering the next round of exams. Hokage said from above. Those who did not pass were depressed, while those who passed the exam grew their hearts. Vigilantly looking at the people around them who might become opponents, they all paid attention to several people in unison. I love Luo and Fu as one of their targets. Never run into these two guys. I love Luo's sandfall, they have seen, and rarely can be his opponent. And Fu is even more terrifying, and actually solved the bug Mother Empress alone, although they did not see it for themselves. The third exam is a real showdown exam. If the first two examines intelligence and strategy, the third is the one that really matters. It examines the ninja's most important combat ability. The exam is divided into a qualifier and a final. After passing the qualifiers, you can advance to the final, where half of the candidates are eliminated. Then the final will also eliminate the remaining half, so only a quarter of these people can become Naka Ninja in public. The preliminary round begins. After the draw of lots, the opponents of the preliminary round were arranged. There is also an element of luck, and it is refreshing to draw a weak opponent. The preliminary roster is posted on the bulletin board. At the same time, the gymnasium of Konoha Village became a competition venue. The surrounding observation deck was full of ninjas. There are candidates who are about to take the exam, as well as local ninjas of Konoha, most of whom are staff members and those in charge of law and order. Finally waiting for this day, watching my students grow, and then watching them become Zongnin. Irika's face was full of excitement, even tears. As teachers, those students were like his children. Irika, if they all pass the exam, the level will be the same as yours. Kakashi's voice appeared next to him. Irika was stunned. Kakashi? I'm a little embarrassed if that's the case. But watching my students grow up, I was really touched. Irika thought for a moment and said, "Is this what men move?" Medi appeared next to him at an unknown time and patted Irika on the shoulder heavily. "Irika, I'm optimistic about you." Matt K made a thumbs gesture while grinning with a logo smile. Kakashi, Irika, Kakashi, I remember the 7th match was Naruto and Ya's match. Naruto. Irika said excitedly, I'm looking forward to Naruto's performance. I wonder how much Naruto has grown since I haven't seen Naruto in so long. This is also a student who drunk worries him. Kakashi also looked in Naruto's direction and said, yes, I'm also curious about how far Naruto has grown. Where did Kakashi know Naruto from the 3rd generation, and when he was taken away, he could almost say that he still knew nothing. I wonder how far Hideki Uzumaki could teach Naruto. The first game, Suzuki Uchiha vs Shino the Oil Girl. Shino pushed her glasses with her hand. Suzuki, although everyone says you're cool, I don't think so. I think I'm cooler than you. Boring. Suzuki ran directly towards him. Chidori. This could be what he specifically wanted Kakashi to learn. Thunder and lightning condensed in Suzuki. Shino's whole body crackled, the bugs died a lot, the ground was full of bug corpses, and Shino also fell to the ground. Fortunately, at this time, Suzuki's Chidori is still a semi-finished product, the charging time is very short, and the power is not very strong. The examiner was Moonlight Blast, looking at this scene and shocked. It's Kakashi's Chidori. He could see that Kakashi must have taken this student very seriously. First round, Suzuki wins. He immediately drew a cross on the name of Shino the Oil Girl in the roster. Suzuki gave Naruto a defiant look as he exited, but Naruto, who was still surprised, did not see it. Only 3 seconds, 3 seconds. Naruto's face was horrified, and it only took Suzuki 3 seconds to defeat Shino. If he was asked to face Suzuki, I am afraid that he would not have much time to react. Suzuki, so handsome. Sakura's voice sounded in the audience. Sakura. Naruto suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. If the opponent is Suzuki Uchiha, be sure to defeat him. Second round, Sakura Harino vs Ino. The examiner's voice said, look at my performance, Suzuki. Sakura gave Suzuki a wink, and Suzuki said indifferently, boring. Sakura, don't give Suzuki a wink every time, he won't pay attention to you at all. Ino said angrily, but the object of Sakura's crush is also the object of her crush. It's none of your business who I throw flattering to, dead. Sakura's angry scolding drew the anger of Ino on the other side. In fact, they don't want to get to where they are today. They were good best friends when they were kids, and everything changed until Suzuki appeared. The battle between the two women is mainly a physical competition, and there is nothing to see. The third game was originally enough to detonate everyone's eyeballs. I love the showdown between Law and Lee Locke, but it also ended hastily. The student of Matkai, who was called the Konoha Tail Beast, is exactly the same as his master, but I love Luo over there is also so strong. I didn't move at all to resist Lee Luo's attack. Konoha Whirlwind. Xiao Li, who is completely only able to use physical skills, uses his current strongest physical skills when he has not been able to break through the defense of my AI Luo. Sand Shield Sand Binding. Countless sand and dust swept towards Xiaoli, completely binding him. Damn, I can't move. AI Luo's eyes were cold, and with force in his hand, Xiaoli immediately vomited blood. This game, I love Luo Sheng. Xiaoli didn't even have time to use the 8-gate dunjia. The examiner saw that the situation was wrong and immediately announced, I love Luo, so I let go of Xiaoli. He wanted to give the head of the Vortex village a face. Before Naruto's turn, both Fu and Junmaro were victorious. But the other two of the Blood Successor team were defeated at the hands of Konoha. Kakari is defeated by Ninji, and Shigigo loses to Shikamaru's wits. The 7th round of the preliminary round has finally arrived. All eyes are on Naruto vs Tooth. Tooth was lying on his head with Akamaru, and Tooth said, so many people are looking at you. To be honest, I am very upset. In case I am defeated by your crane tail, the reputation will be too smelly. You, not my opponent, because my opponent is Sasuke. Naruto was stimulated by Sakura's crush on Sasuke, and there was anger in his heart. Yes, I'd like to see how far you've grown. Sasuke specially came to see Naruto's showdown and wondered how far Hideki Uzumaki could make Naruto improve. That depends on whether you can pass my pass, Toothless. After sensing Naruto's contempt for him, Tooth was displeased and immediately chose to attack. Is the wind windy? Watching Ya and Akamaru turn into two whirlwinds towards him, Naruto looked serious. Naruto threw a Kunao temptation, and Kunao was directly bounced off. It doesn't seem to be a bluff. Kaze ninjutsu, it seems that Naruto deserves the true transmission of Uzumaki Hideki. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, if only the one who was taken away was him. He desperately wants to gain the power so that he can find the weasel for revenge. Wind escape. Poof. Fortunately, it finally came out. Suddenly, a stench wafted into the audience. It stinks, what a smell. At the same time, Tooth and Akamaru's whirlwind collided together, and this smell completely defeated them. This inning, winner, Naruto. Gag, even the examiner couldn't help it. Ha ha ha. Naruto, this guy is interesting. Fu patted my AI Luo on the shoulder and laughed, but AI Luo floated sand out of the gourd and flicked Fu's hand away. I love Luo, this guy is too embarrassing to the Vortex village. In the field, Naruto looked at his teeth and said, okay, now we can start the game. Strange, why are you lying on the ground? This needs to be said. Sasuke covered his nose in the audience. Naruto, did you mean it? Naruto felt confused, scratched his head strangely, and then pointed to his teeth again. Hurry up, Tooth, it's such a shame for you to lie on the ground before you even play. The audience in the arena was immediately in an uproar. What kind of cheekiness does it take to have such a performance? AI Luo covered his face again, and said in a deep voice, this guy, it's really too humiliating for Vortex Village, I really want to kill him. Iroh felt that everything he had done was in vain. Fu smiled and said, no, Naruto is like this anyway, if you can make others think that he is weak, it is also a kind of scheme. Naruto walked over and kicked a few teeth on the ground. Teeth, don't sleep, get up quickly, you see that you are really humiliated, more shame on Konoha, you let me win an inexplicable match like this, what will others say about me? Look, everyone is scolding you. Suddenly, there was an uproar in the audience. Depend, that little yellow hair in the Vortex hidden village is also too arrogant. That guy, don't you know how powerful your atomic bomb is? And that Konoha's is also true, so that it is bombarded that it will lie on the ground and not get up? If only I would get up and knock my opponent down and then lie down. Alas, let that guy from Vortex Village get it. What did you eat before? Everyone in the audience discussed. At this moment, when Naruto kicked his teeth, Tooth, and Akamaru suddenly foamed at the mouth. I'll go, something is wrong now. Examiner Moonlight Swift noticed this delicate situation. Just now, he felt that he was bombed by an atomic bomb, and the power of being bombed by an atomic bomb at close range made him feel as if he was better off alive than dead. I sympathize with Ya, that's a student under the red background, he's so pitiful, it's too difficult. Only those who have been in close contact with the power of the atomic bomb will truly know the horror of the atomic bomb. Anyway, Moonlight Blastwind knew that he was the one who survived the atomic bomb, and as for Tooth and Akamaru, who were hit on the spot, there was still a possibility of survival, he didn't know. Even if you live, at least you will leave a shadow in your heart. This inning. Naruto Uzumaki, Katsu, Moonlight said weakly, and then turned around and vomited. Whew, call, much better. After the Moonlight Wind felt vomiting, my physical condition was much better, and my spirit returned. Quick, call the paramedics, there are wounded and sick people here. The Moonlight Blast immediately pointed out, causing the surrounding staff to move immediately. Those staff members were upside down, like seaweed, and after being screamed twice by the Moonlight Wind, they finally stood firm. Captain Blastwind is so awesome, he is still so energetic under the bombardment. Why are you still stunned? Let's hurry up and get the stretcher, we must take the wounded hospital away, otherwise it will be life-threatening. The medical staff immediately went up, carried Tooth and Akamaru on 2 stretchers, and took them back to the infirmary. Oops, Konoha's ninja, Gentima can act. I see, the people of Konoha must have deliberately pretended to lose in order to give Uzumaki Hideki a face. In this case, the tailed beast team of Vortex Hidden Village will all pass. It seems that the Vortex Village has focused on the tailed beast team. It turns out that Konoha and Whirlpool Village have a kick. It seems that this time Konoha wants to reconcile with Whirlpool Village with the help of the exam. The words coming from the audience made the examiner of Vortex Wind very unhappy. A few of you, the next game is for you to play. If you don't want to lose, say something nice. The Whirlpool Whirlwind directed them. Whispered, it seems that we are right, he is angry. Whispered, don't say it, be careful of being disqualified from the competition. Naruto pointed to himself a little embarrassed and inexplicable, that's how I won. In fact, Naruto himself couldn't believe it. He originally wanted to use Feng Shun just now, but suddenly felt that there was air in his stomach and he was uncomfortable. I don't know how, the wind escape naturally came from behind. After Naruto's round, many of the finalists have ranked Naruto's threat at the lowest. The premise is that if he doesn't fart during the game. On the side of Whirlpool Village, 3 people, Zuli and Junmaru, entered the finals. On Konoha's side, Shikamaru, Hinata Ninja, Uchiha Suzuki and others also entered the final. The 2 ninjas of Otohide Village were arranged by Orochimaru as contestants, but they lost unexpectedly. At the same time, Orochimaru had already begun his intention to attack Konoha. Hideki Uzumaki wants to cause pain to Konoha, so let me help him teach Konoha a lesson. Orochimaru also has a hatred for Konoha. He secretly shipped his latest test product, a ninja that fuses the cells of the pillar and the Uzumaki family, and a robot with the power of a tailed beast. I wonder if this combat power can surprise Konoha. This is a large number of surviving individuals studied by the Great Snake Pill after Tianzang. Hideki Uzumaki knew about Orochimaru's plan and let him play freely. He did not contribute to the finished products of these experiments. It's just that he also knows that Orochimaru's plan can't succeed. At the time of the turmoil in the outside world, Uzumaki Hideki was concentrating on cultivation in Whirlpool Village. Although he has not experienced the things in the outside world, he knows what happened. The attack of the 2 countries on the village of Whirlpool has long been reported by ninjas. After obtaining the chakra of all the tailed beasts, Uzumaki Hideki has finally achieved some results after continuous running in. The failure of the previous understanding of the power of the 6 paths when fusing the tailed beast chakra can only be said to be a lack of understanding, and it can be made up for by trying to do it in the future. Black and white chakra, representing yin and yang, respectively. Uzumaki Hideki comprehended a realm, and through this, he advanced on the yin and yang escape. He finally succeeded in keeping yin-yang chakra in existence outside the body for a long time, but the amount is still too small. Although there is only a small amount, it can be regarded as a qualitative change, and there has been a big breakthrough. It's just that you still need to concentrate on controlling these yin and yang chakras, otherwise they will dissipate immediately. And the form of yin-yang chakra cannot be changed, which is also impossible for the current Uzumaki Hideki. In order to get more information about yin and yang, Uzumaki Hideki decided to get Konoha's secret scroll. The secret art of the Akimichi clan is the change in the nature of the yang attribute, while the secret art of the Yamanaka and Nara clans is the change in the nature of the yin attribute. This ancient secret scroll may give Uzumaki a deeper understanding. Hideki Uzumaki sends a ninja to summon the message, and Heiba and Yukito find a way to bring back the secretary scrolls of the Konoha Akimichi, Yamanaka and Nara families. Even if it doesn't work, bring people back. At this time, there are ninjas who have returned from Konoha to report the latest information of the Chunin exam to Hideki Uzumaki. With the progress of the exam so far, the candidate has left the land of water and returned to the Konoha ninja village. Hideki Uzumaki thought that after the 3rd round of exam pre-selection, there would be time for a trimming training before the final. Forget it, I'll go there myself. In a separate lounge in Whirlpool Village, the table is filled with a variety of delicacies. Everyone did well today, although Shigigo and Kazuki did not make it to the final, but everyone else managed to make it to the final. Hajiba and Yujito bought a lot of delicious food to reward them, and also to refuel them for the afternoon game. Shigigo and Kakeru looked frustrated. I'm sorry, I disgraced Vortex Village. As the only 2 in Vortex who did not make it to the finals, they felt the shame. It's okay, didn't the others make it to the final, let's cheer for them. Yukito comforted. Alas, Shigigo sighed secretly. It is normal that Xiangfoes failed to enter the final. After all, Xiangfoes did not focus on fighting in the first place, and it was not good to directly use the ceiling technique in front of everyone in the game. Therefore, here he is the most humiliated. Junmara noticed Shigigo's chagrin and patted Shigigo's shoulder. It's okay, I'll help you wash away the shame in the afternoon. Shigigo nodded silently. That guy named Ninkai, if you fight him, you must be careful with his Bagwazang. I will lose to his Bagwazang. He also underestimated the enemy, and wanted to solve the problem more gently, and did not open the spell seal early for a quick victory. Okay, let's not discuss this sad problem, since you have come to Konoha, let me be your guide and take you out to play," Naruto suggested to everyone with a smile on his face. The food on the table was basically eaten by Naruto alone. In the face of food, he was not at all reserved, like a starving ghost who had been hungry for many days. Naruto's heart is really optimistic. Isn't he worried about the afternoon game at all? Yujito asked worriedly. He thinks it's not good to be too relaxed now. Although 2 rounds of the test have been passed, and the 3rd round of preliminary rounds has also passed, the real test of strength is still in the 3rd round of the final. After all, those who have been able to get to the present through the preliminary round will definitely not be weak, and the real ones may be very strong. You guys go play, I want to train, I don't want to disgrace the Vortex Village, Iroh said in a heavy voice. He is not as optimistic as Naruto, and although he can fully defend against enemy attacks, once the opponent has super attack ninjutsu, it is possible to break through his sandfall defense. And, the chakra required to override the sand is amazing, requiring a high degree of mental concentration and control. The main thing is that the amount of chakra must be sufficient. Luo got up directly, did not say hello to everyone, and left the table. Snap. Iroh closed the door. I love that Luo guy, it's really getting more and more arrogant. Naruto pouted and said. Fu looked very calm. After all, I love Luo has that strength, he is a big fighting force among us. Listening to Fu's compliment to Era, Naruto thought of the morning when Sakura had been pestering Sasuke without looking at him. Even if I had seen him squarely in the past, I was beating and scolding him. Thinking of this, Naruto felt more and more depressed, and his good mood disappeared, feeling that he was really too difficult. Walking down the streets of Konoha, Naruto did not feel the slightest joy at winning the preliminary round. He was the only one in the empty space, and Fu chose to practice with Iroh, while Hajime was teaching Junmaro to ensure that he could play better in the afternoon. Am I really too relaxed? Naruto thought of what Sasuke had said to him. If only he had been taken away in the first place. Actually, I'm not easy at all, enduring Konoha's contempt, suffering alone, no one even wants to listen to my opinion, everyone treats me like the tail of a crane. Just as this was, Naruto felt a pat on the head, turned around, and was surprised to find that the person who came was a wooden man. What's wrong, why are you sullen alone? Yukito asked Naruto with concern. Naruto bowed his head, am I very unwelcome? It seems that everyone will be speechless to me. In the harbor of Union Village, large ships with the mark of the Land of Thunder appeared. That ship had set off from Union Village before, but it had now returned. Samurai, who had beautiful golden hair, looked sad. Next to him is Nozomi, Lord Lay Cage's right-hand man, who often accompanies Lay Cage in and out of the 5-cage meeting place. She looked at Samui, who was a little pale, and said, you are a little unhappy, so I'll explain it to Lei Ying later. Samui imagined the look of Thunder Shadow getting angry, and also imagined his possible end, like Yujito, to become a rebel in Union Village. Looking at Shi, Samui was not sure if Shi's words could be withheld, and if he didn't do it, it would also affect Shi. Are you sure Thunder Shadow won't kill us? Samui asked with a gloomy face. No, we are all important subordinates around Lei Ying, and Lei Ying will not be angry. Samui nodded and followed behind Nozomi. In the past, I thought other people's styles were not cool enough, but this time I am inferior. They came to the Thunder Shadow building and met Lei Ying, who was waiting for news. After the report of his subordinates, Lei Ying knew that Samui and she came back empty-handed. Lei Ying had doubts on his face. What about Yuji? Where are the people? Lei Ying was mentally prepared for the worst, and if the people were not brought back, he needed to ask what was going on before making a judgment on whether to punish them. Lord Lei Ying, please don't be angry, she said cautiously. Just as Nozomi spoke, there was a flash of thunder and lightning on the surface of the Thunder Shadow, which was a sign of anger. Tell me not to be angry, in what tone are you talking to me? Thunder and lightning appeared again on the surface of the Thunder Shadow body. You guys tell me clearly, where is Yujito? Samui's legs trembled and he suddenly knelt down. Samui, what are you doing? Lei Ying was stunned by Samui's behavior. This act of kneeling on the spot was so shameful that it simply insulted the ninja of their Union Village. You give me up, our ninjas in Union Village would rather die standing than live on their knees. No, unless Lord Thunder Shadow forgives us for our mistakes. Samui's voice trembled. I let Yuji go. As for why I let Yuki go, because I know that if Yukito is brought back to Union Village, she will definitely not have the possibility of survival. Lei Ying sneered in his heart. It seems that you know me well. Since you know me so well, you will release the wooden people. You don't want to live. Suddenly, Nozomi also knelt down. Lord Raikage, this matter is not entirely Samui's fault. Nozomi was also present at the time, and he didn't take Yujito away. Hey, you're really embarrassing me. Lei Ying didn't expect Shiya to be evil. You are too disgraceful of the face of Union Village. First Yukito had to defect to Whirlpool Village even if he became a traitor, and then Sammy and Nozomi pleaded with him for Yukito. Was he really wrong? No, how can I be wrong? It's the traitor of Union Village who is wrong. Thunder Cage believes that Sam may have been deceived by Yuji, and Yujito may have received control from Uzumaki Hideki, just as Uzumaki Hideki controls Kiribi. In the dark night, a bright moon rises into the deep sky. On the street of Union Village, a black figure appeared on a telephone pole. In the moonlight, the person pitifully wears this mask. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the figure on the telephone pole quietly disappeared. Meanwhile, Thunder Studio. Lei Ying's office is still brightly lit. It's so annoying. Although Uzumaki Hideki pointed the main spearhead at Konoha Shinobi Village, the suppression of our Thunder Country still hasn't stopped. What a tenacious opponent. Because it was the middle of the night, he was the only one in the office. What man? Lei Ying found that the breath coming from here seemed to be not only his own. Turning around suddenly, the masked man who appeared inexplicably behind him shocked him. You are. Thunder's shadow is about to come out. They all call me the masked man, but I came here very secretly. I hope you don't spread it, especially Uzumaki Hideki. You must not let him know. Before, the masked man took the soil to enter Thunder Shadow's office quietly through Long Way, and if he wanted to sneak up on Thunder Shadow was difficult to detect. Thunder and lightning erupted on the surface of the Thunder Shadow, and he looked like he wanted to do it. Wait, I'm not here to fight with you, I'm here to be more cooperative. Obito hurriedly stopped him. He wanted to do it here more than Lei Ying. What exactly do you want to deal with me here? Advise you not to beat around the bush. Lei Ying put away the thunder and lightning chakra. He also knew that if the other party wanted to sneak up on him, he would definitely not wait until now to be discovered by himself. I have an army that is strong enough to fight against Uzumaki Hideki, but if I want to defeat Uzumaki Hideki's full strength, I still lack it, so I need the assistance of your Thunder Country. How can you convince me if you are cheating or using me? Lei Yingsen said coldly. Obito shook his head. Actually, our purpose is the same, to destroy Uzumaki Hideki and his minions. Of course, I definitely have a use of the Land of Thunder, but I didn't deceive you. After all, our purpose is also the same. Also, I want to say that I'm a know-it-all. Not all members of Shonika are willing to obey Hideki Uzumaki's dispatch, so some members can also stand on our side. Do you want to cooperate? Obito's words were very convincing, making Lei Ying fall into deep thought. Day 2. The village of Wakihide received a letter from the Land of Water, and Nagato opened it for inspection. The letter all expressed the admiration of the Water Country for Uzumaki Hideki, and, most importantly, the request for an alliance from the Land of Water. The Land of Water has finally formed an alliance with the Vortex Village. Nagato knew that this was expected by Hideki Uzumaki. Following Uzumaki's wishes, Nagato replied, agreeing to establish long-term diplomatic relations with Mizuno Kuni. However, Nagato knew that Hideki Uzumaki definitely had no intention of forming an alliance. Moreover, the Land of Water will soon send messengers over. In the absence of Hideki Uzumaki, the elder in charge of the Haji clan is not there, and the patriarch of Kagaya's group goes on a mission again. Nagato receives messengers from the Land of Water. Nagato is regarded as the elite figure of the Uzumaki clan, and at the same time the leader of Xiao. Allowing Nagato to receive the envoy of the Country of Water can be regarded as giving face to the Country of Water. The messenger from the Land of Water is Sei, the right-hand man of Lord Terumi of Mizukage. This time, only specific matters will be discussed, and the formal alliance ceremony will be attended by the leaders of the two villages in person. An alliance of the Water Country. The will of the Water Countryside is to become a partner with the Uzumaki village and not interfere in each other's internal affairs, but the other needs help when one side is in trouble. Nagato knew that Hideki Uzumaki did not mean to be a partner with Mizuno-ku, but to annex Mizuno-ku and make Mizuno-ku his right-hand man. However, from the attitude of Wien Village does not want to condescend to Wien Village and become a subsidiary of Wien Village. This is also the attitude of the daimyo of the Land of Water. This is also a little difficult, and the matter of forming an alliance requires the consent of both the daimyo of Mizuno-koku and the Mizukage of Mizukage and the Village of Mist. Hideki Uzumaki had expected it and agreed to come down first and make a fuss at the alliance ceremony. Nagato responded without psychological pressure. The Land of Water can be said to have picked up a big bargain, because the current Country of Water is facing a crisis of food shortage, and the prosperous village of Whirlpool can easily solve the problem for him. It's just that whether it will take the opportunity to fish for a sum of money is another question. Moreover, with the Vortex Village as a backer, they are not afraid that the surrounding countries will take the opportunity to make trouble. This is the first time that Wien Village has established an alliance with a major power, and it will open a permanent place for envoys from both sides to stay. Konan, who was sent out by Nagato to manage the Land of Water and the Land of Grass, is now suddenly back in the village of Wakihide. According to Konan, she has handed over the Land of Water and the Land of Grass to her students, mainly hydrangeas. With Hydrangea in charge of these two countries, Zionin felt very relieved. After Konan's return to Whirlpool Village, the first person to ask was Nagato. When she traveled between the two countries, the person she kept in mind was Nagato. Coming to the base of the cave, after seeing Nagato safe and sound, Konan was very happy. Nagato's body recovered well, which has exceeded Konan's imagination. Through the description of the pocket, Zionin knew that Nagato had such a fast recovery speed because he implanted intercolumn cells infused with intercolumn cells. After the body recovers, how do you plan to arrange the Xiao organization? Although I have fulfilled my promise with Hideki Uzumaki, I still hope that Xiao can continue to assist Hideki Uzumaki in achieving the unification of the ninja world. Hideki Uzumaki's philosophy is correct, and Hideki Uzumaki's people can be trusted. Internally, he is merciful to his subordinates and cruel only externally. Such a ruler, after unifying the entire ninja world, must be a king who can think about the life of the world. Nagato has a high opinion of Hideki Uzumaki. It seems that you have integrated into the country of Vortex well, Xiao Nan said with a chuckle. Nagato was shocked and embarrassed to refute, but Konan, who would not give him this opportunity. But Whirlpool Village is a good place, you don't have to worry about the crisis of life and death one day, and you don't have to worry about being displaced or even starving to death, and we have a good adult, Lord Uzumaki Hideki. Zionin. And if you can live here peacefully all the time, it's okay. Konan, in that case, what about Yahiko's ideals? I still carry his ideals, which are my motivation to live. Now, aren't we officially fulfilling Yahiko's ideal? Unify the entire ninja world and make the world a peaceful and stable world. Nagato was startled. You are right, Yahiko's ideal is world peace, but we didn't say that we must stick to form. Even if the main force to achieve all this in the end is not Xiao, Yahiko will definitely feel gratified. However, I still have a goal to accomplish, and that is to bring pain to the world. After deception, betrayal, and Yahiko's death, Nagato's inner understanding of peace has been distorted. There will be no true peace in this cursed world, people will only suffer. He wants to make the world miserable as a way to comfort the dead Yahiko. Nagato. Konan's desire to say something, but she couldn't bear to stop Nagato. After Yahiko left, Nagato was her everything, and she listened to Nagato in everything. My body has now recovered, and I don't know when I can go to study a way to resurrect people who died a long time ago. After dealing with some of the affairs of the Uzumaki village, Hideki Uzumaki began to head to the Konoha ninja village. The most convenient way to travel to other countries, if not land adjacent, is by sea. However, this is troublesome for Uzumaki Hideki. When the wind is used to the depths, it can also become a tool to facilitate life. For example, Hideki Uzumaki, who never needs additional transportation when he goes far away, and his wind ninjutsu is completely competent. Casting a wind escape, summoning a wind dragon, Uzumaki Hideki rode the wind dragon and came to Konoha at the speed of dozens of times the ship. The whirlpool can be used at a faster speed, but in that case, a large storm will occur. Konoha Ninja Village, which is reporting the third round of exams at this time, is entering a fever pitch. The final has already started for a while. Konoha Ninja Village, the security officer on duty at this time at the entrance of the village is Aoba. Due to the need for referees and various receptionists and guards, he was the only ninja who guarded the door. Aoba yawned a lot, no one could talk to him, which made him very bored. Now the foreign guests are also in Konoha Village, basically they are watching the game in the Vortex studio, and basically there will be no one to receive them. Having said that, he was mainly in charge of the gate of Konoha Village so that no outsiders could break in. Suddenly, Aoba wiped his eyes. Wait, am I blind? He seemed to have seen a figure just now. Looking at it again, there was indeed a man walking towards him. Moreover, this person is not an ordinary person. Uzumaki Hideki, the person who should be most wary of the entire Konoha village, the heinous demon head, is also the most feared ninja in the hearts of Konoha ninjas. Uzumaki Hideki. He actually appeared in front of him. He's coming towards me. Is this trying to enter the village? No, I can't let him into the village. As he said this, his legs were shaking, and at the same time there was a villain in his heart, telling him, you can't stop him, or you will die. Do you want to stop me? Uzumaki Hideki had come to his side at some point and asked with a sneer. Aoba was no longer sure what she was going to say, only feeling that she was the wrong choice no matter how she answered. Seeing Aoba's trembling body, Uzumaki Hideki almost couldn't stand steadily, and sneered, it seems that Konoha will never grow. Hearing this, Aoba still did not dare to move, as if he was tied with lead on his body. Uzumaki Hideki strode in. It wasn't until Uzumaki Hideki was far away that Aoba thought of reporting to Hokage. The ninja patrolling the village also saw Hideki Uzumaki walking calmly in the village. Uzumaki Hideki was like entering no man's land, and no one dared to intercept him. Uzumaki Hideki is dead when touched. The time is before the final of the third round of the Chunin exam. Ignoring the hatred and fear of all ninjas, Hideki Uzumaki arrived alone at Konoha Ninja Village. Grab a random ninja in Konoha and scare him into the air. At the same time, the third generation of Hokage also received news that Hideki Uzumaki had entered Konoha Village alone. Are you sure that Uzumaki Hideki really didn't lead the army over? The three generations of Hokage's face was extremely nervous. If Hideki Uzumaki took advantage of the chaos to lead troops to attack, Konoha would definitely perish. However, from the ninja side of his subordinates, I learned that there was no army stationed outside the village. It seems that Uzumaki Hideki will still take care of some faces, and it is not to the point of losing his conscience. Gathered some ninjas, the 3 generations of Hokage have something to explain. Pass it on, don't embarrass him when you meet Hideki Uzumaki, you are not his opponent. If Hideki Uzumaki did something excessive, I would negotiate with him in person. Yes, the ninjas of Konoha village also knew the horror of Hideki Uzumaki and understood the intention of the 3 generations of Hokage to arrange it this way. A monster like Hideki Uzumaki can't rebel against him, otherwise the consequences will only get worse. Hideki Uzumaki heard the location of several people from the Konoha ninja and went to the village. Che, why doesn't it look like I look like a guest at all? Whoever told them to see me was like a mouse to see a cat and turn around and run. While accusing Konoha's ninja for being too weak and timid, Uzumaki Hideki had already arrived at the door of the ninjas' lounge in Uzumaki village. Knock knock. Uzumaki knocked on the door. In the lounge, the people of Vortex village have returned here, and are preparing to adjust to their best condition for the afternoon's game. Hearing the knock on the door, the nerves of several people tightened. Breathing a sigh of relief, Kakamai said, "It's Uzumaki-sama." Keikoto closed his eyes and performed a perception ninjutsu, and sensed that the person at the door was Hideki Uzumaki. However, I heard that it was Uzumaki Hideki. Hajiba and Yujito were even more shocked. Uzumaki Hideki should be dealing with affairs in Whirlpool Village, how could it appear here? Still, they immediately went to open the door. I saw the Whirlpool Hideki outside the door. "Hello, Hideki-sama." Uzumaki. They saluted Uzumaki Hideki. Uzumaki Hideki frowned slightly and walked in. "How did the preliminary round of the final exam feel?" Uzumaki Hideki asked the members of the Tailed Beast team and the Blood Sacrifice team. Naruto grinned and said, "Brother, I passed the preliminary round." Uzumaki Hideki tapped Naruto's head and said, "How are you feeling?" I saw that the people around me had their heads down. Naruto said, "Play." It seems that only played a little. Hearing Naruto's words, Fu couldn't help but laugh. After realizing that snickering in front of Uzumaki Hideki was not good, Fu forcibly held back. "What's wrong? Has something happened?" Hideki Uzumaki asked Fu. "Well, Naruto farted during the competition. Smoked down the opponent. Ha ha." Fu didn't hold back. A black line appeared on the head of the whirlpool. "Forget it, don't care about Naruto, tell me about your situation." Fu said, "Of the 6 of us, Shigego and Kakato were defeated, and the rest were promoted. I felt relaxed in the heats. The opponent didn't have much brains, like a stupid pig." Fu imagined what her opponent would look like. "I love Luo, I'm the same, I feel very relaxed, the opponent is weak, and my ability itself restrains him." Iai Luo thought of the last body being the ninja of Union Village who was carried away in blood. "Junmaru, my opponent is equally weak." Hideki Uzumaki looked at Shigego, who felt the pressure. Uzumaki Hideki asked, "Shigego, where is your opponent?" "Although Xiangfo's is also defeated like you, but Xiangfo's itself is not strong in combat effectiveness." Shigego was a little embarrassed to speak, but finally said, "My opponent is very strong. He is from the Konoha Hyuga family, he is good at Bagwazang, even if I enter the spell state, the scale armor on the surface of my body still can't resist his Bagwa palm power. That kind of palm technique feels like it will penetrate the meridians of the person, blocking the operation of the chakra in the meridians. Is he Nada Ninji?" Hideki Uzumaki knew that the Bagwazang described by Shigego was not easy to deal with for the current Shigego. After all, the other party is the elite of the Hyuga family. However, it is not a good thing to indulge your juniors so much. "I'm not happy with your performance, whether it's winning or losing. It is shameful to lose the battle, but if the victor does not reflect the pride of the Vortex village, it is simply no different from defeat. Even if we are weak opponents, we must show a lot of spirit, which is respect for the opponent and the mental state that a ninja should have. You know, there are many geniuses who fail because they underestimate the enemy." What Hideki Uzumaki told them was the experience he had accumulated over the years. At that time, it was too light on the enemy, and Uzumaki Hideki would be sealed. So that now Uzumaki Hideki no longer easily puts himself on the cusp, but is more proficient in scheming. Uzumaki asked them to cover up their moves against their enemies again, expressing their worries, because their moves against enemies were not perfect and had some loopholes. "There is still a relatively large room for improvement. While there is still time, I will give you instructions one by one." Hideki Uzumaki led them to the training ground. "You have to show the most powerful strength of the Uzumaki village in front of all countries, not just victory to be satisfied, otherwise I don't have to let you participate in Konoha's Zongnin exam." Others Konoha held the Chunin exam for diplomacy, and Hideki Uzumaki took the Chunin exam in order to give Konoha a blow and pressure other countries at the same time. As for those who can't bear it, as long as the ability is there, Uzumaki Hideki can easily upgrade the level. "I'm very energetic, and my instructions are very strict. Uzumaki wanted to let them know where their shortcomings were through personal guidance, so that they could perform their perfect combat level. Fu, you go first. Fu came to Hideki Uzumaki and said, "My lord, I am going to attack you." Fu suddenly took off, came into the air, and threw Kumu at Uzumaki Hideki. There is a detonation charm on that bitter Wu, of course, it is a fake detonation charm, after all, it is only training, and it is not good if it produces an explosive sound. The corners of Uzumaki Hideki's mouth grinned, and at the same time he threw Kuwu upward, and the two Kuwu collided in the air, spinning in place and staying for a while before falling. Uzumaki said, "If the enemy does this, the detonator will ignite in the air, and it will only be you who will be harmed. So what should I do?" Fu was stunned. Originally, Hideki Uzumaki didn't want to attract too many people, but he still attracted ninjas from all over the world. Uzumaki Hideki knew that these people mainly came to see him. Is this the legendary Uzumaki Hideki? According to the portrait, it was him. Gu said that none of the 5 major powers is his opponent, and he can single it out. I don't know so, the tailed beast is like his pet. Uzumaki Hideki was in their mouths, like a godlike existence. Uzumaki Hideki Kwan, and as if he didn't see it, continued to point at Naruto. Naruto cast a spiral pill towards Uzumaki Hideki, who easily grabbed Naruto's hand. Orochimaru broke away from Naruto's hands and flew out. Boom! Naruto's spiral pill flew out and hit the wall, causing the explosive charm to be several times more powerful. The whole wall was deeply sunk into a big hole. It's scary, is that guy a monster? Have you seen the ninjutsu he used, which actually caused such a terrifying destructive power? The wall shattered and the lounge next door was revealed, which was the restroom of the other ninja villages, so more people noticed the situation here. Uzumaki Hideki, oh my god, it's Uzumaki Hideki. Hideki Uzumaki is my idol. More ninjas gathered here to watch Hideki Uzumaki's training. Naruto looked left and right, quite nervous. Uzumaki Hideki was like a nobody, and these people around him were just ants to him. Uzumaki Hideki said, "Concentrate, if your speed is not fast enough, then do more fake movements, and you can't let the opponent easily see your intentions." Feigned, okay, I see. Naruto thought for a moment and understood. After that, Naruto attacked Uzumaki Hideki again, only this time Naruto cast the Wind Escape Great Tornado. The powerful Wind Escape Tornado shocked all the onlookers, and Naruto also cast a spiral pill to attack Uzumaki Hideki. Only this time Naruto hit Orochimaru behind him, so it looked like Naruto was just pushing a large tornado to attack. It's awesome, it's actually able to cast such a huge wind escape ninjutsu. Is that guy's chakra a bottomless pit? The onlookers, some of whom were ninjas who had not been optimistic about Naruto before, had previously considered Naruto to be one of the weakest when observing their opponents, and this time, they were wrong. Naruto was among the strongest of the contestants. I hope that in the final, I don't run into that guy, I want to live longer. Looking at Naruto, Hideki Uzumaki smiled and said, "It seems that there is some enlightenment, but it is still far behind." Uzumaki Hideki absorbed the large tornado with one hand and kicked Naruto down with one kick. Hideki Uzumaki didn't make a ruthless move, after all, it was just training, and Naruto would have to take the exam later. While Hideki Uzumaki was training the blood sacrifice team in Konoha Ninja Village, in the Land of Water, Terumi received a report from his subordinates. Hideki Uzumaki trained the ninja of the Uzumaki exam in Konoha, causing an uproar. Uzumaki Hideki is indeed worthy of deep friendship. This person has courage and resourcefulness, even if he enters other people's territory, he can make such a big move. Konoha probably feels like a monkey. The stronger Hideki Uzumaki and Uzumaki village, the better the future of the water country as allies. Uzumaki Hideki, this cash cow, she has already held. The movement made by Uzumaki Hideki naturally attracted the attention of Wind Shadow and Hokage. 3 generations of Hokage and Kazekage came to the training ground. Seeing Uzumaki Hideki so cheeky destroying the site, the 3 generations of Hokage's face darkened. The Wind Shadow is even more twitching. AI Luo is near the Uzumaki Hideki. What should I do? Do you want to take my AI Luo immediately? Kazekage was very hesitant. If he openly went to capture Aira, he would probably be knocked down by Uzumaki Hideki in public, and he would be embarrassed at that time. 3 generations of Hokage, what should we do? Kazekage turned to Hokage for advice. Don't ask for people's strength, or you won't come back, that will only make the relationship more stiff. We need to speak to him in a kind tone so that he does not ruin this exam. If the Chunin exam is ruined, Hideki Uzumaki will be poked in the spine, and Konoha will lose its prestige. After the 3 generations of Hokage and Kazekage finished explaining, they prepared and walked towards Hideki Uzumaki. Uzumaki Hideki, what wind blew you to Konoha? The 3 generations of Hokage asked with a signature smile. Oh, it's the 3rd generation of Hokage, is there something to do? If there is something they are talking about when I finish training. Uzumaki Hideki said, ignoring the 3 generations of Hokage and the Wind Shadow next to him. The faces of the three generations of Hokage and Kazekage were as ugly as eating. At this time, Hideki Uzumaki had already pointed to Junmaro, and it was the last one. Junmaro, your strengths are obvious, and your weaknesses are also obvious, Uzumaki said. Junmaru's face was serious. Please give me guidance. Uzumaki said, your bones are peculiar, suitable for defending against enemy attacks, and it is convenient to kill enemies, but because you rely too much on them, you can't do better when dealing with other situations. Therefore, in a short period of time, you need to learn how to better use your strengths to deal with different situations. In the long run, you need to improve your overall capabilities. After Uzumaki Hideki pointed out, Junmaro was extremely grateful. This Whirlpool Hideki said a lot of nonsense from beginning to end. Wind Shadow was very impatient. Let them wait on the side, how faceless. The three generations of Hokage calmed the Wind Shadow and said, don't panic, don't be in a hurry, after all, people have the strength to turn everything around, and what we need at this time is patience. As a result, Uzumaki Hideki also pointed out Junmaro on the attack, making them wait for another 10 minutes in vain. The three generations of Hokage and Kazekage had black lines on their faces. As if noticing that the two had not left, Uzumaki Hideki said, there are many people here, let's find a quiet place to talk. Hokage brings Hideki Uzumaki to his office. Uzumaki Hideki explained a few words to the Tailed Beast team and the Blood Sacrifice team, and then followed the Hokage. Inside the Hokage office, Hokage said, Uzumaki Hideki, do you hate Konoha? Uzumaki Hideki shrugged, may I ask if you Konoha did something wrong to me, or what happened to the Vortex Village? Why else do you ask that? Hokage immediately stopped to think about whether Konoha had done something that owed Uzumaki or Uzumaki Hideki. Ahem. Kazekage coughed a few times, interrupting Hokage's musings. They weren't here to let Uzumaki Hideki find fault. Wind Shadow said, Ai Luo of our Cheyenne village, when can you return it to me? Uzumaki Hideki looked at the Wind Shadow meaninglessly. There was a faint momentum leaking out of the body. Hokage and Wind Shadow's bodies trembled, and they were immediately shocked. Wind Shadow said, the matter of my love Luo can be slowed down, as long as it can be returned to our Cheyenne village in the end. Is my love Luo just an item for you? If that's the case, he might as well stay in Whirlpool Village. Kazekage was asked stupidly, but he didn't dare to refute it, so as not to anger Uzumaki Hideki. So, what is your attitude towards Konoha? Attitude. Uzumaki Hideki said, Konoha is a good place, and the environment is very good. This tea is also good. Uzumaki finished drinking the tea in his cup, turned around and left. Wind Shadow walked after Uzumaki Hideki walked. This guy, you must know to poison in the cup. It's better not to. If you can't poison him, it's us who will be finished. Hokage, just now he said that Konoha is very good. Is this a hint that he wants to recycle Konoha? Hideki Uzumaki did not immediately leave the Konoha ninja village, but returned to the lounge allocated by the Uzumaki village. It is still within the period of rest, and there is still a long period of time. Uzumaki Hideki decides to train the people of the Uzumaki village who take the Chunin exam to equip them with the ability to steal the occult scroll. Return to the lounge belonging to the Vortex village. Uzumaki Hideki spoke, since there is still a long time before the final of the third game of the Chunin exam begins, how about we play a game? What kind of game is it? When it comes to the topic of playing games, celebrities are always the most interested. Uzumaki Hideki smiled mysteriously. He pulled a scroll out of his sleeve and opened it. There was nothing in the reels that were blank and empty. Looking at the blank scroll, Naruto, who originally thought that the scroll was an interesting game such as flying chess, was suddenly deflated. Throwing his ass back, Naruto said, what? Nothing. Don't worry. Uzumaki Hideki said unhurriedly, then took the brush on the table and spent 3 circles on the scroll. 3 circles, do you mean the 3 of us? From the perspective of playing games, Fu said. Uzumaki Hideki said, the location of these 3 circles is actually the location of the treasure of Konoha Ninja Village. Iroh was interested. My eyes stared at the scroll, there was nothing on it, and I couldn't see any use. Nothing, what games to play? Iroh said with a sneer. It seems that Ai Luo is too anxious. Uzumaki Hideki also smiled and said to Iroh, I see. Fuya looked at the blank scroll thoughtfully. Only Naruto had a tangled face, and he didn't know what was going on. However, in order to show that he was very powerful, Naruto pretended that he fully understood. It seems that you are not smart. The 3 circles on this scroll certainly represent the current position of the 3 of us. Aha. Naruto nodded matter-of-factly. The more I look at it, the more I feel that this is where we are now. So, what are the rules of this game and how should we play it? Fu and Ai Luo looked at Naruto like fools. Naruto felt contempt from the depths of his soul. Or Junmara's personality is better, and he hinted to Naruto, it's not what you think. Well, isn't it? Am I biased? The paper of this material must condense the chakra on it to reveal the content. Usually treasure maps do this. What? I found out a long time ago, and I still use you to say. Junmaru's gaze then changed. Naruto held the back of his head with both hands, looking bored. Brother Hideki is also true, obviously it is a treasure map, why is it so secretive? Uzumaki Hideki's expression became serious, because this is Konoha's secret, you may die when playing this game. Gollum. Naruto, Aira, Fu, Junmaru, and the others swallowed their saliva at the same time. Is it necessary to be so serious? Finding that Shigego and Kagami looked like they didn't care about themselves, Uzumaki Hideki said with a smile, in this matter, both the Tailed Beast team and the Blood Stepper team must participate, regardless of whether they passed the preliminary round of the third session of the Chuninja exam. Also, Yujito and Hajiba are the same, to participate. After all, this treasure is related to the interests of Vortex Village. Let's all move, just try not to be discovered by Konoha Village. After that, Uzumaki trained them, mainly ninjas, to conceal their own related skills. Of course, Yukito and Hajiba did not need too much training in this, they were already senior ninjas. So, what exactly does the treasure we need to look for look like? Patting his head, Uzumaki Hideki said, I almost forgot to tell you that the treasure is actually the secretary scroll of the Konoha Yamanaka family, the Akimichi family, and the Nara family. The secret scrolls of these three families? I didn't expect that it would also involve the interests of Vortex Village. In this way, we will know that we will be committed to completing the task. This time, I will be responsible for protecting you with Yukito and Hajiba and escorting you to complete the mission smoothly. Uzumaki Hideki turned back to the six and said. This time, Uzumaki Hideki took it as an experience for them. After all, in the future, they must become ninjas who can stand alone, and they must also be able to feed the Uzumaki village to perform secret missions. The future of Vortex Village cannot be without elite ninjas. According to the distance, the closest is the Yamanaka house. Uzumaki Hideki said, and they had come to hide a few hundred meters near Yamanaka's house. With Uzumaki Hideki alone, it is not too easy to get the secretary scroll, but it is much more difficult to escort the shinobi to get the scroll. Isn't it the Ino family? Let's just say hello and go in soon. Naruto grinned and walked towards the door of the Ino house. Iroh looked at Naruto and felt inappropriate. In this case, if the secret scroll is found missing later, it will definitely be suspected to the head. Iroh immediately pulled Naruto back with a sand waterfall. We have to mask ourselves and then sneak in through the window. As a result, Naruto and Iroh both got Uzumaki's fist on their heads, and of course they didn't hit the death hand. I love Luo's sand, and I don't even have time to protect it. Uzumaki Hideki scolded, two little fools, wouldn't it be easy to expose yourself like this? Ninjas have special tracking techniques and can easily find their whereabouts, including the ninjutsu they use. Especially the dark part of Konoha, which has some special ninjutsu ninjas. Only Xiangfeng's face was pensive, and Uzumaki Hideki appreciated it very much. Xiangfo said, Sir, what are your plans? It's good that someone finally thinks of me. Hideki Uzumaki saw an opportunity to pretend, with my wind enchantment, I can easily stealth you guys, and you can't detect it with any ninjutsu. Brother is also true, why didn't you say it earlier? Naruto muttered softly. Uzumaki Hideki also secretly snorted coldly, if I say it so quickly, can you appreciate the benefits of having such a capable senior? Uzumaki Hideki cast the wind enchantment, directly allowing the wind enchantment to cover the surface of all of them, so that as long as they did not touch others, they would not be discovered to exist. Thanks to the wind escape enchantment, they can enter through the main entrance without fear. The door of Yamanaka's house opened and then closed, and no one else knew what had happened. The sound of water came from the bathroom of the Yamanaka house, and the sound of Ino humming a ditty, and there were no other people in the living room, which showed that it was safe. In the bathroom, Ino stopped humming a ditty. Really, that match with Sakura made me so dirty. The effect was like a wild girl, and when she hit him, she didn't have any scruples at all, so that the two finally tore their faces. However, in the preliminary round, both were eliminated, and they were both exhausted at the end and could not play anymore. For Suzuki, Sakura's wild girl, as for turning against me, knowing you like Suzuki, can I just give Suzuki to you? Outside the bathroom door, a curious Naruto overheard Ino talking to himself. No, Ino, you must not give Suzuki to Sakura, you can't give up, Naruto said in his heart. In a moment of excitement, Naruto accidentally pushed the door in. Naruto was shocked that the bathroom actually did not lock the door. Ino, who originally thought that no one in the house was safe, did not pay much attention, so the door was not locked. Ino was also taken aback, who's outside? However, it was only air that answered her. Ino immediately approached the bathroom door cautiously and closed it. Relieved, Ino said, it's good that it's just the wind. This time, Ino locked the door so that the wind can't blow open. Naruto's face flushed, oops, I'm locked in the bathroom. Naruto didn't dare to look at Ino, he was entangled, how should he escape? Escape room, this game is too difficult, and he is still locked up with Ino, and he can't let Ino know his existence, otherwise he may not see the sun tomorrow if he doesn't plan it. Suddenly, a heavy feeling lingered in my heart. This is what my brother said. Is it the psychological quality that a ninja should have? Naruto found an open corner and tucked his body in the corner so that he could not be touched by Ino as much as possible. This bathroom is not big, it is not small, and you can probably see Ino as soon as you look up. Uzumaki Hideki sensed that Naruto had fallen behind, and after a little probing, a bad smile appeared on his face. Naruto, the time has come to test your ninja hiding skills, you can't hold us back. They are on the first floor at the moment. Xiangfos, can you sense the exact location of the occult scroll? I'll try, Xiangfos said and closed his eyes. Within his range of perception, there were too many scroll-like objects in this room. Because Yamanaka Hiki is an important intelligence ninja, there are too many scrolls in his home, and it is impossible to determine which one is. Xiangfos closed her eyes again, and this time, she focused on the location distribution. Most of the scrolls are placed in the vault lock, and those should be sub-scrolls, which should belong to the category of classified information. Sir, do you need to capture these intelligence scrolls? No, look for the secret scroll. Okay. Fragrant Phosphorus continued to probe. Uzumaki Hideki seems that among the people here, only Xiangfos performs the best, and the rest are making soy sauce. If it weren't for my wind escape enchantment, it is estimated that they haven't got anything yet, and they have already been caught. Uzumaki Hideki sighed. Stealth training is not enough, and we must continue to strengthen our ties when we go back. At least until you can complete the task in secrecy on your own. Uzumaki Hideki thought that he would continue to release more tasks that needed to be completed secretly in the future to cultivate their hidden skills. Otherwise, how can you safely arrange important tasks for them in the future? Found it, it was under a table. There was a hidden cellar with an ancient scroll inside. Xiangfos sensed that there were complex patterns and ancient vicissitudes on the scroll, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with it. With the assistance of Xiangfos, Uzumaki Hideki easily found the location of the secret scroll. Shigeko immediately went to move the table, and Uzumaki Hideki immediately stopped him. Something so important usually has a mechanism. Even if there are no organs, there will be various restrictions, and it is impossible for them to easily get them. Uzumaki Hideki had probed the enchantment inside the cellar and was interested in examining them. Only Xiangfos said, there seems to be a layer of enchantment of the mountain clan inside, and there is a special prohibition. Uzumaki Hideki nodded and said, the analysis is correct. This prohibition is immediately detected by the caster as soon as it is touched, so we must get the scroll and leave the place immediately. Although Uzumaki Hideki is not afraid of the Yamanaka family at all, in order not to fall under the charge of theft, Uzumaki Hideki can only choose to hide. Uzumaki Hideki stretched out a windswept hand and easily destroyed the secret scroll that the enchantment had taken inside. It's time to leave, Uzumaki said. What about Naruto? That's when Fu noticed that Naruto was gone. Uzumaki Hideki patted his forehead. By the way, and Naruto? Naruto is now on the difficult task of giving them the wind. When Naruto appears, it means that Ino has finished bathing, but there is no time to wait for him, Uzumaki Hideki said. A violent wind directly slammed open the bathroom door and left the place with Naruto in his arms. When he was caught, Naruto's nosebleed was almost drained, and the whole person had lost too much blood. Uzumaki Hideki said, it seems that this is too hard for Naruto, but it can be regarded as giving him insight. At the same time, Ino's screams came from the bathroom. How is it possible? Obviously it has been locked. How can the wind blow away? At the same time that Ino felt incredible, his whole body felt chills and he felt like he was being peeped on. She immediately went to close the bathroom door, only to find that the door lock was rotten. She wouldn't know that it was not an ordinary wind, but the wind of Uzumaki Hideki. Next is the Autumn Deist's secret scroll. Uzumaki Hideki said, directly casting the wind dragon to envelop everyone to the Autumn Deist who was closer to here. At this time, Akimichi Dingza was competing with Akimichi Dingji to see who ate more food. The two are competing to the stage of deep water. Ding Ci, when did your rice bucket grow to this extent? Akimichi was surprised at how quickly his son's food intake grew. The Akimichi clan relies on eating to provide chakra, and the ninjutsu performed does not require a seal. By eating a lot of food, they can continue to fight because food can provide them with chakra, which is somewhat similar to the principle that Uzumaki Hideki becomes stronger when eating air, except that Uzumaki Hideki is obviously the real pervert. Dad, don't you know that I'm in the stage of growing my body now? Ding Ci said, going to pick the last piece of meat on the plate. Similarly, Ding Ci also sensed a sense of crisis. With what I know about my father, he can't admit defeat so easily, so the last piece of meat, I don't have that easy to eat. There was a faint glimmer of electricity in the eyes between the two. Suddenly, the two of them moved their chopsticks at the same time. Snap! The chopsticks are intertwined, and it immediately becomes a contest between chopsticks. At the same time, a gust of wind blew over their heads, which they directly ignored. Isn't that fat guy the same guy who fought me in the previous preliminaries? Fu said. The wind dragon of Uzumaki Hideki had already wrapped them up and entered the Akimichi family's house through the courtyard of the Akimichi family. Your opponent in the preliminary round is Dingji. Hideki Uzumaki was curious about the fight between Fu and Toji, and when he pointed out Fu before, Fu did not specify who the opponent was. Yes, it's that fat guy. The stupid and arrogant one attacked me, and as a result, I directly stunned him with the Kuwu and the detonation charm. Uzumaki laughed softly. In the courtyard, Ding Ziyi and Ding Ci were fighting, and Ding Ci had a flame in his eyes. Dad, you are clearly foul like this. After some time break, Ding Ziyi's food intake also recovered a little. Where there is a foul, this game is fair, whoever grabs it first is whom. You clearly can't eat anymore. You also underestimate your father. I can have another plate. Originally, Ding Ziyi wanted to comfort Ding's sadness of losing the preliminary round through delicious food, but he didn't expect that it would actually become a father-son duel in the end. Ding Ci, there seems to be some sound in the room, you go over and take a look. Ding Ziyi heard something in the room. I'm not going, and you're trying to trick me into losing the game. If Dingji loosens his chopsticks, he loses. Therefore, he died unwilling to let go. Attachment to food, this is my ninja, you won't understand. Oh, is it? Then I'm going to see how strong your will is. Ding Ziyi intends to test Ding Ci. As a result, the two persevered until the early hours of the next morning. However, before that, Uzumaki Hideki had already taken away the Autumn Deist secret scroll. This time, Xiangfos once again showed great expressiveness. Nara House. At this time, Shikamaru was training shadow mimicry in the yard. There is a chessboard in the courtyard, the chess game on it is not finished, it is a dead game, and Shikamaru will lose after a few more moves. Shikamaru made an excuse to practice ninjutsu, but he actually wanted to find inspiration to turn defeat into victory. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and by coincidence, the chess game was reversed. Shikamaru, your practice is over, we can continue the unfinished chess game. Father Nara Shikasa came from afar, and he went out to buy some sake. You won the preliminary round today, and I didn't prepare any gifts to congratulate you, but if you pass the final as well, I'll throw you another party. Good, okay. It's just that you came back too soon when you went out. Shikamaru was nervous, he hadn't thought of a strategy to deal with it, and this time he was estimated to lose again. However, when Shikamaru saw Shikaka staring at the chessboard, Shikaku's eyebrows furrowed tightly, and his hands trembled a little. What's wrong, Dad? Shikamaru asked. No, I just feel that your chess skills have improved again. Luju sighed softly, it's not a loss, it's my son, it's really resourceful. Uzumaki Hideki noticed that Nara Shikaku had returned, and he exclaimed in his heart, it seems that I accidentally moved a chess piece just now. For a Konoha military level figure like Nara Shikasa, a flaw will be detected with a little light. Forget it, it's okay if it's discovered, anyway, they don't know who did it. Uzumaki Hideki immediately made Kakamai sense the position of the scroll again. This time, the location of the scroll was easily found, and with previous experience, Xiangfos's ability to find objects became more and more effective. Uzumaki Hideki praised Xiangfos, but instead shook his head at the others. After getting the Nara family's secret scrolls in hand, Uzumaki Hideki sent them back safely. In the lounge of the ninja of Uzumaki village, Uzumaki Hideki said, the treasure has been obtained. If you want to rate this game, only Xiangfos is really qualified. After you go back, you still need to undergo more rigorous training, at least be able to secretly enter other people's mansions without being discovered. Hearing this, several people lowered their heads at the same time. Uzumaki's training is rigorous, and they want to stay in Konoha longer. Konoha Ninja Village. The atmosphere in Konoha Ninja Village became a little wrong. In the Hokage office. Before Hokage's work, there were three people standing, namely Akimichi Choza of the Akimichi family, Nara Shikasa of the Nara family, and Yamanaka Heiki of the Yamanaka family. For the three families to find themselves at the same time, and similar statements, the three generations of Hokage fell into deep thought. A moment later, the three generations of Hokage said, the loss of the secret scroll, this is a big deal. Have you found any traces or clues left by the thieves? The three looked at each other and shook their heads. It's impossible, I'll ask the Dark Ninja to investigate. Sometime later, the ninja head of the Dark Department investigation appears in Naruto's office. Naruto-sama, we investigated the scene and did not find any traces left. Not even leaving any traces. You know, there are some special ninjutsu in the dark part of Konoha, and they are the best at searching for evidence. Since the evidence cannot be found, then we can only barely guess the possible target through your oral statements. Recently, because it is a middle ninja exam, there are many people, so there are too many possibilities to confirm who is the last thief. The thief should be the same person, and according to the method of theft, this is clear. If you can do it without leaving a trace, if you can have one, there can be no second, so I need you to specifically talk about whether anything unusual happened during the time period when the secret scroll was stolen that day. The three thought about it and said all the abnormal things that might happen that day. Yamanaka said that he was not at home at the time, but his daughter Ino was suspected of being spied on while bathing, and even the lock of the bathroom door was blown by the wind. Akimichi said that in the courtyard that day, after a gust of wind blew overhead, he felt some noise in the house. After listening to the previous two statements, Nara Shikaka said, I seem to be similar to them, and the wind seems to be stronger than usual that day. It's absolutely unmistakable. The eyes of the three generations of Hokage narrowed because it was cloudy for many days, there was no wind at all. It's just that Uzumaki Hideki has no reason to steal the secret scrolls of these three families. If it was him, the direct snatching of the bright light would not be long in coming. The three heard the three generations of Hokage self-talk and swallowed their spit at the same time. If it is really Uzumaki Hideki, then what can they do? Obviously they can't get justice, and the lost things will not come back. If it's really Uzumaki Hideki, Naruto-sama, do you have a way to get Uzumaki Hideki to hand over the secret scroll? The people of the three families were most concerned about this, and if Uzumaki Hideki could return the scroll safely, they would definitely not care. The third Hokage shook his head and sighed, I want to snatch meat from the tiger's mouth, but with Konoha, I can't do it. Moreover, the occult scroll is not enough for Konoha and Uzumaki Hideki to fight. From the words of the three generations of Hokage, they knew that there was no hope. However, the occult scroll is their family inheritance, how can it be said that there is none? They knew that there was no way to go from Naruto's side, and that the dead horse would be the living horse doctor, and they decided to issue a bounty mission for the ninjas to help them find it. And this character does not need to be accepted, just submit the character when it is found. And the objects of character release are not limited to Konoha ninjas, but also ninjas of other countries, or civilians. I hope to exert everyone's power and help us find the occult scroll. Those who find the occult scroll will be rewarded with a heavy reward. This bounty mission has caused an uproar in the entire Konoha ninja village, and has even caught up with the heat of the Zongnin exam. I heard, we in Konoha suspect that the secret scrolls of the three families were stolen by Uzumaki Hideki. It is said that the occult scroll was stolen by a ninja who is good at wind escape, and Hideki Uzumaki is a wind ninja. And the thief did not leave any traces. It seems that it is really likely to be Uzumaki Hideki. Are you kidding? With Uzumaki Hideki's status, is it necessary to steal? Konoha Ninja Village, down to the common people, up to the merchants of Konoha, this matter was in full swing with them. Ever since Naruto passed through the street, he felt the gaze of the people around him looking at him uncomfortable. It was as if when he lived in Konoha a long time ago, the people of Konoha also saw him this way. It's an illusion, it's an illusion. Naruto began to self-suggest, apparently successful at first, he really felt like he was hallucinating, but in fact the people around him were not looking at him. However, Naruto began to feel weak again, because he did not feel that he had auditory hallucinations. You see, it's from Vortex Village. That guy, I heard that it was a thief, and the Chudeo family's secret scroll was stolen by their Vortex Hidden Village. Not only the Akimichi family, but even the Yamanaka family and the Nara family cannot escape their clutches. None of them came from Vortex Village, and none of them were clean. Don't talk nonsense, it's not good if you wrong someone else. Naruto could be 100% sure that it wasn't an auditory hallucination. That is, their whereabouts were exposed. Immediately ran back to the ninja lounge of Vortex Village. Fu, I love Luo, something is wrong. Naruto, don't say it, I already know about it with my arrow. In the morning, Fu and AI Luo were shopping, and they were also pointed out by the villagers. What to do? If it goes on like this, our reputation will stink. Naruto, we're also trying to figure it out, but now that Uzumaki-sama is not there, we can't help it. They believe that this matter will have to be solved by Uzumaki Hideki in the end. It's just that Uzumaki Hideki left in the morning, in a jungle outside of Konoha village. Orochimaru's army was assembled here. Among them, there are some ninjas with wooden expressions, which are artificial humans cultivated by the fusion of the cells between the pillars and the whirlpool cells. They obey the dispatch of the Great Snake Pill, and at the same time, the latest research results of the Great Snake Pill, the wooden ninja. It is equivalent to being able to use Mudun ninjutsu proficiently like between pillars, and a dozen people joining forces to be able to exert the strength of the peak between pillars, which is simply amazing. Stationed around the Great Snake Pill army was Xiao's ninja army of Mist Hidden Village. Orochimaru was stationed here to carry out Konoha's revenge plan, and these Mist Ninja Village were escorting the contestants of Uzumaki Village. The big snake pill suddenly felt a third breath and quickly turned around. In the depths of the jungle, Uzumaki Hideki walked out without hurry. It turned out to be Hideki-sama Uzumaki. Orochimaru's nervousness eased. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Orochimaru knew that Uzumaki Hideki had learned of his actions. Konoha's revenge plan, in Orochimaru's opinion, is exactly the same as Uzumaki Hideki's original intention. Orochimaru, when are you going to start acting? Soon, I'll act as soon as the time comes. Uzumaki Hideki reminded, don't hurt our candidates in Vortex Village. Please rest assured that I have arranged this, Orochimaru said respectfully. Orochimaru asked again, I wonder if the adult came to see me, is there anything to explain? Actually, there is nothing wrong, just happened to see you here and came to greet you, Uzumaki said straight. Oh, by the way, I stole the secret scrolls of the Konoha Yamanaka family, the Akimichi family, and the Nara family yesterday, and now I guess they are ants on the oil pot. The big snake pill hesitated. Adults are interested in the secret techniques of these three families, Uzumaki Hideki said. The secret techniques of these three families contain the yin and yang changes of yin and yang, which is exactly what I need. The big snake pill was shocked, and did not expect that Uzumaki Yingshu had already realized the mystery of yin and yang duen. Lord, are you talking about yin and yang duen? Since Uzumaki Yingshu wanted to come to a dismount, of course, he did not keep it, and his right hand in the depths condensed yin chakra and yang chakra. The big snake pill was stunned. This is really yin and yang. The adult is really like a heavenly man, and he is already powerful to the point of the 6 immortals. The shock of the big snake pill finally turned into a heartfelt compliment. No, I'm not at the level of the 6 Dao immortals, Uzumaki Hideki said, but after I study the 3 secret scrolls clearly, it is not far to reach the 6 immortals and even catch up. Why did the adults tell me this? Orochimaru felt that Uzumaki Hideki had said a little too much to him today. Uzumaki Hideki sneered, so, I want to remind you to decide your own camp early and don't become my enemy at that time, then it's not good, Uzumaki Hideki said and left here. After Uzumaki Hideki left, the big snake pill came out of the fright, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Naruto-sama, the ninjas from all over the world have arrived, and it's time to start the final of the 3rd round of the Naka Ninja exam. The reason why the preliminary round stays so long between the final allows candidates to fully recover and prepare, and at the same time allows countries to experience the customs of Konoha, and the most important thing is to wait for the audience from all over the world to come to Konoha. Konoha wants to let countries see that Konoha is still strong, and at the same time let them know that there are people in Konoha. However, Uzumaki Hideki's purpose is precisely to fight Konoha. Uzumaki Hideki wants them to see that Konoha's elite shinobi are actually vulnerable. The 3 generations of Hokage, along with Mizukage and Uzumaki Hideki, sat on the high seat of shadow. Uzumaki Hideki, as the leader of the Vortex country, and also annexed the country of whose pass and the grass, naturally can have such treatment. Konoha did not dare to embarrass Uzumaki Hideki, which would not only be gossiped, but also might anger Uzumaki Hideki. They are full of fear of the whirlpool, like a volcano, and do not know when it will suddenly erupt. The land of earth, the land of thunder, and the land of water also sent ninjas over. The country of earth sent over is Kurotsuki and Red Earth. This time it is also to let them get acquainted with the major shadows. After all, Oniki has already planned to give way to Kurotsuki in the future, so let him come to see the world more. Is that Uzumaki Hideki? Kurotsuki was immediately attracted by Uzumaki Hideki's handsome appearance. It's hard to associate this handsome face with the heinous. It's just that no matter how hard it is to believe, she remembers the explanation of her grandfather Oniki, and Uzumaki Hideki is by no means a good type. Not only can you not trust Uzumaki Hideki, but you must also be on guard at all times. The ninja sent by the Land of Thunder has also entered the main hall, and it is Sami and Nozomi, who were previously considered by Thunder Shadow to be possible traitors. However, the Land of Thunder also quietly sent tracking ninjas to see if the two would secretly collude with Uzumaki Hideki. With Lei Ying's suspicion, he will never allow sand in his eyes, and once he finds out that he is really a traitor, he will definitely not tolerate it. Samidang even saw Yujito. Samili looked a little unhappy and wanted to talk to Yujito, but he knew his current camp very well, so he gave up. Yujito is also aware of Samui's current situation, so he does not embarrass her. Nozomi patted Samui's shoulder to comfort her. Yukito knows your difficulties, we just need to play our own camp role, and first dispel Lei Ying's suspicions of us. As elite ninjas, Samui and Nozomi know that ninjas sent by Thunder Shadow are spying on them nearby. Whoever did so sent a ninja over. Uzumaki Hideki found out. Kojuro nodded to Hideki Uzumaki in greeting. Hideki Uzumaki smiled at him as well and nodded. The lower competition venue has been cleared and everything has been checked, and there will be no traps or hidden weapons laid in advance, ensuring the fairness and impartiality of the game. Nagajuro side Konoha spent a lot of money this time, and the cost of arranging the final of the Chunin exam this time is already very high. Konoha is indeed the top 3 superpowers among the 5 powers. Kojuro is also looking forward to the performance of the ninja in the Chunin exam. Then again, his own age is not high, but he is a genius teenager, and he has reached the level of upper ninja at a young age. This time, Nagajuro mainly cheered for the Uzumaki village. After all, the Land of Water has openly become an ally of the Vortex country. Among them, there are also ninjas of our water country, who actually entered the final, which is too long for us water country. Kojuro sighed. Akeki was on the side, and asked Kuratsuka, do you think that the ninja of the Uzumaki village and the ninja of Konoha will have the upper hand? Kuratsuka pondered for a moment. In terms of numbers, there are only 3 in total in Konoha who have entered the final, Suzuki Uchiha, Shikamaru Nara, and Ninji Hinata, and there are 4 finalists in Uzumaki village. It's a little difficult to say. Konoha's side may have a comparative advantage in strength, and the time and place are favorable and everyone is occupied. It's not important. Don't forget that Grandpa asked us to come to monitor the movements of Uzumaki Hideki. The sound of Kuratsuki and Akito communicating drifted into Kojuro's ears. Kojuro asked, you are ninjas of the land of earth, right? The ninjas of their water, earth, and thunder kingdoms were originally sitting relatively close. Yes. Are you from the land of water? Kuratsuki asked politely. I am Nagajuro of the land of water, and I was ordered by Mizukage to come to Konoha as a spectator. Seeing Nagajuro's approachable appearance, Kuratsuka said, I am Kuratsuki of the land of earth, and next to me is my brother Akito. Hear that the land of water is a very beautiful place. Indeed, the land of water is a sacred place to see the sea. Kojuro opened the topic and asked, I heard you talk about the competition between Uzumaki village and Konoha just now. In fact, I think you can analyze it from their respective abilities and the order of arrangement. Ability and order. Kuratsuki felt that what Kojuro said made some sense. In this way, the victory and defeat are indeed not so easy to judge, and the situation of mutual restraint of Deo abilities must be considered. While they were discussing, Samui and Nozomi from the Land of Thunder did not look very good. Samui, Lord Thunder Cage sent ninjas to keep an eye on us, and they are 2 dead. Even when they do personal things, such as bathing or going to the toilet, they are still watched and feel that they have no human rights. We don't need to pay attention to them, just follow Lord Lei Ying's request, pay attention to the whereabouts of Uzumaki Hideki, and report to Uzumaki Hideki at any time if there are any new actions. The competition venue was already preparing for the final arrangement of the Chu Shinobi exam, and outside the venue, in some dark place, Danzo was secretly planning something. Uzumaki Hideki actually dared to come to Konoha alone, and made such a big movement. I want to tell him to come and go. Tunzo felt ashamed. Everything Uzumaki Hideki did in Konoha, whether it was stealing the secret scroll of the 3 families or something, was undoubtedly provoking Konoha. What's even sadder is that the 3 generations of Hokage actually admitted it and treated it as if they were nothing. This made Danzo unbearable, thinking that the 3 generations of Hokage would lead Konoha to destruction. If this continues, Konoha will be the Konoha of Uzumaki Hideki. Tuanzang secretly arranged and dispatched Tianzang over. As the future Yamato captain, Tenzo was implanted with interpillar cells at a young age, and is the only surviving of these experiments to be able to use interpillar ninjutsu. The purpose of Tenzo's transfer back to Tenzo was to deal with Uzumaki Hideki. Together with the Sharingan collected by Danzo himself, the 2 may be able to defeat Hideki Uzumaki and reseal him. Danzo, who does not know much about Uzumaki Hideki, is confident that his strategy is feasible. A total of 20 shinobu entered the finals. Of the 4 from the Uzumaki village, the remaining 3 in Konoha were from the Land of Water, the Land of Sand, and the Land of Thunder, and 2 shinobi from the Oden village also entered the finals. Sakura, Suzuki, you need to come on. Suzuki bored. Naruto looked at Suzuki with a hateful gaze. Suzuki, wait a minute, if we become an opponent, I will definitely not show mercy. The match is arranged by drawing lots. The final order of battles. Junmaro vs Hinata Ninji. Fu vs I Love Luo. Naruto Uzumaki vs Suzuki Uchiha. Sakura turned livid. Oops, how could Suzuki's opponent be Naruto's annoying guy? That would just dirty Suzuki's hands. Fu looked a little wooden on the side. What's wrong, Fu? Iroh asked. I Love Luo, I didn't expect my opponent to be you. Listening to this, Luo also twisted a little. No matter what, we must give each other a go, and we can't hold back because the opponent is an acquaintance. The order given to them by Uzumaki Hideki is to give it a go, and it must reflect the great strength of Uzumaki village. Therefore, even if it is your own people, you must bring out your full strength. I Love Luo, if I hurt you, will you hate me? Why do you say that? If it's me, even if you are injured, I won't stop. After all, this is the task given to us by adults. My words made Fu's heart ache, as if some emotion had been stimulated. On stage, the first game has begun. Hinata Ninji, I will definitely defeat you and spare no effort. I want to avenge my friend. I remember you seem to be called Junmaru, right? Your friend, is that pangolin covered in scales, and what is his name? Hinata Ninji said with a sneer. Junmaru immediately became furious. Anger is right, show all your strength, or you may die. Don't even be able to avenge your friends, and put your own life on the line, that would be too shameful. In the audience, the upper shinobu of Whirlpool Village, Haji, yeah, that guy is so arrogant. The Kagaya clan is my brother clan, and I know very well the strength of the Kagaya clan, so that I can't even repay the revenge. Although Junmaro is a sideline of the Kagaya clan, Hajiba is optimistic about Junmaro. Moreover, the blood sacrifice team led by him was left with only Junmaro alone to enter the final, and he had to win no matter how, he said. Junmaro, let it go, and directly beat your opponent all over the ground to find your teeth. Hajiba shouted in a rare voice. Is that your senior? Then I will defeat you in front of him. Damn, you actually underestimate our Kagaya clan to this extent, you are simply looking for death. Each side attacked the other. The bones in Junmaro's body are already about to move, and they have entered the spell. Even Shigego was defeated by the other party in the spell state, which shows that it is impossible not to go all out at the beginning. And Hideki Uzumaki also explained that he must unreservedly bring out his strongest strength. Junmaro's spell has been improved by Uzumaki Hideki, so his power needs to be raised by a notch, and he does not think that he has the possibility of losing. On the other side, Hinata Ninji seemed much calmer. The corners of Hinata Ninji's mouth curled, and when Junmaro approached, he dodged Junmaro's attack to the side. Ninkai, come on. Hinata waved and whispered in the audience, but her voice was too small to spread on stage like a mosquito cry. Failing to pass the selection of the third round of the preliminary round of the Chunin exam, Hinata disgraced the Hayaga family. As the eldest lady of the family, but no sideline of Hinata Ninji is powerful, which makes her not less gossiped. However, this did not prevent her from cheering for Hinata Ninji. After all, it was also Hinata's family. On the other side, Naruto ran to the front of the audience, closest to the stage. Junmaro, come on, knock that narcissistic guy down. Hearing Naruto's high decibel cheering sound, Hinata gradually stopped his voice. Naruto is cheering for Brother Ninji's opponent. If I cheer for Brother Ninji again, will Naruto dislike it? Hokage, do you think your Konoha's Hinata Ninji is the opponent of our Uzumaki village Junmaro? The third generation of Hokage knew what Uzumaki Hideki meant. Konoha village was inferior to his Whirlpool village, but the third generation Hokage was still calm and said, although the current Konoha village lags behind the Uzumaki village in terms of strength, the three shinobi who passed the preliminary round selection are definitely Konoha's future leaders. The implication is that if Konoha wins, then Konoha will definitely defeat the Uzumaki village in the future. Wind Shadow, what do you think? Hideki Uzumaki asked the Wind Shadow next to him for his opinion. I agree with Hokage. The Wind Shadow and the Hokage did not want to provoke Uzumaki Hideki, so they spoke very subtly and would not say anything directly. Uzumaki Hideki was obviously very dissatisfied with their answers. Your Konoha Hayaga family's gossip palm is so ruthless, if it is Fang Nian and me against him, it is estimated that it will not be able to get too much, right? Hideki Uzumaki saw Hinata Ninji's Bagwazu striking at Junmaro's bones from all angles, producing an effect. Junmaro was shocked and retreated step by step. Your Junmaro of Vortex Village is also very good, worthy of the blood succession boundary, and it is remarkable to be able to extend the bones and the body surface for attack and defense. Hokage said with deliberate applause. Kazekage said with a smile, the Kagaya clan really deserves to be an ancient race, and I feel sorry for this kind of talent. Wind Shadow, are you old and confused? You are not a rare race, what do you say is not as good as yourself? Uzumaki Hideki smirked and said, however, your Sand Ninja village is a good talent, but it's a pity that he is now working for me. Kazekage was a little depressed, but after thinking about it, he said, then thank you for your cultivation, and I will return to the Sand Ninja village in the future and still contribute to the village. Junmaro retreated one after another, and everyone thought that he had fallen behind, but only he knew that it was a temptation. This guy is terrible, no wonder Shigego will lose, but if it's just like this, it's too early to beat me. Each palm of Hinata Ninji seemed to only touch the bones of Junmarion's body, but the attacks of the soft fist could be conducted, directly ignoring the obstruction to attack the opponent's meridians or heart. The bones in my body have made some changes to divert the attack of Juquan away from the meridians and heart, so this attack is ineffective against me. Junmaro saw the gap between Ning Ji and himself, although Ning Ci was a genius, but his strength had surpassed that of a genius, because of the power of the spell seal. Although the pure green Bagwazang couldn't catch it every time, it was impossible to get Junmaro injured. Hee, is your strength only so much, and it didn't hurt me at all from beginning to end. What, are you kidding? Ning Ji knocked Junmaro back several steps with a heavy palm. Suddenly seeing Uzumaki Hideki looking at him was very approving. It seems that the adult has a good eye and knows that I am testing the opponent. Well, it's time for the temptation to end, now it's my turn to attack you. Ning Ci realized that from just now until now, the other party was just dodging. It turned out that it was not that the other party had no chance to attack, but to fool him. Junmaro was no longer passive, he remembered what Hideki Uzumaki had said and used his advantage to knock out his opponent. My advantage is the blood succession limit, I want to. It is possible to do this. Junmaro sharpened the bones and extended them all the way to his arms, fists. His arms immediately resembled maces. Come on, attack me with your palm. Bagwazang and Junmaro's arms collided like maces with sharp bone spurs. It hurts. Hinata Ninji's palm immediately splashed with blood, pierced by bone spurs. The stronger your palm, the greater the counter-injury. One palm. 2 palms. 3 palms. Ignoring the pain on his palm, Hinata Ninja successively cast 360 palms of gossip at Junmeru, and slapped 360 palms in a row. Each palm went straight to the meridians on Junmeru's body. He always believed that his opponent would fall with the next palm, but after casting 360 palms in a row, his opponent was still strong. He didn't know that his Bagwazang didn't hit the opponent's meridians. What's the matter, is this guy a monster? Hinata Ninja's palm was already blurred with flesh and blood, and I was afraid that it would be wasted if it continued to fight. So Hinata Ninja was faced with 2 choices, ninjutsu or continue fighting. If you continue to fight, you are afraid that you will not be able to use your hands in the future. Junmeru's monster-like endurance is like a bottomless pit, leaving Hinata Ninja with no choice. Putting away his combat posture, Hinata Ninja said, "Don't fight, I admit defeat." Hinata Ninja sighed. It would be very unwilling to admit defeat like this, but even if he continued to try, it was likely that he did not win, his hands would be wasted, and he would not dare to gamble. "Are you kidding? You have to admit defeat before I have exerted my strength." Junmeru was displeased. "So, Ninkai player, are you planning to admit defeat?" The examiner was a little unable to understand why Ning Ci easily chose to admit defeat. However, as an examiner, it is not allowed to shield or influence the candidate's choice. This round, Junmeru wins. As the examiner's words fell, the blood on the side of Weian village was boiling. "I didn't expect it to be a good starter, congratulations." Hokage pretended to congratulate Hideki Uzumaki. Uzumaki Hideki shook his head and sighed. "I didn't show the degree I wanted to see, it was a failure." Uzumaki Hideki was also not angry. After all, Junmeru would not have thought that the opponent would take the initiative to admit defeat. The same hand-to-hand combat type, Junmeru can only say that he is unlucky when he encounters a person who can restrain himself. When Naruto cheered and stepped forward to hug Junmeru, Junmeru trembled with anger. Naruto said, "Junmeru, your body is shaking badly." "I'm angry." Hinata Ninja saw this scene and closed his eyes. "My choice was correct, and I didn't make him happy before. If you let your opponent beat you as you wish, you will be more humiliated, and your opponent will be more arrogant. In other words, the next game will be even more exciting, and the 2 opponents are all from your Vortex Hidden Village," Hokage said with a meaningful expression. "I love Law and Fu." Uzumaki Hideki thought that Iai Luo and Fu were walking closer. "It's not easy to do this time." Hokage thought that Uzumaki Hideki would show anxiety, but saw Uzumaki gloating. "Kaze Kage, what do you think? Iai Luo is the elite of your Sand Ninja village, do you think he can win?" Wind Shadow said, "That depends on how well you adjust. I love Law and Fu walking on the stage at the same time." Iai Luo said, "Fu, don't reserve any strength for me, we have to complete the task assigned by the adults, and we must go all out." Fu nodded. "I love Luo, you must also go all out." Fu immediately entered the tail animalization. "Look, he's grown wings. It's a human pillar force. I didn't expect to be able to control the state of the tailed beast at such a young age." It seems that Sand Waterfall, I love Luo, met an opponent. Many of them came from distant ninja countries and had not seen the Battle of Shift and the Heats. Looking at Fu flying in the sky, they felt very new. Iai Luo's gaze became cold. "If you can only fly, you are not worthy of being my opponent at all." I love Luo also fiercely. Sand Waterfall. A large amount of wild sand appeared, sweeping towards the Fu in the air. With wings flared, Fu easily dodged, shuttling back and forth in the air to avoid walls of sand. "It's so fast, is this Fu's power?" I love Luo with some admiration. At the same time, the speed of manipulating the sand has increased again. It seems that I love Luo to be sincere, and I can't lag behind, otherwise death may await me. Fu's flight speed skyrocketed, and at the same time began to spread phosphorus powder in the sand. When the sand is recycled, it must pass through my arrow, and the phosphorus powder it carries will be passed on to my arrow. This is. Iroh sneezed heavily, and all of a sudden, he couldn't see. It's Fu's phosphorus powder. When it was sown, I didn't even notice. Iroh immediately recalled all the sand and formed a sphere to close himself. At this time, I don't care about the phosphorus powder in the sand, anyway, I can't see it. First, phosphorus powder can blind me for a short time, so as long as I don't continue to be exposed to it, my vision will return after a while. From the gourd of my Ai Luo, a large amount of sand flew out, completely covering my Ai Luo, like a cocoon. The sand in the gourd belongs to the sand that Ai Luo carries with me, and unlike ordinary sand, the sand in the gourd is very special and stronger. Use this fresh sand to isolate the sand with phosphorus powder and wait until your vision is restored. In a state of blindness, Iroh couldn't lock Fu's position at all. Boom! The spherical sand wall barrier of my love Luo shattered layer by layer, and from time to time there were explosion charms in the sky that flew out and then exploded. In an instant, almost all the sand layers collapsed, revealing Ai Luo, who was protected by a layer of sand inside. The innermost layer of sand is so strong that the detonator cannot be broken. Fu, you won't have another chance. I Love Luo opened his eyes and his blindness was lifted. Once again, sand is surrounded from all directions, presenting a web of heaven and earth. Oops. Fu found that the surrounding sand had formed a sphere and had completely surrounded her, leaving no gaps. However, there are still weak places in the sand layer. Fu immediately rushed towards the weak point of the sand layer, wanting to break through. However, that was a trap that Iroh deliberately left behind. Sand binding. All the sand gathered at a faster speed, instantly enveloping Fu's limbs and whole body. I Love Luo, will he kill me? Eve's understanding of Luo, in order to complete the task of Uzumaki Hideki, Luo will bring out his most ruthless strength. But he is not a murderous person, and his relationship with him is not bad. Looking at this scene, the audience was shocked. Such flexible and agile flight, still caught by sand. Look, it looks like she's going to be killed. There was blood falling from the corners of Fu's mouth, and she was being squeezed by the force. I Love Luo, don't. Fu felt like she was going to suffocate, her bones squeezing together. So ruthless. Uzumaki Hideki said, he knows that Luo will not kill him, but in order to show the strength of Vortex Village, he really fights. I don't know how the people in the village brainwashed him. I Love Ro more terrible than before. Wind Shadow had a shock on his face. Hokage looked grim. Fortunately, there is only one round of the final. If it is a knockout round, Konoha may not be able to eat and go. Uzumaki Hideki saw that it was almost the same, and raised his voice, I Love Luo, stop. Iroh immediately stopped and slowly landed on the ground wrapped in sand. Fu. Naruto ran over and found that Fu seemed to have some internal injuries. I Love Luo, you're too ruthless. In fact, I love Luo not because I can't control it, but I love Luo and don't want to release water. That would be a contempt for Fu. They have been training for so long in order to play to the fullest in the game, and they must not release water. It's wonderful, it's amazing. I hope the next game will be so exciting. The passion of the audience was instantly ignited. The life and death struggle between Fang Ai Luo and Fu stirred up a fire in their hearts, which is the nature of fighting. I love Luo, I want my opponent to be you. The audience's reaction provoked Naruto's wrath. Ero took a deep look at Naruto, and then turned his head. Your opponent is Sasuke Uchiha, play your strongest strength, don't embarrass the Uzumaki village. Iroh turned and left, heading in the infirmary. Naruto was stunned, and for a moment he seemed to understand what Ero wanted to convey to him, but for a moment, he didn't understand again. Ai Luo walked and said secretly, Naruto, how can a simple person like you know that the person who hurts the most heartache is me? Iroh covered her heart and entered a dark door. It was the exit of the playing field, but a tall figure was waiting for him in the shadows outside the exit. Father! Father! Kaze Cage took advantage of the excuse of going to the toilet and blocked the door, in order to wait for me. Luo. I love Luo, I rarely have the opportunity to meet you alone, and this may be the last time I will meet you alone. Kaze Cage said. What do you want me to do? Are you going to take me away? I love Luo's tone with ice. No, the Sand Ninja Village is about humanitarianism and will not do such a tough thing. Wind Shadow said righteously. Ridiculous. If the Sand Ninja Village is that kind of harmonious place, why would I choose to leave my homeland? I love Luo. Wind Shadow wanted to say something, but found himself speechless. I love Luo's choice is right, at least for me. Ai Luo personally, he is free. Ai Luo pushed away the Wind Shadow and quickly ran in the direction of the infirmary. I don't know if Wind Shadow will catch up and take him away, but before that, please let him confirm Fu's safety. Wind Shadow, in the end, sighed and turned back to the position of the audience seat in the arena. Why, Fang Ying has been going to the toilet for a long time, is it constipation? After waiting for Wind Shadow to sit down, Uzumaki Hideki asked with a smile. It's not been a few minutes, what constipation, really ugly. Wind Shadow secretly cursed in his heart, if it weren't for you, Uzumaki Hideki, I love Luo still the ultimate weapon of our sand-hidden village. Look, our strongest elite in Uzumaki village is Shinobi, and Naruto Uzumaki has appeared. Uzumaki Hideki reminded with an expectant look. The face of the third-generation Hokage was a little cold. Although Naruto is from the Uzumaki clan, he is also a good villain. And Naruto's father is still a four-generation family, mainly from Konoha village. The three generations of Hokage were dissatisfied in their hearts, and did not dare to show it in front of Uzumaki Hideki. Naruto walked onto the stage of the competition, and Sasuke Uchiha, who had been waiting on the stage for a long time, had an ugly look on his face, and said with a cold snort, Naruto, you crane tail, every time you drag. Naruto was still thinking about what Era had said to him, and now he heard Sasuke's words, he came to his senses, and now he is taking the Chu Shinobi exam. Damn, Sasuke, I'll beat you all over the ground to find your teeth. Naruto shouted angrily, and immediately understood the words of my arrow. So that's the case, is it to defeat the opponent at all costs? Sasuke on the opposite side looked surprised. Why do you suddenly have some cliches? Naruto snorted coldly and said, I will definitely win the glory of victory, because I represent the Uzumaki village. Boring. Uchiha Sasuke was impatient. Let the horse come, there is no need to talk nonsense. I don't need you to say, I will also desperately defeat you, for Sakura's sake. The audience suddenly boiled. Who is Sakura? This kid actually took the Zonnin exam to confess? Isn't he afraid that if he loses, Sakura won't be able to catch up? In the corner of the audience, Sakura's face flushed with anger. Damn, Naruto, this guy, it's better not let me see it in the future. Come on, Sasuke. Down with that idiot. Sakura then shouted for Sasuke. Hey, what, Sakura? You should cheer for me. So that girl is Sakura? It's a girl with a wide brow, some fierce looks. Airport, there are actually people who like it. Damage fluttered from all directions, striking her like a hammer, and Sakura wanted to find a mouse hole to get into. Naruto, I'm going to kill you, said Sakura secretly, lowering her head. Naruto, where are you looking? A kunai slid across Naruto's cheek, and immediately a trail of blood appeared. It's a great shame to ignore me. If I had intended to kill you just now, you would have died a long time ago. Naruto, abominable, Sasuke. Naruto, Hinata squeezed her little hands worriedly. When Naruto confessed to Sakura, Hinata felt like he had sunk to the bottom of the sea, his head filled with water, and it was blank. Abominable Sasuke, I'll show you my Kaze ninjutsu. Naruto had a spell mark on his hand. Wind escape great tornado. A wind dragon formed by a wind chakra formed, circling to form a violent tornado. Impossible, such a powerful ninjutsu, how did he perform it all at once? Sasuke was horrified to be able to perform such a large wind ninjutsu, which showed that Naruto's chakra was amazing. However, at a glance, Naruto's relaxed look was too weird. The corners of Uzumaki Hideki's mouth curled. Only he and Naruto knew that Naruto was not using the nine-tailed chakra, and the total amount of chakra was also amazingly large. Not to mention, when he pointed out Naruto before, Hideki Uzumaki told Naruto that he had knocked the 9 tails inside Naruto's body, so the 9 tails would definitely cooperate with Naruto to perform the wind escape ninjutsu. In Naruto's body, the voice of the 9 tails sounded in Naruto's heart. Little ghost, are you ready to perform more powerful ninjutsu? Let the miscellaneous people here see the horror of the tailed beast. Naruto said in his heart, however, the wind escape great dragon scroll is already the largest wind escape ninjutsu I know so far. The 9 tails sneered, cut, you also said that you have memorized the wind scroll that Uzumaki Hideki gave you. Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment. After all, there are too many ninjutsu for me to remember, so I give priority to writing down the previous few ninjutsu. The previous ninjutsu are the weakest. The 9 tails sneered, let me teach you a new wind ninjutsu. Just because the 9 tails don't use ninjutsu doesn't mean he can't instruct others to use ninjutsu. Huh? What ninjutsu on 9 tails? Naruto asked expectantly. He loves learning new ninjutsu the most, and the more powerful the better. Don't worry, throw out the wind escape tornado first. Good. Naruto and the 9 tails work together to control and send out the large tornado. Can't be affected by the big tornado, otherwise you will die. Sasuke was shocked by the large tornado and dodged around the field. Naruto and the 9 tails controlled the wind and chased Sasuke. Sasuke wouldn't know that his opponent wasn't just Naruto, but a double combination of Naruto and the 9 tails. This big tornado must be disintegrated first, otherwise I will have no chance to attack. Sasuke guessed that such a large-scale large tornado should have cost Naruto a large amount of chakra, so Naruto was unlikely to cast a second one. Oh, difficult. Except, the audience was also affected by the large tornado, and the clothes were scraped and hunted. Especially in the location close to the playing field, it is difficult to speak and breathe. Uzumaki Hideki immediately cast a wind enchantment, shrouding the competition venue and preventing the wind escape tornado from reaching the audience. The third generation of Hokage praised, it is worthy of being the descendant of Uzumaki Hideki, and the wind done ninjutsu also has a bit of your appearance. Uzumaki Hideki smiled bitterly and said, the power is not even a third of mine, it is nothing. It seems that Uzumaki Hideki is being modest, but in fact he is boasting. It's not even a third. It seems that this whirlpool Yingshu is really as terrifying as the legend, no wonder it can destroy the entire army alone. The 3 generations of Hokage thought to themselves. And it doesn't include the ever-changing wind blade. I'm afraid the true power is not even a third. In the infirmary, Iroh opened the door of the infirmary and also saw Fu lying on the hospital bed, surrounded by medical ninjas and medical staff. Fu is bandaged, and a medical ninja is treating her with medical ninjutsu. There are 2 fractures in the ribs, which have been attached to her, and there is no danger to her life. Hearing their conversation, Iroh was relieved and turned to leave. Wait, I love Luo. Fu had woken up and stopped me. Iroh, can you accompany me? Iroh gave a rare smile. It was the first time he laughed. Fu was shocked to see him like this for the first time. After dodging dozens of times, Sasuke suddenly thought of a countermeasure. I don't know if this method is feasible, but I can only try. In Suzuki's hand, several more detonation charms suddenly appeared. Overlap all the detonators to increase the power of a one-time explosion. Use powerful exploding gas waves to destroy the great tornado. Hold the overlapping detonator close to the bitter and throw it halfway into the air. Dart throwing technique. After long-term training, there were suddenly several more of them. The storm generated by the large tornado will affect the accuracy and require the dart to adjust its orientation in the air. 1, 2, 3. Suzuki threw 5 darts in a row before he managed to position Kumu directly above the large tornado. Then, Kumu fell towards the wind heart of the big tornado. The center of the large tornado is the most stable area, but also the most vulnerable area. Boom! Accompanied by a violent roar, the big tornado collapsed. At the same time, the large tornado that collapsed formed a violent wind circle and swept out in all directions. Oops! Suzuki didn't expect this to happen, and was swept out by the wind circle, fell on the enchantment and bounced back. At the same time, the wind enchantment perfectly blocks the wind circle, allowing the audience to have no danger. It is worthy of being a descendant of the Uchiha clan, and his IQ is quite high, Uzumaki praised. It's a pity that I was still hit by the aftermath of the big tornado. 3 generations of Hokage perfunctory. Naruto, it seems that your opponent is not a fuel-saving lamp either. The 9 tails reminded in Naruto's inner world. I know, so I have to beat him. The 9 tails defeating him is easy, as long as you perform the new ninjutsu I came up with. Then tell me quickly. Naruto closed his eyes and entered his inner world to meet the 9 tails. The 9 tails taught Naruto to Taimudra in his inner world. Suzuki stood up from the ground again after a moment. There was some churning in the stomach, and I turned around and vomited. That guy, is he closing his eyes and raising his mind? Suzuki looked up and positioned Naruto's position. Sure enough, that big tornado consumed almost all of his chakra, so he was busy restoring chakra, right? Taking advantage of his illness, Suzuki would not wait for Naruto to recover chakra and perform the wind escape great ninjutsu again. He quickly ran towards Naruto. Fire escape. How fireball technique. Suzuki quickly froze, and a huge fireball technique spewed out from his mouth. Suzuki hadn't consumed any chakra just now, so his chakra amount was still sufficient. How fireballs flew out at the speed of cannonballs, and then completely enveloped Naruto in it. Hit! Looking at the burning fire not far away, Suzuki had excitement on his face. Humph, make you proud. In Naruto's inner world, the 9 tails sneered. The chakra of the 9 tails had already protected Naruto without fail. Naruto, have you learned? 9 tails asked with a smile. Naruto gave him a different feeling than Hideki Uzumaki, and Naruto's stunned personality was very much in line with it. Naruto raised his smiling face and said to the 9 tails with a confident expression, "Don't worry, if you teach me with your own hands, I will learn quickly." Then start your show. No, it's a show between the two of us. On the field, looking at the burning fire, the audience was shocked, and the examiner was also shocked. Gollum, the examiner swallowed. How many burns would this be? To declare the winner? No, maybe Naruto hasn't lost yet. After all, he's still standing. Maybe he wasn't hurt. Suzuki him, did he burn Naruto to death? Although Sakura hated Naruto, she was not to the point of killing him. Naruto! Naruto! Hinata called Naruto's name, and when she saw Naruto's body burning, she ran desperately towards the field, but was finally blocked by the enchantment. The 3 generations of Hokage looked serious, and at the moment I didn't know whether to be happy or sad. He was silent. Kaze Kage asked Uzumaki Hideki, "You elite shinobi of Vortex Village, aren't you worried at all?" Worried? Why? Uzumaki looked indifferent. Nonsense, with the 9 tails protecting, how could a how fireball technique cause damage to Naruto? Therefore, Uzumaki Hideki would not worry at all. I think I heard Hinata calling me? Naruto said to the 9 tails. The 9 tails look like you know, not bad, boy, and girls care about you so much. Naruto. After the flames dissipated, Naruto, who was intact, appeared, and Hinata's restless heart calmed down. Naruto's guy, obviously it's fine, deliberately scary. Sakura was a little angry. Suzuki Naruto, it seems that you are not just able to play tricks, but also really have 2 strokes. The wind shadow in the distance. It seems that I have thought too much, and the Vortex Village is even more powerful than I thought. Listening to Wind Shadow's compliment, Uzumaki Hideki smiled. Isn't my AI Luo from your Cheyenne village also very strong? Wind Shadow shook his head and smiled bitterly. I love Luo is no longer from Cheyenne village. Physically and mentally it is no longer anymore. Next to Sakura, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Sasui. Because Naruto left Konoha, Sasui was transferred from the Dark Department to join Kakashi's squad and gather the 3 of them. Sai, why did you only show up now? I'm sorry Sakura, I just had a tummy trouble, Sasui explained with a smile. In fact, Sasui did not really have a tummy trouble, but received an order from Danzo to meet Danzo. Danzo gave him an important instruction, and that was to keep an eye on Uzumaki's movements. Sasui's icy gaze looked at Hideki Uzumaki. This is Hideki Uzumaki, exactly like the portrait. He is a difficult guy. Sasui had heard the legend of Hideki Uzumaki. After all, it was already written in textbooks. Sensing that someone was watching him, Hideki Uzumaki looked in Sasui's direction. Sasui immediately shifted his gaze to the stage. It seems that Tenzo is already paying close attention to me, Uzumaki thought to himself. Sasui Sakura, how long has Sasuke been fighting that Naruto? Sakura, it's been almost 30 minutes. Yes. Sai's eyelids furrowed. It seems that this Uzumaki Naruto is not simple. Did Uzumaki Hideki personally teach it? Sasui knew that Hideki Uzumaki personally took Naruto, and he was also from the Uzumaki clan, and Naruto must have received unusual treatment, and even was personally instructed by Hideki Uzumaki. Sasuke, want to see my new ninjutsu? New ninjutsu? Sweat ran down Sasuke's forehead. Let the horse come. Sasuke still maintained a sneer on his face and said, your good luck will not be again. For Naruto's confidence is full, Sasuke has no bottom in his heart, whether Naruto is alarmist. Fire escape. How fireball technique. Sasuke jumped into the air and once again cast the mighty fireball technique. A huge fireball fell from the sky and completely enveloped Naruto. And the ground is cracked, and it can no longer maintain its shape after being baked at high temperatures. It's not over yet. The fireball technique. Sasuke performed the second fireball technique in succession. Cast the magnificent fireball technique one after another. This guy's chakra is quite large. In the audience, someone said in amazement. However, after so many games, they also have a lot of things, and there is no situation that really shocks them. The two fireball techniques were superimposed, and the ground was subjected to heavy pressure and began to collapse a little. Moreover, a serious popping sound was produced. Sasuke landed on the ground with a smile on his face. Naruto, you won't have that kind of luck again this time. With some gasps, blood marks appeared at the corners of Sasuke's mouth. Casting a huge fireball technique one after another is too much of a burden on the body and chakra. Sasuke immediately began to take advantage of the gap to restore chakra. Wind escape. Big fox tail. At this moment, Naruto's voice came from the sea of fire. A big tornado soared into the sky. No, not one, but 9. The 9 wind escape dragons were entangled with each other, and then separated to form 9 wind escape tails. Sasuke, take it. Wind fox tail tracking. The tails of the 9 big foxes immediately slammed into the ground, and the ground shook. It's not good. He buried the wind in the ground. Sasuke didn't have time to think about where Naruto had so many chakras, and immediately fled where he was standing. From where Sasuke had been standing, a wind dragon broke through the ground and rushed out. Without hitting Sasuke, the wind dragon burrowed into the ground again. Also following Sasuke were 8 other large foxtails. For a moment, Sasuke faced the situation of being tracked and attacked by the tails of the 9 windswept foxes, and he was overwhelmed. In the audience, in the position of the Hokage. Hokage looked horrified. At first he thought that Naruto had spoken to the beast, but upon closer inspection, it was clear that it was the wind. Uzumaki Hideki was also shocked. This is not the ninjutsu recorded in his wind scroll. It seems that Naruto created it himself. Oh no, Naruto is not so capable now. Such a strong control ability. I am afraid there is also the credit of the 9 tails. The eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage were cold. It's worthy of Uzumaki Hideki. Actually made Naruto grow to this point. Hahaha, Hokage is really ridiculous. These are completely based on Naruto's own talent. It's impossible. Even if the talent is high, there is not enough chakra to cast such a wind. Uzumaki Hideki said, so, Naruto has been able to easily control the chakra of the 9 tails. The 3rd generation of Hokage nodded in understanding. If Naruto was still in Konoha village, he would definitely not be able to do this, and thank you for taking Naruto away. You don't need to thank you, because Naruto was originally from our Uzumaki village. Hearing this, the 3 generations of Hokage were speechless. Sasuke was chased by 9 large foxtails and felt suffocated. The tail of the big fox is not only fast, but also produces a wind field that increases the flow of air around it, making it difficult to breathe. Fire Phoenix Immortal Flower Art. After Sasuke performed the Phoenix Flower technique on the tail of the great fox of the wind, Sasuke felt the collapse of his body. Half kneeling on the ground, Sasuke breathed hard, but absorbed not enough oxygen. The lack of oxygen brought negative effects to his body. His face was flushed, and nosebleeds quietly flowed. Quickly wiping the nosebleed, Sasuke said angrily, it's such a shame, how can I be suppressed so easily? Sasuke, come on, down with that Naruto guy. Come on Naruto. Hinata, how can you cheer for that traitor Naruto? I'm sorry Sakura, Naruto is not a traitor. Hinata's head was low, making people mistakenly think that she was mistaken. Sasuke stood up from the ground, and when he opened his eyes were already blood red. Riding wheel eyes, open. In the state of entering the blood chakra eye, Suzuki felt that the negative state was much lessened. However, this is only temporary, and once it is lifted from the blood chakra eye, the body will be under a greater burden. The wind escape Big Fox's tail is not without flaws, Suzuki observed with his chakra eyes, and after going back and forth a few times, he found that there was a gap in the 9 coordinated movements of the Big Fox's tail. That's the dead end of the Big Fox's tail attack. Through this gap, I have a 10% chance of attacking him. You need 1 kunao, 2 boomerangs. With not enough boomerangs and only 1 detonator charm, I have a record of hurting him less than 1%. Suzuki wasn't sure if the only detonator could deal damage to Naruto after hitting him, but even if the odds are 1 in 1,000, give it a try. A windswept fox's tail emerged from the ground in front of him and struck him head-on. Dodge avoidance. 1. Another large fox tail emerged from the ground on the other side. 2. 8 tails emerged from the ground in succession, and at the moment when the 9th tail was about to emerge, Suzuki seized the opportunity to attack. The gap in the 9th tail has appeared. Kuno was thrown out by Suzuki. Between the 8th tail and the 9th tail, there is a gap, a space that is not affected by the wind. After passing through the influence of the wind tail, Kuwu deviated left and right, and finally fell right in that space. After that it will be hindered by the 3rd tail. Among the assistants, the only boomerang also flew out. It's up to you, you must not let Kuwu fall into the tail. Once Kuwu falls into the tail of the wind, he will be swept in. Boomerangs can change orientation depending on the flow of wind. Swinging left and right in the air, and finally entering that gap, the boomerang suddenly turned and hit the tail end of Kuwu, causing Kuwu to form an arc flight. Immediately afterwards, the boomerang disappeared into the tail of the wind and disappeared. Well, where is Suzuki attacking? Naruto saw what seemed to be a triumphant sneer on Suzuki's face, but he wasn't hurt. This guy, the brain is so complicated. However, in Naruto's body, the 9 tails had already seen Suzuki's intentions and felt a trace of admiration. From a tricky angle, Kumu hit Naruto's body sideways. It's just a short time, boom. A heart-shaking explosion sounded. The audience no longer cares how to win or lose, but is impressed by Suzuki's genius performance. Boom, boom, boom. Again there was an explosion, accompanied by a tremor on the ground. What's going on? Where are so many explosions? They thought that Suzuki had other tricks, but when they looked again, Suzuki had already fallen to the ground. Naruto watched as Kumu, who exploded on his body, was wrapped in a cloud of red chakra. So, it didn't hurt me? Thank you, 9 tails. The voice of the 9 tails sounded inside Naruto. Naruto boy, you are still too weak. Without me, you can estimate that you will be knocked down in less than a round. Cut. Naruto was not convinced. Suddenly the ground trembled, and at the same time there was a large amount of fall on the ceiling. It's just that the falling rocks are separated by the wind. Looking at the large hole that appeared overhead, not only Naruto in the venue, but also everyone in the audience, and the 3 people in the shadow seat all had strange expressions on their faces. Uzumaki Hideki had an imperceptible sneer. Hokage, what's going on? Who uses the detonator charm on the roof? Naruto-sama, there is an enemy attack. A group of Konoha ninjas rushed to report. At the same time, the teachers of each class in the competition venue gathered around the Hokage at the same time. Hokage looked at Uzumaki Hideki with a serious face, and Uzumaki Hideki shook his head with a helpless look. Could it be that it's not Uzumaki Hideki? Which country would it be? The 3rd generation of Hokage asked, do you see which country the ninja is? According to the mark on the forehead, it is the ninja of Otohide village. Otohide village, this newly established ninja village? Come with me. Hokage came to the top of the Hokage building first. Immediately afterwards, Konoha's various ninjas followed one after another. At the same time, it was at this time that a large number of ninjas poured in. It was the ninjas of Otoin village. Originally, the candidates were in public, and there were also 3 ninjas from Otohide village, and they began to riot. The ninja of Otoin village treated the examination room as a battlefield for his own wanton slaughter, and killed like crazy. Kakashi and Matkai take the initiative and kill these approaching sound ninjas. You guys go to Hokage first. Looking at Naruto, please take Suzuki away. Matkai began to expel the civilians in the audience and all the candidates. With the invasion of the ninja of Otoin village, it has become a battlefield for ninja slaughter. Naruto immediately picked up Suzuki and followed the fleeing man. Suzuki! Sakura's voice shouted through the crowd. Naruto immediately came to Sakura's side and handed Suzuki to her. Suzuki will leave it to you to take care of. Naruto, what are you going to do? Hinata asked. Of course, to drive away these ninjas who offended Konoha. However, at this moment, Hideki Uzumaki appeared and lifted Naruto with the wind. Naruto was wrapped up in the wind, dancing in the air and unable to break free. Naruto, it's none of your business here. The Chunin exam was interrupted, let's go. However, my battle with Suzuki is not over yet. Uzumaki Hideki ignored Naruto and looked at Yujito and Hajiba. The other members are handed over to you. Yes. Yes. Hajiba took the 3 members of the blood sacrifice team and left here. There were no Otohide ninjas to intercept them halfway, and Yujito left here immediately. In the infirmary, Yukito appeared and looked at Fu, who had already come down from the hospital bed, and he loved Luo. Fu, your injuries should have healed. The healing speed of the tailed orc pillar force is very fast. Fu nodded, it's no big deal anymore. Then leave with me. Konoha has been attacked by the village of Otohito. Yujito left here with Era and Fu. I also didn't receive any interception from the ninja of Otohide village, which surprised me. Arrow and Fu. Kaze Kage, do you choose to watch the battle, or assist Hokage against the enemy? Hideki Uzumaki asked. Kaze Kage waved his hand and said, since you are Konoha's ally, of course you choose to stand on Konoha's side. Kaze Kage didn't know that there was still a relationship between the ninja of Otonin village and Hideki Uzumaki, and if he knew, he might not easily join forces with Naruto. The wind also caught up with the direction Hokage left. A large number of Otohide ninjas surrounded Kakashi and Matkai and Konoha, and Uzumaki Hideki took Naruto through them as if nothing happened. You have to leave quickly, otherwise Konoha will probably think that I came up with a bad idea again. Hideki Uzumaki took Naruto and flew out of the vortex building and handed Naruto over to Yujito. Uzumaki Hideki flew high in the air of Konoha. Watch the battle from this position, you should not be discovered. The duel between Orochimaru and Hokage is rare, and Uzumaki Hideki certainly can't miss it. Looking ahead, Konoha village has fully entered the battle. The Konoha ninja below evacuated the masses, and the main one was fighting with the ninja of Otohide village. The upper ninja of Konoha's various classes gathered above the Hokage tower to repel the attacking Otonin village ninjas. After all, it was Shangnan. Several people gathered into a force, and those Yinyin village shinobi were not opponents at all, so only a few dared to find it. Above the Hokage tower, the 3 generations of Hokage looked around and saw the scene of Konoha ninja village, and their anger suddenly rose. Where did the ninja of Otonin village come from? Suddenly, several Otonin Murakami ninja-level ninjas emerged from below. These ninjas want to sneak up on the 3 generations of Hokage. Red, Asma, and the others greeted them one by one, leading those Otonin village ninjas away. The 3rd generation of Hokage looked around. Otohide village ninja, who brought the head? These ninjas can't spontaneously trouble Konoha, there must be a leader. Suddenly, he realized that the 3 generations of Hokage looked at the sky, and there was a figure floating in the sky. Although I can't see the appearance of the person clearly, I can float in the air, and there is no doubt that the wind escapes. Uzumaki Hideki, it turns out that you did the ghost. Uzumaki Hideki opened his eyes in midair. 3 generations of Hokage have good eyesight, and they can actually see that it's me from so far. It seems that I have to explain it clearly. I don't want to carry the pot. Although the back pot does not have any burden for Uzumaki Hideki, even if Uzumaki Hideki destroys Konoha, it will not be a burden, but the back pot is an unpleasant thing. Uzumaki Hideki flew down and landed in front of the 3 generations of Hokage. I'm sorry, it's really not me who attacked Konoha. The 3rd generation of Hokage said coldly, since it's not you, then why don't you leave and watch Konoha's good show here? As he spoke, Wind Shadow also suddenly came here. Kaze Kage fought the ninja of Otohide village on the way, so faced some bumps before coming here. Wind Shadow, which side are you on? Of course it's Konoha's side, but I don't know about Uzumaki Hideki? Hokage and Wind Shadow looked at Uzumaki Hideki at the same time. What do you say? Uzumaki Hideki is on that side now. The voice of the big snake pill came from a distance. Hearing this familiar voice, the 3 generations of Hokage's face turned cold. Is that you, Orochimaru? Swoosh! The figure of the great snake pill appeared on the top of the Hokage tower. Meanwhile, for Purple Yan Array. Remembering the sound from 4 directions, the 4 Otonin village ninjas under Orochimaru performed a secret technique, and suddenly formed a sealing enchantment, sealing the entire top of the Hokage building. Big Snake Pill, it seems that you have been planning for a long time. The 3rd generation of Hokage understood that the few Otonin Murakami shinobu in front appeared in order to attract the ninjas around him. Orochimaru walked towards the 3 generations of Hokage. He glanced at Hideki Uzumaki and said, I'm sorry, my lord, I've sealed you in the enchantment as well. It's good to know to apologize, but it doesn't matter if you say it. This level of enchantment is simply not as good as one's own wind escape knot. As long as you want, Uzumaki Hideki can easily. Uzumaki Hideki simply finds a place to sit down and watch the battle up close and more interesting. He didn't want to do it easily, because it would be too easy to win then, and he remembered that there should be acquaintances here. Seeing Uzumaki Hideki's in action, the 3 generations of Hokage were puzzled. Uzumaki Hideki, what do you want to do? Since you joined forces with the Great Snake Pill, why did you stand idly by? My intentions, you will know when you go out, but it is difficult to say whether you can get out alive. Hideki Uzumaki's intention was not to destroy Konoha village, but to make Konoha suffer. What kind of mood would the 3 generations of Hokage feel if they went out alive to see the devastated Konoha? Hideki Uzumaki was looking forward to it. Moreover, Uzumaki Hideki realized that Danzo seemed to be starting to rebel against Konoha, and seemed to have some signs of wanting to plot against Konoha. If the 3 generations of Hokage saw the look of the inner revolt of the group again, the expression would be even better. Meanwhile, the Tailed Beast team and the Blood Sacrifice team are led back into the jungle outside Konoha by their respective captains. After gathering with the ninja of the Land of Rain, Hajiba said, "The adults are not going to leave yet, let's wait for the adults here." Naruto asked, "What's wrong with Konoha, did something happen?" Hajiba hesitated for a moment and said, "Konoha's matter, let it be solved by the adults, and the adults will have a way." Konoha village, at this moment, there are a large number of Oden village ninjas. They slaughtered Konoha's ninjas and villagers, and at the same time, they were also retaliated by Konoha ninjas. Above the Hokage tower, the enchantment had completely trapped Orochimaru, Uzumaki Hideki, and the 3 generations of Hokage inside. "Big snake pill old thing, you have no way to escape, give up quickly." The 3rd generation of Hokage was not afraid, but what he was worried about was Konoha. "Orochimaru, what will you do to Konoha?" "Of course it is, destroy." Orochimaru's face was cruel and gloomy. Ninja Law Filthy Earth Rebirth Technique. Orochimaru cast a forbidden spell and summoned the 1st Hokage, the 2nd Hokage, and the 4th Hokage. "Great Snake Pill, you actually use this forbidden technique." The 3 generations of Hokage have an ugly face. The 3rd generation of Hokage immediately cast ninjutsu, intending to organize Orochimaru to cast the Dirt Rebirth, while he hasn't fully performed it. Wind Escape Great Tornado. However, Uzumaki Hideki used a large tornado and immediately blew out the 3 generations of Hokage. Orochimaru successfully summoned the 3 Hokage of Konoha. Are you, 1st and 2nd generation? Who are you? I'm the 4th generation Hokage. The 4th generation of Hokage saw the 3rd generation of Hokage, so, I can actually see 3 generations. I remember I'm dead? I'm sorry to disturb your reminiscence, you are my reincarnation as a pawn under my control. Now your mission is to kill 3 generations of Hokage. The 3 Hokage of the past generations were shocked at the same time, and this raw face who had never seen it actually said such a thing loudly. However, they found themselves obliged to obey his orders and could not resist. Uzumaki Hideki had been staring at the original Hokage, and had been staring at him from the moment the original Hokage appeared. "Long time no see, Thousand Hand Pillars. You are, Hideki Uzumaki." The Thousand Hand Pillar looked at Uzumaki Hideki in amazement. "I didn't expect to see you, are you also summoned by the rebirth of the soil?" "Nope." Uzumaki Hideki sneered and said, "I have survived from the distant past until now, and I am not dead yet. Moreover, the idea of ruling the ninja world in the past is still going on, and you can't stop me." A cold sweat broke out between the original Hokage Senju pillars. This is really bad, although he also had a hunch that things might turn out like this. "Speaking of which, it's very red to see you really an enemy." Uzumaki Hideki gritted his teeth and walked over to whip the corpse. Orochimaru stopped. "Sir, now is not the time to be angry, the overall situation is important." Uzumaki Hideki snorted coldly and said, "I know, but the words of the whip corpse will not have any effect. After all, it is a rebirth of dirt, and it will be restored again after destruction. When I saw this guy, I was angry." Saying that, a wind vortex appeared in the hand of the whirlpool Yingshu, directly penetrating the position of the heart between the Thousand Hand Pillars. The pieces of paper slowly recover. Senju felt helpless. "You can free yourself from the seal, presumably Tsunade did it. The method of contacting the seal I only told Tsunade." "Thousand Hands, big brother, what are you talking about? Does Uzumaki Hideki break through the seal have anything to do with you?" Thousand Hands Pillar smiled bitterly. "Indeed, if I hadn't arranged for Tsunade to do that, how could this guy break through the seal? I thought you would get a lesson and rehabilitate yourself and be a new person, but I didn't expect that you were still old and stubborn and refused to change yourself." The more Uzumaki Hideki listened, the more angry he became, and another big breakthrough attacked the past. "Don't talk about yourself like a great saint, use my technique to seal me, you really have the ability. Konoha has become what it is now, and you don't know to reflect on it." The head between the Thousand Hand Pillars was beaten to the ground and did not take shape, but due to the ability of soil reincarnation ninjutsu, the head between the Thousand Hand Pillars was automatically restored. "Uzumaki Hideki, don't be too deceitful, you have the ability to come at me, don't get angry with your eldest brother." Senjima stared at Uzumaki Hideki with an angry gaze. Uzumaki Yingshu snorted coldly, condensing a wind whip that directly pumped the head of the Thousand Hands away. The head that was pumped away immediately turned into dirt and scattered, but the dirt condensed on the neck again, forming a new head. This ninjutsu is really magical. It seems that when you want to torture people in the future, you can kill first and then whip the corpse like this. Hideki Uzumaki suddenly thought of a very interesting interrogation method. Seeing that his younger brother was bullied by Uzumaki Hideki, the soul of brother control between the 1,000-hand pillars became angry and immediately greeted Uzumaki Hideki. The Senjutsu pillar used Nyudun ninjutsu to fight with Uzumaki Hideki, and immediately shook the sky. Nyudun multiple wood doppelganger. A wooden doppelganger was cast between the 1,000-hand pillars, and countless pillars appeared in an instant. Psychic Great Scroll. In each wooden doppelganger's hand, a large scroll was channeled, and various blade tools were sealed inside. The scroll was torn between the columns, and a huge number of blades flew out in an instant. A big breakthrough. The whirlpool Yingshu fled in a wind, like a typhoon, and all the blades turned back. Nyudun new wall. A heavy wooden wall was summoned between the pillars to withstand the storm of ninja. There is some trouble now. It seems that the first generation can't help. Orochimaru buried the charmed Kumu in the head of the second generation, ready to fight the third generation Hokage and the Wind Shadow. After the second generation buried in his head, he instantly became a killing tool without thought. Before Orochimaru controlled the fourth generation in the same way, Uzumaki Hideki said to the fourth generation, "Your son Naruto Uzumaki is fine now. I have brought him back to the Uzumaki village, and he has been treated very well in the Uzumaki village, so you rest in peace." When Shide heard the name Naruto, his expression changed significantly. "Naruto, I'll leave it to you, so I don't have any regrets." Although Uzumaki Hideki old should be Konoha's, but he actually said such words to himself, which showed that he was kind to the people of the Uzumaki clan, especially Naruto. As long as he could treat him kindly, Kage's heart was satisfied. Immediately afterwards, the head of the fourth generation Hokage was also suffering with a spell and lost his will. Meanwhile, Konoha village. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a group of ninjas who could use wooden ninjutsu began to appear. That is the result of Orochimaru's recent research, the wooden ninja who is known as a robot. As soon as these robots appeared, they began to wreak havoc on the Konoha ninja village, and with their powerful Konoha ninjutsu, they were originally suitable for destroying the village. A large number of trees rose up and arched Konoha's house out of the ground, and the civilians inside screamed and fell out of the collapsed house, either caught by passing ninjas, or directly fell to death, turning into meat mud. A total of 20 or 30 artificial humans, together they cast a huge wooden figure, and together they controlled the wooden figure to bulldoze the village. Although they were resisted by the Konoha ninjas, in front of them, the Konoha ninjas seemed weak. Of course, Konoha is not as weak as it seems, and some really powerful characters have not really shot yet. Jiraiya and Tsunade, the second of the three shinobi, appeared in Konoha village at a time when Konoha village was facing a major crisis. A huge toad descends from the sky and overwhelms the wooden man. From the side, a large number of slugs appeared, converging into a huge slug, on which stood a plump beauty. It was Tsunade. Slug spit out extremely corrosive mucus, eroding the wooden man. In just a moment, the wooden man was no longer destructive, and he could not even stand up again. The Mewtwo tree realm has arrived. All the robots responded at the same time, casting a tree boundary between the 1,000-hand pillars, and suddenly a small forest rose up on the ground of Konoha village. Part of Konoha village became a forest area. Is it Grandpa's tree realm coming? Senju Tsunade was shocked. Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade's plump chest and said, "Ha ha ha, Tsunade, you are still the same old age. Big?" Tsunade couldn't turn a corner, suddenly realized something, and roared angrily, "Who is old, you old immortal?" Zi Lei's head immediately became a little shorter, and he said, "Forget it, don't talk about this. The scale of the advent of the tree realm is also too small, not half of the original Hokage, so it is too simple to think about dealing with us three shinobi." Tsunade also said, "It's a pity that we three ninja can't get together," and the scum of the big snake pill came out. Jiraiya reminded, "Tsunade, maybe you don't know that this plan to destroy Konoha was planned by Orochimaru." Tsunade's fists clenched and creaked. "Orochimaru, that traitor, where the hell is the village sorry for him? Why should he do this? Go, Jiraiya, let's go find Orochimaru and smash his plan to destroy Konoha." Immediately, a robot appears, blocking Tsunade's path. Nyudun new wall. Dozens of robots cast wooden walls made by Nyudun at the same time, and the thickness and height are amazing. "We won't let you ruin Lord Orochimaru's plan. I'm bored." Tsunade bounced straight out of the big slug, punching through the wooden wall. "What, is this guy a monster, and how did he do it?" Even these robots began to be terrified by Tsunade's terrifying strength. In their opinion, perhaps the woman in front of them could already compete with their great lord Orochimaru. What a terrible wooden ninja, we have never seen it. Konoha village, known as the strongest of the four classes, a total of 12 shinobi, after seeing these robots using Mewtwo, was shocked by the amazing destructive power of their combined force. "Sakura, these are all upper ninja level combat powers, let's not be easily provoked," Shikamaru said to Sakura. However, Sakura did not hear Shikamaru's words, but instead looked at the figure who shattered the wooden wall and disappeared here. Is she Tsunade-sama, one of the legendary three shinobi? Sakura discovers that she has one more idol in her heart, and that is Tsunade-sama, one of the three shinobi of Konoha. The reason why he said one more is because his original idol was Suzuki Uchiha. At this moment, Suzuki is in the midst of this group of Konoha's strongest elites. Suzuki had regained consciousness, but not enough to fight. Suzuki, don't move, let me carry you on my back, Ino said earnestly. Ino, don't take the opportunity to eat Suzuki tofu. Sakura hurriedly turned around and pointed at Ino. You two, you are still jealous of each other, is it necessary? Ding Ci couldn't stand it. Let me come down, I can walk on my own, Suzuki said forcefully. The feeling of being carried on the back of a woman and needing to be taken care of made Suzuki very undignified. Oh Suzuki, you don't have to be stubborn by now, Ino insisted. The next moment, Suzuki struggled off Ino's back. Walking on the ground can speed up the recovery of the body. Seeing Suzuki so persistent, Ino was not good to recreate the second time. A group of them, ordered by the superiors of the village, went to Konoha's shelter, where there would be special members of the upper shinobi and the dark department to protect them, and it was much safer to be strict than wandering around the village. It's not good, a few ninjas who can use wooden dun are coming to our side. As they pass through an unseemly street that has been destroyed, they accidentally attract 3 robots on the street who are looking for targets. These robots have very keen senses, and they can catch every trace of wind and grass. Seeing the robot coming towards them, Ino nervously said, "What to do?" "Ino, don't be nervous," Shikamaru calmly comforted. "Wait a minute, I'll use shadow mimicry to control one, and you will control the other, and then the remaining third wooden ninja will be handed over to you." "Can I do this? I'm not good at moving targets." Ino was a little unconfident. "Ino, believe in yourself, the enemy is running straight at you," Shikamaru cheered him on. At this time, Shikamaru had already controlled a robot with shadow imitation. Ino's mind disorder technique, which is only suitable for stationary targets, is often used in covert reconnaissance situations, and it is easy to dodge once the target finds her. The biggest disadvantage of the mind chaotic body technique is that if there is no guarantee of hitting the target 100%, then Ino's consciousness will no longer be able to return to his own body. However, as long as it hits, it can control the target's body. Ino suddenly softened and fell to the ground, only to be picked up by Suzuki. "Suzuki, Ino's body is in your favor," Shikamaru said. Only Shikamaru and Suzuki were left here, Ino of consciousness. The other shinobi all surrounded the remaining third robot, and the ninjutsu smashed at him. And Suzuki's side, for now, can only take care of Ino's body. After all, the previous match with Naruto almost exhausted all his chakra. Successfully used the mind disorder technique to control an instrument man, and said happily, "Great, success." The robot controlled by Shikamaru next to him opened his mouth and said to the artificial man next to him, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Help me solve that kid who cast the shadow binding technique." He. Ino controlled the robot's body to walk towards the robot that gave him orders, and suddenly a kunai plunged into his head. Women are such fierce creatures. Watching Ino pierce the robot's head with kumu without hesitation, Shikamaru was a little shocked. In fact, in addition to being afraid of trouble, he doesn't like to see blood very much. Shikamaru's ideal is very simple: as long as he marries a wife who is neither ugly nor beautiful in the future, then has 2 children, and spends the rest of his life leisurely. It's just that it backfires, and every time he always has to show the limelight. After dealing with a robot, Shikamaru uses the shadow binding technique on the robot that fights his companions. This robot almost killed Ding Ci, but fortunately he shot in time, otherwise Ding Ci's family may be extinct. Sure enough, if you want to fight a ninja of the upper shinobi, it's still too reluctant. After controlling the robot, he is quickly solved by his companions. "You're left, Ino," I'll shout 3 times, "you're ready to return to your own body." They can't kill targets controlled by Ino before Ino has returned to his body, in which case Ino will be harmed as well. 1, 2, 3. When Shikamaru finished shouting these 3 times, Ino returned to his true body, and Shikamaru then restrained the target with his shadow. After solving the third objective, on the other side of Konoha, a large group of Konoha's upper and middle shinobi gathered. At the head are Danzo and several members of Konoha's elder group. However, the 2 sides are facing each other, and it is clear that there is a situation. The members of the elder group angrily rebuked Tuanzang, "What do you mean by delaying the dispatch of troops?" Tunzo was silent and was not ready to explain to them, because he himself knows that all his explanations are his guilt. Since you have decided that you want to plot the position of Hokage, you must dedicate yourself to this purpose. It's ridiculous to share your thoughts. Konoha's ninjas were also summoned here, most of them were Naka shinobi, including Irika. The elders were afraid that Danzo's roots would do something to them while they were in chaos, so they gathered so many Naka shinobi to protect them. "Master Tuanzang, please give a reasonable explanation. Why don't you send Gen to protect the village?" These Naka ninja also asked Danzo what he was thinking at this moment about the life of the village. The only place where root is used, there is the guard shelter, where there are basically no ninjas, so there is not much danger. As Konoha's main force, it was really unexpected that Root was actually afraid. Danzo, stop being silent, you have an obligation to answer our question, why on earth did you not move, but did you wait for Konoha to be destroyed? Tuanzang's face was very gloomy, as if he wanted to freeze all the people around him. What about you? Danzo asked rhetorically, your elder group, gathering so many Zonin to theorize with me here, and in action, also want to watch Konoha perish? If Uzumaki Hideki was here, he would definitely laugh happily when he saw this scene of Konoha. Hideki Uzumaki's favorite sight, in addition to Konoha's pain, is the people inside Konoha, turning against each other. Of course, the unstable factor of Tuanzang has been sprouting of rebellion since very early on. It seems that this trick is very effective. Shikamaru seemed to have found a way to defeat each of these wooden ninjas, just like he had done just now. However, they could only attract 3 wooden ninjas at most at once, and no more they could control. Shikamaru discussed the matter with everyone. Everyone, now that the entire Konoha village is facing the fate of destruction, as a ninja of Konoha, we can't sit still, we should use it to our use. Shikamaru, do you think we people can do it? Ding Ci asked. Don't worry, Dinkai, we can definitely do it. Xiaoli knew that Ding Ci was almost killed by the Mudun ninja just now, so he said encouragingly. Ino said, Dingji, if Konoha can survive the crisis this time, we will all treat you to eat barbecue until you are full. Okay, wrap it around me, I won't let Konoha be destroyed at the hands of bad guys. Ding Ci immediately became scrappy. Shikamaru immediately sighed and said, it seems that Ino knows Ding Ji better. Well, I'm a person who is more afraid of trouble, but this time Konoha is in trouble, no matter how troublesome it is, raise your hand if you are willing to act together. Forget it, raise your hand if you don't want to. Shikamaru said this, even if some people were reluctant, they were ashamed to raise their hands, because then they would become the target of everyone's criticism and be considered greedy for life and afraid of death. However, to everyone's surprise, Ning Ci actually raised his hand. Ningkai, why are you? Don't get me wrong. Ning Ji immediately explained, I just don't want to act with you guys, so as not to be held back by you, I'd rather act alone and deal with those wooden ninjas. In the previous battle, Ning Ci had also experienced it, and if those wooden ninjas were alone, he could barely deal with them. It's just that they can use the more difficult wooden ninjutsu, and by fighting ninjas who are evenly matched or slightly stronger than you, you can quickly improve your strength. Then, I'll go first, Ning Ci said and got up to leave. Ningji, are you sure you want to face those wooden ninjas alone? That's the upper shinobi level. Looking at Ninji's back, Shikamaru asked. Don't worry, I won't let them surround me, I will pick the order. Looking at Ninji's distant figure, the corner of Suzuki's mouth grinned. Standing up, Suzuki also said, it seems that I have the same idea as that guy, and if I can fight a kami shinobi alone, it must be very helpful to improve my strength. Suzuki thought about the situation when he and Naruto fought, and he and Naruto unknowingly walked a certain gap. In the past few years since he was taken away, what kind of special training has Naruto undergone? Maybe he had the experience of fighting opponents stronger than himself, otherwise how could he grow so fast? Suzuki thought of Hideki Uzumaki and said in his heart, if I can be taken away by that adult, Naruto, I can defeat it with one breath. Suzuki was confident in himself because his talent had passed Naruto's. Even a crane tail like Naruto can become such a powerful ninja, and the descendants of his Uchiha clan will definitely be able to do better and become stronger ninjas. Suzuki, you're kidding? Sakura asked tentatively, but seeing Suzuki's eyes, he knew that Suzuki couldn't be joking. Suzuki, why do you always insist on going your own way? Ino was puzzled. Let me accompany you, Suzuki, so that if something goes wrong, I can take care of it. No, I want to act alone and don't want someone to distract me. Saying that, Suzuki also left the team without hesitation. So, the rest of the people want to act as a team, right? Shikamaru asked nervously. Xiaoli looked in the direction where Ninji left and the direction Suzuki left, and a fire suddenly appeared in his eyes. This is what a Kai-sensei often says, should a man have the responsibility? Suzuki and Ninji are good, and I can't lose to them either. A gust of wind blew through, and Xiaoli disappeared without a trace. Xiaoli, that guy, actually ran away? Shikamaru looked helpless. Now the strongest 3 ninja in the team have run away, leaving them these crooked dates, and the task is long. Ino and I can come in handy, the rest of Sakura and Ino are basically useless, Hineda's words, if they can be as powerful as Ninji. I said if. As for Dingji, Tenten, and Shino? Shikamaru analyzed, and suddenly looked at Shino. I heard that your oil women seem to be quite powerful. Well, count Shino 1, the others won't be useful. Sakura punched Shikamaru in the head and said angrily, what is it that doesn't come in handy? Less elevating yourself and degrading others. Shikamaru covered the back of his head, it hurts, I also explained it according to the actual situation. It's right to know the pain, and we're not useless. Sakura said meaningfully. In fact, Sakura has no bottom in her heart. It's just that she has to grow up, otherwise, she will be left far behind by Naruto and Sasuke. So he needs to hone and he needs to put pressure on himself. In the alley of a street, Ning Si was quietly walking in it. The dark alley is very narrow, and it also hides him well. White eyes. Ning Si used his white eyes to see the robot behind the wall. Very good, there is a single wooden ninja. Simply, just punch through this wall with a soft fist. Ninja wanted to see if his soft fist could still have enough power left to knock down the target while breaking through the wall. The artificial man walked along the edge of the wall. He seemed to notice something on this side just now, but now the movement was gone. Is it my delusion? The movement is too small, maybe it is my own illusion, is difficult to say. Suddenly, the wall behind him exploded and hit his back with a palm. The artificial man immediately threw himself forward and slid some distance, the ground covered in his blood. If it succeeds, it seems that as long as he catches the gap that he can't guard against, he can be killed with one hit. Ning Si walked over to probe the body to determine if there was still breath. New done new fist. Snap. Ning Si was immediately sent out by New done ninjutsu. It turned out that another wooden ninja appeared in front of him. At the same time, the wooden ninja who had been hit by the soft fist earlier got up from the ground with difficulty. Although he was seriously injured, he still did not die. It's a bit bad, so it looks like I'm going to face two wooden ninjas at the same time. You know, these are all wooden ninjas with the strength of upper ninja. Ninkai, are you okay? Xiao Li suddenly appeared next to Ning Si. Okay, the wooden ninja who is far away will be dealt with by me. The one who just got up from the ground was obviously knocked down by Ning Si, and Xiao Li did not disdain to pick up the bargain. Konoha whirlwind. Xiao Li appeared behind the artificial man like a ghost, and his body was lowered and a sweeping leg struck out. What? It's actually not moving. The robot's feet have taken root, connected to the ground, and the part where it has been kicked forms a wooden shield. Xiao Li kicked out again, this time with too much force, and directly kicked the robot and the floor together and flew out. The ninja immediately jumped away from the floor that flew up under his feet. New done new cone. A wooden cone appeared in the robot's hand and stabbed Xiao Li in the head. Xiao Li immediately backflipped several gorgeous backflips several meters away. New done new prison. New Jiao appeared and trapped Xiao Li inside. Wooden cone in the wood. Konoha whirlwind. A large number of wooden cones appeared from the ground, trying to penetrate Xiao Li in the wooden prison. However, Xiao Li had already kicked the wooden prison and left the attack range of the wooden cone. Damn, endless wooden ninjutsu. The robot's overwhelmed wooden ninjutsu made Xiao Li feel that there was no respite. Won't his chakra run out? Xiao Li chose to retreat strategically first, which was also recovering his physical strength. The robot followed and intercepted it with a wooden trap. On Ning Si's side, the robot no longer had the strength to resist, and was constantly hit by Ning Si as a target. Gossip 360 palms. Ning Si hit hundreds of times in a row before he consumed the mutant ninja alive. This guy, being able to last until I finish a set of palm techniques is already the limit. Ning Si bent down and spat out a mouthful of blood. Some kingdoms consumed chakra. Moreover, the clothes on Ning Si's body were also tattered, which were injured by the wooden ninja's wooden ninjutsu. Xiao Li was retreating while thinking what to do. This guy is too difficult, and he will keep making wooden traps, just like a robot. No, I have to find a place where I fight, otherwise I may be consumed alive. Compared with his physical strength, Xiao Li was shocked to find that his size was not dominant. It is worthy of the upper ninja level. It seems that now I want to defeat the upper ninja, there is still a big gap. I hope everything goes well on Ninkai's side. That is. Xiao Li noticed that there seemed to be a lot of Konoha gathered in that direction. What's the situation? The war has already begun, and there are still so many ninjas leisurely there. Xiao Li immediately went to that place, forgetting for a moment that he was still being chased by artificial people. Entering this group of ninjas, Xiao Li found that most of these people were Naka shinobi, and the Irika sensei he knew was also inside. Irika sensei, what's going on here? Xiao Li, shouldn't you be in the shelter? How could you appear here? Xiao Li said, it's hard to say a word, please tell me what is the situation here. There is an enemy attack. One Konoha Nakashin's heart was pierced and fell to the ground. It's a wooden ninja. Xiao Li lined his forehead. Oops, I forgot that there was still this guy, and accidentally attracted him here. Some of Konoha's Naka shinobi rushed up at the same time to deal with the robot. Tuan Zhang and the elder group, who were confronting, also noticed the movement and looked there. It's a wooden ninja. Tuan Zhang immediately found out. A Konoha Naka shinobu rushed up using a water gun, only to be bounced back by the robot using a Konoha. That daredevilish Konoha Naka shinobu crashed directly into Danzo's arms, and also ripped off half of Danzo's sleeves. Sorry, Danzo-sama. That Konoha Naka ninja was also a little confused, and quickly left Danzo. Danzo was angry and said, hurry up and control that wooden ninja. The ninja of the root immediately jumped out of a few and restrained the robot together. Tenzo ordered, take it down and put it in the water prison of the root. Danzo believes that the wooden ninja is still useful for future research. Tuan Zhang, your arm. The elder group pointed to the arm where the sleeve was broken, and on the bare arm, several transplanted blood chakra eyes appeared. This is human body modification. Koharu and Mizuto Minion, the dormitory of the elders, immediately thought of what was going on. Oops, I didn't expect to be seen by you. Tuan Zhang's face was also a little cold. Tuan Zhang, I didn't expect you to be so bold and dare to do human experiments. Tuan Zhang, are you in the footsteps of the great snake pill? The group of elders questioned. Tuan Zhang was completely unafraid, and said, I am different from the big snake pill. The big snake pill uses the human body of an innocent person, and I use my own body. The difference is obvious. Even so, you can't escape responsibility. The tragic death of the Uchiha clan was probably planned by you, right? Even if you didn't plan it, I'm afraid you still play a vital role in it. Otherwise, why did the eyes of the Uchiha clan reach your arm? Tuan Zhang, could it be that there is some collusion between you and the Great Snake Pill and Uzumaki Hideki? Koharu and Mito Minion questioned. There is collusion with the Big Snake Pill, Uzumaki Hideki. Well, it's a betrayal of Konoha. No wonder Danzo refused to use the power of the root to repel the enemy. It turned out that he had already betrayed Konoha and Uzumaki Hideki and their gang. Konoha's ninjas suddenly started talking. Their gazes towards Tuan Zhang were also full of cold blood. Say, what role did you play in Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha? The two elders asked again. They had already determined that Danzo was Konoha's betrayer, and just from the fact that he and the Konoha Uchiha clan exterminated the massacre, they were already heinous, and they were the great sinners of Konoha village. It is hard to imagine that such a person would not have a bad heart for the village. The Uchiha clan were once Konoha's patrols. Most ninjas have sympathetic views on the destruction of the Uchiha clan. Only a very small number of people know that the Uchiha family has a rebellious mentality. As for Danzo's destruction of the Uchiha clan for Konoha's safety, almost no one knows. Therefore, in their cognition, Tuan Zhang is definitely one of the culprits of the great changes in the village today. I didn't expect that such a chaotic thief would actually hold Konoha's root army, which would simply bring destruction to Konoha. Danzo, do you treat Konoha like this? Can you pass by your conscience? Konoha's ninjas let out an angry roar. How can you dregs of Konoha understand my forethought in great layout? So, what is the forethought of Lord Tenzo? Destroy Konoha? Or Palm take control of the whole Konoha and make Konoha your bag? A man's voice appeared all around. Whoever has the ability will come out, don't hide it. Tuan Zhang shouted angrily. A hand suddenly appeared behind him and patted his shoulder, and Tenzo suddenly turned around. At the same time, a voice said softly, you are now a traitor to Konoha, the charge has been settled. If you want to achieve your desire to rule Konoha, it is best to listen to me. The man who suddenly appeared behind him looked a little strange, making people shudder. The person who appears is the Hajiba. Tuan Zhang asked cautiously, who are you and what exactly do you want to do? Yue sneered, don't misunderstand, don't be afraid, because I'm here to help you. How are you going to help me, and what do you want to get? Tenzo did not think that the other party would be so kind and did not help him unconditionally. I'm Hideki Uzumaki's subordinate. Heiba explained his identity. We, Hideki-sama Uzumaki, value your strength, and if you can help adults can easily get you Konoha. Uzumaki Hideki, is it? Tenzo fell into deep thought. Just now, he changed his plan to try to kill Uzumaki Hideki, but he didn't expect that in an instant Uzumaki Hideki had already delivered an olive branch to him. It seems that Uzumaki Hideki is not as terrifying as the legend, and still needs the help of others. Tuan Zhang thought to himself. But Tuan Zhang still had doubts in his heart. Uzumaki Hideki also thinks too highly of my group. How can I be sure if Uzumaki is cheating on me? You don't have a choice. Yui's deep words made Tuan Zhang stunned. Indeed, he has no choice. Although it was a common decision of Konoha's high level to kill Konoha's Uchiha clan and transplant their chakra eyes onto his arm, this situation was now all on him, which naturally aroused the hatred of Konoha's ninjas. If this time after the turmoil in Konoha passes, I am afraid that in order to calm the anger of the people, all his power will be immediately stripped away, and he will inevitably be imprisoned for a lifetime. Tenzo didn't want things to go in that direction. It seems that a decision must be made now. One is stripped of his power by Konoha and imprisoned, waiting to be released. The other is to become a minions of Uzumaki Hideki, and maybe get Konoha. Danzo chose the latter without hesitation. I agree to your request and am willing to submit to Uzumaki Hideki. I just hope that you can travel to the agreement and let me get Konoha. Hajiya smiled. There is no problem with this, people. This request is not only not difficult, but also very easy. I think adults will help you make it happen. Hajiba sneered in his heart, even if it was, but Uzumaki Hideki had no reason to help Danzo fulfill such a request. The group of elders next to them and most of the Konoha ninjas, whose ears were not broken, heard their conversation. Among the elders, Xiaochun couldn't stand still. Tuan Zhang, do you know what you are doing? You actually chose to defect to Hideki Uzumaki and become a traitor to Konoha. Danzo laughed. Become a traitor to Konoha? No kidding, if Konoha is already Uzumaki's, then my Danzo is not only not a traitor, but also a hero. Everyone looked stunned, and they were terrified at the thought of Konoha's possible outcome. Tuan Zhang's face showed rampantness. My Tuan Zhang will make this choice now, it was also forced by you, and you can't get rid of it. If I don't agree to join Uzumaki Hideki today, I will probably be a prisoner of Konoha tomorrow. With such an obvious right choice, do I have a better choice? It's a pig and dog inferior. Among the ninjas, Xiao Li cursed angrily. Although he could not participate in this level of dispute, it did not prevent him from expressing his views. Xiao Li's voice was like an introduction, and then the voices of the surrounding ninjas resisting burst out. Tuanzang, step down, you are not qualified to be the leader of the root at all, you traitor. Danzo, Konoha is ashamed because of you, people like you shouldn't stay in Konoha. Danzo, get out of Konoha. Tuanzang snorted coldly, and at the same time his face turned livid. A group of rabble, you haven't seen how much I have contributed to Konoha, a group of short-sighted guys. At the same time, Danzo is proud of the choice he made. Not only can he save himself, but he can also be a Hokage. How good. The other side. Uchiha Suzuki searched for a long time, but did not find the wooden ninja. Several ninjas from Otohide village appeared in front of him, and were easily defeated by him. Chidori, the chakra that is visible to the naked eye, appears in Suzuki, and it is of the nature of the thunder attribute. At the same time, as time passed, the sound of thunder and lightning in his hand became clearer, as if 1,000 birds were chirping. This is the origin of the name Chidori, which is also called Reish, because the inventor of this technique used him to cut lightning. Because this technique is so fast, even lightning can cut. And the ninja who invented this technique is named Kakashi. Kakashi taught Chidori to Suzuki because Suzuki was a good face, and the main reason was that Suzuki's physical nature was similar to Kakashi's. At the same time, through the cultivation of Chidori, Suzuki's cell Hokage has greatly increased, and his speed has reached the limit of humans. Previously, when he was in a duel with Naruto, because of Naruto's large-scale wind ninjutsu, Suzuki had no chance to cast Chidori at all. Let's play with them with the Chidori root. In front of Suzuki, a group of 13 Otohide ninjas appeared. With Chidori, you need to dive and charge at high speed, and it seems that it will take some time. Suddenly, Suzuki's figure disappeared from a distance. The concealment ability he trained under Kakashi is not something that ordinary ninjas can break. What? Where did that guy go? Hey, are you really not mistaken? There is really a Konoha ninja haunted here, a voice from the village questioned. There's absolutely nothing wrong, didn't you see it just now? Before the word "see" could be spoken, the person who spoke received a heavy blow and flew out. How is it possible? Who laid the hand? He realized that it might be the Konoha ninja he had just seen. Randeo, didn't you just look at it? However, the next moment, he was also shot out. Not only that, but his life was also withered. On the ground, there began to be a splash of blood, and the figures of Yin Yin village fell to the ground. Screams also sounded in the silent ruins, but when the dust settled, Suzuki pushed the last Otohide ninja, and his dead body fell down. These ninjas of Otoin village are really fragile. When will I meet the wooden ninja who has been left alone? Suzuki longs to be able to meet a wooden ninja and prove that there is no gap between himself and Kami Shinobu. In order to be able to have the strength to defeat Uchiha Itachi and kill him with his own hands, Suzuki's worship of power is enormous. He is not a martial idiot. His purpose of seeking a strong opponent is different from Xiao Li. He is just to verify whether his growth rate is correct. The purpose of everything is just to be able to kill that man with his own hands. The man who killed the entire Uchiha clan with his own hands, Uchiha Itachi. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi is also his older brother, and he wants to ask him why he did this. This is a secret that only a very few people know, about why the Uchiha clan was exterminated. All this is just Danzo's ambition. Maybe Danzo is for Konoha village, but his approach is cruel. In front of Suzuki, his long-awaited wooden ninja appeared. Suzuki became frenzied, and the chirping of 1,000 birds appeared on his hands again. I didn't expect that there are still remnants of Konoha ninjas in this place. The wooden ninja's voice was dull without taking away a trace of emotion. No, I think you're wrong, it's you ninjas who are really dying out, you ninjas and ninjas of Otoin village. The eyes of the wooden ninja showed confusion. Why did this Konoha shinobi still have such courage and arrogance when he saw himself? On Tsunade's side, Tsunade opened a bloody path along the way with just his fist. When he encountered the ninjas of Otoin village, he couldn't help but say that before they could perform ninjutsu, Tsunade punched them away, almost killing a ninja with one punch. Even, one or two of them are still shinobi. However, when encountering the occasional wooden ninja, Tsunade needs 2 punches to knock the opponent down. The wood ninja's cell Hokage is so powerful that it is impossible to kill them if it is not fatally wounded. First, there are still so many wooden ninjas, and now the number has been controlled, and occasionally one will appear. It seems that they have done a good job. New Dun Duo Wooden Prison. 3 wooden ninjas surrounded Tsunade, and at the same time performed the wooden prison technique, forming 3 layers of wooden prison. Tsunade directly threw a punch, and the 3-layer wooden prison was like a marshmallow, and immediately dismembered and collapsed. "What, is this woman a monster?" one of the wooden ninjas roared. Another wooden ninja, this also needs to be said, "Everyone be careful, I just saw him kill many ninjas along the way, including our kind. Damn, I didn't expect that there were such monsters in this village. But it's just a little weird, in my opinion, she doesn't seem to know ninjutsu, it's a physical skill, isn't it? Then dodge his fists." Tsunade roared, "Ballable is finished." Rushing towards one of the most unpleasant wooden ninjas, Tsunade threw a punch. She is anxiously wanting to go to the 3rd generation of Hokage. After all, the other party is the big snake pill. I don't know how much it has grown over the years. The 3rd generation of Hokage is already old. I am afraid that it will not be the opponent of the big snake pill. The art of new done wooden wall. The art of new done wooden wall. What? Tsunade was surprised. The 3 wooden ninjas took turns performing the wooden wall technique, forming dozens of wooden walls between Tsunade and the target wooden ninja, and Tsunade could not smash them all with one punch. After shattering the 6 wooden walls, his strength was reduced to 0. It seems to be effective. The wooden wall is much more effective than the wooden prison. Then let's take turns sealing her with a wooden wall. Great idea. The 3 wooden ninjas began to perform the wooden wall technique in a row, sealing Tsunade's 4 sides in all directions. How so? Are these wooden ninjas, chakra inexhaustible? Tsunade was helpless at the moment, anxious to rush to Naruto's side, but was surrounded by the combined force of 3 wooden ninjas, which was really constantly shattering the surrounding wooden walls. The flying wood chips and wood ash made Tsunade cough. If it goes on like this, I will also feel suffocated because of the lack of oxygen. Poof! Tsunade spurted out a mouthful of blood, his gaze moved downward, and a long wooden cone pierced Tsunade's stomach. Tsunade grabbed the wooden cone in time for both hands so that it did not penetrate her body. With force in your hand, crush the wooden cone. At this moment, from the wooden walls in all directions, a large number of wooden cones appeared at the same time, penetrating her body. Above the wooden wall, 3 wooden ninjas sneered, and one of them said, "She has become a turtle in an urn. Not only that, it should already be a dead turtle, because I cast the wooden cone technique on the wooden wall." Ha ha ha. The 3 wooden ninjas laughed evilly. It's going to be on, Toad. On Jiraiya's side, Jiraiya has already killed dozens of wooden ninjas. Through the huge body of the Toad psychic beast, crushing kills. Be careful not to let these wooden ninjas gather. Jiraiya had also suffered losses before, because he let these Mudun ninjas gather together easily, and Zilla was almost trapped by the joint Mudun ninjutsu. However, he mainly relied on the huge body of the Toad to allow him to escape, and then began to kill these wooden ninjas. Suddenly, Tsunade's psychic beast slugs dissipated with a pop. Tsunade her. Jiraiya's brows furrowed. There were 2 possibilities for the psychic beast to dissipate. One was because he was recalled by Tsunade, and the other was that Tsunade was seriously injured and unconscious or death. Looking at the location of the Hokage building in the distance, Jiraiya had a worried look on his face. Tsunade should have arrived at the Hokage tower. I don't know what the battle is over there. It doesn't matter if Tsunade wants to. Zilai also planned to wait until he solved the wooden ninja on this side before following him. Muta Ninja had better solve it first, otherwise if they join forces with the big snake pill, it will be difficult to deal with. Upstairs in the Hokage, before Orochimaru buried the charmed Kumu in the head between the pillars, Uzumaki Hideki was not going to whip the corpse anymore. He came to the front of the pillar, and suddenly condensed the yin and yang chakra in his hand. Yin and yang escape. Inter-column shock. Although I saw it for the second time, it was still amazing. Orochimaru sighed. Yin-yang chakra can be said to be the root of ninjutsu. After fusing in different proportions, chakras with different attributes will be formed, and ninjutsu with different attributes can be cast. It's just that ordinary people can only mix one, and they can't explore the subtleties at all. Yin and yang are in an independent form, which are the other 2 attributes in addition to the 5 attributes, the yin and yang attribute. Uzumaki Hideki used yin-yang chakra to condense an unstable sphere, and after making contact with an arm between the pillars, that arm disappeared instantly. Boom, boom. From the village of Konoha, from time to time there was a loud sound. After Heiba left, Naruto wondered what had happened in Konoha village. I love Luo, Fu, let's go back to the village. I feel like something big has happened in Konoha. Naruto glanced at Yujito and found that Yujito's serious gaze was looking at him. Naruto retracted his gaze. Looking at Naruto's hesitant look, Ero said, "Naruto, Konoha village is your hometown. Since you are so worried about Konoha, let's accompany you to see." "No, this is against the orders of the adults." Yujito immediately stopped. "My lord's order? I don't think adults would limit our freedom in such a trivial matter." Looking at the cruel gaze of my Ero, Yukito felt a trace of horror. This feeling, like I love Luo, will kill her in the next moment. Is it an illusion, or is it that AI Luo has a demon locked up in his heart, but in fact, he just inadvertently revealed a murderous aura? Yukito thought to himself. No matter what, we can't act without permission, so adults will be unhappy. Yukato stopped again. Sand waterfall. A large amount of sand suddenly appears on the ground, which will be entangled by the wooden figure, making it impossible for the Yujito to move. Naruto, Fu, let's hurry. Saying that, Ai Luo Bento went in the direction of Konoha village first. Fu and Naruto immediately followed. Running through the streets of Konoha, Naruto asked, I love Luo, why are you helping me? Ai Luo was silent for a moment and said, I don't know, maybe I think of you as a partner. Partner? Naruto couldn't believe that such words would come out of my arrow's mouth. Since we are partners, we must share hardships, Fu said happily. The scene of Konoha village in front of them was a world away from when they left. Now Konoha is like ruins. Konoha, what happened? Naruto felt uneasy. Now Konoha has no vitality at all. It seems that Konoha must have experienced war, and only war can make a village like this. Ro said. Suddenly Ai Luo's face froze. It's not good, Yukato has broken free from the restrictions of my sand waterfall, and he will be able to catch up soon, run. Yujito felt that the sand wrapped around his body could not be broken free by manpower. It seems that the power of the tailed beast must be used. An unusual chakra aura overflowed from Yujito's body. Bang! The sand waterfall around him burst open. There was a sneer at the corner of Yujito's mouth. Little children, actually play this trick with me. Yukato was a little angry, but at the same time a little teasing. At the same time, she was worried about how to explain what if Uzumaki Hideki returned to them. They must be brought back quickly. Yujito-sama, do you need our help? The ninja of Rain Hidden Village asked. No, I'm enough, let's wait for the adults here, and tell the adults about the situation if the adults appear. Yes. Immediately afterwards, the wooden figure catapulted out in the direction of Konoha village. Suzuki and Ninji were walking on the same street unconsciously. Ninji was stunned when he met Suzuki. Suzuki, aren't you injured yet? Suzuki smiled grimly, it's almost okay already. Knowing that the Mewtwo ninja are very strong, I can't help but want to challenge them. Ninji asked curiously, Suzuki, how many wooden ninjas have you solved so far? Suzuki's eyes narrowed. If he answered first, I was afraid that the number of answers would be ridiculed by the other party, which would be too faceless. Before you ask someone, report yourself about yourself. Ning Ci said, just now, I have solved 2. In fact, Ning Ci only solved 1, but in order not to appear too weak, he lied about 2. Suzuki said, I killed 2 too. Suzuki was a little depressed. He couldn't say that he had killed only 1, so he could only lie. Suzuki's answer actually made Ninji nervous. I didn't expect Suzuki to be faster than me, and actually killed 1 more than me. It's hateful. They all had a feeling that it was becoming more and more difficult for the Mewtwo ninja to encounter, so it was not that they were not strong enough, but they had never met. Ah, it's Suzuki and Ninji, Ino's voice said in the distance. They were waving in the direction of Suzuki and Ninji. Hey, Suzuki, we're over here. Suzuki and Ninji walked towards them. The members of Konoha's 4th class, except for Xiaoli, gathered together again. What a coincidence, Suzuki, we're walking together again. Ino was thankful for Suzuki's return. Ino, you don't always stick to Suzuki. I'm going to do it, do you care? Stinky Ino dead Ino, you bastard. La la. Ino stuck out his tongue at Sakura. Suzuki only felt bored and turned a blind eye to this. By the way, what about Xiaoli? Ning Ci did not find Xiaoli among the crowd. Xiaoli, he also left after you left, saying that he also wanted to single out the Mewtwo ninja. Tian replied. Xiaoli, that guy, it's just fooling around. After Ning Ci said something strange, he didn't pay attention to it. After all, Xiaoli's strength, he knew that even if he couldn't deal with the Mewtwo ninja, self-preservation was absolutely no problem. They headed towards the location of the shelter. After experiencing the power of the Mewtwo ninja, Ninji and Suzuki's chakra consumption is also huge. Sure enough, the Mewtwo ninja still has to be handed over to Shangnan to solve it. Ning Ci said. By the way, I'm curious how many wooden ninjas did you 2 solve by acting alone? Shikamaru suddenly asked them. Suzuki and Ninji looked at each other, and then said at the same time, you should tell someone about your situation before asking someone. Suzuki and Ninji's answers were surprisingly similar. Shikamaru said, I can't count 5 fingers. 6. Ninji and Suzuki chuckled in their hearts at the same time, and then swallowed their spit. What is the concept of 6? It is estimated that Naruto alone will not be able to deal with it at the same time, if these wooden ninjas unite. What about you, Suzuki, Ninji? Shikamaru asked. You can count it on 1 hand. Suzuki and Ninji's answers coincided again. It seems that you are also working hard, and your actual combat experience should have been enhanced. Shikamaru would not believe that they could kill so many wooden ninjas alone, not because they did not trust their strength, but since just now, they rarely encountered wooden ninjas again, as if wooden ninjas were attracted to someone. Shikamaru and his group attracted a total of 6 wooden ninjas. As they spoke, a building made of wood appeared in front of them, which at first glance appeared to be a patchwork of a large number of wooden walls. This is a statue left by a wooden ninja. No, I think it's more like a sign left by the wooden ninja, used for communication. Suddenly, psychic, the earth trembled, spreading around with the wooden buildings as the center. Run, Shikamaru reminded loudly. Everyone, scatter as fast as they can. Then, the huge building formed by New Dun exploded. In the center of the wooden building, a large number of slugs the size of a basin sprayed out in all directions. Suddenly, the air seemed to be filled with balloons, and a large number of slugs flew and rolled in the air. Wow, it's disgusting, it's all bugs. Sakura took the opportunity to hug Suzuki. These slugs are. The huge wooden structure had completely shattered, revealing a flat ground. Tsunade appeared there covered in blood. The body is full of wooden cones. Tsunade gasped, his chest heaving, and every movement of his body hooked the pain in his body. Only then did Fang summon the slugs and let it burst in the confined space, and the impact force generated exploded so many wooden duns. However, because of this, Tsunade was also affected, and the injury was even worse. The wooden cone was still inserted into her. I have to get them all down, it hurts to death, it hurts so much that I don't dare to move. Tsunade began to pull out the wooden cone on her body, so painful that she was soaked with cold sweat. Look, who is that blonde beauty? Ding Ci looked stunned and asked. I don't know. The caretaker should be a ninja from Konoha. Shikamaru said. Isn't that Tsunade-sama of Konoha? Don't you see that? Sakura said. You can see this, it hurts like this. Don't be stunned, go help Tsunade-sama. Assist Tsunade to remove the wooden cones from his body one by one. Sakura looked worried. Tsunade-sama, are you alright? Tsunade suddenly fell to the ground, her physical condition no longer allowing her to stand tall. Sakura and Ino immediately held on. Sakura said, there are too many wounds on Tsunade-sama, and it is necessary to completely stop the bleeding. Sakura looked gloomy, frightened by Tsunade's injury. Ino also looked uncomfortable. Whoever is penetrated by so many wooden cones will not die or be crippled. Fortunately, Tsunade-sama's heart is not on his hands, and the main blood vessels and meridians on his body are intact. It's incredible, she can actually avoid the wooden cone in the main parts of her body, which is worthy of being one of the 3 ninjas. The second daughter was shocked by Tsunade, and was instantly thundered. Sakura, we must undress her, apply wound medicine and bandages her. Hey, you boys don't steal. Sakura immediately turned around and reminded. Sakura wouldn't have thought of peeking at all if she hadn't reminded us. Ding Ci swallowed his saliva and said, see, tooth, that's F, right. Yeah, said to Dingji with a thief look, just kidding, my sister is F, I think Tsunade-sama is G. Ding Ci was a little unconvinced, however. Lord Tsunade is plumper than your sister, that's for sure, no contrast and no harm, but it's still a bit far from your mother. Ding Ci snorted coldly, my mother is bloated, but not plump. The boy chattered and began to discuss the current situation in the village. The girl, on the other hand, was seriously treating Tsunade's wounds. Tian, do you still have extra bandages over there? Sakura asked, running out of bandages on her side and Ino's. Well, is the bandage on my body okay? Tian blushed and began to untie the bandages on his body. On the boy's side, sit in a circle. Shikamaru, it is said that Orochimaru attacked Konoha village. How do you know this kid? Earlier, someone I knew told me. He and a group of ninjas originally planned to rush to the Hokage Tower to aid the 3rd generation of Hokage, but the enchantment that suddenly appeared wiped out the other ninjas. Shikamaru said solemnly, there is no way for the upper ninja to assist Hokage, because that enchantment will die once touched, and it cannot be destroyed from the outside, but can only be destroyed from the inside. It's just that the 3rd generation of Hokage doesn't seem to want to destroy the enchantment. Maybe it's worried that Konoha's ninja will distract him. Ninji, that guy called Orochimaru, I remember it was Konoha's rebellion, it was several years ago. However, he was actually able to mobilize Union Village, and it seems that he has developed terribly over the years. Shikamaru, I've heard of the big snake pill, and Ibiki said that the big snake pill makes him feel terrible. Ibiki, is it the chief examiner of the first session of the Chunin exam? Ibiki, would he, who is a torture ninja, actually say such a thing? It seems that the big snake pill is terrible. While they were talking, the girl had already treated Tsunade's wound and bandaged it. After removing the bandages on her body, it was empty and felt a little cold, and she wrapped her arms around her. They didn't notice that a strange rune gradually appeared on Tsunade's forehead. That's Tsunade's Hyakuhou technique. The art of Baihao can accumulate chakras in ordinary times, and use those chakras in times of crisis or need. Therefore, as long as it is not life-threatening, the wound can heal quickly. It's just that Tsunade, in a coma, subconsciously activated the art of Hyakuhou and saved his life. Naruto and Iroh and Fu were running fast in Konoha village. Looking at the devastation around him, Naruto's face became worse and worse. Is this the matter with Konoha? Is it really war? The places they passed had been devastated, and the ninja had left the area. From time to time, the sound of ninjutsu battles was heard in the distance. Naruto, Yukito is about to catch up. If we think it's almost the same, we should also go back so as not to make it difficult for Yuji. Fu reminded. He didn't see Naruto show a sad look. This guy, although he usually has a hippie smile, but he is still sad. Iroh noticed Naruto's mental state. Suddenly, Naruto listened. They thought Naruto was going back. Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto waved into the distance. That's Naruto. In the distance, Shikamaru and they all saw Naruto greeting here. Seeing that Naruto was not injured, Hinata was in a good mood. Naruto, it's great, you didn't have an accident. Naruto ran towards them. It feels like something is not going well. Naruto is going to contact the ninja of Konoha. Iroh analyzed the current situation and frowned and said, "It's okay, they won't hurt Naruto." Fu said, and patted Iroh on the shoulder. She and Iroh followed.